Hello and welcome to the fourth and final day of the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed. It has been an unforgettable weekend so far, and it all builds to crowning this year's King of the Hill in the Shootout final. But of course, that's not all.
No, it's certainly not. All weekend we've been celebrating the greats of F1, stretching back over 75 years. And today we shine the spotlight on the man who drove this very car to the first of his 4 world titles, the great Alain Prost.
So much to look forward to today. Let's take a look at Sunday's schedule that is kicking off at 8:30 a.m. with that first glance batch. This will be followed by batch 6, the Supercar run at 10:05. The F1's 75 teams and champions for that ultimate F1 grid goes off at 11 a.m. That is not to be missed before the red arrows take to the skies at 12:20.
Yes, and heading into the afternoon, we had that Gordon Murray Automotive central feature moment at 1:15. And then we've got batch 4, the 75 teams and champions at 2:15 of those F1 cars. The big balcony moment today, Alain Prost gets his own special individual treatment at 2:45 before the final red hours 5 pass of the weekend at 3:05. We've got a supercar run, but that's after the big one, the shootout final at 3:05. And then we've got a couple of final batches to finish off this Goodwood Festival of Speed of 2025.
Well, what a weekend it's been so far, and those balcony moments have been taking centre stage across the weekend. So far, we've celebrated the likes of Derek Bell and Carl Fogarty, but yesterday we saw multiple world champions take to the balcony on the Goodwood estate. And that was such a moment. I mean, one of those champions was Alain Prost, who will get his own celebratory treatment today, won't he, David?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Pinch me moment yesterday, the Duke there welcoming all those world champions. I mean, to have them together with those cars, it was just a fantastic, and up there on the mountain, with Bernie Ecclestone, no less. Mario Andretti, Jackie Stewart, the Duke of Richmond, Nigel Mansell. I mean, it was a really, really, really special day.
Nowhere else would you see that, other than the Goodwood Festival of Speed, which makes this place so special.
And you got your leathers on yesterday as well, didn't you?
I did, actually, yes. I managed to get a run up the hill on a very special Royal Enfield Shotgun 650. This was part of the first glance batch, so they were really shining a light on their customization platform. So the bike that I was riding was actually heavily modified in its geometry. It was sort of designed to be a bit more of a drag bike, so it had a longer wheelbase, but also a rear tyre on the front to give it that beefy look. So
that just makes it sound like it was hard to drive. Right, even.
Yeah, but you look good, so I think that's the difference.
Look good, but a little bit hot. I was hot yesterday in normal clothes, never mind a helmet and full leather outfit.
Yeah, it was hot, but I think the weather this weekend has added to the atmosphere, hasn't it? It's definitely giving it that World Championship feeling, and to see the bikes and the cars take to the grid, there's something for everyone, plus the drift and the rally cars. It's just incredible.
Well, we're here the last day. I can't believe we've got here so quickly, and I still haven't seen half the things on offer. I haven't been to the rally stage yet. I haven't really had a good look at the drift cars. But again, we've got the F cars. We're in the paddock here. It's going to be another fantastic day.
It is. So what's on your schedule today then, David?
I'm just going to try and see the things I haven't got round to seeing yet. You know, I haven't even been over to the first glance paddock yet, so I want to see the new cars that are coming onto the roads this year. So I'll be heading over there after this, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the first bikes are getting underway on the hill, so let's get to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Grace Webb and David Green, Harry Benjamin, and a double dose of James with you in the commentary box of the Hayden and the Bachelor edition. First glance of the new road cars and some new bike action as well, James.
Yes, there is indeed. We're looking at the new BMW R12 GS, this all-round sort of adventure bike, and it's got some really nice sort of touches, sort of a bit of a retro feel. It's been ridden up the hill by Ben Bowers, but it's got this sort of, as I say, it's that big BMW classic boxer engine, but it's got some styling cues of the original, yet a modern contemporary take. As you can see, it was flying up there. It's got 107 brake horsepower, about 85 pounds of torque, and it really is a go anywhere bike, do anything. These big trailer adventure bikes have really taken the market by storm, and they're incredibly popular. And now we're going to something completely different. Royal Enfield gave 4 custom houses around the world their shotgun 650 motorcycle, and said kind of give your take on it. So they've all been customised. This one is called the Samurai, and it's been ridden by the builder himself, Akira-san, who's come all the way from Japan. And what a motorcycle this is. When you look at it, the Samurai is completely unique. Obviously, they've chopped the rear chassis, it's got different wheels, got this beautiful custom billet swinging arms that's milled completely out of one lump of aluminium. It's got these amazing, it's got that great big rear tyre, drag bike tyre. It's actually got it's just when you look at it and you get close to it, it's got a slightly bigger engine. This one they bored it out. It's got a big bore kit. It's up to 865cc. Now this is interesting. This is the first time we've seen this bike on camera this weekend. Now this is the Royal Enfield SM450. This is Royal Enfield's first ever liquid-cooled motorcycle. So never built one before. It's got that kind of almost 80s kind of retro feel on it, with the graphics as well, done by Ryan at Roadkill. And it's kind of like a supermoto sort of version. It's got a 450 engine, so it's got that quite long swinging arms. That'll be a little bit better on the road. And so that's nice to kind of see that. Dougie Lampkin was going to ride this at some point. That's not him on it right now, but you know, he was riding it at some point yesterday. So it's just a really sort of nice thing. You can see all the anodized forks, the big tyres with the little wet sort of trailed things. It's got a big single disc on that left-hand side. And as we say, the big thing being they've never built a water-cooled motorcycle before. We're
seeing this across the board really in 2 and 4, is that those big manufacturers are kind of bringing back retro designs and incorporating them into a modern look now, and it just creates something quite spectacular to look at.
Yeah, it does, and you know, as you say, it really sort of stands out. And sort of growing up as a kid motocrossing in the 80s, you know, that was all the rage, sort of the pink and the purples, and yeah, so it's good to see. And now we're moving across to one of the electric motorcycles. This is the Alpinista. So yeah, these Alpinistas, really nice things. We're just starting to see the electric bikes really starting to come in to the motorcycling world. You know, they haven't been quite as big yet as maybe in the cars, but they're really starting to come here. And yeah, so this is the Livewire S2 Alpinista. So they've got 3 bikes in this range, in the S2 range. They've got their Del Mar Street Tracker, the Mulholland Cruiser, and now this new Alpinista. The big standout figures on this are this huge amount of torque that it gives, 194 foot-pounds of torque, does 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, has a top speed of about 100 miles an hour, and it'll do about 120 miles an hour to 120 mile range round town, and about 70 miles out on the highway. So yeah, really sort of nice thing. It's got all the sort of the latest modes. So you've got different sort of riding modes. You've got sport, you've got road, you've got range, and you've also got rain. It's a belt-driven bike, so yeah, it's something the motorbikes for.
Something for everyone there. Now look at this, setting off from the start line now as we move to 4 wheels. A first serious rally raid workhorse from Land Rover. This is the Defender Dakar D7XR prototype, and well, taking the Defender and its off-road capabilities to the extreme, James.
Yes, we are starting in a big way here on Sunday morning, quite literally, because this is one leviathan of a car. This is the Dakar D7XR. Now, this is a prototype of the car that Land Rover is going to be using to compete in the 2026 Dakar Rally, but also the World Rally Championship next year. Now, of course, course, the Dakar is the most grueling rally, arguably the most grueling rally in the world. They've already signed their 2 drivers already, one of whom is Stefan Petter-Hansel, and he's driving already 14-time Dakar champion.
Yeah, as it makes its way up the hill, we also have spinning out of control, and round he goes into the straw bales. It's the M3 CS Touring, picking up a bit of damage as well to the side panelling and the doors there. The passenger getting a real experience there of the hill and pulling straight off and able to find a gap to get to safety. That the M3 CS Touring there, well, starting quick out the blocks, let's say.
Yeah, and the tail goes, not enough grip onto that dusty grass, and it's game over, unfortunately. Although I did notice the fuel filler cap is open, so easy refueling can now take place.
Yeah, just those cold tyres, wasn't it? A little bit of cold temperature and rear-wheel drive, so unfortunate there.
Yeah, running an X-Drive all-wheel drive system, though, but round it went, kicking up the dirt from the grass.
Yeah.
And in the end, a kiss against the straw bales, but shouldn't cause too much of a delay.
Well, that X-Drive four-wheel drive system, yes, it is four-wheel drive, but it is predominantly rear-biased. And unfortunately, when you do get the tail out like that and you pick up a bit of dust, there's not very much you can do.
Well, increased engine power on that one, but the temperature in the tyres perhaps not quite as high as the driver would have liked, but finding a gap in the wall fairly quickly, but obviously a delay while we just straighten everything back up and get it all neat and tidy. A couple of BMWs were following that, the M2 CS also at the wheel. Charlie Martin for that one. You can just see there the tyre marks left by the BMW. But these things do happen, but good to see everyone okay and driving off from that. And the marshals always doing excellent work here as they get up to speed and fix up those straw bales and some of the advertising there.
It does go to show you, though, doesn't it, that even though these are demo runs, manufacturers do like to put on a show for the crowds at the Goodwood Festival Speed and all around the world on the live stream.
They certainly do, but also, you know, this is a very important day for many manufacturers and brands, and very important too to make sure you put your sun cream on. You've missed a bit in the middle, right between the eyebrows. I think we'll get to it. That reminds me, I need to put some sun cream on as well. As the sun, again, will be beating down on us today. I think it might be actually a little cooler than it has been the last couple of days, but still very, very hot. Glorious weather for this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed. Let's head up to Ed at the top of the hill.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm up here. Stefan, you made it up safely. Quite a car to come up the hill in.
Yeah, it's super nice to drive this car in the hill. It's the first time for me to do this run, and I need to be safe for sure, because this is an off-road car, ready to start the next Dakar, but it's super experience to be here.
Have you noticed over the last few years just the interest in Dakar surging?
Yeah, you know, the Dakar is still old race now, because it's more than 40 years. But for Defender to enter on the Dakar with a stock category, it's really like if we are back to the roots, the beginning of the Dakar. So to show that we are able to do a full race, the toughest race in the world with a normal car. So it's really interesting. The challenge is super exciting.
Stefan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed Foster, at the top of the hill for us, back at the bottom, and we are back underway. The M2 CS out there now, making its way past its touring counterpart in the M3 division, which just had a spin-off, but Charlie Martin piloting this sleek machine.
Yes, UK debut for this car. It's the latest version of the M2, the CS. 50 more brake horsepower than the standard M2, so you've got 530 horsepower, 650 newton meters of torque. Now, BMW have really thrown the kitchen sink at this car. It gets the M driver's pack as standard. So the top speed has been raised to 188 miles an hour.
It certainly has, and now to a brand new car from them as well. You're looking at the XPeng G6, tech-heavy, spacious, fairly affordable as well. This is essentially a strong Tesla Model Y competitor. It's got that sleek coupe SUV styling. It's got 2 battery ranges as well, and can get up to 300 miles of range on a full charge. But again, highlighting the increased competition there are now, James, for manufacturers, getting a little bit close to the flip wall there for the XPeng, but for manufacturers in the electric vehicle SUV market.
Yeah, XPeng is just one of a handful of Chinese brands flooding their way into the UK market at the moment. But this is something really quite different. It is the Bovensiepen Zagato, and if that's a name that's sort of unfamiliar to you, that's understandable, because they've only just launched. The family behind this car used to run the Alpina brand. That's now been sold to BMW. So Bovensiepen family has decided to create their own cars. This is the first car based on the BMW M4.
Yeah, it looks stunning, doesn't it? So too does this, the MG EX4 concept, converted from a production MG4 X-Power. This pays tribute to the 6R4 version directly from the factory, a road-going version almost of MG's Group B rally car. In 2025, MG are celebrating the 40th anniversary. I was in the passenger seat of that yesterday, and it was rather quick. I've got to squeeze it in. I've got to squeeze it in.
Yes.
From, well, something a little taller, a little larger, Land Rover Defender. A few of them out there up on the hill to look out for, and a couple of special editions coming from JLR on this too. And the one we're looking at the moment is the Octa Black. Again, stealth, mean, epitomised in this Octa Black Defender.
Yeah, so if you like that prototype Dakar car that went up the hill earlier on and you fancy, yeah, I quite fancy one of those, then go out and buy one of these. This is the Octa Black. It is one of the latest products from JLR's SV division, Special Vehicles division. Of course, the black name denotes the fact it's painted in black. Quelle surprise. So is the interior. Under the bonnet, 4.4-litre twin-turbo mild hybrid V8, 626 brake horsepower. Also, it's got some pretty fancy suspension. Land Rover call it 6D suspension. It uses hydraulics to interlink every single corner of the car to control things like pitch, dive and roll.
The ultimate off-road beast. Now, Mini and their John Cooper Works has squealed its way off of the starting line for this one. The John Cooper Works now making its way up the hill. This is the all-electric John Cooper Works, first ever one from them, and they've really taken that John Cooper sort of legendary original, and they brought it and electrified it into the modern age.
Yes, I can't think of anybody better to drive this car than the grandson of the great John Cooper himself. Charlie Cooper is at the wheel, everyone, and he is piloting the latest electric version of the John Cooper Works Cooper. And so it's the hatchback, it's got an electric powertrain, 255 brake horsepower being sent through the front wheels, 250-mile range, and looking fantastic with all of its red flashes.
Talk about looking fantastic. This, the Rolls-Royce Ghost Series 2, is wafting its way up the hill and some. The most technologically advanced V12 powered Rolls-Royce all-wheel drive train is powered as well by the 6.75 litre twin turbocharged V12. Delivers max torque from just 1600 RPM. This is a car that you want to be driven in, but you also want to be in the driver's seat as he absolutely sends it round Malcolm Corner.
There's something really surreal seeing a Rolls-Royce being driven like this, isn't it? He is hustling.
If you want an idea of what Goodwood House looks like being hurled around a track, this is it, because this is sheer opulence. You can get an even quicker version of this car as well, the black badge, but I have to say I quite like the look of this car with its chrome, the big chrome grille, and yeah, just 563 horsepower, 0 to 60, 4.8 seconds from a car as large as a Rolls-Royce.
Huge, isn't it? And some for that front grille, the sleek light slits at the front, and the standard characteristics we've come to know and love from Rolls-Royce. Well, paying homage to the past is something that so many manufacturers and brands are doing as they look to try and compete in this modern age of car and of buying cars, and Renault are doing just that with this, the brand new Renault 5, and this really is, well, bringing a car that I think everyone had such a soft spot for, knew and loved, so many people's first cars in their life, great for nipping around the city. Well, it's back and it's electric.
Yeah, Renault really on a roll at the moment, diving into their history books and recreating some of their best cars, their most fondly remembered cars. This, the Renault 5, pure electric, classic 1970s styling, vivid paint schemes. This yellow looks absolutely tremendous, but the thing I like the most about it, it comes with a baguette holder.
That is probably the highlight of the Renault 5, it has to be said. Okay, the Hyundai Ioniq 6N has just made its way up the hill, and this really can do it all as we celebrate 10 years of Hyundai's N Performance division. And James, they're really coming out with some intriguing and performance-heavy designs right now.
It's staggering to think that Hyundai's N division is now 10 years old. They've really shaken up the motoring hierarchy, that's for sure. And this is their latest product, the 6N. It's based heavily on the Ioniq 5N. Of course, it uses that car's trick virtual gear shift gearbox. It's been tweaked for this new 6N. So has the drift optimizer as well. Following it up the hill is the performance version. So this car is wearing all of the extra performance parts, the big rear wing, the big white wheels. If you thought the 6N wasn't quite outlandish enough, you're probably going to like this one as well.
Yeah, this being debuted here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, getting as close to the fans as possible. The Ioniq 5N really set the benchmark for them, and this very much building on top of that. Right, we talk about new brands and an influx from the Chinese market, and this is one of them. This is the Tiggo 8 from Chery, who, James, actually have a couple of brands that they look after.
Yeah, so Chery is an enormous Chinese company, and they've launched their JQ and Omoda brands in the UK last year. But then this year they thought we'd like a slice of the action as well, so they've decided to launch as well. So Chery, this is the Tiggo 8. It's a plug-in hybrid 7-seat SUV. Well, we say 7 seats. It's a spacious 5-seater with 2 little seats in the back. Plug-in hybrid. Chery are calling it a super hybrid, so it combines a 1.5-litre petrol engine with an 18.4 kilowatt-hour battery and 56 miles of pure electric range. Now on the screens now is one of those brands that Chery launched last year. It is their JQ brand. It sits a little bit more premium than their Omoda and the Chery brands. Yeah, it comes as a petrol and as a hybrid. We got the petrol here. This is the JQ5, so it's getting its UK debut here this weekend at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And yeah, it does look a little bit more premium. Certain design cues with a few sort of prestigious SUV makers, I think.
Yeah, it's got a really sharp design and kind of highlights this SUV invasion that continues to come from the popularity of them now. This new compact SUV blends that premium flair and electric vehicle tech too, as you were saying, James, hybrid and electric. But JQ, one of those brands under the Chery umbrella. This, the JQ5. We saw the JQ7 debut here last year, so bringing something for all of their potential customer base. Bringing something for the first time is Xiaomi in the SU7 in beautiful yellow with black accents. This is their first production electric vehicle. It even has a Nürburgring record as well, the fastest production car that is electric in just over 7 minutes and 4 seconds.
Yes, it recently beat the Porsche Taycan Turbo GT, which is also in this category by 2 seconds. The interesting thing about Xiaomi is the fact it's made by a smartphone maker, not a traditional car maker. They make touch phones.
What I loved about that was hearing James Hayden absolutely love the sound of the DBX-S, which was really sending it up the hill around the corner. That's what this is. It's the fastest and most powerful SUV in the Aston Martin class. Again, seeing all of these sports car brands really delving and leaning in to the SUV market now.
Yeah, and cutting straight to the Audi e-tron GT Quattro. Now, Audi have recently updated their flagship electric saloon. It's always been a great-looking car, this is. We've also got the helmsmith at the wheel, Benoit Trélier, as well. Now, this really is, I dare to say it, but this is the entry-level version, but you only get 576 brake horsepower with once launch control is engaged. This car, the top versions have got over 900 brake horsepower.
Up and over the hill with a panoramic glass roof, which has switchable transparency as well. Adaptive air suspension, all-wheel steering, massage seats. It has got the works, this Audi e-tron GT Quattro. And talking about works, talking about SUVs as well, and Porsche, who really led the way and pioneered that transition from sports car brands, delivering performance 4x4s, 7-seaters, you name it.
Yeah, absolutely. They really led the march from the performance brands into the SUV segment. We're getting our first look at the next Cayenne that's going to be launching in the UK. No one's seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet, hence why Porsche have clad the car in camouflage.
How's this, though, from Bentley? Pure elegance. Its first four-door supercar. The new Flying Spur Speed, now in its fourth generation, after almost 2 decades, really, of this defining luxury and performance combined.
Yeah, really thundering its way past the house there with a bit of a kick of oversteer, and now flying up towards the Flint wall. Now, yes, this is Bentley's fastest and most powerful car ever, 771 brake horsepower, and yet it is extremely opulent inside. Cutting from one of the most illustrious names in the business to one of the newest. We've got Denza here.
Yeah, we've got a couple of Denzas making their way up the hill. We've got this, the Z9 GT, which is from Denza, which really is BYD's premium brand. We've seen a lot of BYDs, more and more of them on the road, and they've decided to come here as well and launch their premium brand. This electric and a plug-in hybrid vehicle is available from Denza, and they're also really launching a fleet of vehicles too with this offering something else for their customer base, the B5.
Yes, the B5, it is a plug-in hybrid SUV. There are a few design cues to some classic 4x4s of old and of the current as well. And Denza, yeah, the premium offshoot of BYD. We've only just got used to BYD here in the UK. They've made a great splash, huge number of UK sales, fantastic battery technology with their cars, really shaking up the motoring scene. And now they're going to be flexing their muscles a little bit more. We've got Denza, they're aiming higher with this new premium brand.
Yeah, this one here with a 1.5-litre turbocharged engine paired with front and rear electric motors delivers a combined 505 kilowatts and 760 newton meters of torque as the Denza B5 makes its way up the hill. Again, another brand bringing their past back to life, and it's Honda with the brand new Prelude.
Yeah, we've seen so much of this now. Manufacturers diving into their back catalogue and reviving these very emotive names. Prelude is the very latest. It's based on the Honda Civic, and it's got a 2-litre petrol engine with 2 electric motors. Now, the clever thing about this car, it debuted a new piece of technology for Honda. It's called the S Plus Shift. Now, Honda hybrids for the last few years have had an eCVT gearbox. This actually is really quite clever. It's got fake gear shifts in there to add to the involvement for the driver.
Yeah, we're seeing that from a few different brands, really, and when you are sat in it, you would not know that it is fake. No. So they really are designing something for everyone, and this, of course, aligning with Honda's push towards electrification from their everyday road-going cars. But last seen the Prelude, 25 years ago. It's been on hiatus, and Honda are bringing it back. As the Lotus, one of the Lotuses, absolutely screams over the finish line. This is the Emira that is in beautiful green. It's just made its way to the top of the hill. A 2-litre turbo SE. Again, another beautiful design from Lotus. Following that up is the Emira Cup. And again, talk about paying tribute to absolute iconic machinery right down to the old school livery as well. The Lancia Beta Monte Carlo Martini, loud, proud and iconic.
Yes, and extremely Italian looking as well, isn't it? This is a resto mod from Chimera. It is a resto mod of the, do I use the word iconic? I think I will. I'll use the word iconic for the 037 Lancia, that Group B monster. And with those spot lamps on, it looks really, it looks like the RAC Rally from the late 1970s, doesn't it? That Martini looking wonderful, doesn't it, James?
It's absolutely stunning, and I love the fact it's also turbocharged and supercharged like the original. How cool is that?
Doesn't take long at all to get itself up the hill. I love those white wheels as well, really standing this out above the rest. Can barely see it from the headlamps glaring at us. Some presence this from the Lancia Beta Monte Carlo Martini from Chimera. Now, again, to something reimagined, brought back into life, back to the future, the Rolls-Royce Phantom 5. This, though, being done by the company Lemans.
Yes, so Rolls-Royce is celebrating 100 years of their Phantom. It is the longest-running production model in the world, the Phantom, and as we know, it is being used by heads of state, royalty, celebrities, anyone who's anyone has owned a Phantom, even John Lennon. Now, in the Cartier steel it looks, you please do head over there. You can see a fantastic lineup of Phantoms. This is Lunas's tribute to the Phantom 5, one of the, well, probably one of the most popular Phantoms ever made. This is a staggering piece of machinery. It's one of one, and it's taken over 5,500 hours of work to make this. 11,000 components have been re-engineered. In excess of £1 million as it silently wafts its way around Moulcombe. Absolutely beautiful. And yeah, it's got modern technology in there, USB chargers, climate control, but they've also kept the original electric privacy glass and the whiskey cabinet.
They certainly have, as it wafts its way up. Now that is a rather beautiful car. This is the Eccentrica V12, a Lamborghini Diablo reimagined. So really born from the passion of the founder of oh, hello, really getting the rear out of step slightly. But this really kind of born from the passion of the founder of Eccentrica cars from San Marino, Emanuele Colombini, and restores and enhances what really was, again, I'm going to use the word icon, from the 1990s, reborn in the 21st century.
Yeah, the original Diablo was always known to be a bit of a brute to drive, and Eccentrica are trying to engineer a bit of ease of use to this car. So it's got things like traction control. Not that traction control is engaged today, judging by how this car was snaking its way out of Moulcombe Corner.
Yeah, 5.7-litre V12 from that now delivers 550 horsepower. And talk about loud. This really has been, I think, a proper highlight of the weekend. You'll hear it before you can see it. It's just come through Moulcombe Corner now. This is the TWR Supercar, born from the rebirth of the Tom Walkinshaw racing name. It's a V12-powered reinterpretation of the Jaguar XJS, and I think this should have been how the original was done too, because it was so mean and proud, and it is loud.
Supercharged V12, absolutely sensational sounding. This is from TWR Performance. That firm is founded by the son of Tom Walkinshaw, and you can't get much more experts than Jaguar XJS's than TWR. Sounding beautiful, carbon fibre body on that as well.
Again, though, when you look at the interior too, it's another kind of analog statement mixed with the digital age, and a timeless design as well, based on that original Jaguar XJS, but with that fitted bodywork as well. Supercharged V12 with it as too, giving it absolutely incredible levels of performance. Just some then of the first glance, the new classics and the new bikes that we have been debuting here at the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed, and it really is the place to do that. It offers manufacturers and brands the chance not only to show their new stuff, but to actually run it as well. Up the hill, and run it they did, and we began with the two wheels.
Yeah, we did indeed. We're just looking at the Royal Enfield Samurai there, one of the specials. A little glance at their 450 as well.
And then it all went wrong though early on for the BMW M3 CS Touring. A touch into the straw bales, and the car then pulling off quickly after that. So after a short delay, we got underway again, and just highlighting the absolute versatility, the range of design, James, that we have on offer here.
Yeah, we've had a showcase of new brands from China. We've also had Bovinista as well, showcasing their new Zagato. Wonderful celebrations. We've got N celebrating 10 years of their Hyundai N range as well. Sensational scenes.
Aston Martin with the most powerful DBX in the range being debuted here as well, and it was showing off too, round the corner, kicking up the dust. The DBXS really looking bold and beautiful. Lotus too with a couple of ranges here, the Emira, and Porsche too with their electric Turbo GT making its way up the hill. We talk about new classics as well from Chimera, reimagining the Lancia from the 1980s rally era, and from Lunas, this Rolls-Royce Phantom 5, fully electric. And we ended things with probably the loudest one in the range, this, the TWR Supercat.
Charlie, special car for you that you just come up the hill in.
Yeah, it's the first all-electric Mini John Cooper Works. So, yeah.
What's it like to drive?
Incredible. The balance is great. I mean, it's got that go-kart handling that we talk about a lot in Minis. But, yes, it's great fun.
Now, the Cooper name, obviously, a lot of people associate it with the Minis. But this year, we're also celebrating Formula One's 75th anniversary of the World Championship. And Cooper played an enormous role in that.
Yeah, I think Grandad and the Cooper team thought it would be a good idea to put the engine in the back. And, yeah, we've got the first car that won a Formula One race with the engine in the back from 1958, the Rob Walker Cooper that Sterling won in Argentina. So, yeah, it's great being part of the 75-year celebration and seeing Cooper represented, definitely.
Charlie, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Murray, I'm used to seeing you on Dunlop Historics with no grip, drifting cars around, but this is probably the most different car you could drive.
Yeah, a little bit different to what I'm used to, but all the same amount of fun, all the same. It's a Denza Z9 GT brought over from China. They're launching here next year. They've had a great reception here. It's quite similar to a Porsche Taycan, similar kind of performance as well, and super fun to drive. Really great acceleration, well balanced, got a bit of rear wheel steering to help the weight around the corners as well. So it goes really well up the hill, and had a few cracks at it now, so just getting the hang of it. It's great fun.
What's been the reaction of the passengers sat next to you? Because a lot of them have never experienced anything like this.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are Chinese. They've come over, influencers from China, and some of them have got up to 10 million followers out there, and so they're sort of getting a huge amount of attention, and they're quite shocked by the speed. I think, you know, when you send it off the line, the acceleration is great for quite heavy cars with their batteries and things, but they've got a lot of power as well. He's got 800 horsepower, so huge amount of power to fire you down the track. And yeah, I think some of the passengers have been a little bit shocked. One actually ran away before we started on the first day, one of the girls, so she did a runner, unfortunately, but everyone else since has been all right.
I guess you'll know the Chinese for hold fast, won't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. No, but it's been a hugely enjoyable event, and looking forward to doing the same next year.
Murray, thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Cheers.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
For 70 years, we've had a single philosophy. Lightness is a force.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Renault 5 is back. Renault 5, 3 times Car of the Year winner.
For a small donation, you too can help.
Fans of Formula One are in for a huge treat today as we have the ultimate F1 grid display, which has been especially planned for Sunday's celebrations. Alice, only at the Festival of Speed can fans get this close to a Formula One car.
And that's what makes the Festival of Speed so great. We've got a whole host of Formula One cars. We've got pre-war cars that are here. We've got the first ever championship winning Formula One car here as well. And all these fans that are stood just the other side of us, they can get up close and personal and get amongst their favourite cars from many years ago up to modern day.
Yeah, and I think that's what's brilliant about it, that it draws a range of ages as well, that we've got, like you say, pre-war cars to the modern day. There's something for everyone to see. But you yourself, I know you're excited for a few cars in particular, so talk to us about those, Alice.
Well, I know we haven't got very long, so I can't list all of them, but in particular, starting from the very start, 75 years ago, the Alfa Romeo Alfetta that was Giuseppe Farina won the first ever Formula One World Championship race held at Silverstone, and that's quite great, isn't it, that we were only at Silverstone last week. And then this car here, this is the Ferrari F2002. As a childhood my childhood growing up, I was a huge Michael Schumacher fan. And of course, this car was hugely dominant, this Ferrari. Michael Schumacher was the driver, again, hero of mine. He won in this beautiful V10, which you're going to hear screaming up the hill later on today, his 5th World Drivers title. And it was hugely successful. It won every single race that season, apart from at Monaco. So fantastic. And of course, we've got the Alain Prost moment later on today. And of course, in the Ultimate Grid as well, we're going to have his MP42B out that he won his first World Drivers title in as well. So much excitement.
And just iconic cars, like you say. Even if you're a bike fan like me, everyone's heard of Michael Schumacher and that dominance, and to get within a few meters of history like this is what makes this place special. And like you say, we have got that special balcony moment for Alain Prost later on, where we can relive those memories and stories, that rivalry between Senna. I think we're really going to feel that later at Goodwood House.
Oh, we certainly are. Of course, he's a legend in the sport, but everyone remembers him not just from his 4 World Drivers titles, but of course that rivalry, as you mentioned, between him and Senna. I mean, there's been made a film about it, and you know there's a film about it which I've seen many times. It's fantastic. Yeah. They're a legend, and you get only the legends here at Goodwood. And of course, as you mentioned, that balcony moment we had yesterday was absolutely fantastic. We're just so lucky to be here.
And Prost had a flavour of that, like you say, yesterday. He was amongst those champions, but to have that limelight on him today, how do you think he's going to react? Because the emotions that we've seen on that balcony across the weekend is what's made it so touching, I think.
I think you were up there with Carl Fogarty, and of course he was shedding some tears, and it's been quite incredible. It has been emotional. He's a man, quite steely man, isn't it? So who knows? But it's certainly going to be impressive because we've got so many people here, so many fans that are keen to just see him and celebrate him. So I think it'll be an emotional one for him up there on the balcony with all the fans.
Well, it's certainly going to be a remarkable way to top off the 75-year anniversary of the Formula One World Championship. Do not miss that.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it. Everyone's in vintage clothes, and there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
The final day of the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed, and it's lovely to have so much on display. Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones with you right now as we are looking at yet another version of a car that is coming onto the scene and yet we know so little about. This is the Toyota produced machine, which is being created but still being developed. It's still very much a prototype and they're not even telling us what power is in.
It is a proper teaser, no notion as yet. We're starting to guess what may be under that long camo hood there. We think it could be a V8, but has been known for me not to get things right, but it's certainly sinister, it's certainly powerful, and we have two different versions. We've got Esteban Ocon in the version you're looking at now of the GT concept, and Oliver Bearman, teammates, of course, in Formula 1. He's got the one with the wing, the one that surely is going to be going GT3 racing, and by golly, when Toyota go wholeheartedly into competition like this, it always ends up with victory.
Isn't it fun to see current Formula 1 stars driving cars of the future, effectively, because Toyota have been working on these for a little while, but now putting their final decisions together as to how they will run them, and as you say, how they will race them, because Ollie Bearman going up in the, there it is, just going across the line, Ollie Bearman there was going up in the GT racing concept. So you've just seen Esteban Ocon and Ollie Bearman, two of the stars of Formula 1 heading out, and now we've got Justin Bell driving the McLaren F1 GTR, and Justin, who son of Derek Bell, the multiple Le Mans winner who we were celebrating here on Thursday, and he raced with his father in the McLaren F1 GTR in 1995. They led the Le Mans 24-hour race, but it didn't quite work out. They had a mechanical problem with it and they ended up finishing in third place, but it was still one of their most special moments for both Justin and Derek to be competing together.
Absolutely so, and of course it wasn't in the car with this livery, it was the yellow and green of Harrods. It would have been the first time the department store, any department store, had sponsored a car to win the great race, and it would have been the ultimate Father's Day present for Derek Bell that year. They were right in there. In the following year, more and more teams wanted to run these fantastic cars designed by Gordon Murray. We're celebrating 60 years of his genius here this year at the Festival of Speed, but great to see Justin reunited with the car with which he so nearly took the big one.
Absolutely, it came very, very close. Now you're looking at one of the very early Mercedes, and part of the history, of course, of racing, the Mercedes 300 SL, the Panamericana. Elliot Cole is currently driving this up the hill.
Yeah, this is a car that competed on the, started off by competing as one of three works cars on the Mille Miglia, that amazing 1,000-mile race around the open road of the middle of Italy. But then at the end of the season, over to Mexico, where the roads weren't quite as smooth, it must be said. Phenomenal event, huge long-distance event, the Carrera Panamericana. Real treat to see. This is something very, very different indeed, and handled beautifully by a driver who just seems to waft up at the right pace. And Bernd Schneider is the next driver up on the hill, one of the best sounding cars. Bernd, just a Mercedes man through and through. He had his short spell in Formula 1, but this was the car. The Silver Arrows went back to Le Mans. Of course, they departed after the awful accident in 1955, and then they nailed the big one. It was great to see, but even better to hear.
Yeah, it's a lovely machine. It really is. The Sauber Mercedes C11. Successor to the C9, and well, it was using that Mercedes 5-litre twin-turbo V8. Now, onto some more rally-style machinery, and this is how they love to play on the hill climb, giving us wonderful displays. And this is the Toyota WRC 1 GR Yaris, and this time it is being driven by Takamoto Katsuta.
This is what happens when you send a rally driver up without a co-driver. Loss of sense of direction. No, they're just putting on the big show for you there. It's pall of tyre smoke, and I don't think that would be the last donut for this one as it goes on up the hill. And if you're looking at rally cars, we've got the top class, which is WRC1, and of course Toyota with their GR Yaris range also competing in the secondary class, which is WRC2. But the cars, Ben, are so dynamic these days.
They are absolutely amazing. The suspension control is just stunning when you see them jumping up in the air and then landing once again. The way that they are so stable, and just watching that car coming up there with a little bit of sideways moment, but so beautifully controlled. Under brakes, you see the front end dip, but it's very well balanced. I'm amazed at what they can do with modern rally cars.
There have been periods in World Rally Championship history. Group B was phenomenal, but these cars even more dynamic. And take a look at this super slow-mo. We can't do that. Drivers, what super the camera has done its job.
The camera has been taken over, but let's hope that we can get it back in place, because that's wonderful positions. We have some great images all around this Goodwood Festival of Speed, but that's one of the great spots where we can see vehicles coming up the hill. Right now, we've been talking about going off-road, but when you're going into the Dakar Rally, which of course is one of the most famous off-road events, it takes place in January, and Toyota have done remarkably well with this kind of machine, and actually it's been running for several years, but taking yet another victory this year.
Yeah, victory to Yazid Al Rai, but they're just phenomenal vehicles, and I love it when you get the drivers at the top of the hill who drive other categories of cars. They go and look at it, and there are so many features, so many clever tweaks. It's a performance car, but sitting up high, but the suspension technology, absolutely extraordinary.
Now, heading up the hill, this is something that we haven't seen so much of just recently, the Toyota Celica ST185. And this is obviously going back a little bit more, but a beautiful car, and so well balanced as well, as you can see. And yeah, that's another great one for spinning it around all over the place.
Well, it is. You look at the cars then, they were longer. These are the cars completing the top level of the World Rally Championship. They're longer, lower, but totally different way of going about the performance. But you can only win against what you're competing against of the day. Now, a car that's just had so much success in the GT3 category is a 911 GT3R, and Karen Guy, one of the upcoming Porsche racing stars, is about to give it a big one away from the start-finish line. It's that classic wonderful shot, the early morning light coming through the trees on the dappled run down to the first corner, and then one right followed by another. Karen balancing the car. The track got very, very dusty there yesterday. This morning it seems a little cleaner until someone does that, cuts the first corner, kicks up the dust. But this GT3R, so much grunt and such a fantastic category of racing.
Absolutely right, and we've seen this type of car in the new F1 film as well, right at the start, when the actor Brad Pitt is doing a Daytona 24-hour version, and so we've seen that as well. It's great that it appears in very many different ways.
I think so too, and for Porsche fans, that flat six engine note still has that very special sound, and I really thoroughly approve of the various manufacturers in the GT3 class having their own particular engine note as well as their body styles. No wonder it's just the global formula at the moment for GT.
It is the global formula, as you say. It really is remarkably successful, doing a wonderful job, and as you say, it looks and sounds absolutely fantastic. But we have machinery here from the modern world, but also from the older world, but also we have machines that are moving forward into different systems, because the hydrogen power has become a major feature now as we're looking forwards. So Hydrogen Pioneer, you're looking at the Spark Pioneer 25 here, where Extreme E, of course, now doesn't really exist, because they're going into this. This is Extreme H, which is coming up.
Yep, H for hydrogen, and also at Le Mans they're looking very, very seriously at running cars, having a class for hydrogen-powered races. They've been working on that for 5 years, but for the Spark Pioneer, this is the vehicle they use for these extreme events in some of the world's toughest terrain. This is a car capable, a vehicle capable of going up at 52-degree slope. No wonder it has so much clearance, but hydrogen, I've been looking at that for a very long time indeed. I'm a massive fan of it, so I think Extreme H could be really get some traction.
I agree with that, yeah, and at this current state, been recently tested in France, this machine, because they're moving forward to Extreme H. We're still waiting to hear the full sort of schedule of Extreme H coming up, but it is about to be all laid out. This is around 550 horsepower, this hydrogen-powered machine. So now we're looking at the lovely Porsche 904 Carrera GTS heading up the hill, and this is from a period in the 1960s. It was created for 1960 through 63. It's a lovely mid-engine 2-litre flat four, complicated motor, but very, very effective, and it was so competitive at its time. As you mentioned, Bruce, yesterday, it was before Porsche really got into trying to win Le Mans ultimately at the top level, but in its classes it was winning at Le Mans in these cars.
It was. I mean, Porsche made an absolutely instant splash in the junior classes at Le Mans. This car, I think, is exquisite. The driver on board is David Clark, one of the owners of the Jota team, and of course last year in the World Endurance Championship they ran privateer Porsches. This year they've moved across with the Hertz backing and running the Works Cadillac team. So in his spare time, David loves to get in this car. Very, very nimble, and an exquisite livery comes from Daniel Arsham, a real stylist, and Tetsuya Kozawa. He raced in the UK, probably the first Japanese racer to do so in Formula 3, end of the 60s, early 70s, and his daughter was involved in this project. It draws together so many strands, and in its own right, it's just an exquisite car.
I was thinking that, you know, so many modern cars, even supercars that we see today, how many of them have sort of developed on this sort of a shape of a style of a car that was from the 1960s?
Yeah, good point. And of course, Porsche then naturally nipped across and designed the 911, and I think that's done quite well since then.
Yeah, but that's a very unique thing, the 911, in a way, isn't it? Now, we're going right back again to some of the very early machinery. This is from 1907. This is the Mercedes 120 horsepower, when indeed, you know, you see your passenger in there, well, you would race with a mechanic alongside, because you could not get through a long race. And in those days, of course, the races were very much longer, hours and hours and hours.
It was, and the first ever Grand Prix was 1906 on a series of roads around Le Mans. The following year, the French Grand Prix moved to Dieppe, and this car competed in it, and then it did a lot of racing. 1907 was the year that the Brooklyn circuit opened, and it went there as well. But Archie Collins following in the footsteps of Father Ben and treating people to a ride up the hill, and you lean as if you're on a bicycle around the corners. Archie using that great big steering wheel for his balance, but you can see the riding mechanic not having yet. Now he has to pump the fuel, so you don't get a free ride up the hill here, but it's fantastic. And the Collins family have been bringing these cars for years to Goodwood, and I love seeing people go up and look at them in the paddock, and you can see so much of the technology. Rudimentary it might have been, but it was revolutionary at the time.
It was, absolutely, and that was the beginning, in a way, of the success that we still see to this day with Mercedes. The ownership, of course, has somewhat changed over the years, but nonetheless, very impressive.
Well, it was, and I mean, you think about the fact these were, how many cars were even on the road, on the public road, when these cars started racing, and as soon as they could, of course, it became a marketing tool. If you could prove to people yours was the best car, the quickest car, and it could actually meet all that was put in front of it in terms of the state of the roads, well, of course, that was a massive, massive thing to be able to put the message across.
Well, here's a nice smoky version. This is a NASCAR machine. This is the Chevrolet Camaro. Mike Whitted, who is a drift specialist, and we'll see Mike later on, no doubt, doing some more drift work as well. But he's lovely driving this, what is a NASCAR racer, and yet he seems to be dealing with it just as a drift car.
Well, he just sees it's got Red Bull on the door, like his own Mazda Rotary, and therefore it has to be rotated around. He's an incredible entertainer, and I was hearing this morning that when he started off back in New Zealand, the reason he started with Wankel rotary motors was because there were lots of road cars that were sort of falling apart. He took the motors out, and the rest is history. But fantastic to see him putting on the display. He is someone who can drift, and it's not just being casual. He can place a car on a dime, and the sound, very, very much part of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and certainly plenty of rorty noise from V8 as he gets up towards the Flint Wall.
Yeah, and you know, you're seeing the Red Bull livery returning to NASCAR's Premier Series this year with Trackhouse Racing, because it's something that they want to get back into once again. So that livery, of course, very famous, whether we see it in Formula 1 or now we're seeing it back in NASCAR once again. And so for many people, it's fun to see. Now, heading up another of the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, and this is one that we are very much keeping an eye on because James Wallace is driving it, and he has been very quick in the shootout. We've got the full shootout coming up later on this afternoon, and James has been rapid. He won his class yesterday. He actually set a time of 47.69 seconds up the hill. He is racing in the British Porsche Carrera Cup Championship at the moment, and so he won the class for the GT racers. It's unlikely he's going to be quite quick enough to take on the Ford Super Truck or the Subaru Project Midnight, but in the class he's doing a brilliant job.
He is, and if yesterday he was at 98%, he's now 99%, going right out towards the straw bales, flashes across the finish line. He's only got to up it 1% more for the shootout. He will. This is the GT3 Cup class. It's worth pointing out that's all around the world. It's a global formula, but probably the biggest sound of the day will come from this, the mighty Shadow from 1974. This is the DN4, and the right driver is on board. That's Jackie Oliver, who took the title in 1974, won every round bar one. Huge 8+ litre engine in the back, and the rest you can see, totally visual car from the Can-Am class.
It is lovely to see Jackie Oliver back out, as you say, you know, having taken the title with that. But then we're on from the, you know, the Can-Am vehicles of the early 1970s into the much more modern racing. Audi 8 R18. This is basically the last sort of role that Audi were playing after so much success at Le Mans. They didn't get the win with this one, but they had such a remarkable run of success.
Yeah, and it was a time when, of course, they were really using hybrid power. KERS was the sort of the buzzword at the time, and some of the racing between the top manufacturers was absolutely exquisite in period. And Benoit Trellier, he took himself off to Japan to further his career, came back and has had so much success with Audi, and he absolutely loves this event, so it's our honour to have him here at Goodwood.
Absolutely. So, yeah, this is now the Lister Storm that we're about to see coming up the hill. Harry Barton is driving this, and in GT racing, this was a car, not the, so it wasn't the full international level, but it was sort of European series and British racing. It was very, very competitive.
Yeah, GT won some great looking cars, and Lawrence Pierce, who guided, he was the Lister, the man behind Lister, and he was a man who wouldn't take no for an answer. These fantastic door wedges, and I still think the rainbow livery on the roof is something that just makes a great car look all the better, and it makes a very fine sound too. And Harry, young GT racer, looking to put together a really good package of races for the rest of this year and next year. It's great to have the young guns here, but it's also, for a lot of people from 20 plus years ago, this was a car that stood out. It wasn't pretty, it was brutal, but it was effective. You know, sometimes in the history of racing, that's what's required.
Yeah, Lawrence Pierce, who took on Lister in 1986 and Leatherhead originally, but we're looking at the car from a little bit later on, which had a great deal of success actually. Mike Jordan taking the title with Warnock that year, and they won some 7 races. That was very impressive in the British GTs, and it was a time when they were looking to play a bit more on the international scale as well.
Yeah, and the likes of Jamie Campbell, Water, Bobby Verdon, Rowe, and Peter Snowden, who's with us here this weekend. Great, you know, their success was on the European scene, but, you know, motor racing moves on, the championship evolved, and Lister, well, quite about time for a comeback, I'd say.
Back to some more rally machinery once again, and Thierry Neuville, and this is Thierry Neuville, the existing current rally world champion, having taken the title last year with Hyundai and with the i20 WRC, and it's so great for Neuville, who's been with them for such a long time, since around 2016 when they started introducing these machines, that 2014, 15, 16 period, and then they've had a lot of success, but it's taken a little while for Thierry to actually get the title.
No, it really has. You know, sometimes things just don't happen. Maybe they never happen. Maybe you're super close, but everyone was delighted for Thierry. And I'm also delighted for Hyundai. They put so much effort into their motorsport. We've seen it literally right across the board in the first glance. More cars coming here to the Festival of Speed at Goodwood, but it's the fact they try so many elements of the sport to put the message across and transfer that technology to their road vehicles, and it's great to have them.
Yep, and another version heading up the hill, and Tanak is at the wheel of this one, so another full world rally star. Tanak, who's been putting in some great results yet again this year, no surprise, and it's lovely to see him back out once again. We shall see how the rest of the season goes, because it's been a pretty interesting season so far, although for Toyota it's been looking very good too. So we shall see.
Yeah, and you always have to remember when you're talking about the World Rally Championship, they don't have to just be good on one surface, they get the whole lot. That's the very essence of rally. You've got to be good on snow, you've got to be good on gravel, good on tarmac, and here we ask just one thing: be good on the tarmac going up the hill climb course.
Yeah, absolutely. Try not to fall off and smash into anything.
Talking of hill climb courses, there's a rather bigger one in Colorado, Pikes Peak.
Yeah.
Up to 14,000 feet. You need downforce. That's the massive wing. The car that just went out of shot, and now we're moving to rallying. It's blue and yellow. It's a Subaru. Well, that much I can tell you. This is one that's a 2025 model. We're celebrating Colin McRae's 30 years since his World Championship with that livery, but this is far more contemporary. This is Travis Pastrana, such a star on the World Rally stage, such an amazing driver. He's got the WRX ARA 25. This is competing on the American rally scene, and it's a real treat. First time I've ever seen this car.
Yeah, no, that is very special, and he's really enjoying going back to it's a slightly different level to what he was doing now. But you're watching Scott Speed from on board with the Subaru Project Midnight. Now, this is another major contender for the Shootout coming up later on this afternoon. It is incredibly rapid, and Scott Speed, with his Formula One experience and then going into rallycross, also has good experience here up the hill. So we shall see what he does. Yesterday he was second fastest. He did a 45.46 second move up the hill, and that was impressive. By the way, when we saw James Wallace a moment ago, he actually went quicker than he did yesterday, about a second quicker than he did in the Porsche. Let's just see whether Scott Speed does another very rapid hill climb here to get himself in the mood for later on when it will be the actual battle for the shootout. I think he's being maybe just a little bit more cautious up at the top end. Let's see what he does as he comes across the line. That was 45.93. That was just a couple of tenths slower than what he did yesterday.
Well, driver with a great name, the car with a brilliant name, Project Midnight. Painted, not at all, just carbon, mythical.
Right, it's time to have a look at the Ford Supervan, based on the Transits, of course. The Ford Transits, celebrating them as best they could. This original Supervan from 1971 made its debut at Brands Hatch using technical work from the Cooper Monaco space frame with a mid-engine, 400 brake horsepower V8 with the Mark I Transit body, and really then it was slightly redesigned as the Mark II as well. But lovely, this was the early days of the Supervan, and we're going to see several more coming up here in just a moment, because this is a chance to see how they've developed into electric life. Terence Dolphin is driving this first one.
Just a sensational PR coup. I remember when the second one in particular hit the circuits and it became a little more serious than this one. Each iteration of the Supervan became higher and higher spec. The second one built on a full sports car frame from the C100 project, mighty engine. When we would go to the third one in the series, that was the time the Formula One engine got inserted. And just to see them at a regular race meeting going out and being given some demo runs, and people would stop and stare. It was a white van, but a white van that was doing things in an extraordinary way. Huge wide tyres, brilliant engine note, copy of Sun on the dashboard, other papers may be used, but it was just a brilliant sensation.
Absolutely right, yes, and then you see the development of these as they went through working on them. The Supervan, the early Supervan, was then redeveloped, and Supervan 2, as you can see, came along in 1984, fiberglass replica of the Transit Mark II, but using the chassis of the C100 Group C car. That it was a real Le Mans style car then, with Cosworth power. Apparently it was timed at 174 miles an hour at a Silverstone test back then.
Those are the figures that just absolutely stand out. But again, now look at Supervan 3. The number's gone up by 1 digit, but the intent all the more obvious. See the aerodynamics starting to be employed. The wing on the back actually does do something. The swoops, the Ford Blue on the side. This is started life with an HB F1 engine, the V8, and then in time it was replaced for purposes of display. But then Supervan 4, not so much a van.
Well, no, I mean, they changed on. This was actually arrived at the Goodwood Festival of Speed in 2022, a collaboration between Ford and the Stard Racing team, and it's the first all-electric Supervan. So 4 electric motors, all-wheel drive, and this is what we're sort of getting into now with these Supervans. They are so rapid, quiet, but hugely rapid. And then here you go. This is the next one heading up the hill. This is the Supervan 4.2, another one we've seen here at Goodwood. They mixed around a little bit. Whoa, look at that. Look at the way it can slide and recontrol and set up the smoke. The Supervan 4.2 really does put on a wonderful display. It's Paul Swift who is... no, sorry, it's Manfred Stoll in this one. Paul Swift was in the Ford Supervan 4, but it's Manfred Stoll in this Supervan 4.2. Romain Dumas was the man who was competing with it, going up Pikes Peak. Now, that's so smoky, they can't see anything from inside. What is going on? I think there may be a slight problem there.
Well, Manfred Stoll may or may not be on board, so he put on a fantastic show in front of Goodwood House. All the people down there with their cameras and phones taking images, but something may have gone pop. But these vehicles, just super impressive. Just to give you some figures, with Supervan 4, when it went to the 4 electric motors, they made the numbers incredibly simple. 2,000 horsepower from 4 electric motors, 1 on each wheel, simple division, 500 horsepower, and that was more powerful than the first engine that was put in from the GT40 in Supervan 1 in each of the corners.
Now, the tyres, I thought, were generating all of this sort of smoky steam, but actually, was it just the tyres, or was there something else coming from in there? It just went absolutely mad, didn't it? And I think that might have come from somewhere else on the system. No doubt they know what they're doing. But for us, we have never actually worked on this machinery to understand quite what it works. But we shall see. Let's hope they can get it up and running. Now, this one is the one that has set the pace this weekend on the Shootout so far. So this is called the Ford Super Truck. As opposed to Super Van, it's called the Super Truck. And it is the great Romain Dumas. Multiple setting of pace here at the hill climb, and of course a multiple Le Mans winner in the past. He set a great speed of the time he did up to the top, 43.49, and crossed the line at 151 miles an hour.
Great figures. He ain't finished yet. Good news is that Manfred Stahl has continued on up the course. Hopefully got clearance, just come past us at Moulcombe, but I think the signal is being weighted down on the start line by Romain Dumas. And of course that moment, Ben, just imagine he's sitting at the bottom of the hill at not just here, but at Pikes Peak, the moment where a driver has to get in the zone and focus not just on the first couple of corners. Imagine like a downhill a ski racer, just visualising the course, twisting and turning. I'm sure you did that in your racing career as well, whether it was Brands Hatch or somewhere else. This is rather narrow, rather more intense.
And I went to have a look at Pikes, but I've never seen the actual event, but I went up there to have a look at Pikes Peak when I was in that part of the world, and it is just incredible. I mean, it is so steep, it is so long, as you say, the way it falls off the edge, you've got to be careful, because if you go off the edge, you've really had it. And it used to be a rough surface, now it's more tarmacy surface.
Yeah, now, and in fact, one of their main problems, I commentated on it one year, in the last minute they said we've got to lower the finish line because it's in the clouds, there's ice, and
I can believe that.
They have to constantly adjust the course, so actually judging records is remarkably difficult unless they run the entirety there in Colorado. But look it up online, and some of the vehicles that have gone up there, and some of the great names, the Unser family in particular. You think of them largely for IndyCar racing, but they all had a really good grasp on that event.
Yeah, I totally agree. Pikes Peak, have a look at it online. It is one of the most amazing hill climbs that you can have a look at, and the drivers who set themselves and the teams that put things together to go up there. It is not easy, I can tell you, but it's wonderful to watch. So we're still waiting for Romain Dumas to set off with the Ford Super Truck. I'm sure he'll be heading up in just a moment. But just to remind you that we are going to be seeing the Shootout later on this afternoon, when all of the vehicles will be timed. It'll be around 30 of them that will be up there, and it will be different performance vehicles right from the early days, because we have them in different groups. So, for example, we had a great battle in the pre-war category. It was only a few tenths of a second to win that. Okay, now we're on board with Romain Dumas as he does take off. That electric power with that remarkable getaway. And now you can see him working at it and running out to the edges.
Yeah, and not beyond. It got very dusty around those first couple of corners. There's nothing worse than ruining your run right at the outset, keeping it clean, keeping it tight. Under the bridge, he's going to come just past the Coventry box at Moulcombe, doesn't even touch the grass on the inside, and the sheer grunt from those four electric motors, 2,000 horsepower from the sunshine, and this is a real problem, into the shade by the Flint Wall.
Yeah, actually, I think it'll be a bit easier up here into the sunshine. It was in the afternoon. I think it will be the same problem later, the sun out. He said the vision of this section was actually very difficult. He couldn't really see where he was going. I think it's actually a bit easier right now, and he does a good 43.11 there. So that was very quick. That is quicker than he did yesterday, but I do think the vision was a bit easier than it was.
I agree. It was the dappled light rather than full darkness. The sun, obviously, wonderful to see the sun from the east. But this year, the World Endurance Championship has got a mark back there that fought for victory in the 50s and finally got it in 1959. Aston Martin. I think the engine load is worth the price of the admission ticket alone. And at Le Mans, we knew pitching against the manufacturers, had been at the top level for 2 or 3 years, they wouldn't have a chance. But the whole point was getting closer and closer. The Valkyrie, brilliant name. Ross Gunn has been driving this car super well. And, you know, it's something different. It's ours.
How long is it since we've had a V12 racing at Le Mans? It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
Certainly in the top class, it's been a very long time.
Yeah, so it's likely to have that sound.
Yeah, sound is such an important part of motorsport, and I think people coming here, if they largely watch on television, suddenly, you know, to hear the full visceral, the wailing, the grunt, it's something very special, as is the Ford Puma rally car. Again, we've seen the Hyundais, we've seen the Toyota Yaris's, and this one too being pushed by Gregoire Munster.
Yeah, absolutely, and again, running in the World Rally Championship, the Ford Puma Rally has shown some decent results. They're not quite at the very top level at the moment, but they may well come back into it. And it's great to see the former Puma Rally one being slidden around up this hill climb. And Gregoire Munster, of course, a very experienced competitor, so he can play the game beautifully well. Up past the flip wall. Nice to see. No contact with that flip wall yet, by the way, this weekend. So it's all been very, very sensible.
Have you seen my fingers across? But
yeah,
you know,
there was nearly one yesterday.
Wasn't just, yes, very, very nearly. But you know what you get with rally drivers, they have to be able to have every single driving skill because they never know what they're going to get. It's not like racing on a circuit where all you've got to be concerned about is it wet or dry or what's the track temperature. They have to be able to do absolutely everything, and the way they can put a car on its nose, angle it and get it exactly where they want around a tight corner still just makes me stand back in wonder.
Absolutely, yeah, wonderful to see. So that heads up to the top, over the line, and completes another run. And we have seen some beautiful machinery in this section, as ever. And a lot of it, of course, is celebrating machines that have had winning opportunities in different categories. Obviously, we're celebrating Formula One a lot today, but there are so many different categories in motorsport, whether it is rallying or GT racing or other forms of motorsport, hill climbing, for example. There are so many other ways to enjoy success. Some companies, some manufacturers are much more interested in those off-road competitions, for example, than trying to go to Formula One, but then there are other manufacturers that focus completely on Formula One.
And you know, we're the beneficiaries here at the Festival of Speed because you see just the whole gamut, every type of competition vehicle, and it's anybody, you know, with the sort of fuel coursing through their veins. You know, we like competition cars, doesn't matter what they are, but when you see them driven as well as they have been this morning and hear them and see them slide and see the dynamic element, it's great.
So let's look back at some of the highlights, starting off with that Toyota, which is the project they're still working on. Danny Sullivan went back up in the March with which he won the Indy 500 in the mid-1980s, and it's been lovely to see him here this weekend. And then, as I say, we've got these rally machines that have been very successful off-road as well, and they always put on these tremendous displays.
Don't they just such a treat. The ability of the cars, the drivers, and the show they put on, they absolutely love it. I wouldn't want to be going around that many times, but for the fans here, huge. And then our camera got topsy-turvy. What a fantastic shot. Don't worry, it was a tiny little camera, didn't do any damage at all to the car.
No, that's right, but this another Toyota with great success at Dakar in the past, and again this year, as we know, with Yazid Al-Raji taking the victory, and then going back into the early days, back to 1907, and a wonderful view from the passenger seat going up there, and its opportunities to go out there together. Jackie Oliver, lovely to see him heading up the hill too, with this real mixture, and some of them just using a bit more grass than others. That was Thierry Neuville doing that.
Well, when it comes without consequence, that's fine. Project Midnight, the Subaru car with Scott Speed on board. Look out for that in the shootout this afternoon. That is definitely going to be one of the challenges. Yeah, we've seen some wonderful stuff, some great drivers as well, so it's our opportunity to go to the top of the hill now with Ed Foster.
Esteban, slightly different car today. I know you can't say too much about it, but it looked like fun.
It was a lot of fun, and yeah, it's a fantastic car to drive. Honestly, I got the chance to drive the race car yesterday, and Oli was driving the road car, and we swapped today, so we got a bit of the feel, a bit of more comfort this morning than yesterday. But honestly, yeah, it's incredibly fast, incredibly capable, and yeah, big thank you to Toyota for trusting us driving this beast today, because every time we meet with the Toyota guys, it's a surprise, and there's more coming for me today.
And you had a very special passenger. You had your dad alongside you.
Yeah, for sure. I had my dad. He really enjoyed, you know, driving around here. Yeah, it was the first time I managed to take him on board, and yeah, just to see the crowd, see the atmosphere, and how fast the car is, you know, flying by. It's quite impressive, you know, with how the hail bills are close.
Ollie, you two have been having a competition of who can burn more rubber in the Formula One cars, but first time in this, how was it?
Definitely less rubber band. I think it would be a bit silly to do donuts in a concept car, but honestly it was really, really nice. Yesterday I got to try the road-going version. The GT is definitely a bit faster, but both amazing cars in their own right.
I mean, 1.16 miles is not much, but I guess you get an idea of what a car's like coming up the hill.
Yeah, and this car is really more suited to a track like this. You know, in F1, we're not really pushing. We have a few too many horsepower and missing a bit of rubber, let's say, at the rear tires to push. But with a GT car, it really, where that track comes alive, and I really, really enjoyed it. It was the first time I actually pushed around Goodwood, and I really, really had fun.
I've got to ask, last question, who's winning the tyre competition?
I think it's one each. It's one each.
One each, well, all to play for. Cheers. Jackie, it's been a fantastic year for these Shadows, celebrating them at members meeting and then again here at Festival of Speed, but you in this car were just so dominant.
Well, I'm lucky after 50 years or more now for the celebration you mentioned, the festival last year. One is I'm still here, and two, I can still drive it.
Now, what's this like to get back into? Do you remember everything? Does it all come flooding back?
Well, the thing is with race cars is if you race it on a regular basis, you get speeder conditioned. But when you haven't driven it for 50 years with 1,000 horsepower, suddenly when you accelerate, the speed and the store barrels don't seem to sort of give you a lot of confidence that you should keep pressing. So you just have to take it steady. But it's a delight. I mean, it's a beautiful looking car, and it was a championship that we won in '74, and to be here and still celebrate it is just wonderful. Pleasure. Only Goodwood can get away with this.
I agree. And these cars, I mean, they look scary, but everyone I speak to who's driven them always say that, do you know what, they were lovely to drive.
They are easy to drive. The thing is, there's a lot of downforce. You know, it's equivalent to a ground effect car, but it also produces a lot of drag. So the acceleration with a 9-litre engine with 1,000 horsepower, it gets to a point where it won't go any quicker. It gets up to about 180 miles an hour, right? And then it's like a brick wall because of the drag. So I said to the guy, can't we fix that? Can't we make it go quicker? He said, well, if another 3 more horsepower, 180 miles an hour in this high drag car, you'll need probably gain another 5 miles an hour with 50 more horsepower.
Wow, they're quite machines. Jackie, thank you so much.
Oh, it's a delight. Goodwood here is exceptional.
I agree. Cheers. Scott, I've got to ask, do you need coffee in the morning? Because every time you come up the hill, you are absolutely on it.
Oh, no, I mean, it's our last rep before the official time section tomorrow, so trying to continue to ratchet up a little bit each run as I learn the mountain a little bit more and more. But yeah, so but it's been a great event so far. The weather is awesome this year, so thank you for that.
Now, it's Romain Duman in the electric super truck. He's pretty quick. Have you got a bit more to give in this?
Not that much, probably. But I think that's the spirit of the whole event, right? To see, how you can make cars go fast. And obviously that is a completely different strategy to produce a fast car up the mountain. I think it's kind of cool that you can see the deltas between those. Obviously this is a 2-liter engine, and that is, I don't know how many gigawatt motor. So yeah, I think it's cool to see that the time compares between the different cars. I think that's part of what makes this event special.
Scott, thank you so much. Good luck this afternoon.
Thanks.
Wonderful morning at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, day 4 of 4, and as before, the sun is shining, and from the very moment the gates opened at 7 o'clock this morning, the calm began to be broken, the fans pouring in and finding their favourite spots up and down the course, whether in grandstand or picking up some breakfast beforehand, and for many it was getting down to the supercar paddock. That's where we're going to be heading next in terms of the vehicles on the hill. When I say supercar, I mean supercar. Marker boards for the drivers to remind them where to brake and consider turning in. But for so many people, they won't have seen the cars they're looking at today. Others have come to see their favourites, tickets being scanned and people pouring in. It's cool right now, but the temperature is starting to rise and the competition on the track is certainly beginning to heat up. Working the way around the grounds, so much organisation here, crossing points to get across the track when the marshals will keep you going through. But moments to be captured, and the early birds certainly got the worm, the chance to catch the cars with no one in front. What a start to the day. Now, when it comes to supercar run, you almost need to reach for superlative. So I've got James Batchelor, the Batch, alongside me in the commentary box, and really we have something very, very special at the front, ahead of a list of cars that have performance figures that simply have my eyes rolling. The numbers are huge, but this is the McLaren Solus. Tell us about this.
Well, this is what a way to start the supercar run here early on Sunday morning. Just listen to this howling engine. Now it's a 5.2-litre naturally aspirated V10. It revs beyond 10,000 RPM, and we're certainly hearing it as it flies up towards here, the commentary box here at Moulcombe. Now, the interesting thing about this Solus GT is it was created for the Gran Turismo virtual games, and then McLaren decided to make the car real life, digital into reality, Bruce.
It is an extraordinary concept, and people do that with circuits as well, but this is so special. You can just see how dynamic the Solus is. It wants to go one way, that central driving position, absolutely key to giving the driver the ultimate feel of balance, but that's quick and across the line, and always quite tricky for the drivers going into the shade. Now, Alpine, they've got something very special. They're going down the hydrogen route, but this car, that too looks to be designed to be on a computer game. This is the Alpine Alpenglow. Lovely name.
Wonderful name, and it's a wonderful sounding engine. So yes, this is a 3.5-litre V6 petrol engine, but its internal combustion engine is not powered by petrol, it's powered by hydrogen. Now, Alpine are really sort of trying to work out where the future of the hypercar exists. Does it exist in pure electric form? Does it exist in hydrogen fuel cell? It might even exist as a hydrogen combustion engine. Alpine are using this car as a test bed. It's a proper running test bed. It recently clocked 190 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans a few weeks ago.
Everybody has a list of favourite sounding cars, but I define anybody to ignore the Pagani Huayra R. This V12 engine note, quite exquisite. And always these cars so beautifully sculpted, every single detail. Horacio Pagani, the founder, Italian extraction, brought up in Argentina. He is a true artist, but what they've assembled over the years, that sound alone is astonishing.
Astonishing sound. Of course, AMG Mercedes developed V12 6-litre engine. Now, this car, slightly different to other Paganis we've seen so far, really. It's got a Coda Lunga, which is the long-tail design, that flowing bodywork to that enormous rear wing, sounding sensational.
Well, I tell you who the driver I've just noticed is Andrea Montermini. He certainly doesn't have a Coda Lunga, but he's a firecracker of an Italian racer. Great to have him on board. I hope we can get an interview with him because he's just always mighty. But that car, the Pagani Huayra R, quite phenomenal.
And now we cut to something really quite different. This is the Porsche 911 Carrera Coupe, reimagined by Singer. This is one of 2 cars that Singer are showing off here in the supercar class this weekend. Of course, Singer are celebrating 10 years of their showing off cars here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. This is one of their latest. Now, it's based on the classic Carrera Coupe from 1990. Now, the thing that Singer does so beautifully is the attention to detail. Now, this is a proper 1990 Carrera Coupe, but they painstakingly pull it apart, analyse every single part, improve where necessary, and they create beautiful things like this.
They really do. It's amazing when you walk down to the supercar paddock and just see what's attracting the attention. And you might go, yes, that's an older body shape, but when people get up close and they see the attention to detail you're describing, Batch, it is exquisite. And for a lot of people, this might have been a car they lusted after in period. Now it's being reimagined. They might have got to the point they can afford one, and certainly would be very, very, very fortunate to do so.
And I've just seen the Bentley Continental tail out just outside the house, and he's really not hanging around in this at all. And yeah, this is the latest Continental GT Speed. It's a hybrid, so the old 6-litre W12 engine is no more. In its place is a 4-litre twin-turbo V8. It's a plug-in hybrid. Of course, because it's a Bentley, the word hybrid won't do. They've called it an ultra-performance hybrid. So 772 brake horsepower, and of course, it just represents everything we love about Bentley. Stonking performance, opulent interior, beautiful design.
Yeah, stonking's a very fine word, beautifully applied right there. But, you know, the figures you get from these cars, hello, something that says Extremer at the end. It's the Maserati MC Extremer, drawing those words together. Sean Hudspeth piloting this absolutely beautifully. This is a car with serious intent.
Yeah, the MC Extremer name is very valid because this is the most powerful Maserati ever. It is based on the MC20 sports car, and it is the spiritual successor to the MC12, really. And of course, that car was Maserati's take on the Ferrari Enzo in period. 62 cars are going to be made, and well, unsurprisingly, they're all sold. 2 turbos, 730 brake horsepower, outrageous looks.
And it's fantastic to have Maserati punching so strongly again, because of course that's a mark that's sort of almost come and gone, but you know, the bloodline that takes it back to, you know, the 20s and 30s, and you know, the backbone of Formula One racing as well. So really delighted to see that.
Yeah, up and down history, that's for sure. But Maserati have always had a constant, they've always had a foot in the motorsport world, and this GT2 Stradale really does celebrate Maserati's motorsport efforts over the years. It's a special edition of the road-going MC20, and it's got that big wing on the back, it's got the Italian stripes down the side, it's emotive, it's passionate, it sounds glorious. 3-litre twin-turbo V6, 640 brake horsepower, lighter than the standard MC20 as well.
And a front runner in the GT2 Euro Racing Series, and you know, again, it's great to have those still coming. Now, KK. Karma Kavera.
Karma Kavera. So yes, the word Kamara may be familiar to you, where it used to be Andre Fisker's company, but now it's a separate car company entirely. This is a pure electric car. I think it's the first electric car that we've seen in the supercar run up until now. Now this is their new flagship, 1180 brake horsepower. I need to get my numbers in the right order. This is the thing with supercars these days. They've got enormous power outputs, but yeah, pure electric, stunning looking thing.
Now, talking stunning, ever since it was launched, the Ferrari Rover just sort of reintroduced elegance into the Ferrari range, and the Spider model we're looking at here, James Pickford driving it in his inimitable smooth style up the hill. This is accepting that not everybody wants to take their supercar out onto a track. They want to go to beautiful places, get the roof down, and I think there's very much a market for it.
Yeah, and this is the first front-engine Ferrari convertible since, well, the GTS 365 from the late 1960s. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Not everybody wants that mid-engine, lightweight, extreme performance. They just want a nice cruising car, and there's no better way than that.
And indeed, having the engine up front allows you to have a wonderful long body, which definitely gives the design cues of the past, but the elegance applied by the Spade.
Absolutely. Now, on the starting line, we've got something a little bit different to that Roma. It's the 296 GTS. Now, it may not look like a convertible, but trust me, it is. That black panel, it's metal, there's no fabric roof here. That metal panel actually folds into the rear haunches just near the engine, and it is a glorious looking thing. Another V6 car here, twin turbo, 3 litres with an electric motor, and this thing packs an enormous 819 brake horsepower. You've got to remember, this is one of the entry-level models in Ferrari's range, and yet you get this kind of performance.
Tell you what I particularly like, it echoes back to some of the bright yellow cars of the 70s, the 80s, the Giallo Fly livery there. So fabulous to have that back in the pack.
And now we cut to the Ferrari SF90 XX Spider. Now, if you think that livery looks reminiscent, well, you'd be right. It is, of course, the livery that Ferrari's hypercar has been wearing for the last 3 years. Of course, the dominant hypercar at Le Mans and in the World Sports Car Championship. Now, this car was fittingly revealed at the Le Mans 24 Hours a few weeks ago. And yes, it is the Spider version of the SF90, more hardcore, track-orientated version of the existing SF90 Stradale. 599 of these are going to be made. The slight difference with this car is traditionally the XX models, which we've got on screen here, have always been track-only cars. That Spider we've just seen could also be used on the road.
Yeah, clever touch. There is no need to disguise the intent of the FXX here, the FXXK model. The sound precedes it, the colours, the blue and yellow, really crisp. But that whole programme of FXX, it's extreme.
It is, and imagine being in a world where you've got so much money, you've got so much prestige that Ferrari can build you a car, they look after it for you, they take it to the racetrack for you, and you can sort of spend some wonderful time on the track with it, and they'll take it home for you as well. This, of course, is a track-only car, like you just said, Bruce. I think this is the first V12 Ferrari we've seen on the hill so far, and what a noise. 6.3 litres, naturally aspirated. It's got a couple of E-motors as well, 1,050 horsepower.
Numbers, appearance, and they do take the cars with the programme to some outstanding circuits. It's a bit like having a horse and you just arrive and put it back in the stable. But it's more of a prancing horse, this one.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Right, it looks like we've got a bevy of Porsches heading our way.
Right, we'll keep you on your toes, waiting to see which is the front one in the line. Is the 911 GT3?
I think it's a GT3, yes. So we've got quite a few GT3s here this weekend. We've got the Touring package, which is a more elegant, refined version of the GT3. But I think the car we've got on our screen, yes, I can see the gargantuan wing and the big stripe across the bonnet. This is, well, dare I say it, the normal GT3. I use that word very lightly because, of course, this isn't a normal car, Bruce.
I mean, the evolution of the Porsche 911 since the mid-60s just goes on and on. There's always a tweak here and a tweak there. But if we get the three of them together, you'll see you can do things differently and just go in a certain direction. But this is, yeah, it's the standard GT3. But what a mighty car. And you think of the development that's gone into the concept through the years. But Porsche have always had their finger on the pulse.
Yeah, and the GT3 has always sort of translated that motorsport heritage into a road car. Wonderful 4-litre motorsport-derived flat-six engine, 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. And that flat-six, yes, we all love a V12, but there's something about a flat-six, isn't it? It really does howl as it dips into the trees and over the finish line.
It's the thumbprint, it's the fingerprint of Porsche, that 911 sound. Now, sometimes we look forward, sometimes we look backwards, and with Koenigsegg they brought a massive array of cars, and the C850 is almost a homage car, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking back to Koenigsegg's first car, the CC8S of 2002, I believe, and so not only does this car look back to that first car, but it's also been built to mark the boss, Christian von Koenigsegg's 50th birthday. And of course, because it's a bit of a reimagining, everything's been pumped up. So we've got over 1,300 brake horsepower from a 5-litre V8, but it's still got that very classic look to it, hasn't it? It's not, you know, completely covered in spoilers and extraneous material. It's still got quite a pure look, and I really love it for that.
Yeah, and in fact, if we saw as it was going out the hill climb course, you could see the active angling of the rear wing. Now, this is a car that on the start line that is rather fuller in the dimensions of the aerodynamic device.
Yes, and also fuller in the power department as well, because the Lotus Evija. Now, this is one of the most powerful cars, most powerful production cars in existence right now. Over 2,000 horsepower, everyone. That's courtesy from 4 electric motors, 1 for each wheel. A huge amount of aero. Look at if the camera can see it, huge amount of aero at the back end, lots of tunnelling to funnel the air through the back of the car to give a bit of downforce, channel the air through there to make the car stick to the ground. It is quite an extraordinary machine, really. 130 units Lotus are going to be building. We first saw this car in 2019. It's been a little bit delayed, but now production is fully up to speed. And my word, just look at the rear end of that.
Yeah, and also has a trick. From some angles in certain lights it seems purple, and others it goes orange. Take a look at it in the paddock, move around the car. But Gavin Kershaw, development driver for decades for Lotus, well, what a safe pair of hands, and he takes that to the top. Now Corvette, doing something rather different to the Corvettes that have started live in the 60s and travelled on through. This is the Corvette E-Raid, all new car, 2025, and now available in right-hand drive in the UK.
Yes.
Explain the other differences.
Well, so yeah, available right-hand drive in the UK. You can buy it in the UK spec. So what makes an E-Ray compared to a normal Corvette? Well, it's got that 6.2-litre LT2 small block V8, which we all know and love. That's powering the rear wheels, but up front, there's an electric motor. That's powering the front wheels through a 161 horsepower electric motor. So, of course, this car is four-wheel drive. Total power around 640 odd horsepower, 0 to 60 in 2.9 seconds. A real return to form for Corvette here.
Yeah, and it still makes a proper rumble as it goes up the top, and who more fitting to drive it than Oliver Gavin, British driver, 5 class victories at Le Mans over the years, a long-time racer with Corvette racing, so good to have him in. Great to see that E-Ray.
Yeah, and Ben Collins is piloting the Praga Behemoth as it makes its way up past Goodwood House. Now, this is a pretty extraordinary car. Now, Praga is a Czech firm, but the powertrain is something a little bit more familiar to everyone. It's based on the Nissan GTR, the R35 derivative, so that's 3.8 litres, twin turbos, V6 power, and that engine has been tweaked by the British firm Litchfield. So in total, we've got 700 brake horsepower in a car that weighs, well, less than a tonne. So it is a pretty, well, sensational machine.
Well, those numbers are huge and really great package there. So the car on the start line waiting for the next car to get given the signal to take off up the hill. And it's a Vanquish from Aston Martin, a huge range of new shapes and styles from Aston Martin. In fact, all the top manufacturers in this incredible top end of the market are just being prolific at the moment.
Absolutely, and I think of all the manufacturers here this weekend, Aston Martin have got the most diverse product range. We've got mid-engine cars, we've got front-engine cars, we've got V12s, we've got V8s. This Vanquish Volante uses good old-fashioned V12 power. I say that, it's still twin turbocharged to bring it up to modern-day standards. Now, this Volante, bit of a special celebration this weekend for Aston Martin. They're marking 100 years of their Volante models, and it all dates back to 1965 with the first Volante, the short chassis model. Of course, Volante means flying, and certainly this car is flying its way up to this flint wall. 4-litre twin turbo, 5.2-litre twin turbo V12, 824 brake horsepower, bonded aluminium structure, and I believe that's another Aston Martin on the line, but I can't really tell because there's so much smoke. Ah, yes, it's the Vantage S.
Yeah, this was made its global debut here. The announcement was only on, was it Thursday?
This week, yes.
Yeah, this week. So, you know, really at the Festival of Speed, you are seeing the latest machinery, and so many people, because of the global reach, you know, all corners of the globe, you can see the action online, and the sights, the sounds, but Aston Martin in a rich vein of form. And the Vantage has always been such a dynamic car. What does the S mean?
Well, the S has got a few trinkets to make it a bit more of a dynamic, enthralling proposition. So it's got a new spoiler at the front. You can see it's trimmed in red, and that red trimming carries on along the sides and out to the back. It's also wearing new 21-inch wheels, and yeah, bit of a power increase to 671 brake horsepower. But the car on our screens, this is a real treat for everybody here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, because this is the UK dynamic debut of the new Valhalla, Aston Martin's new mid-engined hypercar, and 999 units here, carbon fibre, lots of aerodynamic accoutrements to stick that car down to the ground. It is a hybrid, so in the middle you've got a 4-litre V8, but there's also 3 electric motors as well, giving over 1,000 horsepower. just stopping on the line momentarily there to show off a bit of the acceleration. But yeah, looking glorious in this Aston Martin racing green. Of course, with Aston Martins, you can have any colour you like. You can have it bare carbon fibre, you can have that carbon fibre tinted. Should you wish to have that carbon fibre tinted, you can have it in red, blue or green, or all painted like this.
Well, it's something very, very different, clearly enormous performance, but a mid-engined Aston Martin, and they really are spreading the wings. And what a mighty name, the Valhalla. They do have good names.
Aston Martin have got such a great history of good names, and sitting very patiently on the starting line is the complete opposite in the Aston Martin product lineup. This is the DB12 Volante. This is the one with the 4-litre twin-turbo V8, and yeah, DB12, a heavily updated version of the previous model, which unsurprisingly was called DB11. New, larger grille at the front. That very famous Aston Martin grille looks stunning here. Power upgrade over the old DB11. Few design tweaks here and there, including inside as well. But Bruce, that's exactly, to me, that's what an Aston Martin is.
Well, absolutely so, but that V12 engine, the engine note is just so sonorous. And again, looking at one of the Ferraris earlier, cruising on boulevards, this car would be absolutely perfect for that. But that engine note is something that just really adds to the mix. And I must say, looking at the grille on the front with the sort of egg carton format, it just goes back to the cars that won Le Mans for Aston Martin in 1959.
Yeah, DB3, the DBR1, it's got that heritage, and that's the thing with Aston Martin. They can leverage that heritage so well. Bringing us bang up to date, though, is the Rimac Nevera R. Now, this is a pretty special debut here at Goodwood, because this car is fresh from setting a new record, and that record is pretty extraordinary. 0 to 249 miles an hour, and back to zero again in 25.79 seconds. That's all courtesy of a 2017 horsepower power output from 4 electric motors.
I just find those figures absolutely
mind-boggling, aren't they?
But now we're moving into the world of Lamborghini. They had a big announcement, nearly had a big announcement there. Big announcement yesterday, launching the GT3 version would be for their Supercar, for their racing series next year. This is the Temerario model, so we'd already seen it in road car trim, but things keep on moving. The GT3 version was launched to some hullabaloo yesterday.
Yes, so this is a brand new model from Lamborghini. It's their second hybrid. The first, I think, is going to be following pretty soon, but this Temerario is a twin-turbo engine, V8 plug-in hybrid, and the car on our screens is that first plug-in hybrid, the Rivalto, which replaces the Aventador. Now, I love the way Lamborghini do hybrids. This is their first plug-in hybrid. They've seen the direction of change. They've seen where the automotive landscape is going. It's going towards more electrification. So Lamborghini have decided, yes, we'll build a hybrid, but we'll also keep the old V12 in the middle as well. I love that approach.
It's quite a rebellious approach, isn't it? I rather like that, challenging, the direction of travel, but also it's been very much the essence of Lamborghini. Why stray away?
Exactly, and that's what customers buy certain cars because they've got an association with them, and for lots of Lamborghini customers, they want a V12.
Now, McLaren producing different models for different desires and different demands. They're all super dynamic, and that's with Adam Smalley. That was to the edge and not quite beyond, but very close to it. The long tail Spider, the 765 LT.
Yeah, so this is a McLaren from a few years ago. It was built between 2020 and 2023. And yes, like you said, Bruce, the LT, more focused, more hardcore version of McLaren's models. That LT denotes the long tail, which was a reference to the F1 long tail of the 1990s. So elongated bodywork, more aero, slips through the air better. Also, a few weight-saving measures as well. The exhaust poke out the top, not only because it sounds good, but because it's lighter as well.
How many elements are knitted into a design? It's thousands, and some more McLarens running up the hill, couple running in black and full orange trim, and it's the 750S. It's the Artura Coupe, sorry, that's Andre de Cruz at the wheel. Now, this just seems smaller, more nimble. Again, what do you want? And the Artura hit the ground running as soon as it went onto the roads, into the tracks.
Yeah, and Andre is one hell of a driver, and he's piloting McLaren's plug-in hybrid at the moment. Of course, McLaren are no stranger to plug-in hybrid power. They've had the P1, they've got this, and they've got the new W1, which is on the McLaren stand just by Goodwood House. So please do go and have a look at it. But a full complement of McLarens here this weekend. We've got the 750S here, which was a replacement for the 720S. You may think that Artura and that 750S are wearing the same livery. Well, it's a special livery. It celebrates McLaren winning the Formula 1 Constructors' Championship last year.
And coming over the line, I'm waiting to see. I do believe that was Bruno Senna on board that 750S.
Yeah, and cutting to a new model here. So this is the Lazante McLaren P1 HDK. So Lazante, of course, obviously McLaren specialists. Of course, they were the team that the people who really helped McLaren get to that Le Mans win 30 years ago, and Lazante based just up the road in Petersfield. And this is one of their latest cars, the P1 HDK. What does that stand for? That stands for High Downforce Kit. Now, they've taken a P1, they've taken it apart, and they've improved it through the help of Cosworth, who have tweaked the engine, but Lazante have also put some new body parts on it, some new wings, extra aero. That's all designed to hark back to that P1, to that F1 HDK of the mid-1990s.
When the P1 was launched, I didn't think it was a car that could be improved upon, but we moved maybe nearly a decade on, and Kenny Brack was the driver who got the tail of twitching just before the final corner, but the IndyCar great managed to settle it down, and still the noise is issued at the bottom of the hill climb course. This is a Huayra R with Seb Perez at the wheel. Listen, just listen for a second. That is music to our ears. Sunday morning prayers have been answered here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The Pagani's absolutely outstanding machines.
I love the fact we're getting a second hearing of this wonderful V12 Mercedes-AMG derived Pagani engine. A wonderful car, this Huayra R. It's the final version of the Huayra, which of course itself replaced the Zonda. There was a Zonda R. This Huayra R is a bit of a sort of a development of that theme. Track only 9,000 RPM, and cutting from that to something that really is a first glance, Bruce.
First glance, of course, it's in camo livery, a bit like the Toyota concept cars we saw in the first batch. Not on the market yet. We don't know all the details. This is a car due to be launched next year. It's the Aura Tour. We know it's a 6.6-litre quad turbo V12. Just combine, or pick all the best numbers, all the best concepts, all the best elements. They're in here. We won't see it running at full speed because this is one of these cars that probably they were still putting a lick of the camo on just before it got here to the Festival of Speed.
Yeah, and that's why they're taking things a little bit slowly here, but that's so you can all have a good look at this car. And this is a running prototype of a car that's going to be revealed in the very near future. Now, I love the powertrain of this car. It is absolutely sensational. So you've got that 6.6-litre quad turbo V12, like you said, Bruce, but for good measure they've decided to add 3 electric motors to that as well. So there's 2 on the front axle, making this 4-wheel drive. There's also 1 in the axle, in the gearbox. So the total power output of this car is 1,850 brake horsepower, 0 to 60 miles an hour. Do you want to have a guess, Bruce?
Does it have a 1 at the front?
Not quite. 2.2 seconds.
2.2. They've got work to do.
And cutting to one of the cars that's being, well, from a company and a man, a great man who's being celebrated this weekend.
Gordon Murray designed cars in South Africa, came up in 1969 to Europe, joined the Brabham team, and within a blink of an eye was designing some of the great cars of the period. He worked his way through great success, championship winning cars, moved to McLaren, more championship success. Then he produced the F1, a car for the road. He went to Le Mans, it won it first time out. And now he's got Gordon Murray Automotive, and he's only interested in building cars that are hyper dynamic. This is the T33, and it's one heck of a car. Take the weight out, keep it as small as possible, make it have a good sound.
Yes, I know. Talking about sounds, this is sensational. So the T33 that we just saw, dare I say it, is the entry-level model in the GMA range. This one firmly sits at the top. It is the T50S XP2 in the Niki Lauda tribute livery, and this is what happens when Gordon Murray is allowed. He's not constrained by all those boring road regulations. He's able to really let rip and create something that really fires his imagination. And just look and hear it. Wonderful.
Got the little fan on the back, not just in tribute to the car he designed that won the Swedish Grand Prix, the Brabham, in 1978, but it gives it huge downforce. And the driver who's taking it across the finish line has been intrinsically involved in all that. Dario Franchitti, you know, so much success in Indy 500, a DTM racer, but he absolutely adores this project, and I'm sure has had a fair bit of input alongside Gordon. I think 2 peas in a pod, those two.
Absolutely, yes.
So the Supercar run brought to an end, some exquisite machinery with some performance figures and power outputs that simply boggle the mind. People were just now going, I've got to go home and start saving up for one of those or 2 of those, but you know, we are so lucky at the Festival of Speed to have that. Brilliant to see people already in position all the way up the hill climb course, and the lucky ones actually in the shade, because it's a hot day, the 4th day at the Festival of Speed, and great to see people just getting in the spirit. They've heard those sounds and appreciated the shapes, probably understand the figures, but real treat. Let's take a look back at the highlights of the Supercar run. Well, you start with style, the McLaren Solus, a single-seater in so many ways, central driving position, exquisite performance.
Compare that to where the future of the technology is going. The Alpenglow from Alpine, hydrogen combustion. We've also been looking back to Singer with their latest reimagining on the 911 theme. Height of elegance from Bentley there, the Bugatti Bolide, track-only car sensational machine, Ferrari F80, Ferrari's 80th birthday present to itself. A full complement of Ferraris here this weekend.
Really was. Just to reiterate, the global launch of the SF80, a car that comes about once a decade. The predecessor was the LaFerrari. We're lucky to have it. And the Lotus Evija, well, that just takes performance figures to a whole new level.
UK dynamic debut of cars like the Corvette and Praga. Aston Martin celebrating 60 years of the Volante. Aston Martin always putting on a good show.
New models coming thick and fast and faster, I think is the way of describing it. McLaren, their production line increases. And you can, if you're very good like the driver here, hang the tail out on a long tail. Beautifully caught. Up to the top of the hill. The Lamborghinis, the Temerario, definitely the car to look for in the future. But if you want to listen out, some of the cars running up the hill will just tickle your earbuds, particularly if it has a Lanzante number plate on the back. That is some mighty assistance to Pagani for their tip-top cars. So the Supercar run comes to a conclusion. It's been colourful, it's been loud, it's been super dynamic.
Dan, you just told me that you work in stability and traction at Bentley. That run was anything but stability and traction.
Well, it's great to try and push the cars as best as we can. The idea is to make them feel dynamic, and obviously it's great to be here today, and we've got a great presence with these 3. So yeah, it's been really good and really enjoyable. The track conditions are actually really good this morning. So yeah, it's been really good, and hope everyone's enjoying.
It's fantastic. And just watching you in that first corner, the tail out, it's very un-Bentley, but it looks right.
Well, you say un-Bentley, but we're trying to make the cars as agile and dynamic as possible, and it's great to show that you can do that. And honestly, the agility of this car with the weight distribution has been really excellent on the hill. It's great to be able to make the car move around, and it's a lot quicker than you think it would be, actually. So yeah, great.
Well, including your passenger, you made a lot of people smile this morning. Thank you.
Nice. Cheers.
Izzy, most of us would like a nice relaxing morning drive on a Sunday, but that's not really what you got in this Maserati, was it?
No, not at all. It was quite a fun way to start my Sunday, not going to lie. It was, yeah, amazing. Not what I expected, actually, at all. The power is immediate. Like, it's so torquey. It's crazy. Yeah, pretty special machine.
What else is in store for you today?
So today I'm actually having quite a relaxing day. I've done 3 days in a row of pretty heavy-duty stuff, and today I'm just going to chill out. I'm going to have a wander and have a look at some things that look pretty cool.
And have a chat to Maserati maybe about getting behind the steering wheel.
Absolutely. I was a bit disappointed when I had to get in the passenger seat. So next year, I want to be in the driver's seat.
Well, we look forward to seeing it. Cheers.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
We are now in the assembly area ahead of the ultimate F1 grid. Harry, this is a curated display of some of the greatest Formula One cars and the largest ever assembled at Goodwood. This is a sight to be seen.
The great and the good have really turned out here to celebrate 75 years of Formula One at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. I mean, I turn to my right at Alain Prost, casually chatting away with our very own Karun Chandok as well. Always the schmoozer is Karun. But you just get an absolute collection, everything from those first 1950s races. It all debuted at Silverstone back in 1950 with Alfa Romeo taking a 1, 2, 3. But we're not just showcasing 75 years, it's the little subsets within that. We've got the pioneers, the innovators, the underdogs. We've got everything.
We have, and like you say, there are cars aplenty from across the championship's history. I mean, for example, we've got the Renault RS10, which is just an example of the pioneering engineering that was around, and what's that, the late 70s?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can see the RS10 behind us there, the first turbocharged Formula One car to win a race, the 1979 French Grand Prix. So it was a good day for Renault back then, and I think Nico Prost might well be having a drive in that later as well, son of Alain, and next door to Prost's very own McLaren, side by side. But then interdispersed amongst all of it, they're sat behind a couple of Red Bulls. We've got a 2019 Ferrari, and the sheer difference in size just from looking at it is incredible. Shows how far Formula One cars have evolved, not only from the exterior, the bodywork, the carbon fibre, but the technology inside it as well.
Definitely. Incredible machines, iconic names, and I think our David is with a special guest now.
Indeed I am. Well, in all of these fantastic cars, I've come over into the corner here and found Felipe Massa and this gorgeous 2008 Ferrari. Felipe, are you enjoying yourself?
It's amazing. So nice to be here in Goodwood. Great people, watching. And, the best cars for the history of Formula One and all of the other categories as well. So it's just a great feeling, to drive back this car, 2008. On the same position, the same seat, everything is just perfect, and it's just an amazing. Also, to find all of the friends, mechanics, engineers that he was working with me in Ferrari, and they are here, it's just a fantastic feeling.
Yeah, it's a big occasion, but it's also an intimate occasion for you to get to know everybody again. And the car itself, I believe you haven't drove it since 2008.
No, it's just an amazing feeling, because it was like the best car I drove in my career, for Ferrari. And when you have the chance, to drive back after a long time, 16 years, it's just a fantastic feeling. It's so special. So it's definitely a day not to forget in my life.
When we speak to drivers who are reunited with their old cars, they said it's not just the feel, it's like the smell of the car as well. Everything reminds them and takes them back to that moment.
Yeah, it's the smell, it's the seat position. When you sit and I said, I was driving like that, so I remember, how I was doing things. Even the steering wheel, start to remember again what to do with the buttons and everything else. It's just, amazing feeling, to get back and to enjoy the noise, and it's a proper noise. To enjoy the people, some burnouts, some fun. It's just an amazing experience.
We've seen you enjoy yourself for the last couple of days in this car, and you're certainly giving the crowd something to see and hear. But what's it like on the hill in this car?
It's fantastic. Definitely. It's a different track. It's a track that I'm not used to drive. It's not like maybe going to Interlagos or maybe going to Silverstone or Spa. But it's just fantastic to see the atmosphere. The people enjoying. Close by, even here. You see that the people want to, bring you and make you sign some special pictures as well, and that's definitely the best.
Well, everybody here is shouting for Felipe here, so it's fantastic. And I think they're going to get you ready now because you're going to go and join this fantastic lineup. But enjoy the hill here. Great to come here and show us this car.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Felipe.
Thank you.
And back to Harry, and I think they're over there.
Thanks, David. Yes, some legendary names floating around there, and including our own Karun Chantuk, who has, Harry, been getting a drive in this Brawn car behind us. He's a lucky devil, isn't he?
He really is. I mean, who isn't an underdog fan? Everybody supports an underdog, right? And Formula One makes the case 10 times over. This, the Brawn GP car, one of the remaining and one of the only 3 chassis that was ever built for this car. Jensen Button powering it to the 2009 World Championship. But 2009, it was a tough time for Formula One. We had the financial disasters, we were losing teams. BMW had pulled out of the sport, Honda were going, Honda went, and then in the end, Ross Brawn, one of the innovators that we were celebrating, managed to do a deal for the sum of £1 to take what would have been Honda's 2009 car, rebrand it, rename it to become Brawn GP. And what an exceptional car it was. 6 wins in the first 7 races, didn't have a KERS system to give it that extra bit of kinetic energy that the others had, but it had an advantage that it managed to hold on and claim the championship at the end of the year.
I love it, and I love that Goodwood are celebrating all those different categories, like you say, the underdogs, the pioneers, the iconic teams, and they're all being brought together in this F1 grid. And one of those iconic teams as well, Red Bull, we're seeing plenty of the Red Bull livery here in this collection.
Yeah, we have. I think one of the first cars to go out will be, we bring it into the proper modern day, and we've got the 2012 Red Bull, the RB8, which you'll be able to notice because that was the year in Formula One where they all had stepped noses, which was not greeted with the most amount of enthusiasm, but very soon got used to it. But that Red Bull, Adrian Newey in the design room making that work, it was sublime, and it was going to be an electric car and took Sebastian Vettel to his 3rd World Championship.
So much history, and speaking of which, our David is with Alan Prost ahead of this F1 collection run.
I certainly am. I'm with the man of the moment, Mr. Alain Prost. Good to see you here in your original race suit.
Yeah, it's the one on 85 or 86, I don't remember, but it's the original one, yeah.
And you reunited, obviously, with one of your championship-winning cars today. What's it like to get back in this car that you had so much success with?
It's very, very strange. I mean, today I drive the 85 and 88, so it's different cars. But every time you go into this type of cars, you know, you remember very quickly all the souvenirs. You know, for sure what is strange is when you go back to the mechanical gearbox and the clutch. The clutch is the part more difficult, you know, to get used again, you know.
Yeah, you guys had to work a little bit harder than these modern-day drivers.
It's much harder, but I knew also the automatic gearbox on the wheel with the Ferrari and the Williams. But going back to that is for sure. I mean, you very often, when you go back to say, how was it possible to drive these cars with more than 1,200 horsepower, more or less, at one stage, especially races like Monaco, where you had to change, I mean, I don't know, 2,000 times, you know, again. But when you get used to these things, you know, I mean, Fangio would say the same with this type of cars. You know, we get used, we really had to adapt. So, but it's fantastic, you know, but also this part of the history. The McLaren history, McLaren, all the championship that we have here, the champions, you know. But at the end is the passion, huh? The passion of what we can see here in Goodwood. It's not only climbing for 2 kilometers. It's the concentration of all the passion of the automobile sport in the world, you know, which is very important.
Yeah, you talk about the passion, and we're very privileged ourselves here to have yourself. First time at the Goodwood Festival Speed. What have you made of it so far?
It's not my first time. It's not my first. I think it's 3 or 4 times. But it's the first time with a celebration together with all the champions, the 75 years of Formula One. That's my first championship was 85. That means 40 years ago. I am 70 this year. There's quite a lot of combination. My son is there with my...
I noticed that. It's such a... You have your son alongside you.
My car from 83. So you know there's some things like this, you can only have it only once in your life, so you have to, you know, I would say, be happy about that, you know. Yeah.
And are you seeing some old friends here you haven't seen for a while?
A lot, you know. It's very nice to see all the friends, all the people you are raced with, and I mean, it's as I said, it's part of the history. You have so many anecdotes that you could say, you know, almost about any individuality. because we are all characters, you know, but very often you don't know what is behind the scene, and that is good.
I think we noticed that on the balcony moment yesterday. We saw some of the characters and the stories come out. Was that fun?
Exactly, it did not change. That's fun, yeah.
So you're going to get your overalls on and helmet, and tell us about this car and what it's like driving it today up the hill in Goodwood.
Honestly, when I drive old cars, I always go very slow. First of all, it's a celebration. I prefer to go slow and wave the crowd at them. At least they have more time to see the cars. But there's no point to go fast, you know. Also, even if it's my car, it's an original seat too, you know, for me. But position of the pedal is not. There is no point to go fast. If you want to go fast, you really need to take some risk, you know, in type of car. There's no point. And I have a respect about the mechanics, about the people taking care of this car. They are part of the history. So there's no point to go fast. I just enjoy like this.
Absolutely, and the fans are really getting excited about this. We'll let you get your helmet on so that everyone can see and hear this car, and we'll head back to Grace and Harry.
Absolutely brilliant to hear from Alan Prost ahead of this run and ahead of his balcony moment later on. It's great to get his reactions. So we are now stood, Harry, we're sort of in a Red Bull sandwich here.
I don't know how we blagged this.
And this is exactly what we were talking about, how close you can get to this action. So we were saying before about iconic teams being here, and Red Bull, I guess, is at the top of that list.
Oh my God, incredible. I'm a kid in a sweet shop right now because I have such fond memories about this car in particular. 2012 Red Bull, spoke about it a few moments ago. This took Sebastian Vettel to his third world title, a title that went all the way down to a rainy Sao Paulo. If you look at the side pod here, this was where he picked up damage after being spun round by Bruno Senna in the first lap in Brazil. He was plumb last. He worked his way back up into the top 7 to claim that title and deny Fernando Alonso. It was an incredible race. It was an incredible championship from Red Bull and Sebastian Vettel. Of course, a car designed by Adrian Newey, and then we almost rewind in time as we squeeze our way between father and son. We've got Alain Prost to our right, Nico Prost to our left. Alain Prost piloting his McLaren, his son Nico in the RS10, the Renault, the first turbocharged engine in Formula One to win a Grand Prix, the French Grand Prix back in 1979, a French driver and a French manufacturer. It was a good day for the French.
So many stories and memories are connected to these cars, and something actually that Nigel Mansell said yesterday on the balcony. He said, I've got so much to thank motorsport for, and I guess we all do, because that's what's brought us here to the grounds of Goodwood, or even watching as a fan at home. We've got so much to thank motorsport for.
It's a lifestyle. It's a way of life, motorsport, and motorsport people just get other motorsport people. That's why we all come and flank to Goodwood every single year for the Festival of Speed. But one thing that's really interesting, speak of Nigel Mansell, we're next door to his Ferrari. Then on the other side, we go up to speed with a modern day Ferrari. I think it's Marc Genet in the cockpit there. Look at the sheer difference in size. The aerodynamics, the carbon fiber, the fin on the back, that huge rear wing. And of course we introduced things like the drag reduction system, the DRS, the rear wing flap opens when you're in a second of the car in front during the race to, well, decrease the drag, to make the car lower to the ground, less dirty air, pick up the pace. A massive example there of how far we've come with the technology.
And I guess one of the most modern features being the halo as a distinctive feature of a modern Formula One car. And yeah, it's just brilliant to see the array of machinery that we've got here. So I think David is now with another guest, our very own Karun, who is being very jammy and getting another drive up the hill.
He certainly has. I found Karun. He's all saddled up and ready to go, and you bagged yourself a World Championship winning Brawn.
Yeah, I'm a very lucky man. It's such a privilege to be invited by Ross Brawn to drive the only one that runs. You know, they built 3. This is the only complete car, so clear instructions to treat it with.
You told me earlier, when you get in a championship-winning car, you can really feel how well sorted it is, even on these short runs, and you get that with this car.
Yeah, there's something special, you know. Everything just works well. The gearbox, the engine, the clutch, everything just works as it should be. I'm in my happy place.
Are you allowed to do donuts?
Absolutely not.
Well, that Ferrari's just fired up in front of us, Karun. I'm going to let you fire this car up, enjoy the run, and good to see you. Back to Harry and Grace.
Right, well, we're coming back up into the ComBox now, and it's lovely to be able to see the development and build-up for some of these remarkable F1 cars and drivers heading up the hill shortly. And great to hear from them and some of the news, some of the stories that have gone by, hearing from Alain Prost. And, of course, we will be celebrating with Alain with a balcony moment a little bit later on this afternoon. But Alice Powell is with me, and Alice, you're such a great F1 fan. You've been enjoying, we saw you earlier, having a wander around, looking at some of the cars that are so favourite to you. This really is a tremendous atmosphere that we've got at this final day of this 2025 Festival of Speed, where we are celebrating 75 years of the Formula One World Championship.
It's just so special, and as we've been saying all weekend, and we'll say it many more times today, you don't get this anywhere else apart from at Goodwood. All the fans are out in full force. I was just having a little walk around the paddock where the F1 cars were this morning, and it was still super busy by 8:30, and we can see packed grandstands as well. A fantastic moment that we're going to have with these F1 cars going up the hill once again, but as we've already said, we've got that special moment for Alain Prost later on. 4 times F1 champion, 51 career wins, that fierce battle with Senna in 89. And of course, we get to see hugely successful cars. He's obviously in his MP42B, which he won his first World Drivers' Championship in. But we've also got the MP44, which is probably one of the most successful F1 cars in F1 history. And it's just beautiful to see.
It is.
And it's quite emotional, really, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And of course, you know, the way that Formula One has developed over so many years, it really is wonderful. We shall see how it all goes as everybody is now just preparing for those cars to head down the hill. The cars are just leaving, so let's go down to Grace and Harry as they see them just leaving down before we get them up the hill.
Yeah, so the cars are now underway. A few of them have already gone past us, and up next is that 2019 Ferrari, Harry, that we sort of touched on before. We mentioned, you were talking about the features of the car, and one of the most recent additions being that halo, and I guess that shows how the technology, the safety of the sport to make it longevity into the future. We want to enjoy this racing for years to come.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we've got the best seat in the house right now as they breeze past us and join the circuit. But yeah, the halo introduced back in just after 2018. So much has the safety improved of these cars. They're one of the safest they have ever been in Formula One. In fact, I actually find it weird to look at this Ferrari and not see a halo. I find it bizarre, but what is the difference is the sound. Of course, the modern day Ferrari Formula One cars, as Felipe Massa decides to light up his rear tyres. Indeed, we had V8, we had V10 engines. Now, of course, we don't. We have hybrid engines, bringing in that electrification as we look to a more sustainable future. So Formula One really is always at the cutting edge of technology.
And that's why it's drawn all these crowds to see that array of machinery take to the hill. And we can see a few of them doing skids as they leave out. What's the situation with the tyres, Harry? We've seen a few different choices go up the hill. So what will these cars be sporting? What's best for the Goodwood hill climb?
Well, they'll all be sporting big wet weather tyres, essentially, because they've got the most amount of chunk on them, and they're safer to run up the hill. They'll keep them in check. They won't be going too fast with them. If they had a nice set of fresh, slick Pirelli tyres, I think Karun Chanot might risk trying to set a new Goodwood hill climb. So this just keeps him in bay slightly.
Well, he did just say to David that he's not allowed to do any donuts, which I guess we're used to seeing from Formula One cars at Goodwood. Have a good one, Karun. He just gave us a wave there.
He didn't wave back. He didn't wave back.
He did.
Oh, did he? Oh, did he?
Yeah, so we let him off. But yeah, I'm sure we may not see it from Karun doing a few donuts, but the drivers like to do a bit of a show outside the Goodwood house, don't they?
Oh, they do. I mean, look, this event happens once a year, and there's a reason Formula One teams flock to it. You know, we see all motorsports come here every year, from 2 to 3 to even one-wheel sports as well. As we have the beautiful Williams heading out by us. Oh, the Williams behind us. But there's a reason people come here. It's because this is motorsport mecca. The sunshine being out here makes it absolutely spectacular. And now, you know, as much as I love the sound, they've just died down slightly, so I can't hear myself think a bit now.
Well, I guess for you, Harry, you're across the Formula One Championship all year round. So you're used to being around these kinds of cars. But for you, even for you, it must be amazing here at Goodwood to be able to be this close to them. And I guess that's kind of the difference being at Goodwood compared to a Formula One round.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we just had Nigel Mansell's Red 5 go past us. We've got another one of Mansell's going out as well. The Williams, his championship winning cars are here. You know, it's so... Formula One has been around for 75 years. There is so much to get your head around. And then you go to something like this, Lewis Hamilton's McLaren, back when it had that chrome livery. First year in Formula One 2007, then stepping up and getting the championship in 2008. Nowhere do you have such a wide array of drivers from all of the eras, such a wide array of cars, and also everyone is willing to talk about it and willing to show you what they've got. You can get up close and personal in the paddocks and the static stands. You cannot get closer to Formula One than at the Goodwood Festival of Speed this year.
Yes, certainly. And I think just these cars that are going past us, the different shapes, the different sizes, the different engines, that's what you get at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, like nowhere else. You must have had a poster car, Harry. Which one was it?
Well, I mean, I was always a big fan of the underdogs in Formula One, so I did have as the Jean-Pierre Renault goes out onto the track with an absolute scream of its engine. I mean, I was always a big underdog fan, and actually, you know, I am more of a fan of the Brawn team. I love the story they're seeing that car and its iconic colours. That does something to me that I cannot explain it, and I think that I hope that resonates with other Formula One fans as well, because there's everyone has a car, everyone has a driver that you just happen to warm to, that just does something for you, as Paul Aron in the Alpine likes to put on a bit of a show. He's heading out there on the tyres as well. And we've got a medical car about to run us over, so we're just going to get out of the way of that nicely.
Well, all of this...
I think we're probably about done here, though, Grace.
Yeah, I think all of this means the cars are up the hill now. So let's get to our commentary team to talk us through this ultimate F1 grid.
Thank you, Grace. Yes, we are looking forward to seeing these cars heading up the hill in just a moment. And the fans, it's so lovely to see you all here celebrating what this special moment will be, to see an unbelievable collection of Formula One machinery. Alice Powell alongside me, and former Grand Prix racer, Grand Prix winner, challenger for the title, John Watson, who competed against many of the drivers that we'll see, and in some of the cars that we'll see, and against some of them, and also enjoyed so many of them early in your career, John. We are looking forward to this, aren't we?
Yes, I mean, it's a very special occasion. 75 years of Formula One. Where has it gone? It's gone in the blink of an eye. But many of these cars, particularly those of the early 70s through to the early 80s, are cars, some of which I might have raced, but some of them would certainly be competitors. And it would be great to see them back just running with cars either from that earlier generation through the 50s and early 60s, right up to more or less the present day.
Absolutely. And there are different drivers, but also different engineers involved in Formula One that are absolutely crucial. One of those is Adrian Newey. And just a little bit earlier on, when the cars were gathering together, Harry spoke to Adrian Newey.
Well, we're celebrating, of course, 75 years of Formula One, looking at it throughout the decades, and we talk about innovators as well, and innovation. I'm with one of the innovators. Adrian Newey joins me now right here in the assembly area. What a place. The sun has come out for us. How have you been enjoying Goodwood so far?
It's been absolutely fabulous. It's always a great event. The Goodwood team really kind of develops it every year. It just gets bigger and better every single year. I've walked in from the hotel this morning, proper party atmosphere out there, everybody enjoying the sunshine, walking around the stands. It's absolutely fabulous.
And now there are so many cars here, of course, a lot of your own creations, and you've also gone up in some other cars as well. Tell me, what have you enjoyed so far, and what are you about to get into?
So I'm about to get into a 1969 Ferrari called the Spaghetti, so it's the one with all the exhaust coming out of the top. Very pretty car. Nice car to drive up the hill, quite compliant. Then in my Lotus 49, the Lotus 49 was a very important car to me because I built a Tamiya 12 scale kit when I was about 10 or 11, and it's what sparked my interest in terms of from that moment on, I wanted to be a designer in motor racing.
Wow. Well, we talk about, we're celebrating Gordon Murray here, of course, likes of Ross Brawn and the underdogs. Was there a particular person or a car that inspired you right from the off?
Not really. I guess Lotus, really, with Colin Chapman. In my sort of childhood, my dad had a couple of Lotus Elans, so that's the team that we followed. But from there on, it was just trying to kind of develop my own ideas, initially mainly in IndyCar, and then with Leighton House when I got into Formula One.
Incredible. You've taken teams to 12 constructors titles for yourself. It's an amazing feat. How do you look back at the last few years and how far Formula One has evolved?
It's fascinating, man. I guess I'm kind of an age now that I've been in Formula One for quite a while, motor racing since I graduated. And I think the big change really was when teams first grew and started employing aerodynamicists and so forth, kind of in the very late 70s, early 80s. So they sort of went from up to, by the end of kind of the 90s, teams of around 200, and then the end of the 80s, then into the early 90s, the computer age kicked in, and that really changed things because that allowed a lot more understanding of what we were doing than we had previously.
But you, very famously, you're not getting rid of that analog style, are you? Still very much encompassing that into a new regulation on the Sunrise we've got next year with Aston Martin. How are things developing there?
Yes, well, I'm the last dinosaur in the industry that still uses a drawing board. That's true. For me, it's just a language. It's a way of developing thoughts from in here onto a medium, and evolving them from there. But yes, the new regulations are a huge challenge. It's the first time, I think, ever where there's been a change in chassis regulations and power unit regulations at the same time. So all the teams will be struggling to kind of understand how to best integrate those two changes.
Does that reinvigorate you, though? Does that really get the juices flowing when it is such a big change like that?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I do find regulation changes stimulating. There's an opportunity for new ideas. Same for everybody, so I'm not saying therefore we're going to do something spectacular at all, but I think it is a stimulation.
Amazing. Well, it's a really exciting future that we look forward to seeing, as well as enjoying the past here as we celebrate 75 years. They're blowing the whistle, some engines are starting. So Adrian, I better let you go. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
It's lovely to hear from Adrian just a little bit earlier. One of the great designers, of course, John.
Yeah, just listening to that interview, one of the elements that Adrian knew he's going to benefit from with his move to Aston Martin for the 26th season with these new regulations, chassis and power units, is that he's got continuity, because the power unit that he was so successful with at Red Bull has transferred or will be transferring over to the team he's now joined, that's Aston Martin. And having continuity of your if you like, your engine unit, internal combustion, electronics, whatever, and moving into the dynamics of the chassis and all that's involved in that is a major, major advantage, I would say, for Aston Martin. And I'm sure Adrian will be fully aware of that and will exploit it fully as well.
I mean, but he's just had such a huge impact, but also a huge success within Formula One as well. 25 world titles as a lead designer. That's 12 constructors. He's also had 13 drivers. It's just amazing. He's one of the best, if not the best. And he said that he's a dinosaur. He's a blimmin' clever dinosaur, that's for sure.
He is amazing, no, remarkable what he has achieved, and the fact that he's still so involved, that he's got that gig at Aston Martin, as you say, and going forward with the connection with Honda, even though the rules are completely different on both the powertrain and other rules as well for next year. But he is always so on top of it. He loves new rules. He always loves the idea of developing machinery for new rules, because that gives you that opportunity to take a completely different step sometimes.
Well, and new rules are always very exciting because it means totally different cars. It doesn't always equate to better racing in 2026, because it's inevitable. Next year, one of the teams we're going to have 11 teams on the grid, 22 cars. One of those 11 teams is going to have a eureka moment and find the right aerodynamic package, the right power unit package, and maybe bring the two together. And the danger of new regulations, very radical regulations that are coming in, is if one team manages to find the right sort of combination Well, it would not be dissimilar, for example, to what happened back in 2009 when Ross Brawn created Brawn GP.
Yeah.
And he managed to persuade the FIA technical delegate, Charlie Whiting, that his version of the blown diffuser was within the rules and regulations, while others who had thought about it were declined. And when you get a big advantage, it just means you can do so much more work, in particular in the early part of a season, when other teams are looking and saying, we've done the wrong thing, we've got to reset and go back. And then, so it could be a year of where one team will dominate initially, and then maybe everybody catches up towards the end.
And I think what also has a massive impact with that is the amount of races that are in a Formula One calendar. 24 on the calendar next year. Of course, the cars are going to be slightly smaller, meant to be slightly lighter, around about 30 kilos lighter they're meant to be. But also going back to 75 years ago, it would have been crazy thinking that in the future there'd be 24 races.
Alice, talking about the cars being smaller and being lighter, that's like me losing half a stone. No one would ever notice it. It probably wouldn't affect my health in any meaningful way, but it's a step in the right direction. One of the issues I've always felt with Formula One, and because we're in this hybrid era, we've got to carry extremely heavy battery packs and all the other paraphernalia that makes the electronic side of the Formula One car work. All it has done, in effect, has added a massive amount of weight. Some of the cars racing here, running here, for example, from that middle 80s, the Tag Turbo, the Honda and the Williams, the Renault, those cars had a static weight of just under 600 kilograms.
Yeah.
The static weight of a current Formula One car is just under 800 kilograms. And then you've got to add fuel on top of that and the driver. So a current car is not short of 1,000 kilograms. And it's just nuts. Get rid of the weight, make the cars smaller, make them visually attractive, and I think you'd have fun. And also, you might even get overtaking. We've forgotten what overtaking is. We want to see racing drivers overtake, not with DRS, but based on drivers' skill.
And of course, I think some of the weight that's added is also safety. Of course, next year there.
Yes.
Jackie Stewart, for example, he was a massive pioneer, wasn't he, for safety, John, in Formula One. We saw him up on the balcony 3 times, Formula One world champion, but he still plays a massive part in safety.
Well, respectfully, what Sir Jackie did was more about circuit safety in that era when he was racing the late 60s into the early 70s. So car safety was not something that had been considered at the level that effectively since the incident at Imola in 1994, that tragic moment.
I mean, it's crazy, it's fantastic, and of course we're so lucky to be here celebrating not just Formula One for 75 years, but also their drivers as well, Ben. And Alain Prost is here. We've seen him already chatting in the paddock to David Hill, 4-time Formula One champion, and he's having a special moment later on, isn't he?
He is, absolutely. The Alain Prost balcony moment is going to be taking place at 2:45 this afternoon. So if you're an Alain Prost fan or a Formula One fan, then please come along to the balcony, because it's going to be wonderful to celebrate the 4-time world champion here this weekend. So as ever in Formula One, we're starting off the scene with the safety car going out. Shane Kelly's driving that up the hill. So this gives us that sort of feeling, that emotion for Formula One cars about to head up the hill. Modern safety cars are a key aspect of Formula One. When you were racing, John, it was something that was just starting to be introduced and then became a little bit more common.
Let's say it was rudimentary.
Yeah.
Like many things in the early 70s in Formula One, it was rudimentary. Where we are now today with a modern high-performance GT car as a safety car. The only caveat I have to say, and we saw that at Silverstone, is when you get those sort of torrential downpours, the tyres that these cars are provided with are high-performance road-going tyres, and they're not designed for the kind of rain that fell at Silverstone, both in the Formula 3 race or in the Grand Prix itself. And I've been at events where safety cars have been deployed, and they've been unable to really run at a speed sufficient to keep the cars, the race cars, and the drivers happy.
No, but they are pretty amazing pieces of equipment, these Aston Martin safety car, showing us the way that they are rapid, but of course the Formula One car is another world completely. And we're about to see some of those Formula One cars heading up the hill to celebrate the 75 years of F1, the ultimate F1 grid. So many race victories that have been enjoyed from different machinery, so many great drivers that we will be seeing today, and memories of others who were champions at the time, who perhaps are no longer with us, the likes of James Hunt and Niki Lauda, for example, great stars of the sport of Formula One, but some of the machinery that they competed with, well, they will be around. So this looks like this is the same livery, of course, as Racing Bulls, but this is the Red Bull RB7 that is going to be starting everything as we come up the hill. And of course, Red Bull, with its amazing heritage and its success with the likes of Sebastian Vettel, an absolutely crucial part of motorsport.
Oh, it certainly was. And of course, this was a car getting some donuts. That at least, Karun, maybe if he's watching, he might be tempted into some donuts. But of course, again, this is probably one of the most successful cars in Formula One history as well. So dominant back in 2011, had huge success. Of course, an Adrian Newey design as well. And you're pointing at the screen, he nearly did a perfect
Patrick
donut.
Freisacker, who's a real ace at doing donuts, got that one wrong, and he found himself pointing at the bales and wasn't able to complete it, so he'd had to make a sharp turn to the right, got it all gathered back together, but he may well stop further up the road where there's access to carry out either more donuts or certainly do a few standing starts and rev this engine to about 16,000 RPM, split your eardrums, but what pain can be pleasurable.
And Vettel, he really mastered the blown diffuser. Of course, it was eventually banned in 2012, but Red Bull really exploited that, didn't they, John?
Red Bull did, but principally their engine partner, Renault, were the ones that developed it, an extremely clever, sophisticated mechanism to enable the engine to become an effect when the driver was off throttle, to become like an air pump and continue sucking air in and through the diffusers to enable the car to continue having downforce when the driver was off throttle.
Absolutely.
Really, really clever engineering.
It was very clever engineering, and of course Adrian Newey was an absolutely key part of that engineering at that time when Vettel took his 4 titles in a row, but that was the 2011 version. It was a very dominant season, as you say, 12 wins out of 19 races that year. So next up, we've got Alain Prost heading up, and Nico Prost as well is also coming up the hill. So this is lovely to see, and this reminds us back to Alain Prost winning one of his many titles. Now, Alain Prost, when he first came to Formula One, John, he was your teammate, wasn't he?
Yes, we had a test at Paul Ricard, 2 drivers. One was Kevin Coogan from America, but that was the McLaren choice. Alain Prost was the choice of Philip Morris Marlboro, and Kevin did his laps and the car came in. But Alain went out, before he'd even exited the pit lane, I turned to McLaren and said, Prost is our man. He was born into a Formula One car. He was a complete, total natural. And his driving style on that first test at Paul Ricard is fundamentally the driving style he retained all the way through his 4th World Championship victories. Just, I mean, a remarkable, outstanding world champion.
Absolutely.
All the professor for every good reason.
Absolutely. And you're looking at 2 great Prost cars going up here, by the way, of course. You're looking at the McLaren from 1985 when he took his first title. But behind him is the Renault, which he came so close to winning the championship with. He was with Renault for several years. He left you from McLaren. He went to Renault, and he was very successful, but he didn't quite manage to take the title with them.
No, in the final race in 1983, Kyalami, there was a battle between Nelson Piquet and the Brabham BMW and Alain Prost and the Renault, and unfortunately the Renault let him down, and Nelson Piquet took the championship. So that was a huge disappointment to Alain, a big disappointment to Renault. They never won a Drivers' World Championship in that Alain Prost era. They should have done. It didn't happen, and I'm sure everybody at Renault would have been very disappointed.
I'm sure, but it's so lovely to see Nicolas Prost driving that, son of Alain, who is taking it up the hill.
We used to do commentary on Nicolas Prost, Ben, you and I, didn't we?
That's right.
Back in the good old days of A1GP.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's lovely to see him out there taking one of Alain Prost's key cars up there. He was such a challenge, as you say, in that 1983 season, just missing out to Nelson Piquet by the 2 points, and then he got fired by Renault at the end of the season. But he then he got your seat at McLaren, because you looked as though you were going to continue, but he got your seat.
Yes, coming back from the race on Saturday night, representatives of the McLaren team, one of them said to me, I suppose we're going to have to talk to you about you driving for us next year, aren't we? I said, yeah, well, let's do it now. So I got back on the Sunday morning, and then on the Monday morning I got a call from my teammate Nicky Lauda to say, be careful, Alain is trying to get your seat. But he wasn't trying to get my seat per se. Alain had been called to the Renault headquarters, had been fired on the spot. He then rang representatives of Philip Morris to say, can you get me into Ferrari? I've been fired. And they said, sorry, Ferrari, the seats are blocked, but we've got a seat at McLaren. And Alain said, well, you've got Nicky, you've got John. Their reply was, Nicky's under contract, John's out of contract. We want to talk to you now. look, it happens, it's life, you move on. I was at the end of a career, and Alain was at the very beginning, and he was a future world champion in the making. Nicky and I were probably less likely to be multiple world champions as Alain went on to be.
No, and it's lovely. I've always heard you say you don't resent the fact that Alain got that seat at that time, because you had taken seats from other drivers that had, you know, either left or whatever in Formula One.
I mean, I could give you memories of what happened at Brabham in 1977. At the end of 76, Penske pulled out of Formula One. I was left with no drive. Went and phoned up, spoke to Bernie Eccleston. He said, come up, see me tonight. And signed a contract within about 6 hours. Clay Regazzoni was en route the following morning to come and sign a contract. And he had to be told, sorry, Clay, John's been signed. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. So that's the way it does go. But here we are looking at Marc Genet now, coming up in the Ferrari SF90. This was the 2019 version when Sebastian Vettel had left, of course, left Red Bull. He went to Ferrari and he was racing with Charles Leclerc that year. First year, actually, that Charles Leclerc was with Ferrari. And it also was the year, Alice, that we saw Charles Leclerc take his first win. Now he's being followed by another great Ferrari, the F399, Joe Macari, who is driving that. That's from 1999 when Ferrari won the Constructors' title, but they didn't quite get the Drivers' title that time because Michael Schumacher had an injury and Eddie Irvine just missed out, and it was Mika Hakkinen with McLaren that won. But it was a key car and took the Constructors' title.
Yeah, I remember sitting at the British Grand Prix, and when we all heard the news that Schumacher had broken his legs, my mum said I just started crying in floods of tears. He was my hero growing up, but yeah, it was still a tough period for them at that time, and certainly the car now following the F399, it was going to be a tough one because that Mercedes back then was so quick in 2019. But like you said, Ben, they had the highlight of Charles Leclerc having that win at Spa, and of course Monza, and then Vettel taking victory in Singapore.
It's lovely to see them, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, just these cars. In 1999, I actually travelled to Japan with Kenneth Atchison to support Eddie Irvine in his bid to win his World Championship. It never looked like it was going to happen, regrettably, and Michael had helped Eddie get a victory in Malaysia, the last Grand Prix before Japan, but there was no favours being done in Suzuka, and Eddie missed out to Mika Hakkinen by a few points.
Well, talking about missing out by a fraction, here's another one. Felipe Massa, who was so close to taking the title in 2008, lost it by 1 point to Lewis Hamilton in Brazil, and Lewis taking his first of 7 titles that year, but it was such a battle, and this was a great Ferrari, and in fact, Ferrari, with this car, Alice, took the Constructors' Championship. Isn't it amazing? That is still the last time Ferrari took the Constructors.
Unbelievable. 2008, you just wouldn't have thought, as past the commentary box window here, the V8 screams up towards the Flint wall, and they took 8 victories between Felipe Massa and Kimi Raikkonen, but of course we all remember, like you said, that battle down in Brazil, like, heartbreak for Massa. Thought he won, but wasn't to be.
Here's one of your favourite cars, John.
Yes, this is a car that is just basically a 2-litre, in effect a Formula 2 Ferrari, the Tipo 500/625. Alberto Ascari dominated Grand Prix racing in one of these cars, 52 into 53. I think he won 9 races over the course of 2 seasons. Remember, Formula 1 in these days, if you had 6 to 8 races a year, that was it. Nothing like the 24 that we have in modern days.
Although they would do many other races that were not necessarily championship races in those days, didn't they?
There was a whole plethora of Formula 1 races throughout Europe, many of them in Italy, some of them in Spain, throughout Europe. I mean, Formula 1 racing wasn't just about Grand Prix racing. Even in Great Britain, we had Formula 1 races at Aintree, Oulton Park, Snetterton, Brands Hatch, Silverstone. Virtually every, I can't think of a circuit that hasn't. Maybe Thruxton is the only one that's never actually held a Formula 1 race.
Oh, I would have loved to have seen a Formula 1 race around Thruxton. That would have been amazing. And of course, Formula 1 cars did compete at the Goodwood circuit, didn't they? In those early years.
There's a huge, great history of Formula 1 here. And actually, John, you were telling me as well earlier when we were waiting to come into comms that you used to take some long journeys around the UK, shaking down the cars for Brabham before they went to Grand Prix. Of course, we don't have that anymore either.
No, the regulations don't permit that, but certainly if something that Brabham thought was worth doing. As we look at these two amazing Mercedes-Benz, the W196 with Carl Wendlinger behind the wheel.
Oh, isn't this lovely? What a wonderful mixture. So you've got the championship winning car from 1954 and 1955 being passed by the 2022 version, which is, for Mercedes, it's not their championship-winning version, but it's still, you know, absolutely crucial. It was actually the car that saw the first Formula One win for George Russell back in 2022. It wasn't the best year for Lewis Hamilton. It was a tough year for him after that really big battle he had in 2021 with Max Verstappen. But to see these two Mercedes from completely different eras is wonderful.
Yeah, I think it's Fred Vesti behind the wheel is what Mercedes juniors. So Fred Vesti was that at Valtteri Bottas. Anyway, it's certainly Carl Bendlinger in the W196 again, an amazing Formula One car from the Mercedes-Benz team in Untertürkheim. That's where Mercedes have got a test track. A little bit of a lock up there deliberately. I don't know whether he's going to think about trying to lock the front brakes and light up the rear, which is some method of trying to make the car do a big burnout.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, it's Carl Bendlinger definitely in the older car there, the W196. It's lovely to see him back out once again. He was a Formula One racer in his time, had a bad injury, but was able to come back to motorsport. Now you're looking at Jacques Villeneuve, another champion that we were celebrating on the balcony yesterday. 1997. He was the champion, but he's actually driving a slightly earlier Williams FW07, which is fun to see. And of course, Jacques Villeneuve, who was teammate when he joined into the whole thing. It was such a fascinating time, the battles that he had, but he learned so quickly, and to take the title his second year in Formula One.
Yes, he even challenged Damon Hill very closely to that first challenge in 1996. But here in a car, which is a car that Alan Jones, well, first Clay Regazzoni and Alan Jones, and latterly then Carlos Reutemann and Alan Jones, and that was not a marriage made in heaven, but this was such a car ahead of its time. When it tested at Silverstone, the lap record at Silverstone those days was about 1 minute 16 seconds. This car lapped almost 4 seconds quicker than the lap record. The Williams team couldn't believe it, but they were sitting in the pit wall with their mugs of tea, enjoying the moment, and they dropped the mugs of tea. They realized they've got a car that is just so much superior to anything else out there in that 1979 and 80 period.
Would you say then that really marked the rise of Williams as a powerhouse in Formula One?
Unquestionably, it was Patrick Head, Frank Williams and Alan Jones, that trio, just an amazing group of people.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look, talking of Williams, isn't that a lovely shot of Nigel Mansell here and being shown with this picture? And Nigel Mansell, and as you say, it was the beginning of Williams becoming superstar constructor. And of course, Nigel Mansell was then a key part of that to take his title.
Yes, Nigel got his opportunity at Williams in 1985. And really, this is at the part of the turbo era when the power from these V6 turbo engines was just ramping up. And certainly Nigel yesterday on the balcony was talking about 1,500 horsepower in qualifying. Well, no, not everybody knows precisely what they had, because the dynamometers in those days probably didn't go above 1,200, but the engine was still pulling like a train, and 1,500 horsepower is a figure that's been mentioned for a number of the turbocharged engines. Blank off the wastegate and just whack up the throttle, and probably if it didn't get 1,500 it would blow up.
Yeah, well, actually, we're seeing Riccardo Patrese, his teammate, is in this FW11 right now, so we will see Mansell, I'm sure, but it's Riccardo Patrese who's driving this 1986 machine, and it was Mansell who just lost the championship that year, but Ferrari battled out as well, but Prost was the champion with McLaren, of course, and constructors did go to Williams. Here we are with Nigel Mansell. So he is in the FW14B. This is the one that he took the title with, and he absolutely dominated. And a lot of this was the technology, wasn't it?
Yes, the technology in this car was extremely advanced. Patrick Head and the Williams team, Frank Durney amongst others, had developed an active suspension, an active ride suspension, which was a mechanism computer controlled to ensure that the bottom of the car remained in a constant ride height, which then would enable the aerodynamics to be basically just maximized out. And Nigel used this car to the limits of the car's potential. He has a small steering wheel, he's got very powerful forearms and wrists. He could manhandle this car, maybe more so than Riccardo Patrese was able to do. And Nigel, in 1992, every time you saw him, it was maximum attack at every opportunity.
Yeah, Patrese, his teammate, who's up ahead of him there, was second that year in the Drivers' Championship. Williams did win the Constructors as well, of course, because they were dominant. But of course, it was Alain Prost who then joined that team the year after to take the title in 1993, but then they changed the rules so that they couldn't have this system. When Senna got in the car, it was rather different in 94.
Yes, when Alan got into the car for 93, it was even further refined. I actually drove that car at the end of 1993. I mean, a phenomenal engineering, an amazing Formula One car. But then the rule makers decided that maybe this was a step too far and technology was advancing too quickly. So they said active ride suspension is banned. You've got to go back to a passive suspension. Of course, Williams then had to go back, rethink, redesign. And initially, the 1994 Williams was nowhere near as a competitive a car as the 93 car. Senna dragged every ounce of performance out of the car when he had the opportunity. But it was hard work, and I know that he felt, oh, this is not what I thought I was going to get. I thought I was going to have a walk in the park in the most competitive car. But eventually, it evolved and developed into a very competitive car at the end of 94.
Well, rule changes always do make a difference, don't they? And they've always been a part of Formula One, as we're now looking at some more machinery about to head up. So Andrew Cocotti is in the McLaren MP4-21, which is another great machine. And this is, Alice, when the engines got reduced down a bit. It was down to the 2.4-litre V8 then in 2016, but it's been followed by another earlier McLaren, the M23. Rob Garofal is driving that particular one, and it took the first two McLaren titles with Emerson Fittipaldi in 1974, and then James Hunt also took the title with one.
Andrew Cocotti, who runs Garage 59 GT Racing. This car is actually owned by a client who Andrew runs it on his behalf, so it's a privately owned car, and Andrew has been put into the car to run up the hill. Rob Garofeld is a part of the McLaren Heritage operation, and he would be one of the designated drivers by McLaren to drive any and every car that they want. In fact, he's just driven one of my old McLaren MP41s just to do a shakedown to make sure everything is absolutely au point.
That's lovely. Oh, it's great to see these McLarens going up together, isn't it, Alice?
It is. It's only at Goodwood we get this, and certainly McLaren Mercedes AP421, those devilish horns, that's certainly one way to recognise that car.
It is, yeah. They weren't allowed forever. Again, change of rules. Sometimes they would restrict what you can put on the car, but of course engineers are always looking for what can you get away with, what can we actually put on the car to make it quicker, but within the rules. Okay, now we've been enjoying some of the title winners, and of course for Jackie Stewart, it was very much being a part of the Tyrrell team that made him win the title on 3 separate occasions in 1969, 1971 and in 1973. And the Tyrrell organisation didn't have their own cars when he first won his first championship, but then, John, they developed their cars and they came up with these remarkable machines. And it's his sons, by the way, Paul Stewart and Mark Stewart, that are driving them up the hill.
Yeah, so Paul was driving the earlier incarnation with that slightly different nose treatment markers in the more, I think, sort of the 73, 72 chassis. And it was all done by Ken Tyrrell, Jackie Stewart, Walter Hayes, and I mean, just a phenomenal group of people put together, a world championship winning team. And it just was something. I mean, Ken Tyrrell was a wood merchant, I think is the best description, as we see the two cars slowing down just to give the fans an opportunity to see the cars close up, maybe get a photograph, get a memory of their day here at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed. And Mark behind and just giving a little salute to those around as they make their way up the hill. These cars are now, coming over the Rover, 50 years old.
Yeah, absolutely. These are from the early 1970s, so from 1971 and 1972. First appeared the second, the slightly later one. Also raced by Francois Sever, who was a brilliant driver in that time, but so sadly was killed in a Formula One accident at the end of that 73 season, and that actually stopped Jackie doing his final race, so he did 99 out of 100 Grand Prix.
Yes, Jackie had kept a secret from everybody but Ken Tyrrell, I believe, even from his wife Helen, that Watkins Glen would be his 100th Grand Prix, and then he was going to announce his retirement. The tragedy that occurred in that day, the Saturday before the Grand Prix, meant that Tyrrell then didn't run in the Grand Prix, and Jackie didn't get his 100th Grand Prix. Listen, it was one of the worst moments, and I think for many, many people in the paddock when something of that nature occurred, and it had upset Jackie and his family very deeply.
I totally agree, but that was always part then of Formula One. Thankfully, things are much safer now. So you're looking at Nick Fennell in the Lotus Climax 25 and Adrian Newey in the Lotus Cosworth 49B. Both absolutely crucial machines in the world of Formula One, and it's lovely to see Adrian Newey driving some of these machines that inspired him so much.
And it was great for Harry having the chat to him there, of course, like you said, really inspiring, and he just loves it, doesn't it? He just is a huge fan. He's interested in the design, still does it the old school way, but yeah, he's driving a slightly different car, this aluminium monocoque chassis up the hill, John, with the Lotus Cosworth 49.
Yeah, there's a 5-year gap between the Lotus 25, which came out in 1962, and then the Lotus 49, which Adrian's driving, which appeared in 1967. The major change, of course, was these little 1.5-litre cars. Their formula ended. There it is, the Lotus 25, 1.5 litres, V8 Coventry Climax engine. Then in 1966, the formula changed to a 3-litre formula, and that then inspired Ford via Cosworth, and again Walter Hayes, a pivotal name and man in the whole history of Ford Formula One, to produce an engine that would go into the back of the Lotus 49. Colin Chapman designed that car, engine integral part of the chassis, so it was bolted directly to the chassis, and the mechanics at the back of the engine, the suspension, the gearbox, all hung off that.
And both of these cars are known here at Goodwood as DHL Game Changers class, sorry, get the wording right. So the DHL Game Changers class, because they are both, as you say, fundamental to changes in Formula One, whether that was monocoque structure or whether it was taking on that DFV. There are other changes all the way through Formula One that were critical, but those were very significant to Lotus.
Yes, what Lotus did and what Cosworth were able to provide them with was an engine that could become a part of the chassis, in effect, not just an engine. Whereas all Formula One cars prior to the Lotus 49, more or less, certainly rear engine cars, had a subframe to which the engine was attached and the gearbox and the suspension likewise. And this was a seed change developed in Northampton by Cosworth.
Oh, this is lovely sound. Going on board with Mario Andretti in the Lotus Cosworth 79. The machine with which he took the title in 1978, when the ground effect, that incredible airflow through the side of it, when they really developed ground effect. Now, of course, ground effect is such a big part of Formula One. It's all limited by rules to a certain extent, but it was this car that really generated that.
Just looking at these images, I've got 3 words to say. Mario still got it.
Yeah. Just seeing him set off the line there, Alice. He's really going for it today.
He is. He's not hanging around. We saw him drive this car yesterday. He took 5 victories in the 1978 season on his way to his driver's title, and classed as a legend by pretty much anyone that meets him. Full of energy, a bit like you, John.
I think he's got more energy than I have, but Mario does one thing. He does rides around Indy 500 racetrack in a 2-seater Indy car, and he laps with a passenger on board at Indy at 200+ miles an hour. I mean, blows my brains.
He's incredible, isn't he? Another one who lost a teammate, Ronnie Pewson, which was tragically sad at the time. They were teammates at Lotus. They worked incredibly well together. Ronnie really supported Mario that year, and he went on to take the championship. Here's another great champion, Emerson Fittipaldi, who took 1 title with Lotus, 1 with McLaren. He's out in the Lotus today. He's out in the Lotus 72, and this was his first World Championship winning season. Very, very impressive once again. And this was a time when the Lotus had done a fantastic job. It wasn't into full ground effect because this was an earlier stage.
Yes, the car was introduced in 1970. It was a little bit problematic at points. In 71, Emerson had a road accident that sort of put him a little bit on the back foot. But in 72, the car now in this black and gold of John Player Special became the car of the season, and Emerson and the Lotus 72 were the dominant pairing in the season, and Emerson took his world championship. One of the youngest world champion, I think, at that time, if certainly not one of the youngest.
Yeah, at that time he was, you're right. It had become younger since then, but at his moment, that was impressive. And seeing Emerson Fittipaldi, thumbs up. He loves being here at Goodwood. He loves putting on the display, and it's just so enjoyable to watch.
He does, and he actually only won his first race, only 4 races into his F1 career. I just think that was back in 1970, which again, a fantastic step.
Yes, it was at Watkins Glen, that amazing circuit in upper New York State, in the wine-growing area, the Fingers Lakes, one of my favourite all-time Grand Prix circuits in the world. And Emerson took that victory, and I mean, amazing. Emo, as we call him, Emerson's a bit of a mouthful, but Emo was again a victory, one of the youngest Formula One drivers to win a Grand Prix event.
You're watching the combination between Renault and Alpine because, of course, the modern Alpine you're looking at there, the 2023, being driven by Paul Aron. Alpine is owned by Renault effectively, and Renault were involved in Formula One with the turbocharging. And we've got Victor Jabouille, who's out in that yellow and white earlier version, Renault.
Yes, and it was Jean-Pierre Jabouille, who was the man who joined Renault. In fact, he'd been a part of the Renault sports car team and Formula 2 team, who was pivotal in the development of that V6 turbo engine back in 1977. So now we've got the son of driving the car, not quite the car that ran in 1977. This is the 1979 incarnation. But I mean, a fabulous commitment by Renault, as I mentioned previously. Everybody in the pit lane, when they saw a V6 turbo turn up, just laughed.
Yeah,
just laughed.
They did, and I remember how often they used to break down until they started winning. Here's a lovely classic car, the Ferrari 156 Sharknose.
And this is the owner of the car behind the wheel. So much to talk about. Spoke to him last night, and he said, when this car was dominant in 1961, Carlo Chiti, who designed the car, was walking in the paddock and he saw the first V8 BRM engine, which turned up, didn't race but practiced. And Carlo Chiti went and said to Ferrari, we have made a mistake, we need to make a V8 engine. In 1962, there was a major falling out with Chiti and other engineers, and they all left. So the engine that Chiti had penciled didn't go into the Ferrari, this car here. It went into another car called an ATS, which was unfortunately not meant to have success as a team. Anyway, lots of history. This car, remember, wire wheels on a Formula One car. Look at those wire wheels. There's the BRM, and that was the car that Carlo Chiti took his design cues from.
Yeah, absolutely. BRM, absolutely crucial to what they were able to achieve after a tough time initially to get going in Formula One, but this was the one that brought them the title with Graham Hill, and that was done in 1962 with Hill winning 4 Grand Prix that year and taking the title, with BRM winning the Constructors' Championship. So that really was their biggest season in many ways.
It was, and they still had good success winning around. It was 17, 18 Grand Prix, 189 starts, but still they were short-lived really in terms of a whole span compared to like Ferrari or Mercedes. It still had a nice amount of success.
Well, what a combination, John, we're seeing here today, from the early days, from this period in the 1960s right up to the latest versions. Fun seeing that Alpine going up just a moment ago, being completed with the F1 medical car. But what a collection we have been able to enjoy here.
Yes, when you look at the 1.5-litre Formula One cars and compare them to where we are in 2025, it's almost like a little Skeletrix model, seeing it go up the hill. There's a Ferrari, a famous ex-Lauda Ferrari.
Yeah, Stefan Johansson's in it as well, which is fun. This is the 312B3.
Yeah, this is 1985 chassis. This is not maybe that's the 74, I think. Just looking at it, that might be the 74 car. The car that Nicky didn't win the World Championship in. The 75 car was the transverse gearbox. So Nicky got his opportunity to win Grand Prix along with his teammate Clay Regazzoni. Championship just eluded him in 1974. That went to Emerson Fittipaldi, and in fact on the grid of the 1974 US Grand Prix, Clay Regazzoni in the sister car could have won the World Championship. Luca de Montezemolo lent it to my car on the grid and said, please John, help Clay, we need you to help Clay. Nothing I could do to help Clay, but this car then evolved into the 312T with the transverse gearbox, and the rest is Ferrari history.
Yeah, Mauro Foggieri was a key part of that, and he had left Ferrari briefly and the car wasn't working quite so well. When he came back, it suddenly did all start coming back together. And here, the Alfa Romeo 158 Alfetta, which was so crucial to the very start of the whole Formula One World Championship in 1950. Here we are, celebrating 75 years, and the Alfa Romeo 158 was what won, and in fact took the 1-2-3 at the first Grand Prix at Silverstone in 1950, and with the first champion of that year driving one of these, Nino Farina. So we are looking right back, that's 75 years.
Well, to me, the Alfetta is Italian engineering personified. You know, after what happened in the Second World War and motor racing getting back on its feet, the fact that a company, Alfa Romeo, were able to produce, in some cases, 4 cars that were so dominant, so reliable, and so quick was amazing, and I just think it's one of my all-time favourite Formula One cars. My first dinky toy was a model of this car.
Yeah, well, there you go. Isn't it lovely seeing the origin of this 75-year period right up to some of the latest machines, looking at that Alpine, for example, the fairly recent Mercedes, just remarkable. And seeing some of those incredible drivers having fun out there. We certainly saw Mario Andretti having lots of fun as well. Patrick did a great job earlier on with his little run out in the Red Bull, but we then saw Alain Prost and many others. I rather enjoyed, Alice, the fact that they did this teaming up of cars together today on the run-up.
And it gives you a great sense of the size. I know we've spoken about it already, but just the development, the size, the scale, how far Formula One has come in 75 years.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, because the rules keep changing, and as you said, John, next year the cars will be getting just a little smaller, not as light as they have been. I think they've been down to, what, 500 kilos at one point. They're still a lot heavier than that, but it's always fascinating.
Unfortunately, technology doesn't always equate to efficiency, but it's efficiency in different areas that the new regulations are going to shine. Hopefully we'll see cars that are slightly smaller, but slightly more easy to overtake in a lot of the racetracks that we'll be visiting. And maybe going backwards sometimes can be progress. Let's get rid of the weight. National Health wants us to lose weight so we don't waste money or spend money going into hospital. Formula One cars, let's lose a bit more weight, please.
Well, let's see. Well, it's just so fun seeing the history of Formula One here with some of these remarkable machines that delivered such wonderful results for star drivers. We have so many of those star drivers with us here this weekend. A glorious event at Goodwood. And we are enjoying it so much. And a chance to speak to some of those stars with Ed Foster.
Nico, Alain, what a moment. Nico, it's lovely to have you here at the Festival of Speeds. Obviously in your father's car, following your father. It's pretty special.
Yes, it's very special, and it's super nice. And I had never seen this one actually, and the Renault I drove a few months ago. But it's super nice to see these cars, and it's super nice to see them in such a good state, you know, and that they can still drive.
Alain, always great moments here, but I guess they're even better when shared with family.
Yeah, sure. No, we share the passion. Nicolas is, I mean, obviously always had the passion of the automobile sport. Still doing quite a lot, you know, enjoying a lot as a hobby now, but it's quite important. Yeah, for me to share this, you know, it's the history of Formula One. You know, we were champion in this one. This one I should have been, you know, in '83. You know, with the rule was a bit strange. So it's nice to have these cars together because it's part of my life. And Nicolas is really the perfect person to share all this history, you know, because he knows everything. He keeps, you know, all the. I mean, it's because of him that I could keep my helmet or overall. Otherwise, I would have give everything to a charity. You know, I'm not this kind of person. So he's really very good for me in terms of the, you know, following the passion of the family.
Nico, how was the car?
It's good, you know. It's obviously the clutch and the gearbox. You have to be careful, but it's surprisingly good. You know, when you drive it, the chassis and everything, and the engine is brutal. Around here, you're a bit careful.
I can imagine. Guys, thank you.
Thank you.
Jack, some weekend for Formula One. This Williams, perhaps a little bit before your time.
Yeah, well, my dad was racing, and I've driven a few of the cars from the air, and they're just beautiful. To imagine that there was already that technology back in those days, and they're super nice to drive.
Quite a daunting place, the hill climb, to sort of properly get to know a car, but you get an idea of what it might be like to race.
Oh, definitely. And the feet are in front of the wheels, so that there's no protection. And it's amazing to imagine the risk that we're taking in those cars.
Now, big balcony moment yesterday. It looked like quite fun up there.
That was great. You know, we've known each other forever over the years, so it's always nice when we can bunch up together and talk about, you know, memories.
And what else are you in this afternoon?
No, I'm done. That was yesterday, this morning, and I have 7 kids at home. I need to get home.
Well, a good way to finish with this.
Oh, that was beautiful. It's one of the cars I've been wanting to drive, so I'm happy I drove it here.
Well, it's great to see. Cheers, Jack.
Great, thank you.
Mark, let's start with you. How do you put into words this grid of cars and drivers? Because there's something else, isn't it?
Paul and I yesterday, we went up with a group. All of them were world champions except for Paul and I. We feel extremely fortunate to be able to be mixed up amongst those guys. I mean, look around you. There's Patrese here, and there's Prost behind me, and I don't know whoever else, Mansell. So, you know, it's wonderful. To be in my dad's office, to be able to drive this car, a 1973 World Championship car, is really incredibly special.
We were watching the balcony moment yesterday, and it must be very special to see how much respect all the Formula One drivers have for your dad.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a lot of respect for each other, and especially to see Bernie up there amongst them all, and the respect they all have for Bernie. It's a kind of beautiful moment because there's no business tensions or anything else going on. We're just they're reflecting on a glorious, incredible past and journey. So I was watching it with my brother from sort of behind, and just loved it. It's the great thing that Goodwood does. It creates these sort of magical moments.
And Mark, just finally, maybe I missed it, but I've never heard of Alan Prost saying just how much he admired Jackie when he was growing up.
Absolutely. I mean, he definitely, they had both, my father always was a big fan, if you like, retrospectively, looking at Alan Prost, and it's so nice to hear how much of a fan Alan was of my dad. He did tell me once on the golf course in Switzerland when he was taking his year off, he said, you know, your father was a huge inspiration for me. And that's amazing to hear from somebody like Alan, who is incredible. I've got a very special memento at home. When Alan beat my dad's record of 27 Grand Prix in Portugal, he gave me the hat, the cap, the Goodyear cap, and it sits in my home now today. And it's fantastic, you know, so it was a nice little connection.
What a special thing, and what a special weekend. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
the Goodwood Festival of Speed, the hill climb is synonymous, right? You see a variety of cars, but we are climbing hills over here atop the hill. We're covered in dust. I'm here with Diana. The smile says it all, but you got a little bit something in your teeth because this, you know, the hill climb is great, right? You want to go fast up it, but sometimes you got terrain, and here you showcase the variety. You're great. But what are we looking at up here as well? Because again, the variety of cars down on the pavement compared to up here, it still continues.
It's very different, isn't it? Very, very different indeed. You're with the Britparts Off-Road Arena. We've been coming here for about 10 years now. A bit of a celebration this year as well. We bring the best of off-road motorsport. So we get a lot of the extreme cars, the cars that we're doing like Dirt, Ultra 4, the real big long distance, the trophies, that sort of event. But we've also brought the finest of our competitive safari crews. In the UK, the sport of off-road has been going since way back in the 50s. And we had the little club start up, and it was Land Rover and Jeeps that really kicked it all off. So we've got a massive history. And in '68, we had the AWDC All-Wheel Drive Club came out, and that's when things went freestyle. And that's why we are one of the homes of innovation, design. We're you know the old sign, Fred in a shed?
Yeah.
That's us through and through. Still going strong, Bert in a barn, absolutely still doing it. And our engineers are second to none, genuinely, the amount of innovation in these cars. So you've got two major disciplines. Plus, we've got two T1 Plus cars as well, which are real Dakar, the rally raids, the Bajas. So you've got a bit of a mix, but it's genuine, pure off-road.
And it's really interesting, right? Because when you come to the pavement and the asphalt and the tarmac, whatever word you want to call it, I'm American, so the road, right? Where the rubber meets the road. What's cool about it here is this is the hurt locker, right? This is where it goes down because, you know, they look great out there, but this is the true testimonial of what can they do? Attrition, staying alive. So, I mean, looking right here, this track, what are we looking at? Because for the fans that are maybe coming next year, climb up the hill, break a little sweat, get a little dirt in your face.
Biggest difference for us, and we were talking about it one night, we said, what makes us so different? And after a few beers, we came up with it. And it's really that we're kind of like the fourth dimension. So you've got steering, you've got brakes, you've got acceleration. We've all got that.
Yeah.
But we've got the fourth dimension. We've got ATA. We've got acute terrain alteration. That's the big difference. And we managed to say that after a few beers and a couple of single malts, I'll tell you, honestly. So that's what it is, ATA, acute terrain alteration. That's what makes us so different. So you can get out there. Some of the courses you're allowed to walk. A lot of them you're blind, like Dakar. You are completely blind, and you have to have a lot of trust in your co-driver as well. A lot of trust. So that's the biggest difference.
Yeah, because there is a whole rally stage out here. I know Liam Lawson's out there, Travis Pastrana. What are some of the names that you could see up here? Because, I mean, such like this. I mean, this is a legendary car. You know, got the plexi. It's got dirt. Doesn't matter if you scratch the paint. That's what it's intended to do.
Well, Richard Watson will be so chuffed you mentioned this car. This is a bit of all of our history. So this car is the nemesis. We had one superb engineer, Drew Bowler, who took our sport next level. And he started working with Land Rover, and he bought this car for. He'd done the Wildcat, done the Tomcat, had a number of cars there, but then went to Jaguar, well, went to Land Rover at the time, and they had the Range Rover Sport out, and he said, I want that, but I want to get out there on the real long distance events. So they built the Nemesis, and you can already see the Evoque line starting. It's a beautiful, beautiful car. Very few of them left now, but what a car, way ahead of its time. So we've got this car here just to show off some of our history. But out there, we've got drivers like Justin Birchall, who is just, you know, when people get on the plane, they're the full top of the heat. They're the cherry on the cake. And he's right there, like, you know, Colin McRae, people like that. You know, it's so many people who've just reached that, Michael Schumacher, reached the peak. And they're unstoppable, they're relentless. Justin Birchall right there at the moment, just switched over now, won the French Two-Train Championship. Said, where do we go from here? Shootout champion. Think he's going to get it again. So where do you go from there? So he's gone to doing the long distance rally raids now. So he's bought with him the T1, the Red Line T1 with him, T1 Plus. We've got Andy DiGiulio, an absolute legend in off-road motorsport. We've got so many people. Got Jim Marsden, you probably know the name, goes out, does commentary stateside.
Yeah, of course.
He's hit stateside, dude. I'm getting in your lingo now.
All right. She's too excited. We gotta go. We gotta, you know, let's talk about it. Let's be about it. I mean, look at, here we are. So, it's all about the ATA, right? It's all about the ATA here. Ready?
Hey, I like this.
OS 2025. Send it.
Don't you love it? I love it. Thank you. So, Richard Watson will never take that off.
I don't know about that.
But it's the best one.
Watch, rinse, and repeat up here at the top of the hill.
Well, away from the smell of petrol and noise of those F1 cars on the hill, I've come to the rather serene Quartier Lawn for the annual Steely Lux. And I've met Sir Johnny Ive, one of the judges.
Lovely to be here again. I think, actually we were talking about it earlier this morning. I think I've been judging now for I think nearly 20 years.
Well, we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of the... It's incredible.
It's an extraordinary event, and somehow has become synonymous with me to the beginning of summer.
And of course, I've seen you here before, so I'm guessing you quite like coming down here and judging these cars.
No, it's such a privilege. The diversity. I mean, just on the lawn this morning, it's quite shocking. I mean, you can't switch into autopilot at all. I mean, the car that we're standing in front is built in 1928 and is quite an extraordinary, collection of, it's so much more than just being an automobile. It's an extraordinary collection of furniture, of products, obviously the mechanical systems, but you just sense, don't you, the stories that back seat in particular could tell.
Absolutely. And it's always such an eclectic mix. This year, I can't even believe I saw a transit van event, possibly the original white van. So that's a cultural icon in itself.
Yeah, to have a transit van and listen to the name of, one of the Rolls Royce over there is a Tiger Hunter. And you can see it has two gun racks attached to the side. So, yeah, from a Tiger Hunter to a transit van.
And of course, as you say, it's not just the cars, it's the stories behind them. But as a designer yourself, what do you look for in these cars?
I think I'm intrigued by, anything you see does describe, it describes its history, but it also stands testament to the people that designed it. It describes their values, their motivation, their preoccupation. So it's, I think particularly, on this lawn, it's, in a way, I think I'm more aware of stories and, the biography of people that's ultimately manifest in a car.
Absolutely. It is absolutely fascinating. Of course, you've got a wonderful selection of judges again this year. Could you let us in on a little secret of this sort of arcane world of judging a concours d'elegance?
I don't know if it's, the secret is just I think how fortunate we are. There's a number of friends that I often only see once a year at Goodwood. But it's as surprising and as, seductive and as provocative for us as it is, I think, for people that just get to wander around.
And the process will be, you will have a look around. I've seen you underneath the cars looking around. Then you'll all sit down and have a chat about them. Is that how it works?
Yeah, we choose a winner for each category, and then the debate begins, which is of those winners, which becomes the best of show. And the debate's as much fun as some of the cars, I think.
I'm sure it is. Well, I know you've got a busy day ahead, hopefully enjoyable, but I'll let you get back to it. And thanks very much for your time.
Lovely to see you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, what a stunning weekend it is here at Goodwood for the Festival of Speed. Beautiful weather from the Thursday when cars were first heading up the hill, and we've had so many fans and spectators enjoying every moment, getting so close. The ability to be able to get alongside some of the most famous cars in the history of motorsport, to see them, to hear them, even firing up down in the paddock, hearing their incredible engines firing up, warming up, is unique. You don't get that chance very often. And with some of these four cars, whether they're Le Mans cars or Formula One cars or World Rally cars, they all sound different, they all look different, but you can be right up against them, which is so wonderful. Very special venue here at the Festival of Speed. Goodwood events, this one starting back in the early 1990s, and of course circuit events as well. Absolutely crucial. We had the members meeting earlier this year. We've got the revival coming up later on, but what a wonderful weekend this is certainly turning out to be. Let's just take a look at what we've got to look at over the rest of today. We've got Batch 3 coming up next, which in Formula One terms is the prologue, the pioneers, the innovators and the underdogs. The Red Arrows will be flying at 12:20 ahead of the gas show. A second batch coming up then with the Colin McRae celebration, the World Superbikes as well, the Drifters. further down the order, as you can see, we've got the F1 teams and champions back out just after the first glance modern cars and the road bikes. That is all part and parcel of this. The Alain Prost balcony moment at 2:45, Red Arrows fly past at that stage, and then we have the shootout final where we'll be seeing who is going to be fastest up the hill this year. The Supercar run coming up, and then the F1 innovators, they'll be coming out towards the end again, and then we've got a demo for batch 1 and batch 2 to finish off the weekend at 5 to 6. So there we are. We have plenty more to enjoy, to look forward to, and I'm very glad to say that Alice Powell and John Watson are still both alongside me as we prepare to look at some of the other innovators, pioneers of the Formula One world, and we will see some more interesting machinery. Some of it, of course, wasn't always as successful, but some of the drivers certainly were. Mark Seurer, it's lovely to see him here at Goodwood once again. He is a regular at this event. Now, there is another of the Tyrrells that we've been watching and enjoying because, of course, the celebration of Sir Jackie Stewart and everything that he has achieved with the Tyrrell backing has been so important a part of Formula One. So much to look forward to, John, and it really is enjoying the history of the sport is such a key part of it.
Yeah, just seeing some lovely race cars. I mean, here the Arrows BMW, Christian Danner sitting behind the wheel. Christian raced in period. I think started with the Zach Speed, but got into Arrows and BMW. The BMW engine, of course, 4-cylinder, based on the production BMW road-going engine, and they used old cylinder blocks because they were more, they called it seasoned, but the prodigious horsepower of that BMW engine, the size of the turbo was like something of a Mack truck, absolutely enormous. And that in itself created slight problems with throttle response and power delivery. It had power unlimited, but just manufacturing that power. I mean, really, Ben, these turbo cars were little more than dragsters in the period. So you light the blue touch paper and stand back, it'll go forever.
Absolutely right, yes, it will. And the design at different times, of course, was so important, whether it was bringing in the wings and using the side of the bodywork to try and give you that little bit more downforce in those early days. The tyre sizes, that's part of what I find fascinating when you look at all these different Formula One cars. Some have really quite small front tyres compared to what we see nowadays, don't they?
Well, part of the reason why we have huge rear tyres was to try and generate traction and grip from the rear. Remember, these cars were producing in period. I mean, looking at the Tyrrell here from 1978, would have had around about 490, maybe 500 horsepower maximum. And the only downforce the car got at the rear was from a sort of rudimentary rear wing, not the kind of high-tech, sophisticated aerodynamics that we now see in current Formula One cars. Whereas at the front tyre is a much smaller unit, and you can see the front wings likewise, helping to balance that aero difference front to rear.
Yeah, fantastic stuff to enjoy. So plenty more to look forward to. Some wonderful views here at Goodwood as well. As you can see, looking down over the surface, we've got these other different parts. So if you're just at the hill climb at the moment, there are plenty of other places to go. Up to the rally stage earlier on, funnily enough, we found F1 driver Esteban Ocon.
Esteban, very, very quickly, just before you go, Formula One meets rally. You had 2 rides as co-driver, now 2 drives. How was it?
It was a huge opportunity for me. I was dreaming of that day to happen one day, and honestly, it was an experience of a lifetime. One of my best experiences in motorsport. You know, I'm not afraid to say it. It was incredible. I got the best welcome here. You know, everyone was smiling so much and giving me the right advices. And with Taka, you know, with Mr. Katsuta on my side, it was the best advices I could get. And yeah, I got a feel on the proper rally stage, which was incredible. And this guy is something else.
Sakamoto's going to come to a Grand Prix, maybe?
Definitely, when he wants. And also today, I told him, you know, I will push with Ayao for him to have a go, you know, at the F1 car. But might not happen, you know, this time. But you know, he will for sure jump in and have some goals.
And finally, there is a technological cooperation between Toyota and the World Rally Team, is there not?
Yes, I mean, there is, obviously, with Toyota, you know, it's written here for us, and they are extremely special, you know, with us. And for me, it's, you know, every time I meet the Toyota people, you know, they're so passionate. They give me, you know, a huge smile on my face, and I can't thank them enough.
Enjoy Spa, enjoy Hungary.
Thank you.
Lovely to hear from Esteban Ocon up at the rally stage. And I do love the mix of top drivers when they love to go to one of the other aspects of motorsport that perhaps is not their regular, but it is something they enjoy. So what we're looking forward to are some of the very early cars, but cars that also created ideas. The prologue of Formula One. Let's find out a little bit more about it.
Long before today's World Championship, before Formula One even had a name, Grand Prix racing was the pinnacle of motorsport. In 1925, the first world champion was crowned. But it was Alfa Romeo's name on the trophy, because back then, it was the manufacturers who raced for glory, not the drivers. By the 1930s, it was the drivers who became heroes. The European Championship turned names like Caracciola, Nuvolari, Rosemeyer and Lang into legends. Fearless, flamboyant and fast.
Some of the world's finest racing drivers are here, flirting with death at every corner.
Then came war. Silence. A sport on pause. But in 1946, Grand Prix racing roared back to life. Battered, improvised, running on machines and men shaken from wartime silence, yet more alive than ever. A year later, in 1947, new technical rules gave it a shape and a name, Formula One. It wasn't yet a championship, but it was already a spectacle. This is where it began. Not in 1950, but long before. Not just with trophies, but with courage and creation. This was the dawn of Formula One.
So here we are, getting ready to see these cars from that prologue era. Some of the pioneers as well, as they put it, the innovators, some of the underdogs as well of Formula One that perhaps didn't quite get the achievements that they had hoped at the time, and yet we saw some great stars competing. Jochen Mass' name on that car, and it is very sad that we recently lost Jochen Mass. He was a great competitor in both Formula One and in sports cars, very successful, and he loved being here at Goodwood, John.
Yes, Jochen was a competitor, he was a friend, and he raced in Formula One. He had one Grand Prix victory in Barcelona in 1975. That, of course, his success in Group T racing maybe eclipsed all that, and Jochen was more than a racing driver. He was a genuine and 100% decent human being, and somebody whose company here at Goodwood in particular was thoroughly enjoyed all the way through. And I've had people say to me, Jochen was somebody who they just loved to see. I mean, his smile summed up his joy being here at Goodwood.
Right, well, we've got the cars heading up. Matthew Wrigley's driving this Tyrrell at the moment, the W008. Won the 1978 Monaco Grand Prix with Patrick Depailler driving. That was Patrick Depailler's first F1 win. It was Tyrrell's last Monaco win, funnily enough, with that machine in 1978. And it's lovely to see it heading back up the hill. The Tyrrell name was coming towards a little bit of an end at that stage, but it was lovely they had a victory.
Yes, I mean, I think the circuit and the car suited one another very well. Cosworth engine car, relatively light, very nimble. Patrick Depailler, probably an extremely underrated Formula One driver. Maybe a little bit ill-disciplined, because Patrick was just a free-thinking, free-flowing race driver who loved life and lived life to the full. Tragically lost his life in a testing accident at Hockenheim in 1980.
Yes, indeed, but lovely to see the Tyrrell heading up the hill there. And actually the Tyrrell 008 was interesting. We saw a first female driver lead an F1 race in the Aurora F1. Zero Wilson actually drove one of those as well. So, yeah, great history from that. Right, now, talking of history, John, 1955, Mercedes. This was a lovely machine, of course, with a slightly different look to it.
Yes, this is the sports racing car version of the W196, the Formula One car. It had fundamentally the same mechanics, except that the engine for the sports car is a 3-litre displacement rather than the 2.5-litre of the Formula One car. But no, just technology-led. But one thing that Mercedes did, the board of the company said, what kind of suspension do we use on our road cars? And there was a low pivot swing axle. And the board insisted that the Mercedes Formula One and sports car team ran a version of that low pivot swing arm. They wouldn't allow the team to go out and put a fully independent rear suspension that other manufacturers were doing running. But Mercedes development over design, and this is the car that was dominant all the way through the 55 season.
Absolutely right. And just taking the next one up the hill, we're looking at Jackie Ickx. Of course, a great driver with so much history with the Brabham BT26A, and again this earlier period with the cars.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie was a young man when he got into Formula One. I remember a Grand Prix at Germany, Hockenheim, at Nürburgring, Nordschleife, mixed Formula One, Formula 2. Jackie was driving a Formula 2 Matra. He outperformed about 90% of the Formula One drivers in that field. I mean, one of those stellar standout moments, performance from a young driver, impunious almost just in the pace. He just flung the Matra Formula 2 car around the Nürburgring, and it was a memorable drive certainly for Jackie, and I think an eye-opener for everybody else.
And then you've got this remarkable Tyrrell P34. Callum Lockie's driving it, and he's been enjoying it thoroughly over the course of the weekend. The six-wheeler, another of the DHL Game Changers class, designed by Derek Gardner, and it was a car that did show some shines, but it didn't last for too much longer because getting the tyres right was never quite going to work perfectly. We're watching Jeff Underwood now in the Brabham Repco BT20.
Yeah, a very straightforward, uncomplicated tubular chassis Formula One car from the Brabham organisation over the Repco engine, a V8 engine, originally based on a V8 Oldsmobile engine, then actually made into a full-on race engine, probably about 320 or so horsepower in 1966, and then for the following year that was upgraded, and Denny Hulme won his World Championship in the Brabham in 1967.
Yeah, and the Lotus 78 heading out now with Danny Baker. So this was just before the one that we saw Mario Andretti driving to take the title. In fact, he took a lot of wins with this car. They didn't have quite the reliability with this car because he wasn't able to take the championship that year, was he?
No, I mean, it was a very competitive car, and there was the beginnings of ground effect, but it was really the Lotus 79, the car that came in the 78 season, that cemented the whole concept of ground effects. But I mean, a very effective car in the hands, principally of Mario Andretti. Also, Gunnar Nielsen in 1977 raced, he won the Belgian Grand Prix at Zolder. And I mean, again, just the combination of Mario and Gunnar Nielsen, it was a fun team, believe me.
Absolutely right. Well, looking at another interesting machine, the Hesketh Cosworth 308, and Martin Donnelly is at the wheel of this one. That's lovely to see Martin out there. And the Hesketh 38, this one of the 308 is certainly a key one for James Hunt, because when he came into Formula One, backed by Anthony Lord Hesketh as he was, and they created their own race car, and it did work well. He won the Silverstone International Trophy in 1974. He had podiums in Formula One. 75, he won the Dutch Grand Prix.
Yes, it was a pivotal moment for James, first of all, because he beat Niki Lauda in the Ferrari, the dominant car that year, beat him on pace and on merit. But a small British team, an eccentric British team, something you'd imagine out of Brideshead revisited in terms of the personalities and character. Nevertheless, this car was competitive. But wonderful to see Martin Donnelly. It's the first time, Ben, I've seen Martin Donnelly behind the wheel of a Formula One car since his appalling accident in Jerez in 1990.
Now we're looking at Alexander Ames out in the McLaren Cosworth M23. Very stylish looking car, this M23, and as we were saying earlier, John, it was a car that worked well for McLaren over several seasons. It was important to James Hunt as well.
Yes, this is a car designed by the McLaren group, but Gordon Kopak led the design team, and it was a car that enjoyed phenomenal success from 73 all the way to the end of 1976, with James Hunt winning his World Championship in 76, but of course Emerson winning his his second of two in 1974.
Another version of the Hesketh here, the 308E, with a slightly different livery, the penthouse livery on it as well. Hesketh, the team didn't last much longer after James Hunt moved on to McLaren, sadly, but it still was a key team at one stage. Now, you're looking at something from a little bit earlier on, the McLaren, with a different livery at that time.
Yes, this is a car from 1971-72, the Yardley, the men's cosmetics, and the Yardley McLaren was a very strong brand, and they continued a third car with McLaren in 1974, which Mike Hillwood raced. And then Mike sadly had an accident at Nürburgring, so he had to step out of the car. And that was the opportunity that Jochen Mass was given to step in and then race that car through the 74, 5 and 6 seasons.
Neil McReynolds going up in the Lancia Ferrari D50, and I know this one, John, really matters to you.
Yes, I mean, this is the Ferrari version rather than the Lancia D50. Ferrari were in all sorts of strife. So when Lancia shut the doors, they basically ran out of money. Ferrari did a negotiation to get all the equipment and then slightly readjusted it, and that was the car that they raced in 1956 with great success.
Now, this is one of my favourites to see once again. The Auto Union Type D, Benoit Foulouillet is driving it. And it was the very early days of going mid-engined, of course. And it was Ferdinand Porsche who came up with this idea because he was doing the work for Auto Union. And they did take victories in the 1930s against Mercedes, although Mercedes were the more dominant force.
Yes, I mean, they made a V16 in the initial Auto Union. I think this might be a Type D, which is probably the V12.
Yes.
Bernard for a while, it's sort of like he's looking for gears. I mean, these cars, 3-litre V12, two-stage supercharged, nuts cars, power in excess of anything like grip that the rear tyres would have been able to deal with. Of course, being mid-engine was revolutionary. No one had seen a mid-engine Formula 1 car, or no, that's a Grand Prix car. This is the Auto Union Type D, and this is the car Bernd Rosenmeier, for example, was the one driver who truly mastered it. Tragically, he lost his life trying to break the world land speed record in a very slippery Auto Union.
Absolutely right. That was desperately sad, but the Auto Union was fantastic with what they achieved. Alice, we are enjoying such a mixture of machinery here, aren't we? We've just heard actually with the gas turbo one's gone past us. It's already gone past Emerson Fittipaldi Jr. driving that, but we're just watching another of the Shadows heading up the hill. And Shadow, a team that were very involved in Can-Am racing, but then got involved in Formula 1 racing as well.
Yeah, they certainly did. So this car's from 1977, a 3-litre V8, and as you said, a mixture of times and fortunes really for the Shadow, certainly in Formula 1, John.
Yes, the team that began and sponsored by an American company, European Oil Company. There is the car. This is the version George Fulmer raced in 1973 along with his teammate Jackie Oliver. And later in the 70s, Jackie Oliver and other members of the Shadow team broke away, and they then created the team that was known as Shadow. Sorry, Arrows. This is the Shadow, known as Arrows. And so George Fulmer, Jackie Oliver, the two incumbent drivers in 1970. A great looking car. I think it's one of the most elegant looking cars, certainly in that stealthy black and white livery.
But when you talk about great looking cars, I have to say this is also one of my favourites, the Brabham BMW BT52. And Mark Sura is driving another great XF1 racer, and the style of the side pods, not full side pods, but just going into the radiators around the rear wheels, lovely design, and it was a very successful car.
Yes, I mean the shape of the car is, to me, is reminiscent of an arrow, just the narrow front and the way it widens out. The radiators mounted at an angle, very large radiators to cool the BMW 4-cylinder motor. But again, very much a Gordon Murray design, a very lateral thinking design compared to other cars in that time.
Absolutely, and there we are, just seeing the Arrows head up the hill as well. We were talking about that just a little bit earlier on. Christian Danner driving it, which is lovely to see.
Yeah, Christian was in the paddock yesterday, had a good old chat with things more contemporary. Wow, you wouldn't want to read that on the newspaper. But anyway, Christian raced one of these cars in period. This is a more, one might say, conventional looking car if you compare what the Brabham is, because both had the same BMW engine, but Gordon went down a much more Gordon Murray route and came up with a shape and a concept which, if you look at it, it's doing 100 miles an hour when it's standing still.
Gary Boutsen raced with this, and he pushed the car over the line, running out of fuel when he finished second at Imola back in the period. Yeah, Dave Voss was part of that BMW M12 turbo engine it had. So Benetton's heading off now, and Lorena McLaughlin's in this one, Alice.
She is a regular behind the wheel of this car. She drove it at the British Grand Prix last weekend, having the absolute time of her life, as always, behind this fantastic piece of machinery. Of course, the B192, built in 1992, 3.5-litre V8, and B1922 points in every race in 1992, with, of course, Schumacher and teammate Martin Brundle finishing on the podium 13 times. There was only one win, and that was for Schumacher in Belgium, and that was actually the final Formula 1 victory for a car with a manual transmission.
Yeah, well, it's some great history with and some of the star people involved, as you say, Ross Brawn, Rory Byrne, both worked within that. Let's just have a look at the Maserati 250F, though, and Marino Franchitti, Dario's brother, who also had a good racing career himself, in one of the great classics of the early period of Formula One.
Yeah, so you look at the Maserati 250F, that's what you expect to see. A bit of throttle, a bit of tail sliding coming. That is the archetypical photograph of a Maserati 250F, especially in the hands of the wonderful 5-time world champion Juan Manuel Fangio. Marino doing a good job to replicate what that great genius behind the wheel of a Formula One car achieved. And one of the user-friendliest Formula One cars ever manufactured. Lots of these cars were in private hands, going Formula One or Grand Prix racing through the 50s.
Yeah, superb stuff with numerous victories. As you say, Fangio's title at both 54 and 57 were due to this Maserati 250F. And they were powered initially by straight sixes and then later on by the V12 in 1957 with an ever slimmer bodywork style. And it's a lovely drive up the hill by Marino Franchitti to demonstrate one of those great machines. Lovely. And the Cooper Climax T43, when we talked about the Auto Union going mid-engine, but it took a few more years before F1 went back to mid-engine again.
Well, if you think Ferdinand Porsche was revolutionary with the Auto Union, then John Cooper carried that revolution forward with a very much more straightforward and uncomplicated tubular chassis, 4-cylinder Coventry Climax engine. This car won the Argentine Grand Prix 1958 in the hands of Sir Stirling Moss in a race that was unbelievably hot. Tire wear unbelievably high, but Stirling managed to baby the tires on this car, took victory, and that to me was the point for Formula One had to realise large engines up front in a Grand Prix car are now a thing of the past.
And it was the first win, of course, for a rear-engined Formula One car.
Yeah, you're right, absolutely, and everything is rear-engine these days. So John Shelton in the Tyrrell Cosworth 011 heading up the hill now, so another part of the Tyrrell group that we've got here, and it's lovely to see such a mixture of machinery climbing up this particular hill. The Tyrrell Cosworth 011 with a 3-litre V8 from 1982, and one of Tyrrell's good years. Most of them were a bit behind them, but Michele Alboreto at this stage was doing a fine job for them, wasn't he?
Yes, he won the final Grand Prix in Las Vegas 1982, and it was a performance maybe somewhat unexpected, but Michele on the day in that car was basically untouchable.
And the Ferguson Climax P99 four-wheel drive Formula One car, and as you were telling us, Stirling Moss had an important victory. It wasn't a World Championship win, but it was a non-championship F1 race.
Yes, I think it was the Oulton Park Gold Cup, and Stirling won. Remember, 1.5-litre Coventry Climax engine, four-wheel drive. So the penalty of four-wheel drive is additional weight. And when you've got a Formula One car, which is probably a lot heavier than the opposition around you, that was a pretty stellar drive by the maestro, Stirling Moss.
It always amuses me, the four-wheel drive thing, because it didn't quite work in Formula One. It wasn't in rallying for a while, and then when it suddenly came back into rallying, it really worked well. It's funny how sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, depending what you're doing.
I think if you're rallying in Ireland on tarmac surfaces, something like a 911 RS Porsche was the car to have in the 70s. And now, of course, on all sorts of surfaces, you have to have four-wheel drive. Four-wheel drive had a moment in time in Formula One, but it's long gone, and in my opinion or view, it's unlikely to ever return.
Well, I'm amazed that Alain Prost is keeping himself so busy today, because he's doing so much. We will be celebrating him, of course, on the balcony in a while, but seeing him out again in the McLaren MP44, this is lovely.
Oh, it's amazing, and it's what many say, possibly, John, was this car right here one of the most successful F1 cars in F1 history.
Unquestionably, I mean, 16 Grand Prix in 1988, lost Monza, and I put that down to an error more on Senna's part than Jean-Louis Schlesser. But the battle between Ayrton Senna and between Alain Prost, they were stellar. I mean, it sometimes almost got ugly, but what each driver was trying to achieve over the other was to drive both of them to limits probably that we never got to see very frequently and may never ever see again. These two drivers raised their games to such a level that I held my breath, and I'm feeling it right now, Ben. It was just unreal to watch.
It was amazing time. As you are here, if you're here at Goodwood or you're watching with us online, do remember that at 2:45 we will be celebrating Alain Prost's 4 titles up on the balcony. That's something to really look forward to, and that's going to be fun. You're looking at the Maserati 8CM now with James Wood. This was again very much back to the beginning of building cars that were going to be suitable for winning Grand Prix. We've got a car a bit similar to this later on today that's going very well in the pre-war category of the Shootout, so they can still be pretty rapid, can't they?
Well, you look at the car, I mean, first of all, the driver sits on the car, not in the car. They've got semi-elliptic or quarter-elliptic springs front and rear, so very much more like you might call it unfairly a kart rather than a sophisticated racing car. That was the technology of the day.
Ollie Behrman is back out, so current Formula One, the rookie, who's doing a great job for the Haas team, and Ollie Behrman is heading up there right now in the VF23.
Yeah, he was just lifting himself up in the seat there. Look, you can see, just giving the crowd a good wave. Him and Esteban Ocon have had a competition over the weekend, so I've been told that who can shred the rear tyres the most, and we've seen them both taking part in doing donuts. Ollie going a little bit slower than what he was yesterday, but this is the Haas Ferrari VF23, so this was from the 2023 season. And there we can see, Ben, the Red Arrow is making a show too.
Yeah, and we're about to hand over to them, but just to tell you that Esteban Ocon is on his way up the hill as well in the VF24 Haas, so if you're a big F1 fan, just keep your eyes open, because Esteban Ocon is also up there in this final part of this structure. But it's lovely to see both of the Haas drivers are doing this. They're heading up the hill, but let's now go and enjoy the Red Arrows.
Hello, hello, hello.
We're just waiting. We will get the commentary from the Red Arrows in just a moment. They are beginning this display, which is always glorious here at Goodwood. Just to bear in mind, we still have a few more cars heading up the hill, and you will be able to watch those at the same time, but whether you look down or look up, that's up to you. Esteban Ocon is out there now, having a bit of a play with that VF24.
Yeah, he is, and there we go, getting those burnouts. I haven't seen from the commentary box who've been doing donuts, so he probably would have done some donuts as well. The 2024 chassis, this is that he's taking through, and there is one of our contenders for the pre-war category going up the hill later on today in the Shootout, the Maserati 26M. Julien Majoub is behind the wheel of that, Ben, and we know how fast Julien drives anything, and certainly he will be taking that car up the hill later on today in our Shootout pretty rapidly.
Yeah, well, he won the pre-war category yesterday. There you are, look at him. Julien was sliding around yesterday a huge amount, but he loves it, and he's very, very successful. He did a 64.15 yesterday. More to see later on, but let's go and enjoy the Red Arrows up there.
Hello.
They are going to be doing their thing for just a little while.
Goodwood Festival of Speed. Sorry for the delay. We've had a small technical issue here on the top of Goodwood House. Of course, the Red Arrows are now displaying for you, and they are in the Swan formation. It's absolutely an honour and a pleasure to be here for 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed on the final day. You'll now see Reds 8 and 9 and collapse into behind Reds 2 and 3 to form one of the most iconic shapes of aviation history. The smoke will come on in from the left-hand side. This is Concorde. Leading the team for 2025 in his second year as Red 1 is squad leader John Bond, known as Bondy. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2012. On the right-hand side of that centre stem is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. Rob is in his second year in the team. Uniquely, he was taken from training and made an instructor on the Hawk before then joining the Typhoon, where he served on operations over Iraq and Syria with 3 squadron before becoming an instructor on the Typhoon. It's down the line. 2025 is the 20th anniversary of the Royal Air Force Typhoon display. Reds 2 and 3 with the rest of the team at the back. In from the right for the Typhoon roll. At the front, on the left-hand side of Red 1 is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen, known as Macca. Macca flew the AV-8B, which is a Harrier variant, with the United States Marine Corps while on exchange, before then coming back to the United Kingdom and flying the Royal Air Force 5th generation aircraft, the F-35B Lightning II, out of RAF Marham in Norfolk. There are 11 pilots on the Red Arrows, Reds 1 through 9 displaying for you today. Myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk, T-Mark II. This is my 4th and final year on the team. And of course, as a military unit, we are commanded by Wing Commander Adam Collins, Officer Commanding Rafat, former Tornado GR4 pilot, former aggressor pilot on the Hawk, and he also flew the F-111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. The Royal Air Force has a unique capability in space and cyber, and to represent that capability, the team passes in Apollo. Red 4 on the far right-hand side, uppermost as we look at, working extremely hard, looking through the formation as he works up alongside Red 2. Red 4 is squadron leader Chris McCann. Again, he was taken from training and made an instructor on the Tucano before then joining the Tornado GR4 force, where he flew with the famous 617 Dambuster Squadron. Squadron leader Chris McCann received an Air Force Cross for his service on operations over Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the colourful Big Vixen.
All right, guys.
In that particular manoeuvre, the aircraft are flying with their air brakes out. That's a small door at the base of the aeroplane towards the rear. This has twofold effect on the aircraft. The first one is the pilots will fly with a higher throttle setting, thereby producing a hotter engine gas temperature, and it makes those smoke colours burn a lot more brightly. Secondly, is it disturbs the airflow outside the back of the aeroplane, and therefore it makes the smoke billow a lot more fuller and through the display. We use that manoeuvre to enhance certain manoeuvres in the display. You'll now see Reds 6 and 7 sit behind Red 1, Reds 8 and 9 sit in trail on the rest of the team for one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre that the Red Arrows fly. From the right, get your cameras ready, it's Tornado time!
Lights on, guys. 8
and 9 roll go as 8 and 9 roll around the rest of the formation. But watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings them down the line. Once again, trailing our famous red, white and blue smoke. That smoke pod is only capable due to the smoke pod under the belly of the aeroplane. That smoke pod is capable of producing approximately 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of blue smoke and 1 minute of red smoke, with each of the colours selectable by its own button on the pilot's control column. And during winter training, the smoke plan comes up with Red 1 and Red 6 to ensure that we have the right colour in the display at the right time and we do not run out. as we finish the first half. This will be your last opportunity to get a picture.
Yeah, boss.
This will be your last opportunity to get a picture of the team in the world-famous Diamond 9. In from the left, once again, in our Diamond 9, it's the Red Arrows. As we go into the second half, we start the second half in the same way that we started in 2024. This is the 5-4 split. In the second half, which is the more dynamic, heart-pumping, jaw-dropping part of the display, we operate in two distinct sections. Off to the left-hand side, you have Reds 1 through 5, known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5. Off to the right-hand side, 6, 7, 8 and 9, known as Hannah, named after squad leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows, the only team leader to lead the team for 4 years. He took the team from a 7 to a 9 and formed our world-famous Diamond 9. Enid from the left, Hannah from the right for the 5-4 cross. Keep your eye on Enid to your right-hand side. Number 5 starts to make his way to sit behind Red 1, and number 4 sits in trail on the rest of Enid. Number 4, roll goes. Number 4 rolls around the smoke of Enid. Sitting just behind Red 1 is Red 5, Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. Dusty is in his second year on the team. He's originally from Zimbabwe. He's a former Typhoon pilot, where he was an instructor on 29 Squadron, served on operations with 11 Squadron, and also worked on the Test and Evaluation Squadron, all based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Look directly to your front, you've got Hannah rolling back in. Get your cameras ready for the Hannah break. We have Red 6 and 8 to our left-hand side, Red 7 and 9 to our right-hand side. Hannah and the Synchro pair are led by the Synchro leader. That's Red 6, squad leader Tom Hansford to our left-hand side. Tom is in his third and final year on the team, a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, where he would teach weapons, technical information and tactics to the entire Typhoon force. Each pair will now dive down to approximately 300 feet above the tree line. They'll have a clone speed of over 900 miles per hour in a maneuver called the Hannah Pass. Reds 7, 8 and 9 go up and down in the roller coasters. Red 6 and 7 stay flat. Go is the call from Red 6 as Red 6 to our right-hand side pulls up. Red 7 to our left-hand side pulls up, reaching a height of over 2,500 to 3,000 feet. To our left-hand side is Red 7, Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. George is in his second year on the team. Again, he was an instructor on the Tucano and also a qualified pilot on the Typhoon, where he served on operations with 11 Squadron. Each aircraft pass in the middle of the display to complete the maneuver called Boomerang.
Following on.
Look to your right-hand side, you're looking for Enid running back in. They get down and form the inverted V. Come Coming in from the left-hand side at over 500 miles per hour is Red 9 as he performs the Goose. Red 9 is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie's in his third year on the team. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. Look directly to your front in the distance and you'll see the nose lights twinkling of Red 6 and 7. Red 7 sat in tango on Red 6. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. This is the one you do not want to miss. The smoke comes on for the world famous Synchro Heart. Coming in from the top right-hand side is Red 8 as he spears the Heart. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker, a very experienced aviator in his third and final year on the team. He's flown Harrier, he's flown Typhoon, and he's a former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. Keep your eye on the synchro pair. Once again, they'll turn back towards the display line. They'll dive down to only 300 feet. They've got a clone speed of over 900 miles per hour. They'll be looking to pass each other, only wingtip to wingtip. That's 30 meters, only 100 feet. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll, a cross, followed by a second barrel roll in a maneuver called the double roll. As the synchro pair leave to our rear, coming in from the left-hand side, you have got Reds 1 through 5, joined by Red 9. The aboard call is made as Red 9 rolls around the smoke of Enid in the corkscrew. As I said earlier, there are 11 pilots on the team. However, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have a team of over 140 personnel. Over 120 of them are the engineers, the public relations, the logisticians, the administrators. They are known as the Blues. And there are a number of Blues here today at our public relations centre by the heliport. So make sure you pop along, have a word with them, find out about their roles in the Red Arrows and, of course, the wider Royal Air Force. Looking to your left, looking to your right, Red 6 from the right, Red 7 from the left. Each aircraft performs a barrel roll, passing in the middle once again at only 30 meters, 100 feet. Each aircraft now pulling 5-6G, which means everything about them weighing 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the racing circuit. Passing at the back of the circle, the blue goes to red, the red goes to blue, maintaining that 6G turn as the synchro complete the maneuver called the circus. Front right 45, Enid running back into display the white smoke in trail. Our famous red, white and blue comes on. Red 1-5's a barrel roll in the sky, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky in a maneuver we simply call the Serpent. The motto of the Red Arrows is Eclat, and that means excellence, and it means every single member of the team, whether you've been on the team for 1 week or 4 years, is striving for excellence in everything that we do. And of course, we'd like to think that we leave the team in a better place when we leave it than when we joined the team. Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 now moved up alongside Red 1. They're looking 90 degrees along their shoulder line, pulling up to 4G, an extremely hard formation to maintain. The smoke comes on for the Tango Present. You're looking for Reds 7 and 8 from our right-hand side. You're looking for Reds 6 and 9 from our left-hand side. 6 and 9 rolling in as both 6 and 9 roll inverted for one of our newest manoeuvres of 2025. This is Chainsaw. Red 6 and 9 inverted up to 30 seconds, all the blood rushing to their head. They're working hard to get those G-pants. Conversely now, they roll the correct way up. They're turning that negative G into positive G, with all the blood now wanting to rush from their head down to their feet. They're working hard up to 4G, working against that G-suit to maintain their consciousness while flying. As Hannah leave to our front, look to your left-hand side. You're looking for Enid running back in with the white smoke in trail. 2 and 3 roll goes. Reds 2 and 3 roll to the outside. Clear go as Reds 4 and 5 roll to the outside. In one of the hardest manoeuvres we get to fly as new pilots when we join the team, this is the rollbacks. As Enid leaves to our right, look directly to your front. You're looking for the nose lights and the smoke of Hannah. The white smoke comes on. You can see the trail of Red 6, 8 and 9. The red and the blue from 8 and 9 go on as they roll around the smoke of Red 6. Watch for the surprise as the aircraft start to come closer. We can see 6, we can see 8, we can see 9. But there's Red 7 hiding in the smoke of Red 6 in the Tempest. Once again, Red 6 off to our left, Red 7 off to our right. The synchro pair will climb up to about 1,500 feet, dive that back to the airfield. They'll have that clone speed of over 900 miles per hour for their final manoeuvre of the show. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll, followed by a cross, followed by inverted flight to leave the display area in a manoeuvre simply called the crossbow.
Cool, go.
As the synchro pair roll the correct way up, they leave to our rear. We're looking directly to your front. You're looking for the nose lights of Reds 1 through 5, joined by 8 and 9. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been an honour and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2025 Red Arrows! Red 1 puts his smoke on. He'll gather the rest of the formation, take them back to Bournemouth Airport. We'll refuel the jets and we'll take ourselves back to RAF Waddington later on this afternoon, our home base, to complete our display weekend. It's been an absolute honour and a pleasure to perform for you today at Goodwood, especially on Thursday, Friday and today. It's been an extremely busy weekend. It's an absolute honour to perform at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, of course, go down and see the PR tent. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram. If you find me on Instagram, RFRed10, you can find me, follow me, and find all the rest of the pilots. Hashtag Red Arrows, pick up the videos and pictures. Hashtag Red Arrows, we'll pick them up and share them across social media. As I said, this is my 4th and final year on the team. It's absolutely an honour and a pleasure to represent the Royal Air Force and the Red Arrows. I've had an absolute blast over 4 years, and thank you for all your support that I've had over the last 4 years. If I don't see you in the rest of the season, please have a great day. Lots of sunscreen, lots of water. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
What a show from the Red Arrows. They never ever disappoint in the fact that every time you see them, every year, they bring something new to the mix. I'm Bruce Jones, joined by James Hayden. Something to really clear the air above the site, and Jared Deander is going to come and join us in the commentary box. We've got plenty coming up. The next batch is batch 2, and already the first vehicles at the helm, and it's the people who like to get low and a little bit dusty.
They do indeed. We're looking at Ben Birchall and Paddy Rosney as passenger. These guys, really professional outfit. They've won the World Championship 4 times. They've won 14 TT races, and yeah, you don't get a much better pairing than these.
If people are looking at a motorcycle sidecar outfit for the first time, just explain the dynamics and how it's put together.
Yeah, I mean, they're really sort of clever things. You know, they're obviously always run under the motorbikes, but they're that little bit different as well, because obviously you've got the 2 wheels of the motorcycle, then that 3rd wheel is kind of in the middle of the outfit, but just slightly towards the rear. That you use your left foot to brake, and all the brakes are linked. Obviously it's your usual sort of throttle. A lot of them now have got the quick shift button on their hand as well to change gear, but you can see the passengers really got to work, got to get to the inside, keep that weight over the wheel, and when they go the other way, obviously he's flipping to the other side, so it's all about keeping the weight over the wheel that needs the most grip. You know, they're quick things. You know, they can do 160 miles an hour, and yeah, you can see you're busy and you're brave.
Yeah, this is a 1.16 hill climb course, so it's not long in comparison to the races they do, but with all the vertical we have here, that's a very different mix for them.
It is, yeah, and they use the short chassis for this, because the long chassis are just that little bit sort of too long, so this is what they're using, for example, the Isle of Man TT, where they average over 120 miles an hour laps, so they really do fly.
And your experience as a sidecar outrider, as limited as you could possibly make it?
Well, no, I went out with Steve Webster, who's a 7-time champion, so I do know it. But talking of champions, here we go. It is Carl Fogarty. We're out this weekend. We've been really representing him. Nice little wheelie there. He's obviously had his moment on the balcony, celebrating his 4 World Superbike Championships. And Carl's riding his 2000 Ducati, so he won it the year before in '99. This was the one. He only did 2 races on this, and then had that accident in Australia, and that was the end of his career, unfortunately. But I spoke to Carl earlier this morning, met up with him, and he said he's been having a brilliant time. It's lovely to be out. He was touched by by everyone coming out. And now here's a little trait. This is one of his arch rivals. It is the Texas Tornado, Colin Edwards. It's the first time we've seen Colin Edwards on the hill this weekend, and so good to see him. He's riding his VTR 1000 SP, the RC51. Colin was the World Superbike champion in 2000 and 2002. And they'd been running an inline 4 for many years. They kept getting beaten by Ducati, so Honda went back to the drawing board and came up with that 1000 twin, and it was very successful indeed. And now we're going back to another bike, the 33. Those amongst you that will know that, it's Marco Melandri. So Marco Melandri's 2014 Ducati 1199 Panigale. Absolutely stunning bike. And you can hear that V-twin pumping along, knocks out about 200 brake horsepower, about 100 pounds of torque, titanium rods, full adjustable pivot points. They were homologation specials designed to compete in the World Superbike. He's having to take it a little bit gingerly. He's on cold, slick tyres. It might be hot, but it doesn't give you all the grip you need. And now we're going back in here a little bit here. So we've got one of the Norton Rotaries. Just fantastic machines, these. James Helling there, is it riding? It seems to just maybe have a slight problem, so they're just backing that off there. So the Norton, the big Rotary 588, just being backed off, or they have a little investigate of that. I'm sure we're going to get something else pulled up, and we are. And it's not just something, it's a MotoGP bike, and it's Sete Gibernau's MotoGP bike. This is knocking out about 260 brake horsepower, an absolute weapon. These are they're the Formula One of motorcycles, so it's a very unique. This is a 2006, so it's the Ducati Desmo DC GP6, and what a thing! You can hear the long gearing on it as he pulls away.
James, one thing, you've just been talking about that power figure. Give us the weight. That's how I can really equate the performance that comes out.
Yeah, so the weight's about 162 kilograms.
About, that's good.
Well, it is. So you see the big exhaust out the back, and these were really, as Ducati started to come on song. Obviously, Casey Stoner had given them some world championships, but in this period they were just really getting their machines so competitive before they went on this huge winning spree, and they've been the manufacturer to beat in MotoGP for some years now. So now we're looking slightly. So what do we got here? We got the Norton Nemesis. So this is a really rare. This is a one-off, and you've probably not seen it before. It's a very, very unusual motorcycle. It's got 280 brake horsepower. It's powered by a 1.5-litre V8. So you don't see those in motorcycles too often. It was designed to showcase sort of Norton's capabilities and attract new investors during that kind of little dodgy period in Norton in the 1990s. And it's got a magnesium frame, revs to 14,000 and does about 220 miles an hour. So very unique motorcycle, lovely to see it running up the hill. And now we're going back to the Petronas. So we saw Carl Fogarty earlier in the early 2000s. He launched this World Superbike team with the Petronas. It was an engine designed by Sauber. It was a reverse cylinder triple. I rode for them for the first 2 years in World Superbikes. And so yeah, that's what we're seeing here. There's two versions here today. We got this one, which is one of the 150 bikes that were built to homologate it for World Superbike racing, hence the indicators and the number plate. You can just see the lights there hidden in the screen. But a very sort of unusual setup. Triples, obviously Triumph run triples, but not reverse cylinders. But it has that, if you listen to it, it's got quite a unique tone to it.
Possible. When the riders talk about riding the hill here, it's something completely different for them. What do they find? What do they think of it?
Well, I think one of the biggest things is just because your tyres, you haven't got long, there's no tyre warmers, so one of the biggest things is just getting the tyres for temperature. A lot of people will run wet tyres or certainly intermediates. If you're running slicks, I think this is on slick, so you've just got to be careful because they do take a little bit of time to heat up. Also, if you don't know it, there are places that can sort of rush up on you here. So we're looking at Michele Fabrizio's bike. This is the 2008 Ducati 1098 RS. He got a number of podiums on this motorcycle, and he's got a cut front and a slick rear. So they're just sort of coming up to temperature now. And now we're just going back. So we've got so many Ducatis in this wonderful display. This is a 2002 Ducati. This is the 998 RS. And again, just that unique sound of all the Ducatis, and it's just such a seminal shape that started off as the 916, then went to the 996, and then this version, the 998. This was Colin Edwards and Troy Bayliss had such a battle this year. It was one of the best years of World Superbike ever. Bayliss won the first 14 races on this motorcycle. It looked like he was away with it. And then Colin Edwards, the Texas Tornado, who we saw earlier, pegged him back, won the last 9, and it was the most breathtaking finish to a season, with Colin Edwards just coming out on top, and it's one that everyone remembers. So that bike is also just an absolute cult classic.
You can't have a nickname like the Texas Tornado and not deliver, can you? You're going to knock the walls down, eh?
Yes, indeed. And now we're going to some of our first glance motorcycles. This is the first time it's been seen in the world, and this is the BMW Concept RR. And it's being ridden by the CEO of BMW Motorrad, Marcus Flash, and he's riding it very well, as he has done all weekend. So this is based on BMW's World Championship winning superbike from last season, but they've really sort of thrown the kitchen sink at it. It's gorgeous when you look at it. All carbon fibre bodywork. It's got a complete carbon swinging arm. It's got these, as the latest aerodynamics. It's even got some different style aero that we've not seen sort of before on it. It's got a World Superbike spec engine, delivering about 240 brake horsepower. It's 1000cc, double overhead cam, 16 valve. It's got factory Olin suspension. It's got the World Superbike slicks on it, and the latest from MotoGP, these latest monoblock Brembo calipers, nickel plated, massive 330 disc, and it's a really, really gorgeous thing. As we look down a little bit further now, so this is an unusual one, and again, this is from 1981, so this is really when kind of superbikes were just starting to be converted, and this is called the Moriwaki Monster, and it took Wayne Gardner to the 1981 Suzuka 8 Hours victory. And it really launched Wayne Gardner's career. You know, everyone knows Wayne Gardner for 500 Grand Prix. You know, the Australian. He's been at Goodwood many times in the revival and various things, and here. And this motorcycle, you can see the evolution. You know, we've been watching mostly superbikes anyway, and to think this is kind of how they started from. And now we're looking a little bit further back as well. So this is another Norton Rotary. So this is a 94 bike. It's a sister bike to the one that Ian Simpson won the British Championship on that year. We dominated, the Nortons dominated that year, winning 14 of the races, getting 31 podiums. And this has been coming out the Motorcycle Museum in Birmingham. They restored it, and it's come out, and it's lovely to see it sort of getting a run up the hill. And they restored it so William Dunlop, Michael Dunlop's son, could ride it at the Classic TT in 2015, which he did very effectively. And again, that rotary sound it's got a real howl to it. They were absolute beasts, and hear it crackling and popping along. And now we're going to something completely different, the Paris-Dakar bikes. This is the American ace, Ricky Brayback, and he's won the Paris-Dakar in 2020 and 2024. And lovely little stand-up wheelie from him there, or rather wheelie coming away from the line. Yeah, there's nothing these guys can't do. They're trials riders, they're enduro riders, they're road riders. You know, they've got such all-round capabilities, as has that motorcycle. What a motorcycle it is. It's based on the 450 motocross enduro version, but then heavily modified to make sure that it can go weeks on end through the harshest terrain on the planet. And this man rides it very well indeed. You know, that 450, it's a 449, it's a liquid-cooled single-cylinder lump, fuel-injected 6-speed, giving about 60 brake horsepower, but it's got these big 35-litre tanks, obviously the aerodynamics to help them, all the map-reading equipment and GPS that they need. And it's lovely to see the American ace, and he's putting on a lovely show for everyone.
Super dynamic, and again, hello, we're moving a little bit further back in time, but the same old trick.
Yes, this is lovely to see. So we've seen the latest version, that was the 2025 version of the Paris-Dakar bike. Well, this is the 1985 winning Paris-Dakar bike, and it just looks great in that like 80s look. It is obviously a BMW GS, and you're getting a really nice little ride there. I just love seeing it in that Marlboro outfit. It's absolutely immaculate as well. And this is the R80 GS that really launched the big trail bike movement, really, that BMW have come to be synonymous with, and it's now dominating the sales. And now for something completely different, this is obviously the monowheel from the UK monowheel team. They're in the Guinness Book of Records for the world's fastest monowheel. They've done 89 miles an hour in this so far, which we all think is unbelievable.
I'm good. I'll let Bruce take the wheel, literally.
So
he can take the wheel.
Yeah, nice one, Jared. Now the thing is, apparently the cornering is almost impossible. You've literally got no sideboard on the tire.
It's your shoes.
Exactly.
It's your shoes.
It's your size 13s, right?
Yeah, well, exactly. An 11 and a 13. It's great. But when they go down and brake, I was trying to work on the dynamics of this last night. If you brake, I think without your shoes, if you were braking on the wheel, the rider would go around inside, like turned into a hamster on a hamster wheel.
Yeah. So it's a very clever thing, and it's got this little sort of 40 horsepower, 30 kilowatt motor. And as you say, the contact patch is maybe 30 millimeters. So if that, so it's very, very slim. And to think they've done just a whisker under 90 miles an hour in it already is unbelievable. So just a slight delay as we look at it, but it's an amazing little piece of engineering. So it's great. It just shows sort of the variety of stuff that we have coming up the hill. The frame is made of carbon with this stainless sort of surround. It's got twin tube damping. It's got this twin motor energy, brushless 3-phase axial flux motors. And as you can see, it's quite a unique thing.
Really is already trying to sort of dissipate a bit of the power. The feet will come down that, and got some great sparks yesterday morning, because what's coming up? No, it's a corner followed by another one.
Yeah, well, he's got his little metal sliders on as you need, as he shows it off coming up the hill. But that does go when he accelerates. He's just really tentatively sort of riding the throttle. You can see the rotation in it as well. So it's quite a tricky little thing. That's the fastest we've seen him take that as well. He's definitely speeding up.
It certainly is, and I gather for the speed record, they're allowed to dab with their feet if it's starting to go over. I think that's fair, don't you?
I absolutely think that's fair. And I was saying, if you have a little bit of loose change in your pocket on one side, you might fall over. Also, was walking last night with Terry Grant to the Goodwood house. It is quite crowned, that street. You know, we kind of talk about, you think about just a flat asphalt, that road is fairly crowned. So on one wheel, two wheel, four wheels, it's pretty impressive to, again, see the drivers and obviously one wheel go on this track.
Well, the monowheel is pulling off. They did have ambitions. They were wondering if they could go the whole way up the hill, but that obviously would take a certain amount of time, because the problem on those things called corners, plenty of which we have. But Jared Leander, great to have you joining us in the commentary box. This is your moment to stand up and be effusive.
It's not my turn, it's their turn. I talk about they, meaning six. We got 6 drifters, a truly international affair. This is a quilt of dynamicism, but our Porsche, looks like our safety car is going to hit the track first, throw on the lights. No, that's not a cop, because Mike is allowed to do this. It is legal. The Duke said, go ahead, tip the hat. We got a little red flag out here. Let's clear the track and make sure he, we've seen some hoses being sprayed, some water being laid down, but I think it's just, it's like, do you guys know what a Zamboni machine is?
I think you're about to tell us, Jared.
Do you know what a Zamboni machine is, James?
I don't know.
A Zamboni machine is the machine that goes to ice rinks and clears the ice.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a bit of a Porsche Zamboni machine. So Zamboni is a family-owned business. They clear the ice at hockey rinks and ice arenas. So they clear it out, throw a little water on there, and smooth it out. So I feel like, these are the maid service that's going to put a little mint on the pillow, and like Guns N' Roses, we're going to kick the speakers in, kick the door in like Beastie Boys, come alive and kick it. That's what we're going to do. But it's a Kiwi behind the wheel in this instance, driving a JDM car that took him to a 2019 Formula Drift Japan Championship. Now, Mad Mike has been having a hoot yesterday and today, because he's been doing double duty with multiple bulls. Talking about the Red Bulls, he got to pilot the NASCAR, and I can tell Mike is behind the wheel because he drives like a rotor. He kind of blips the throttle a little bit, even with an American V8 NASCAR. But again, very talented driver. Mad Mike, he does his own events down in New Zealand if you have the opportunity. Mad Mike Summer Bash, first week in December. James is my official invite. Bruce, we'll see. You got to pay me to go there, but I'll let you in at the door. All joking aside, Mad Mike Summer Bash at Hampton Downs Raceway, just outside of Auckland. Amazing event. Puts, again, smiles for miles. Really cool event. But Mad Mike, a consummate showman. Thank you to the Duke. Went to the party last night. The party continues. Fireworks behind the house and now here on track. This isn't the final demo, because we have the shootout and I believe one more drift demo to see which cars stay alive, because it's about attrition. It's hot out here, but the track is even hotter. It's absolutely electric. Again, my hat's off to you guys. It's been a pleasure working with you guys this whole week. America's waking up right now, maybe early risers on a Sunday, but I'm really proud of it. Looks like might have had a fluids there on track, but it's been a pleasure working with you and the whole team on the broadcast team, and just giving you a little taste, a little appetizer of what drifting is.
Well, Jared, it's sensational. Obviously, they're clearing up. The last thing they want is these cars to go sideways, clearly. So get the grease off the track. No, I joke aside. The show that you drifters have put on is phenomenal. It comes as a package. We didn't know what to expect 6 or 7 years ago when it arrived, and it just suddenly, in an instance, we were there. We're used to this, having the top bikes, the Formula One cars, the sports cars, the touring cars, the rally cars, and now another section that is absolutely jammed in like a vital brick in the wall. Drifters, we love it.
And there is nothing quite like it as well, is there? Visually, it's such a treat, and seeing the skill of some of those guys, when we saw it yesterday, coming between the flint walls, what they're able to do, their placement, their judgment, it's just been such a great show.
It's game respect game. That's as the kids say, and this is their canvas, their vehicles, unique, just as unique as the drivers. They come from 2 wheels, or either urethane or obviously inflated. It being Mad Mike, he broke his back many years ago, and with age comes a cage. So he says, like literally, look at this. I mean, here we are, Terry Grant and his boys down there in the skid pad. They've been doing demos. Johnny out there calling the action, but Mad Mike, he got that name because he was mad on on 2 wheels, and like I said, broke his back. He threw it into, always loved rotaries. It's really cool. I'm going to be with him at World Time Attack Challenge. He's bringing out a car that really kick-started, or clutch kick-started his career through a rotary, and it's called Firsty. It's an old Mazda wagon, and he bought his old car back. He put some big arches on it, threw a bigger motor at it, and it's just kind of back to the roots. It's really, really cool. So again, all the drifters from, on behalf of all the drifters, thank you guys. And it's been absolutely electric to be walking around here. I had an opportunity to go to the off-road area, some of the ultra four cars, some of the vehicles that I've never seen, and I've called a lot of off-road action as well, from the Baja California, the 1000, the 500, San Felipe 250. So it's nothing but respect, and it's just so much positivity here. Like I said, this is the best motorsports event in the world, and I've seen a lot of things, and I know you guys have as well. So I love the high fives and handshakes, man. It's really cool.
Well, you know what? It really is the world's greatest motorsport melting pot, and in the weather we've had these past 4 days, it really, truly is. You don't have to take long to get heat in your tyres. Is heat a good thing when you're drifting?
A great question. It is obviously not under the hood. You kind of want to keep it cool. But what's also really notable is the tires on the vehicle. In Formula Drift, you have to run a DOT certified tire, meaning that it has to pass road legal. It's not slicks. They're not treated. They're not anything. So they're running the same tire that you'd run on your high performance vehicle. And they use them like toilet paper, man. So don't make the toilets, make the toilet paper. That's a better business. So they use it respectfully. Really good high-end tires, ZR rated, but they need to be ready for customer consumption. I love the linen shirt. You finally broke out the most breathable shirt on the last day.
Little crumpled, bit like me. But, yeah, keeping cool, or as close as I can get to cool. But no, I'm really looking forward to the heat that's going to build up in this commentary box, because any moment now, Mad Mike and the gang, 6 of them, the 6 cars could not be more different. Again, that's one of the beauties of drifting. The sheer range of performance, the sheer way of delivering it, the sheer style, and of course we've got that fantastic Volvo estate car.
From what I understand, the bricks there on the start line, some of those are from the Indy track actually as well.
Absolutely so.
So cool. I was walking that last night, again, just staying across the street in a RV across from the Goodwood Hotel, and it's just been such a great experience. Again, walking there, I'm like, wow, got a little piece of America here in England.
Yeah, well, Americana has always been a massive element of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Yes, it's quintessentially in a beautiful English estate, but it's for people with a global outlook, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you. The stage is Mad Mike's. That's right, the Kiwi from not down under. He's a Kiwi, so he's still down under for me. But this vehicle took him to a 2019 Formula Drift Japan Championship. In 2018, he took up the likes of Daigo Saito and many of the Japanese stars. But Mad Mike paved the way for a lot of the drifters to have their way in front of the Goodwood house to put smiles on faces. The phones are out, the fans are excited, and now he clutch kicks right here in front of the Goodwood house. Look at the beautiful sculpture. Every year it changes, and Mad Mike brings it. Lighten up the tires. Again, this multiple rotor vehicle. This is humble. This vehicle is called humble because it has that Japanese essence. The FD Japan is iconic. One of the most beautiful lines from the factory. Now you can see the tires catching fire, and that is a sign of a good time, right? So that back right, you're seeing the tire actually, it looks like he actually debeaded. I know a lot of the tire accumulation, the particulates actually accumulate. It does catch fire. It extinguishes under its own power, no pun intended, but you can see him throwing flames out there. Now he did keep it in his race trim. This is absolutely from Japan. He dusted the thing off, and look at that, getting up close and personal. There's a nose job, James, there for you. You look beautiful, but he is a surgeon as well. Not only on track, but to your face. Into the flint wall. Let's see what kind of angle he throws out here. Bang. Put magnesium on the back of that thing, and he can start a fire. We're talking about it. Look at that. Clutch kicks his way. It narrows their eyes. Their pupils get large and they get dilated. They're in, they're out, into the hay bales. Man, where are the s'mores right now? Get some marshmallows, chocolate, some graham crackers. We are Boy Scouts right here. Man Scouts is more like it. Throwing a peace sign, chucking a deuce out the window. Mad Mike Woodette putting on a show for the fans. I'll tell you what, the Duke of Richmond, if he's not impressed, I don't know what else we could do, man.
Yeah, you could do no more. And of course, when Mike reaches the top paddock, he'll spin it around. All the fans up there get to see some incredible skills. And when the rest of the gang come up, they play.
Yeah, everybody's playing, and again, attrition. They want to put on a show. Chris Forsberg took out that front right corner. They get up to 65 degrees of angle. It's about 45 at a normal car. And, we go from something not archaic by any means, because the FDRX7, early 90s, now to the future. Here it is, an Ioniq 6, a drift spec vehicle. This is, again, a first of its kind. It's developed in Korea. Now, Sung Go Cho, he actually developed this vehicle in Korea. He competes in Asia, and in other vehicles. So applying that knowledge into technology, forging the way. Is it here? It is here now. Is it competitive? TBD, to be determined, or TBC as you guys say.
Yeah, and doing all that while holding a little flag out of the window. I don't know what the flag's denoting, but again, a touch of style. But it's a stealth vehicle.
It is, and when I saw this thing show up, they were tuning just the audio. Our audio guy of all things is covering his ears over here. I don't know why. It's just the squealing of the tires. It's not a loud car by any means. It's probably one of the quietest cars. It looks like more like an iPod as opposed to a big old NASCAR V8. But he covered his ears and he's got iPods in. Speaking of a weapon, this gentleman right here, multiple champion across the pond in America, first ever 4-time former drift champion, multiple drift masters here in Europe. He's an Oman drift champion. I mean, you get this guy behind any drift vehicle. This vehicle is built in 6 weeks. If you haven't seen the video, he breaks it on down. This, I mean, again, the angle, 65 degrees of angle, working with the RTR lab. What is RTR? Ready to rock. Von Gittin Jr., what I would consider the Carroll Shelby of our generation, for a new generation of Ford tuning, right? So not just Ford Mustangs, but Ford Broncos. The RTR lab in Charlotte, North Carolina, actually developed the Hoonicorn. You know the vehicle. I actually have the Hoona Pegasus shirt on right now. But James the Machine Dean, I apologize if I haven't said his name. He wants to link the whole course, and he's doing that. The tires, like I said, are going to be used like toilet paper, but nothing offensive here. It's all about throwing that tire shrapnel past the flip wall. Big, massive angle from James the Machine Dean. I told you this guy's a weapon. It's not a knife fight, it's a tire fight. You see the white wheels going around. That really highlights the degree of angle as he goes past the hay bale. No horses here, just horsepower. Ford Mustangs coming out of the stable. I keep talking about ponies, but the pony of the Ford Mustang, an iconic vehicle. This has the RTR Spec 5 FD carbon Kevlar wide body fenders on the front, the back, side to side, ripping up till the day we die. Talking about rap music, heat wave sunglasses on the corners, and look at this. Absolutely amazing. Love James the Machine Dean. This car competes everywhere. Again, we're going to see him next weekend in St. Louis, round 5 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. If you guys want to pack my luggage, James, you're small. Bruce, you got to go on the roof rack. I don't know if you're going to make it, but absolutely amazing. Love James the Machine Dean. He absolutely rips.
Oh, that was incredible. Again, that angle he took through the wall was, I mean, that was...
Iron Turk has got
Bruce,
under
are you
their
crying?
skin. Not yet, but I will be. I'm saving those tears for this vehicle that's out. I saw yesterday a sight that I will have etched in my mind forever. Let's see what can happen today.
And that was my nickname in college, Stout. This is a 1966 Toyota Stout with a 3S GTE under the hood. He kept the original paint. He's got Beltec suspension. As Bagsy goes past us, the Brit, he has the all-JDM vehicle with the LS7, 7-liter, single turbo, GTR, but here goes the Stout from the start line. He had the biggest angle. These guys are anteing up. They're friends, but they want to put on a show. He does a little bit of gardening out there. The lawnmower is courtesy of those rear tires out back. He goes in front of the house. Let's see what he's got for us. I was just with him earlier over at the Beltec KW suspension booth. There he goes, throwing a little 360 flavor. Donut, not sprinkled, a little bit of grass sprinkle for you. All right, so as he continues on, let's see. Look, he's a magician. Where's he at? David Copperfield, James Houdini, not Brian Turk. He is Turkin, boot scooting, sliding Turkin. That's what we call him here. We came up with an AI song last night. Look at that, absolute magician, a weapon of mass destruction past the hay bales. Got a little bit wonky there as Ryan Turk, we can see there in the cockpit or out the truck bed. He's not putting anybody to sleep. It is not a bed, it is a highlight. He goes in, he backs that thing in. He gets involved with the hay bales. I told you, these guys are leveling up. They know there's only one more demo after this. They want to leave a lasting impression, both on your faces, into the hay bales, and even that truck. This is one of one. You can see, again, a little bit of souvenir from Goodwood, the Duke of Richmond. Sorry, buddy. We want to put on a show. There's the finish line. There's the checker flag. But the party continues because we still have more cars and more horsepower.
I don't think I can take it, frankly. Just
you can.
sensation. Of course I
Throw
can.
up, Bruce.
Brilliant, brilliant slide. And he just missed. We've got a camera on the inside of the turn at Moulcombe. He missed it by an inch. Why not?
James, what's going on? You're speechless.
Yeah, I mean, it's just great. That's just where he touched the tires. I mean, the precision of him and the skill, it just blows you away. I love it. This is so cool.
Driving past us is Christopher Forsberg. He's in his X-Comp Ultimaniac. He took it hard in the wall. His Jackson, his mechanic, he's got the long flowy hair looking like he's from a rock band. I believe in a thing called Angle. And as he brought his vehicle in, he welded a piece to that front right arm. It looks like we do have a little bit of a red flag, a little bit of hiccup in drink water upside down, and see if we can get rid of those hiccups and keep the party going. As on the line, we have Axel Turbo. He is in that 3-rotor Volvo Estate wagon. Christopher Forsberg, a 3 three-time Formula Drift champion. He competes in an all-new Nissan Z, and that vehicle is actually 5 feet shorter. Looks like Chris Forsberg got into it, or is so again, that front right, he took off yesterday. He got involved with a hay bale, and you know, you think, hey, it's soft. When you pack it that tight, those things are just like the bricks at the start line from the Indy Motorsport Speedway.
Yeah, what I gather, it's debris up ahead of him, just above the flint wall. Can't think where that came from. It was hip, it was shoulder, it was the right-hand side of the Toyota Stout, and there may be a wing mirror, there may be not, but anyhow, rather, since we know all of your guys are going to go right out to the edge of those bales, clean it up.
Absolutely. Like I said, maid service here, and put a little mint on the pillow, but it's going to be absolutely thrashed. So there still is one more demo, but just like the bikes, you know, a little bit of wheelie on Thursday, a little bit more wheelie, and I'm waiting for Travis Pastrana to do a backflip over that Morgan sculpture, 40 tons of metal out front of the Goodwood house, and what a beautiful sculpture it is. On Thursday night, they did light painting on it, and the fireworks. I'm just always impressed with what they're going to bring.
It's that moment you walk onto the estate the first time on a Wednesday afternoon, and you can just see something out over the trees. You come down the hill, you turn the corner and go, oh yeah, he's done it again. But this year, I think, it's way out ahead of what we've had for years and years.
Because they're a little more, you know, just unique and stylish. This being kind of the logo, obviously, right? It's something that they've never done before, and you get the sheer scale of it with the vehicles or a motorbike or whatever. I think it's pretty cool.
I mean, it's very cool, and it couldn't be for a better person. I mean, Gordon Murray, you know, look at what he's done. The cars he's designed over the years, whether it be from racing or, you know, the F1, which is obviously just one of the classics, and obviously the new T50. I mean, they're just superb. I love his philosophy, lightweight, power, just wonderful.
But the sculpture just got such a good name, Speedhead. That works around here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And, you know, that's what I really love about it. Again, high fives and handshakes, flip-flops and tank tops, or no shirts at all. And we're seeing ascots and caviar. And everybody's a little punk rock, man. Throw up the horns. Let's get a little bit rowdy. Doesn't matter what kind of music you're in. It's about being a little anti, man. And everybody wears the suit. The black tie affair last night. As I say, nobody really wants to fly. Nobody really wants to wear a suit. But you got to kind of be respectfully disruptive, as I said yesterday. And it's punk rock to play by the rules, but do it with your own style.
Punk rock, it's on the line right now. It's blue, it's yellow, and it's not what you think it is.
No, not at all. It is a 3-rotor Volvo estate wagon, carbon Kevlar with the JDM wheels, the work wheels on the corners, Sunoco fuel running through the veins, and Axle Turbo. He's got a video that he just danced on his hood. It's blowing up the internet right now. He did his version of it with the Swedish flags out back while he's standing on it. He did his dance, and it's got like 2 million, 3 million views. So these drifters, you know, it's really cool hanging out in the driver's lounge, and you know, I come up, I'm big, hairy, American tattooed. I'm bootleg Jason Momoa. I'm Jared Mimosa, and that's what I always joke about. But I say, oh, I announce drifting. They're like, that is so cool, and it just gains the respect of anybody. You know, just all the drivers really love it. And it's a mutual respect and simpatico that, you know, the asphalt's there, the cars are the canvas, and it's all about the drivers. You know, it's man and machine, but the gentlemen and the ladies and the people of all ages, we're all, like I say, punk rock a little bit, and that's why we're here.
And the humour is cutting through. The little sticker on the rear window, on my way to IKEA. We've all been there, not always just to get the meatballs and a new bedside cabinet. Yes, exactly so. But next time maybe there'll be a cabinet in the back for him to assemble, I reckon.
The instructions.
Yes, exactly. These are upside down.
Yeah. The pegs, the dowels, all you need is a hammer and just, I don't know, a widget. All right, here we go. So Axle Turbo here on the Sunoco Volvo wagon, the rotary under the hood. Last year he debuted his rotary Corvette. I talked to him about coming to the States. He wants to bring over a vehicle to Grid Life. Grid Life, an absolutely amazing event. Check it out, but I would love to see him come over. I think offensively it would be rad to see the rotary Corvette because it's all-American with the rotary, but I'm a sucker for a wagon, so like you said, make his way to IKEA all the way across the pond. That'd be absolutely fantastic. You can see that right there, taking the kids to soccer practice, or football as you call it over here, but throwing out a donut there for the kids. And again, it is smoked, not sprinkles here for Axle Turbo. You can see, and that whole back half, like it's all carbon Kevlar, James. If you go to his Instagram page, I believe it's axle.turbo, he cut off the whole back half, similar to the front.
I went and had a good look around it. Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, it's got the Volvo body, but it's so trick underneath.
And I love that Oh, but there he goes. On his way to IKEA, but into the wall. There's the instructions. He needed to get his readers a little bit closer to that hay bale. But, you know, here he is next to Romain Dumas, that big electron, you know, the EV truck that took him to Pikes Peak victory. And there it is right next to it. So people like looking at this Volvo over there, you have, you know, this wind tunnel tested, crazy Ford. But look at this. Looks like he goes more rally spec than he does drifting. But overall, what a show collectively from all the drifters.
Cherry doesn't always get eaten in one bite, but he did get around the corner at Molecombe, and he had his little intake of breath on the first runs. Was it Thursday? He took a little bit of straw up the top, but there we are, all under control.
Wow. Well, thank you guys so much, and it's all killer, no filler when it comes to drifters. 6 of them, half a dozen, but overall, again, thank you so much. I love this car, by the way. The E46 BMW is near and dear to my heart. I love it. This is a great car.
Jared, you really, truly are the wall of sound. I dubbed you that yesterday, but you fill every single gap better than Polly Filler. Fantastic, fantastic.
And I'm a deadhead, and I don't know that reference, but regardless, I love the wall of sound as well. Have you been to the Sphere yet?
Not yet, not yet.
I'm going to take you to Denko Sphere. Let's go.
Very good. Okay, right, these are touring cars. Thank you so much, Jared, for Anna. That was fantastic. And again, back to some of the favourite cars. This is one that raced at the start of the 21st century. The Nürburgring 24 hours. Epic performance there. And great to see the Muller car. 2 Mullers on board. But James Hayden, we've got motorcycle people. We've got a car driven by Johnny Cecotto. This is a BMW touring car. And he shifted from 2 wheels to 4, 2 world titles under his belt, got to Formula 1, came back after a leg injury in Formula 1, got into touring cars, BMW wrapped him up, and he won title after title. And Johnny's such a lovely, lovely man. His children go racing, but some cars just still look super crisp, and this does. I know it draws your eye.
It does, yeah. These E30 M3s, they're just wonderful. Obviously, he had his own version of it, you know, the Cecotto one, and he was a magician on a motorcycle. Just one of those real natural talents. And the same thing, obviously, when he got to this touring car, he was synonymous with the brand and with this model, and boy, did he make it fly, and he is.
He really did, and they were super, super competitive days. Now, this is very, very special. A shame we've lost Jared. He's moved away. This is a true Americana. This is a Chevy Chevelle from 1973. We'd had those super aerodynamic cars, the huge wing, the Plymouth Superbird and stuff, and those were banned. And then this was a big one because it won so many events, and for its driver, Bobby Allison, he didn't win the NASCAR title until 1983, despite knocking on the door so many times. And that year, he won the Grand Slam of the Crown Jewel races. This is Daytona, high banking, Charlotte, and then down to the smaller Darlington circuit. And to win across all those 3 with 40-plus cars in the race, you know, and it was attritional NASCAR, but lovely to see that red and gold Chevy Chevelle. We're treated today to 2, not 1, but 2 Holdens. We just always love that Aussie V8 power. And Greg Murphy has been driving very hard indeed. And the other car has got Jake Hill driving it, but great to get on board. Again, looking up the cage, going in front of the house, waiting. There's a little kink to the right, just where you want to be thinking about braking, and then you finally get sight of Molecombe, the left-hander, and then you go out of the sunshine a little bit further up the hill into the dark. It's not fully dark as it will be this afternoon in the deep shade, but past the Flint Wall, that's where we had Ryan Turk going off in his Toyota Stout pickup, just kissing the straw bales. But then you're sitting low, the bales are high above you, you're coming up towards the end of the run, you know you're going back any second now through a fast left-hander through to the finish of the hill climb course. 1.16 miles, and concentration. I guess you can blink when you cross the finish line.
Yeah, you can indeed. And now we're on board with Jake Hill. I think we swapped, didn't we? I mean, Jake was flying up here yesterday. He looked really good in that other Holden.
Yeah, and they both have an eye on the shootout later this afternoon that will not bring the Festival of Speed to a conclusion, but it'll be a very, very enormous crescendo. But again, out of the light, into the dark, flashing through the finish, then the long run out up towards the turnaround area at the top of the hill. But we have a red flag, debris on track. It's normally a wing mirror or a little bit of a body part. I don't know whose that was, but we've had people getting closer and closer. But we don't want cut tires. We don't want punctures. No point. Last thing you want when you're going further up the course with those straw bales on either side is suddenly for a tyre to go down. So the marshals there on what is a very hot 4th day after 3 very hot initial days here at the Festival of Speed. Again, earning their corn, and thank you so much for all of their work. We cannot have any form of motorsport without them. A real thrill to be here, but we don't want it to become extra thrilling because of someone having a tyre delamination. So people up and down the course, they're still probably picking, you know, dust and tyre debris out of their eyes and ears and noses after the drift car display. But so much to see. We've got some great celebrations coming up. We've got the Alain Prost balcony moment at 2:45, and having had 3 amazing balcony moments. Yesterday we had 7 former Formula One world champions. Quite something, an amazing thing. But actually we do have a fair degree, we can probably work out whose car it was, but that's, what are you looking at? I thought it might have been a little bit of a camera. Anyhow, it's broken. It's a front splitter and it has split. But anyhow, so the debris clear out. We'll wait for the official news that the hill is open again, but that was a sensible thing. Right, let's gauge who it was. It was a Holden, okay. Coming right, you've got past the Flint wall, and it's just a bit further up. And again, it's where you're going from, oh, dearie me. So the next Holden went up and clipped that. So when you're going from light to dark, it really doesn't help. And this is the penultimate corner of the hill climb course, but it's lying exactly. It's not as though you can avoid it. It's such a narrow hill climb course.
It's so easy just to pinch that little extra bit,
totally.
isn't it? Just
pinch it in,
to grab it. And now we're going to the late great Colin McRae. A lovely celebration of him and his cars here this weekend.
Certainly is. 30 years since the ultimate Flying Scotsman took that World Rally Championship title in 1995 with Subaru, and begat so many sales for Subaru. Their cars were absolutely launched, but it wasn't just winning the title with Colin McRae, it was winning it with just the most maximum attack style. And we're just waiting. The red flag will about to be away, and Colin McRae, and the second name, of course, co-driver Nicky Grist. I mean, I'm not sure I would have wanted to sit next to Colin, because you're almost never on terra firma with him. Maximum attack. If in doubt, flat out was a phrase coined for him, and it couldn't have been truer. But the array of Subarus, and this is a car that's been to Goodwood many times because we love it. You can see all the silver stickers on the C pillar of that car. But the Subaru, in the UK, before Colin took them rallying, they were largely seen as sort of agricultural machines with their four-wheel drive. Four-wheel drive wasn't a thing. If you wanted it, you tended to have a Land Rover. That was pretty much it. But then it started to come onto road cars, and, you know, Subaru just made themselves such a niche in the market. But it takes 2 to tango, and over the years they began to have these increasing battles with Mitsubishi, and, you know, a lot of road car fans, you were one camp or the other.
Yeah, no, very much of that. And again, you saw how many Subarus did you see with blue with the gold wheels. It just, you know, he forged 1,000 copies, stick it up, and you still see them now. And this is one of my favourites, the Lancia Delta Integrale. What a car. Numerous World Rally Championships, and there's nothing quite like it, that boxy arch look. I mean, rallying just threw up so many great cars, didn't it? Road cars, and just unique body shapes.
Well, it did, and I mean, the whole element was four-wheel drive, and it's a car that was only just marginally longer than it was short, wide. And the Integrale, we've talked about this off air. It was a car that, you know, it encouraged you to drive it, but, you know, you needed commitment, but it really gave it back in spades. This one is from 1993. He was always a front runner, and this one actually was then upgraded when it went to compete in a privateer hands. The Jolly Club team from Italy over the decades, not the years, the decades, super strong on the European and world rally scene. But to my eye, that car still looks quite model. Now, this is the car. This is L555BAT, 1995. Does it ring a bell? On the left, in the passenger seat, is Holly McRae, daughter of Colin. On the right, her boyfriend is waiting to propel this famous car up the hill. Cool, calm, collected, and it's John Armstrong at the wheel. Look at those smiles. This is such a special moment.
Yeah.
This celebration, it's great to see what it means. But, you know, John, your job is not to drive slowly. Just remember that. No. Give it respect. Give it max attack. Well, 90% attack. Popping and banging again. This was the sound of rallying, and particularly of Subaru, particularly people with their Subaru road cars. Yes, go for it.
Yeah, and there's nothing like that boxer engine as well, is there? It's such a unique tone.
It really is. And, you know, some people say you're a racing or rallying person. No, we're all motorsport people, and it's just great to have this sort of cross-pollination. Oh, John's driving that properly, because he's not staying on the track all the time, on the hill climb course. A couple of wheels on the, I was going to say on the green stuff. In this temperature, it's not green. It's pretty much ochre to yellow, and putting in some very tiny... Oh, yeah. Ollie doesn't mind that at all. That was tiny. It's not so good doing a 270. A 360, far better.
Yeah, well, he's sort of saying, well, the Drift Boys have done it. My turn.
So John, the nose just dipping down as he approaches Moulcombe. This is really the part where the hill climb course to me becomes a hill climb course rather than just a drive. This is where it starts to become steeper. You're going up to the Flint Wall. Yeah, that's fantastic, Colin. Little attention there. Suddenly the focus came, because when you're coming up towards the Flint Wall, it's at an angle to the circuit, but it's the hill climb course. But it looks like it's built directly across. Anyhow, out of the dark into the light, speed still coming, and it's well, just fantastic onboard footage. And then they'll go into the darkness again, and the funnel over the start finish. Oh, a little bit of a twitch there, so maybe a bit of dust from the rally stage. How ironic for a rally car at the top of the course, just making it drift right. Holly loved that, and you know what? I don't think John hated it either. Oh, great job.
Lovely moment.
So drifters can drift, and of course so can rally drivers. They have the full spectrum of talents you need, because of course they have to compete on all of those surfaces, and Holly McRae will have loved that. We saw, look at her face. Could you stop now, please? And it's very special. It's not just any car. 30 years ago, this was the one that took the world title, and you know, the number plate's there, the livery's there, the sound is still there, and the pleasure it gives is still there. So very, very special. And when it gets up to the top, of course, it's right next to our dedicated rally stage. 120 rally cars up in the top paddock. So that was a treat. And still some other cars from the Subaru collection here, celebrating those years up to the late 1990s. And of course, they evolved very, very quickly indeed. Of course, motorsport competition is about improving the breed. Yeah. 2 wheels, 4, it doesn't matter. Always looking for that tiny little advantage.
Yeah, just saw a legacy. One of the earlier cars that was replaced by the Impreza has come up. Also, one of his GT4s, that Castrol one there. You can see the Toyota GT4.
Yeah, when you look at those, you look at the Celica, you're thinking very much people like Didier Auriol, who just was absolutely mighty, winning events like the Tour de Corse. And these were the people he had to fight again. But also Carlos Sainz, you know, double rally world champion. You look at that car, that's who you're thinking of. Looking at that car, I don't think of Carlos Sainz, but I do think Formula One. And again, mixing the batches, and the Haas just taking off up the hill, chance to wave. It's great to have so many Formula One teams here this weekend. And certainly wonderful for everybody to come here. Over 100 Formula One cars. There will never, we feel, be such a large collection in one place in the world. Again, 75 years of the Formula One World Drivers' Championship, and a real chance to enjoy the sounds as well as the sights, the smells, the dust. You don't get to see this at a Grand Prix, but very, very hot and dry here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And the show goes on, but I'm still smiling at those drifters for what they did, those fantastic touring cars at the start of the batch, the super bikes that James Hayden explained so supremely well. Great diversity, and still the fun in the sun. I think that's how we can describe this year's Festival of Speed. It's been fantastic so far, and we're looking ahead to Alain Prost. Never been to this event before, and he's going to be stepping up in an hour or so's time up onto the balcony here at Goodwood House. But Formula One sights, Formula One sounds. And the Haas crews, they're putting on a show for us. Big display. These tyres will not be used again. Looking up the fronts and getting those rears to spin. That's just a little blast away from the line. Not going for a competitive time quite clearly here. Of course, we're building up towards the shootout this afternoon, but wonderful. A lot of the people at the hill climb here today would have been at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone last weekend. The summer comes thick and fast, 24 Grand Prix a year. I'm now joined by someone who I don't know, John Watson, when you've managed 24 Grand Prix in a year?
Walking the park, Bruce.
Yes, of course.
Whether in the commentary booth, behind the wheel of the car. Listen, when you're a young man as I am, this is your job. How would you want to do less than 24 Grand Prix a year? That's your passion, that's your, well, I wouldn't say your livelihood, but it's what you're born to do.
Correct answer, and I knew I'd get that answer from you, John. So, right, cars going up the hill. What have you made the weekend so far?
I think it's been a fantastic weekend, but I have to say, listening to Jared here in the commentary booth with you and watching the skid cars go up, they have put on a show, which is what this event is all about. Here, entertain the fans, the public that have come here, and those drift cars, I call them skid cars, drift cars, I think have been outstanding. I mean, everything is outstanding, but that caught my eye, and it was not just the cars themselves, it's the skill of the drivers, the way they're able to control those cars. I mean, you get a car half that distance on the line, most Grand Prix drivers would let go of the wheel and give up. But that is the ultimate skill, I think, behind the wheel of a car.
I think so too. Now we're about to celebrate 60 years of Gordon Murray. Of course, he was very, very important in your career. He started as an engineer, a young, aspiring racer in many ways down in South Africa. At the end of the 60s, he came over to the UK, and in a hop, a skip and a jump, he was designing for the Brabham Formula One team.
Yes, indeed. Once Bernie Ecclestone had taken control of Brabham, one of the part owners and designer on tour had gone. Gordon was handed the keys of the design office, and Bernie said, get on with it to design my next Formula One Brabham.
Well, the batch just being concluded, a Napier Railton going up the hill. Let's take a look at the highlights of Batch 2 on Sunday lunchtime here. The Superbikes put on a fantastic show. The skill to pop a wheelie and hold it. This is a bike made to go around the globe pretty much, but the sidecar outfits still seem to defy the laws of physics, and we went across the range. The great, the good, and the weird and the wonderful. This is the mono wheel, aiming for a record of 100 miles an hour, and it better be in a straight line. They do not corner. Motorcycling history, and fantastic to have James Hayden to describe it with us, and with an eye on the future as well. BMW brings some very futuristic machines. And then it was the turn of the drifters, and what a show they put on. Mike Widdett in the humble, hardly humble, and then they knew they had to get me Larry past the flint wall because Ryan Turk had thrown down the gauntlet yesterday. James Dean, the machine, doing fabulous things in his Mustang, brand new car, and then the driver who got it absolutely right at the wall yesterday, not quite so right today. Ryan Turk putting his Toyota Stout just into the straw bales. He got away with it. It was great fun. A lot of smiles on a lot of faces, and brilliant to see people taking it right to the edge, which is what we're going to have in the shootout later this afternoon. So riding up with all the drivers, but most notably Holly McRae in her father Colin's Subaru. It was the right place and the right time. It's hot here at the Festival of Speed. The fans will all feel frazzled when they get home, but I tell you what, they're all starting to assemble because we've got a moment coming up shortly. Gordon Murray Automotive, but more to the point, Gordon Murray the man. We're going to celebrate 60 years of him as a designer.
Well, Gordon came from South Africa. I think he was born in Durban and came into Formula One at Brabham. And when the sale of Brabham to Bernie Ecclestone at the end of 71, early 72, opened up the opportunity for Gordon to be given, literally, as I mentioned, the keys to the design office. Bernie said, you're going to now be the principal designer. You design the next Brabham. You are the future of this Formula One race team. And the BT42 was the car that Gordon penned. Quite a different car to the norm one might have assumed. It was narrow, it was short, it had triangulated monocon, and it was light. And all those are essence of the design from Gordon Murray. It was lightness was the principle, but just lateral thinking outside the box, looking at the rules and regulations, and interpretation. Some people thought, where did he ever get that interpretation? Where did that come from?
And he didn't just design the little orange cars you saw. One was just a road car, one was to go as a race car, but he worked his way through. But let's take a look at a little movie that covers some of the glories of his amazing career. Well, that was just a taster, and John, so much of your history intertwined with Gordon Murray's there, looking across particularly the 70s and into the 80s.
Yes, I mean, my career at Brabham began at sort of early 70s, and Gordon was already ensconced in the design of the Brabham BT42 that appeared in 1973. It ran for the first time, strangely, at the Goodwood racetrack, and I was the driver that gave the car its first miles around the racetrack. And all the way through the 70s, I rejoined Brabham as a fixture of the driver lineup in 1977 and 1978, and in 78 Gordon penned a version of the Brabham BT46, but this one had a fan at the rear. Now the key to the fan car working was understanding what the principle of the design was, and the principle of the design was to cool the radiator. Anything else was a benefit, an incidental. But if you speak to Gordon right now, he'll say the primary purpose of the fan was to cool the engine.
And here we are looking at the Speedhead sculpture, the fireworks bursting out in this brilliant blue sky day at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Two of his cars, the BT52 Brabham, looks tiny in that enormous sculpture, and above it, this is Gordon's day job these days, designing the most exquisite and unbelievably dynamic road cars, and that's the T50 sitting on top. The man himself, Gordon, looking up at the fireworks, lapping it up. It's great to see him talking to the people who drove his cars to assemble in the turnaround in front of Goodwood House, and a smile on his face. Rare to see him not in a T-shirt there, of course, 1,000 T-shirts or more in his collection, but it is Sunday after all.
Well, it's an honour for Gordon to be here, to be honoured by His Grace the Duke, Richmond and Gordon here at Goodwood House. And I mean, Gordon has been such a pivotal part of Formula One and industrial car design since he came to Europe in the late 60s, and so many iconic cars, one on the Grand Prix, the BT52 Brabham with the four-cylinder BMW engine, and then his current incarnation, the GMA 50, T50, a fantastic car with an incredible V12, naturally aspirated, high-revving, petrol, be careful what I say about petrol, fossil fuel-driven engine. It sounds glorious.
Whenever it's out on the track, you can see it drives in exquisite fashion as well. So what a show for Gordon Murray. And of course, it wasn't just Formula One. He designed the McLaren F1 car. F1 not for the F1 circuits. It was the sports car, the road car, the supercar with its central seat. The people who bought it, though, said, we want it to go racing. It was changed, and it went to Le Mans, the hardest race of all to win, and took victory first time out. That car is here, 1995 to now. But that's halfway through the career. 60 years in all so far from Gordon, but he's far from finished.
Well, I think there are a few more little developments coming along the line. I heard of one yesterday. Can't say what it is, but listen, this imagination from Gordon Murray, as we see some other competitor here is just having a moment with Gordon, get a picture for the album, and a glass of appropriate red wine in his left hand. And I mentioned yesterday, Gordon is a great wine aficionado, has had a great wine collection over many years, and he's enjoying a nice glass of red. I don't know what it might be. I'll maybe ask him if I catch him later.
A new perspective on high-performance EVs. Every move calculated. Every moment controlled. This is performance redefined. Ioniq 6N. Driving still matters.
This is not just a car. It's a 230-mile-an-hour fuel-injected data processing machine, sensing heat, pressure, friction, fuel, producing more than 1 million data points every second. This is not just an app. It's an AI-powered platform translating data into insight and fueling a fan base of millions. The new Scuderia Ferrari HP app with AI-generated content and insights built with IBM Watson X.
John, Holly, that looks like a lot of fun. John, I'll start with you. You stupidly admitted to me that you had a bit of a problem at the start.
Yeah, I was so excited at the start. I didn't give it enough revs, so stalled it and had to start it up again. But after that was good. The main thing I wanted to do was try and attempt some donuts, and I managed to do 2. So yeah, really happy with that. And you can only imagine what driving one of these cars is like whenever you watch it growing up, and then to actually feel how the mechanical the car is, the diffs, the gearbox, so cool. And to do it with Holly is very special.
Well, Holly, we could see the smiles on the way up. Obviously a very special run, but a very special weekend for all of you.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend. This is the first time that all of the McRaes have been at Goodwood at the same time. So from the start, it's just been a fantastic couple of days. And to end it, well, it's not just over yet, but to start the last day, being able to sit in back with John is pretty special.
And to be in this car as well.
Yes. Something that's really exciting. Like, I've spoken to John about it this morning. I've driven it, well, not driven, I've sat in the passenger seat of this car with Gramps, with Jimmy, with Alistair, and now to be able to do it with John too is really special.
Well, look, it was great to see you. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Ollie, Esteban, it's the big moment of the weekend. I keep getting calls in my ear saying, find out who won. So who did?
I think this one's the only one. This set of tires I won, yes. But I think across the weekend we're equal in lots of tire wear.
Yes, a lot of fun. We tried, we improved, run after run, knowing how much, wheel spin we can get more out of these tires, and it was very interesting. It's a different way of going into the car.
It's an odd way to go testing. So I take it the loser picks up the tab for the tires.
If any of us have to do that, we're in big trouble because I think they're expensive. But yes. I think the main thing is everyone was loving it. The engineers were egging us on to do more, so it was crazy. It was really fun.
And look, this year, the weekend's nearly to close. How's it been?
It's been fantastic. It's been probably one of my best weekend ever, in motorsport in terms of fun, how it was. I got to drive the rally car this morning as well, as concept cars. It was awesome on the rally stage, with Taka as a co-driver. A lot of handbrake because it was very slippery, but so much fun. And yeah, that was one of my bucket lists. So yeah, it's Goodwood 2025 will forever be remembered for me.
The same. I was here last year with Ferrari, but now to share it with my teammate and also the rest of Haas. Actually, the guys who are coming to the track with us. Seeing the passion is incredible, and of course the fans, it goes without saying how good they are.
Well guys, thanks so much for sparing your time. Cheers.
Thank you.
Well, here we are on top of the hill. Terry, we just saw you out there, and looking at these vehicles, they're weapons of mass destruction, talking about the tires. I mean, for anybody that doesn't know, what class are we looking at both here? Because yours is in particularly different, but what class are we looking at?
Ultra 4, 4400, top class cars basically.
Okay, and yours in particular, you're running single shock compared to that of like a larger double shock.
Yeah, so we're running Dirt Nationals at the minute in the UK, so they're based on a point system, so we don't get as many points for single shocks, so we're in a slightly lower class than like Mike Hughes running twin shocks, but we're all running like 40-inch treps, all very similar setups, you know, 4 links front and rear. I'm a little bit down on power because I'm running a diesel engine, where all the big boys run at LS's.
You're still a big boy, come on, man, look at that.
I can still jump, but I just can't keep up with them.
Hey, you know what? But that's what I was just telling my producer over here. I said, dude, you got to bring your Swiss Army knife. I'd call it a Leatherman in the States, right? But you got to bring it. You know, you got your toothpick for the dirt. You got your knife because you got to cut through the rocks.
That's exactly
and that's really what it's all about. This is just a little appetizer, right? Of what people could expect when it comes to Ultra 4, 4400. And there's many different classes. That's why if you have a question, just ask the owner, right? So you might not have the power, but the capabilities, the articulation of the suspension, the capabilities is amazing.
Yeah, well, we built this truck, so we calculated the drop and the up travel and stuff. We got the maximum out of it. We've still got to tweak a few more bits, but you've always got your winch if you're stuck. So, you know, we can go up to here in water. We can climb hills like that. We've done winch challenges up in Scotland, some of the most brutal things you're ever going to do. And the truck's vertical, going up stuff. And, you know, we've had it on its lid loads of times and rolled it and stuff. It just gets back up. It just keeps going.
Yeah, I mean, you're the cockroach, man. You just never die, man. Flip this thing over, keep on going. And that's what's really cool. Again, you have so many different countries being represented here, and yourself, and I was just talking to Jim and talking about, he wrecked his, but it's a community up here as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, coming from all over.
And I don't think many people realise what's going on in this arena neither.
Yeah.
You know, the show, it's the biggest show probably in the world.
Yeah.
But they need to get up here and watch the shootout, because it's going to be epic.
What for scale, I mean, coming up to our waist here, what size tires are we running? We're running beadlocks. Anything in particular? Create the sensationalism for people to climb up the hill, sweat a little bit, get a little bit of dirt in their face. What are some of the stats that are staggering for you?
We're running 40-inch treps. We're running KMC alloys with beadlocks. We're running big diffs, big shocks, 4 links, big props, big winches, big intercoolers, you know, big massive 4-inch air intakes. Basically, you know, every truck here is a monster, and it'll pretty much get over anything.
And what's really interesting too is, you know, if you're a rally fan, you get co-pilots, you get drivers, you get navigators telling you what to do. Sometimes they're actually outside of the car lining you up.
Yeah. Especially when we roll it, they have to get out and right it. We have to right ourselves, you know. So we'll have to find a rock, throw the winch around it, and get the truck back on its wheels and crack on.
Cool. Well, again, fully custom built, fully prepared. You learn something every race, right?
Yeah, and we're constantly changing it. We've got big plans for the truck this year, so we can get out next year and be more competitive.
There it is. Well, again, come on up the hill, check out, you know, obviously the different classes, the variety of vehicles, and check out the big personalities. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it.
Driving car number 70 soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Yo, every day the city offers up a million beautiful moments just waiting to be captured. You've just got to look for them. The stories are out there. I mean, look at this. Come on! This is crazy.
Welcome back to the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed, where we have so much on offer for everybody's taste. The grandstand's absolutely packed out here, the walkways rammed as well, but everybody wanting to get a glance at the latest machinery and also the old machinery that we have here, the historical F1 cars celebrating 75 years of the World Championship. But from sports cars, the latest hypercar technology, we have brand new developments from the world of supercars and paying homage to those champions of the past and the machinery that fired them to it. So close you can get to some exceptional machinery up and down the hill here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, from Formula One to drifters to rally. And we've still got so much more to come your way. Nice bit of a breeze picking up here too. If you are walking around, make sure you've got some sun cream on. You're staying well hydrated because we've got a lot coming your way. We'll be having the time shootout final, of course, later on this afternoon. You can head over to the gas arena too for some of the best mountain bike tricks as well. We'll have our continued F175 team and champions moments. And at 2:45, do make sure you get there in plenty of time by the turning circle outside the Goodwood house. We'll be having our balcony moment for the 4-time Formula One world champion Alain Prost. The professor will be there and will be speaking. That is an appointment you must make. Next up though, we'll be looking at some of the brand new cars, the new classics and the road bikes that are coming your way from manufacturers across the world that want to make their debut here. And then as we get towards the end of the day, it may be Sunday, but we're packing in everything we can. We'll be back with more Formula One action. We're looking back from the 1950 World Championship officially starting, but also to those pre-World War cars as well, dating back to the early 1900s. And finishing things off with more demonstrations running up and down the hill here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Well, it really is a beautiful day. Up in the commentary box with you now is Harry Benjamin. Alongside me is James Batchelor and James Hayden. And we really are packing in a lot here. We're going to have this fantastic Alain Prost moment up on the balcony at about 2:45. So, yeah, just over 45 minutes. So that is going to be one to have a look at. The most successful French driver in Formula One history, known for his poise, his class, his fierce determination. They called him the Professor. And for good reason. We're going to have another epic moment. And it's been epic moments all weekend long. And it continues to do that with the bikes on display that are about to head up the hill, getting our first glimpses at some of the new offerings from some of the biggest two-wheeled manufacturers.
They are indeed, and Royal Enfield have put on a real show for us. They've given 4 custom motorcycle shops from around the world. They gave them all a Shotgun 650 platform and asked them to create a bike for them, a one-off bike, and all 4 did. This one is the called Always Something, and it's come from Japan, and it's just a wonderful thing when you look at it. It's such a cool thing. They chopped the rear chassis, they've extended the rear arm, they've played around with all the geometry, they've given it like twin Brembos, it is a real, when you look at it, it's got some really cool things. It's got these great wheels, these oversized, they say it's a cafe racer come drag bike. Sounds terrific with that 650cc engine, Royal Enfield engine, and it's just got a really cool look to it.
It really does, doesn't it?
It does. It's kind of like it's got a mismatch of like 70s cool with a contemporary feel. Oh, someone's gone down. That's the Samurai. So that's the next. That's also one of the Royal Enfield specials. That's called the Samurai. That's obviously come from Japan, and it's been ridden by Akawa-san, the actual builder of it. So quite sure what's happened there. We're going to catch that. He's warming up the rear tyre. Look, it's spinning in the background, and it's slipped, and the front's locked, and oh, that's well, he's perfectly all right. So these things can happen. So that's a unfortunate little incident because that bike is exquisite. It was it's weird. That's weird. It's almost like the front locks on him a little bit. So Anyway, they pushed him off the line. That's a beautiful bike in itself anyway, so let's, you know, crossing over. When you actually look at that motorcycle, it's a wonderful thing. It's got this billet swinging arm, it's got some really trick things, and it's a little handmade trellis chassis. It's a very skeletal sort of paired back bike, but it's a very nice looking thing. I think the one that we've got there is the sawn-off shotgun, which again is one of these, you know, one of the 4 custom bikes from Royal Enfield. And let's have a look at that. Pretty sure that's the shotgun. We'll have a look at the shotgun. They call it a sports chopper, and it's been built out in Ireland actually by Don Cronin and Mick O'Shea, and it is the shotgun. So again, you know, off this 650 shotgun platform, and it's really, when you look at it, it's amazing how different all 4 are. You know, some on the same platform, they could be, yeah, from complete different manufacturers. So it's again got that parallel twin, you know, that real bulletproof engine. It's got this sort of brutal kind of mean look. I like this. It's called the shotgun. It's got these 2 on the right hand side of the motorcycle. It's got these 2 almost shotgun-like barrel exhausts. You might just catch it there. You can just see it under the seat, which I think is kind of quite a cool little touch. All handcrafted sort of metal panels. It really is a beautiful thing. So it's got these lovely upside down forks on it too, and this is by Medeza Customs motorcycles, as I say, from Ireland, and they've done a really nice job with it.
They really have, as it glints in the sunshine here at Goodwood. And we're seeing more and more, aren't we, motorbikes being produced that really are sort of harnessing that kind of heritage and the iconic colours of the past and designs, and breathing fresh new life into it, and trying to keep up with where we are in this hybrid and electrification world.
Yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of a burnout here to get it spinning. So this is one of the electric bikes we've got here. This is the 2025 Livewire S2 Alpinista. And you're giving a nice little burnout for the crowd there, just getting on board with the rally boys and the drift boys. So yeah, if you have a little look there, it's sort of the 3rd bike in their S2 range, the Alpinista. It's a little bit more aggressive. They say it's got a more aggressive sort of attitude. They've put the handlebars lower, further forward, to help in that sort of riding position. It slots in alongside their Del Mar Street Tracker and their Mulholland Cruiser. It's got about 84 brake horsepower, 194 pounds of torque. It's got this very big sort of 4-piston front calipers, and all your usual modern, you know, electronics. You know, it's got traction control, anti-lock brakes. It's got 4 riding modes: sports, road, range, and rain. It's belt-driven. And now we're moving back to something sort of slightly different. Now this is the Royal Enfield. Now this is Royal Enfield's first ever water-cooled motorcycle. So, which is unbelievable, isn't it? Really, but it's just got that sort of the technology that you know they've used over the years. So this is like a super moto bike. It's called the SM450, the SM4 Supermoto. It's got that sort of 80s, sort of early 90s type sort of graphics on it. The graphics were designed by Ryan Roadkill Graphics in collaboration with Sticky Speed Shop, and it's a really interesting sort of thing. Dougie Lampkin took this up earlier. You can see it getting sort of tucked in as they sort of come down, and it's that, you know, super motard is kind of like a motocross bike that you then put kind of road tires on it, big brakes, and it's kind of an all-rounder. So nice to see. This is there's 2 Alpinistas here, 2 of the electric motorcycles, and this is the other one. So they look almost identical, but it's quite nice to have a little look at the steering there. You know, really good option, you know, if you're living in cities, and you know, obviously there's no congestion charge. You know, electric, it's a really sort of good way to go. So yeah, it's nice to see these Alpinistas starting. You know, we haven't had quite the impact with electric motorcycles that there has in cars yet, but obviously.
Do you think that will come?
I think, you know, obviously a lot of the legislation is going to be, you know, I think some of it will come, and I think it can make a lot of sense for people, certainly in cities. It depends what you're using them for.
Yeah, it certainly will. Well, while we talk of cars, we can turn our attention to some of the brand new 4-wheeled vehicles about to make their way up the hill. And this really is a bold design. It's not going to be something we see on the road, but it certainly gives us hints as to what the future of BMW cars will look like, Batch.
Yes, this is a real glimpse into the future. This is what I absolutely love about this first glance category, because you're going to be witnessing the kind of technology which will be on the roads in the next few years. So yes, this is the BMW Vision driving experience. And there are a few really interesting things about this car. most importantly of which is how much torque it generates, and you could see that when it lit up its tyres there. 18,000 Newton meters of torque this car generates. To put that into perspective, yeah,
that is not a mistake. That is not an extra zero.
It just seems unbelievable.
Staggering, isn't it? And to put that into perspective, and he's deploying, or not quite the 18,000 Newton meters of torque there, but probably, I don't know, 17,000 possibly. But to put that into perspective, a BMW M2 CS, which is also in this first glance category, generates 650 Newton meters.
Yeah. I got to say, I love that sort of that front face of it as well. You know, BMW have always been very bold with their design, haven't they? And you know, that's the look of the future. I think it's really gorgeous.
And that grille, that front end, this new boxy styling of this concept car, you will be seeing a few design tweaks, design themes on the next BMW 3 Series. Not only will you see a few design tweaks for the next car, but this car also showcases some of the performance features which will be on BMW M models in the future. So yeah, very interesting test bed for BMWs coming along in the next few years.
It really is a bold design from the German manufacturer. We go to a new Chinese manufacturer now. This is brand new from XPeng. This is the P7 Plus making its way up the hill. Now, this is being described as an AI-defined vehicle using with the likes of sonar, radar, ultrasonics via twin NVIDIA X chip. It really is cutting-edge technology to help with the efficiency of driving, to help with the safety, and it is really a machine.
Yeah, and this is the future of cars, really. Less mechanical, less engineering. These cars are all about software. The potent computerized systems these cars have got. Lots of camera base, like you just said there, Harry. A lot of AI, artificial intelligence technology being put into these cars to make them safer, to make them more efficient, to make the process of driving just that little bit easier.
Yeah, it's called AI Hawk, which is a vision-only driver assist system which processes all that data from the mechanics on board. Now we go to something that looks a little different, but again, MG now Chinese back. This the EX4 concept, paying homage to MG's iconic 1980s Group B rally.
Yes, so MG showed this off 2 years ago. It is a homage to the legendary Group B monster, the MG Metro 6R4. That's why it's got these huge wings, that huge lip spoiler, massive wheels, and underneath it's an MG4 X-Power, which you can go and buy, should you wish. 429 brake horsepower, twin motors, but I'm standing alongside somebody who has got experience of this car, but only as a passenger.
Yeah, but that was a very good experience, I must say, going up the hill yesterday. I think I really covered myself in glory.
You really didn't talk about it, that's for sure.
No, I didn't. Look, I was just giving you guys some good content to commentate over. You should actually be thanking me, really. But what an opportunity to go up in that car. It really is just a highlight of how much dynamic options there are up and down the field in this first glance and new classics machinery. And MG also producing something that, well, you will see on the roads. It is with a huge amount of power and torque behind it. This is the MG IM5.
Yes, so MG's parent company have launched a new brand called IM, but in the UK they're going to be badged MGs, and so this is a Tesla Model 3 rival. Huge amounts of power, very price efficient as well. Looks the part, a lot of luxury on board. Very interesting car indeed.
Now, we've seen a couple of Land Rover Defenders making their way up the hill. Over the course of the weekend, you'll be seeing the Octa Black making its way through Malcolm Corner now. That's being followed by this, the Defender Trophy Edition, another special edition of this beautiful and timeless Land Rover.
Yes, this special edition really does hark back to Land Rover's exploits in competition rallies such as the Camel Trophy and others. That's really why this car is painted in this kind of very evocative sand glow yellow, it's called. You can also get it in Keswick Keswick Green, which celebrates UK exploration, according to Land Rover. It's got all kinds of special features, black bonnet, black wheels. It really does look the part. And of course, it's a highly competent machine, just like all Land Rover Defenders are.
Made for off-road, that Land Rover Defender. Range Rover here as well. This is the Sports SV Black, making its way up the hill at the moment. A new special edition from Range Rover's SV division. Luxury performance, unmatched, world-first technology, and it's dynamic too. A 4.4-litre twin-turbo V8 under the bonnet of that. So looking absolutely exceptional. Hydraulically interlinked 60 dynamic suspension system as well. It really is cutting-edge technology that we will see more and more on the roads.
Yeah, latest product from JLR's SV division, and from one legendary British car maker to another, Rolls-Royce, who of course based just down the road. This is one of their latest products, the Ghost Series 2. And just listen to the amount of tyre squeal this car generates. This car is really pushing on. At the heart is a 6.75-litre twin-turbo V12, and it certainly shifts.
You don't often see a Rolls-Royce pushing this much on any kind of surface anywhere, as it squeals, kicks up the dust through Moulcombe Corner. Whoever's in the back of that car is certainly in a rush. I think, though, whilst Rolls-Royce are often the cars to be driven in, this one is very much one you want to drive. The most technologically advanced V12-powered Rolls-Royce, powering itself up the hill. Huge amount of torque in this car as well, and Rolls-Royce once again defining class, elegance and performance.
Yes, anybody in the back will be feeling rather queasy, I think, because that car gets to 60 in under 5 seconds. Something so big and heavy as a Rolls-Royce. Incredible.
Those beautiful sleek headlamps, the straight lines of the front grille, just iconic design from Rolls-Royce. And well, iconic design too, and being given a fresh lick of paint and then some. This is the Alpine A290 Rally Edition. Now this is really linking back to, well, the old Renault 5s of the past. We've got a brand new Renault 5, and Alpine, Renault's sport division, have released this, the A290, and then they've given it even more oomph to register the heritage of Alpine in its rally days, delivering us this.
Yes, really taking Alpine back to their rallying origins, which of course was really kick-started off with the A110 of the 1970s. But yeah, fantastic machine, heavily based on the Renault 5. This is what Alpine can do when they've got access to the toy box.
Hyundai are also showing what toys they've got as they celebrate 10 years of their N Performance division. And quick bit of reverse there, and managing to do a different type of donut that you might not see all the time. It's the Hyundai Ioniq 6N, which is making its way past. It can drift, it can race, it can certainly do that as well.
At one point, I thought the driver had left something at the start line. He's returning to go and get it. But anyway, yes, Hyundai are here in force at this year's Goodwood Festival Speed, celebrating 10 years of their Hyundai N division. It's amazing to think it's been going for 10 years. It's really shaken up the motoring landscape. This is their latest product, the Ioniq 6N, underneath, heavily based on the Ioniq 5N, but it's been quite updated from that car. New version of their fantastic N-shift gearbox, this is a pure electric car, and yet it's got a gearbox, and it really does work incredibly well.
The Ford Puma Gen E in striking yellow, making its way up, nippy for city driving. This could be what we look back on as so many people's first cars as well, but also it'll make for any kind of pleasure to drive. A successor, really, to the old Ford Fiesta. That's what I had as my first car.
Absolutely, yes. The Puma really has taken on the Fiesta's mantle as Ford's entry-level model, and the Gen E has become Ford's entry-level EV. This is the 4th pure EV in their range, following on from the Explorer, the Capri, and the Mustang Mach-E.
JQ are here once again. We saw them really debut last year at the Goodwood Festival Speed. Another one of the Chinese brands that is really making a splash here in the UK, and they brought a new compact SUV with a bit of premium flair as well. This is the JQ 5.
Yes, a big showing here from the Chinese. It's interesting that JQ is following the Ford Puma up the hill, because the Chinese manufacturers are really coming onto the scene, upsetting the legacy manufacturers such as Ford and many others. This JQ5, brand new UK debut here at this weekend's Goodwood Festival Speed. It's the slightly smaller version of the 7 we already are aware of, but yes, a very interesting looking car.
One car that we've come to know and love over the last few years. You can see it put through its paces as a rally car too. But this, the Toyota GR Yaris, really is becoming such a strong legacy for the Toyota brand.
Yes, Toyota's GR division are really out in force. And we've seen many variants of the Yaris theme over the weekend. This is the one you can actually go and buy, though. So what I love about this car is it's a homologation special. You know, to allow Toyota to get into the latest regulations of FIA World Rally Championships, they had to develop this car.
The new Mercedes-Benz CLA is out on the circuit with Mercedes' clever EQ technology, powering a 2-litre turbo 4-cylinder with a 48-volt mild hybrid assist as well. This certainly will pack a punch on the streets of the UK and Europe and across the world. Mercedes revamping their electric offering too, considering all the competition that we now have in this new age. And talk of competition and wiping the floor with it, an Aston Martin DBX S is making its way up the hill and then some. This now the most powerful performance the DBX Aston Martin have delivered.
Yeah, it sounds awesome as well, doesn't it? What a graphic.
Yeah, and not holding back around Moulcom whatsoever. Brake lights flashing as it dives into the trees past the Flint wall. Yes, this is the most powerful DBX, their new flagship S. It's got distinctive styling. It's got a tweak to that 4-litre AMG engine, 717 horsepower.
Taycan Turbo GT from Porsche being unveiled this weekend. Dual motor, all-wheel drive, over 1,000 horsepower with launch control as well, aided with a 105 kilowatt-hour battery. It's record-breaking at the Nürburgring as well. 7 minutes and just over 7 seconds. Porsche continuing to define this new era of a sports car that we find ourselves in.
Yes, but such is the pace in the automotive industry at the moment. Porsche had that title for 2 minutes, and then it was taken off them by Xiaomi, which was that yellow car that absolutely flew up the hill seconds ago. And that just shows you the pace of change at the moment. Bentley, wow. The most powerful Bentley production car ever made on the starting line as it fires towards the first corner. It is a 4-door saloon car, the Flying Spur Speed. The old 6-litre W12 engine has been ripped out, and in its place, really getting the tail out there, showing off just how powerful this car is. Now, under the driver's right foot, he's got 771 brake horsepower, and that's courtesy of this new V8 plug-in hybrid powertrain. Now, because this is a Bentley don't just call a hybrid, they've called this Ultra Performance Hybrid.
That is exceptional from Bentley. Its first 4-door supercar. This, the new Flying Spur, now in its 4th generation, from a established brand to a brand new one. This is Denza and the Denza B5, and it's a plug-in hybrid SUV from BYD's luxury brand. We've seen BYD really come to the forefront over the last year or so, seeing more and more pop up on the roads, and now they're debuting the Denza brand.
Yes, BYD have really made a splash here in the UK over the past 12 months, and they've decided to bring along another brand just for good measure. Denza, like you say, Harry, is the more premium version of BYD. The first car up the hill, the Z9 GT, has got its sights set very high, going to take on the likes of the Porsche Taycan Sport Turismo. This is going to take on more established, more premium 4x4s. This is a plug-in hybrid, actually. 1.5 litre petrol, 677 brake horsepower.
Well, we go from something quite big and boxy to something, well, small and boxy, shall we say. This is the Honda Super EV concept. Now, this is being developed really in response to the growth of and demand of this kind of car. Very popular for cities, very popular for no-emission zones.
Yes, and no official confirmation from Honda yet whether this car's going to come to the UK, but if you go and stand on their Honda stand and tell them to go and build it, they might actually go and do it. But yeah, a very cute Super EV concept, direct successor to the Honda E, if you remember that car from a few years ago. Really hope Honda bring it here.
Yeah, really brings something new to the party, as does this. A Lotus Emira 2-litre turbo SE powered by an AMG Source 2-litre turbocharged 4-cylinder engine. Delivers 400 horsepower as it rockets its way up the hill, but it retains Lotus's signature style, doesn't it? It's lightweight, it's agile, it looks superb.
Yes, lightweight, mid-engined, and talking about lightweight, it's followed pretty quickly up the hill by the Emira Cup. Now, this is essentially a bridging gap between that Turbo SE we just saw right to the GT4 Cup cars, which Lotus are competing with. So yes, so this car goes down the same production line as the Emira, but it can be taken off, and the factory can add all of these bespoke features. Even your dealer can do it, and each car is personalised to each customer, really showcasing Lotus's motorsport exploits.
Yeah, this one very much made for the racetrack with that huge rear wing on the back, sleek lines as well, carbon fibre assists, the rear bumper with the 2 exhausts out the back too. Oh, look at this. Isn't this just history being made once more? The Evo 37 paying homage to the Lancia Beta Monte Carlo in those martini colours with the front headlamps as well. Just screams absolute perfection.
Yes, talking about motorsport, I mean, it doesn't get more motorsport royalty than the Lancia 037. This is a product from Camara, who have created a Restomod. Look at it as it dives through the trees with its headlamps on. It just looks like the RAC Rally from years ago, doesn't it? Sensational.
Group 5 glory, forging modern racing cars and giving them a proper bit of soul as well. Made for things like the Pikes Peak and the Goodwood Hill Climb right here. A hyper Restomod tribute with that heritage design, but up-to-date engineering combined to make it absolutely viewing pleasure up the hill. Now, we've got this on the line. This is called an analog automotive super sport, and we talk about, well, Restomods and paying homage to the past. This very much has a lot of design inspirations, indeed, based on the legendary S1 Lotus Elise.
Yes, the Elise S1 is not the most obvious candidate for restomodding, but Analog Automotive, they feel as though the oldest Elise S1 is now 25 years old now, so it's ripe for a little bit of proving, a little bit of attention, a little bit of fettling, and a little bit of polishing. So Analog Automotive, they take a donor car, it's stripped back and it's inspected, and it gets a whole load of new features, improved features to make it easier and more engaging to drive for the 2020s. This includes new suspension, the ride height has been dropped by 25mm, there's an adjustable roll bar. It's it's a really interesting car, and Analog Automotive are a new name on the scene. Well, I say that, they've been around for 10 years, but they started out as a service and upgrade business, and now they're turning their attention to the Elise S1 and finding there are plenty of buyers out there who appreciate this kind of resto mod.
I think so. Again, you're seeing a brand bring automotive legends and giving them a bit of rebirth as well. This sits very well with me. I used to love the Lotus Elise. It was always the car I'd pick in Need for Speed.
Yeah, and I think also as things get sort of bigger and more complex and heavier, and I think there's that purity of something small and light and up fresh on it. You know, it's great. It's something you can place and use everywhere. I think it's lovely.
I could see you in one, James. I think you should have a word with them.
Small light sports cars is my thing.
It's raw, it's visceral, it is meticulously crafted. The analog super sports from Analog Automotive making its way up the hill and across the line. That was being chased up by an Alpine A110R all-team, and you'll hear it too. The TWR Supercat is back on the track, and this is just absolutely exceptional. It does not get old. We've been here every day, and this really is one of the highlights. This bespoke Super GT Restomod, led by Fergus, the son of Tom Walkinshaw, based, of course, on that classic Jaguar XJS.
All the fire spurting out from the exhaust pipes there, spitting flame, supercharged V12. God, it sounds good. 6-speed manual gearbox, carbon fibre body. Look at the size of those rear arches.
Oh, bringing a smile to everybody's face here for the first glance. We've got so much coming up for you. By the way, coming up next, if you haven't got the best seat in the house yet, or indeed outside the house by the turning circle, we'll be having our Alain Prost balcony moment at 2:45. Celebrating the 4-time champion, so make sure you head over there. But first glance, new classics and road bikes were on the scene here at Goodwood today.
Yeah, we had the Royal Enfield Samurai. We also had the, we just saw the sort of shotgun as well. Then we saw the Alpinistas coming up, Royal Enfield Supermoto 450 there. So a real nice selection of these first scene bikes. Then we went to the cars.
We certainly did, and BMW laying out their vision for the future, and the future delivered right now by a new Chinese brand, XPeng, on the scene with an AI-defined car, and an old favourite brought into the future, and then some, with special editions of the Land Rover Defender making their way up the hill.
Yes, John Cooper works have been out in force with a fleet of great drivers, including the grandson of John Cooper, Charlie Cooper. Rolls-Royce were here in fashion, really lighting up the tyres. Alpine celebrating 70 years this year.
And they were paying tribute to how it all started, with the Alpine A110 rally car being brought in to the new A390. Hyundai showcasing what their end performance division has delivered over the last 10 years. Mercedes, and tributes to those legends of the past and those that will be very plucky for getting around town in Ford with their latest flagship model, the Aston Martin DBXS, their now most powerful performance SUV. Just a couple of glimpses at some of the latest on offer.
Gavin, I could hear the commentary team loving your hill climb. Was it as fun inside the car as out?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's just fantastic to drive the Rolls-Royce Ghost up the hill at perhaps a manner that people aren't used to, but just showing the capabilities of the engineering behind it.
And you've obviously had passengers all weekend. Have they all enjoyed it?
Yep, everyone's had a great time. Everyone leaves smiling. Yeah, it's a great event, and it's nice to be here with Rolls-Royce.
It's not a question I ever thought I'd ask, but what are these like sort of near the limit?
They're really, they're playful. They're just great fun. Obviously, it's not its natural environment. It's designed to sort of waft up the road elegantly, but it can pick up its shoes and it can run.
Well, I thought your run was still very elegant. Gavin, thank you.
Thank you.
Andy, you're the chief engineer on these cars. Is it a bit of a challenge trying to make something in Aston and this size?
Exactly, yeah. That was one of the big challenges, set out to make the sportiest SUV in its class, and I think, yeah, we've achieved it, as you can probably see by the dynamic footage of the car. It's extremely agile, extremely fun to drive. It doesn't drive like a traditional SUV, it drives like a sports car. It's incredible.
What kind of power have you got under the bonnet?
727 horsepower, so enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's enough to get you to the local supermarket and back. I guess this is the highlight of your job, isn't it? You've spent all the years sorting this, planning this, and you finally get to give it the beans up the hill.
Yeah, this is the incredible bit of the job. Goodwood's such an iconic event. It's amazing. There's no other motor show in the world like it. It's an amazing privilege to come here and be able to demonstrate the car for everyone.
Well, look, you obviously drive as well as you engineer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
With eBay Assured Fit, find the right parts for your car just by entering your reg. eBay, things people love.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move done, but did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out.
And so this is it. This is the Mercedes AMG World of Performance.
Actually, it's under construction at the moment. More than 6,000 workers on site.
It's going to set standards also that everybody else will try to follow and makes the sport greater.
As teams, as fans, as people, a sound, a smell, a shiver down the spine.
So here's the view over the beautiful Goodwood Festival of Speed experience that's been going on. Some great drivers here. Travis Pastrana is one of those. A little earlier, Tony Jardine caught up with him.
We're here with Travis Pastrana's American spec Subaru WRX. He's been entertaining us all on the stages. He's away doing an interview, so I want to get inside this cockpit and see what it's all about. It's kind of difficult to get in, but I'm going to try and do it. I'll see what Travis did, and I'm in his office. I'm in the dream machine of the Subaru. This is amazing. Massive big roll cage. I don't know what these controls are. I know this is a sequential box, 2-litre turbocharged, 4-wheel drive. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 speed, then bang, crash down, bang the speeds. When you come to those bits at the bottom with the hairpins, and you want to yank on the handbrake there. And I think here, this is where you've got the different engine modes, and then you've got your computer readout here, and you scroll down, it gives you all your water temperatures, it gives you all your revs and so on. But this is so snug, and you sit so far back, it is absolutely sensational. multi-American rally champion, superb stuntman, bar none. This guy is a little bit mad. It's not mad in here, it's very functional, and you can understand why they're there. I'm just hitting these pedals here, and they've got all this friction material on there so you don't slip off so easily. Oh, loads of buttons down here. I'm not sure. Map, yes, so that's probably the map for the engine settings. Then spots, of course. Heater, well, we don't need the heater. And it is oppressively hot in here. I'm already sweating. Cyrus, sorry, mate, what's going on here? What are these buttons for?
This one is the start map, so for the launch mode, how aggressive it is and how quickly the car goes off the line. And the other one is the engine cal, so the different anti-lag maps.
Thank you for letting me in here. This is amazing. Don't tell Travis, will you? Because he'll only tell me to get out.
Whoa!
Oh,
hey.
Oh!
Come on, it's my seat.
Oh, no, listen. Just for a little spin, please, Travis.
Well, you can't be any harder on it than I am. Good luck, sir.
Thanks, buddy.
Have some fun. Jim Marsden, high five. I feel like I'm talking to American, but definitely not. You got the Union Jack on the door, and I walked up to this door. I'm like, that's the, wrong side. But I feel like I'm right at home, man. I live an hour away from an iconic place, Johnson Valley, King of the Hammers. But you guys do it pretty comparably, man. Again, welcome, right? And thank you for having me here. What are we looking at here? And you might have driven a little too hard. You broke this thing already.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have already broken this one, but this is a 4400 class car. So you're absolutely right. That harks back to King of the Hammers in California, Johnson Valley, and oh man, that's my favorite place in the world. And so, yeah, we race these cars in Europe doing Ultra 4 style racing. An echo back to King of the Hammers in California, and we love it. And to be able to come here to Goodwood Festival of Speed, put these cars on the track and show them to this incredible audience, wow, man, doesn't get better.
But and you keep pushing, you have navigators. Again, I love the right-hand drive. It throws me for a loop, but, you know, we have a mutual friend.
I'm telling you now, the wheel is literally on the right side of the car.
I know. Well, so again, we have so many mutual friends, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Casey Curry, the camp. I mean, the list goes on and on. The community of off-road is just like any motorsport, right? But you just got a little dirt in your face, a little grizzled, a little raw. You got to bring it, man.
Well, we always like to say that we're the best of enemies out on the track, but the best of friends when we're in the pits. And the off-road community is such a strong community. If I break something today, that guy over there is probably going to give me the parts so that I can continue. It's like a big family, and I absolutely love that.
What are some of the courses that you race here in Europe? And you're talking about, I'm seeing many different flags, not just Union Jacks. Some of the countries, some of the tracks here.
Well, I mean, we so many different races across Europe. I mean, literally a week and a half ago, I was racing in Poland. We had over 32 nationalities racing, and over 350 vehicles across multiple different classes. Then, in a couple of weeks' time, we're going to be out in Poland again, but for a different style of racing. This time it'll be Ultra 4, and we'll be bringing the thunder and the noise to the streets of Poland. Then, a few weeks after that, we're out to Portugal for King of Portugal. Again, our biggest Ultra 4 race in Europe. There'll be over, well, nearly 100 cars racing there, and the town literally opens up, comes out, and celebrates these vehicles and the racers.
I love it. Again, long travel suspension, you got reservoirs, you know, the brakes, you know, if they say speed kills, brakes give life, but the capabilities of the suspension, the custom builds, because people look at this and they think it's a Hot Wheels, they think it's just something, but it's all about the functionality. Again, just the whole setup. Everything does have function. Anything that doesn't, it's out the window.
You're absolutely right. There are no passengers on these cars, so every nut and bolt, everything is built for purpose, and these cars are incredible. We call them the Swiss Army knife of the off-road world because they can do a little bit of everything. So these cars are capable of over 100 miles an hour, but they're also comfortable jumping 6-foot jumps and also hitting those rocks really hard. I mean, I'll never forget Robbie Gordon turned up at King of the Hammers, and we went out the back and showing him the trails. We went, "It's up there, Robbie," and he went, "There's no trail there." We were like, "Hold my beer."
Speaking of beers, if you're here at Goodwood, either 2025 or in the future, come grab a beer, get some dirt in your face, come talk to Jim or many of the other drivers here. Again, weapons of mass destruction. It's loud, it's proud here at Goodwood.
So much to enjoy here at Goodwood. So many aspects, so many fans who are enjoying picking up everything there is to see, and on a beautiful weekend as well. We have amazing sun. It's a little bit warm for some in times. You can get find a bit of shade, but there's so much to enjoy, so much to absorb of the historic vehicles, but also the latest, the newest, the first chance to see machines. Cars even that are being slightly hidden and we're not being told about, but our first chance to actually see them here. And moving to the future, things like Extreme H, the hydrogen powered, but then also going back to some of the wonderful history of motorsport, everything happening here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and there's still plenty more to enjoy with the Alain Prost Explainer. And so that is one of the things we are very much looking forward to quite shortly now, the celebration of Alain Prost, the 4-time F1 world champion. It's been lovely seeing him here over the last 4 days, and we've seen plenty of opportunities in him in some of the cars that he was racing when he took those titles. Alongside me is John Watson, who saw Alain, who was a teammate to Alain Prost, raced against him, and then saw Prost move on to such a high level in Formula One. And of course, Prost's career not only fantastic as a driver, he then also ran a team later on, but to be a 4-time world champion, to be enjoyable here. So many fans as well here, John, who can absorb the atmosphere, but we're certainly going to enjoy seeing Alain on that balcony in a while.
Well, the minute Alain stepped into a Formula One car in a McLaren test down at Paul Ricard, it was as clear as the nose on my face that he was a total natural. Just the way he went down the pit lane, I know it sounds silly to say something like that. The way, for the first time, he was able to select the gears and then the 5-speed gearbox. Everything was done cleanly, sweetly. He was born to be a Grand Prix driver. He was born to be a world champion. But, of course, in 1980, he didn't know he was going to be a world champion. He had a career ahead of him. He didn't know where it was going to take him. And it was only when he rejoined McLaren back in 1984 that he and Niki Lauda went head-to-head in the World Championship. Lauda got it by just half a point, but 1985 was Alain's year, and that was the first of the 4 World Championships he secured for himself, and also the most successful French Formula One driver in the history of Formula One.
Absolutely right. And then, of course, that tremendous battle he had with his teammate, Ayrton Senna. And he did actually recommend, didn't he? He suggested that Senna should join McLaren at that time. And actually, they did get on fine initially. They weren't arguing with each other initially, but it was a time when it got very tight because they were competing against each other so toughly, and for a while they kind of fell out. But in the end, they were friends again. And then, of course, very sadly, we lost Ayrton Senna. But by the time Prost had come out of Formula One, they were actually friends again. They were talking to each other. And Senna was telling him all sorts of things about the Williams, which wasn't quite so good as he had hoped it was when he began in 1994 with it.
No, when Alain left Williams at the end of 93, he had arguably the finest Formula One car. I would say almost of all time, it was an actively suspended car. Power brakes, traction control, every single device to make the job of competing, make it easier, but not just easy in its sense, to make the car function perfectly. The active ride suspension had been perfected by Williams, and it just gave Alain an enormous advantage over the rest of his competition. Probably the biggest competition might have been from his own teammate at that time, a new and young Damon Hill who joined him. But for 1994, active suspension was banned. Alain had retired. He didn't really fancy a second term with having Senna as his teammate, so he stepped away, a 4-time world champion. And when Senna got into the Williams, the car from going as active to passive was a night and day change, and it was a tricky car in those initial early Grand Prix of the 94 season.
Absolutely. But of course, Alain Prost's career was remarkable. Let's take a little look back at it. So there we are, looking back at the success of Alain Prost, and lovely shots from his early career as well, when he set and established just how rapid he was in the sort of junior categories of single-seater racing. He was a French karting champion, a multiple French karting champion. Here we are, we're seeing Alain Prost just about to set up towards the balcony. There goes Alain in the MP44 McLaren, and this was a machine that he and Ed Senna contested together. They were racing so hard in 1988, they absolutely dominated the championship. That was the year that Senna got the title, and the year after, it was the year that Prost got the title, and that was one of the 4 titles that he went on to take.
Yes, it all was a bit contentious in Japan, because as both drivers came down to the chicane, Alain was on the left, Senna made a lunge down the inside. Very optimistically, Alain closed the door, they collided. Senna was effectively out, and Alain was crowned champion. And of course, the following year, then it got even worse when Senna drove into the back of Alain just after the start. Prost had moved at this stage to Ferrari, but nevertheless, Senna never forgot what occurred in '89. It was an ugly period of racing between these two great, outstanding champions. But Ben, as you say, so over the period between Alain retiring initially and then coming back and then retiring at the end of '93, there was a kind of rapprochement between the two of them. I wouldn't say they were bosom buddies. They weren't going down to the local bistro to have a bottle of wine and a nice plate of escargot. But they had respect for one another, and they appreciated what each brought out of the other.
Indeed. And absolutely, afterwards, once Prost had pulled away again from Formula One, as I say, they got on well. So a man who took 51 wins in his career, 106 podiums. He was taking records at his time, particularly when you remember there were fewer races in a championship at that time than there are now. So to have those numbers, they were remarkable. And to win 4 titles, he was only the second driver in F1 history to gain 4 titles, because before him, it had only been Fangio who'd won 5 titles, who'd ever got to that kind of level. Of course, we have seen that now since we've seen Max Verstappen take 4, but the drivers to get to that level are at the very highest, and there he is with the Duke of Richmond as he heads up towards the balcony, so we can really celebrate the amazing achievements. Lovely seeing him back in that McLaren.
Yes, just a very nice little moment there for a young fan standing just behind the rope. Alain took off his race gloves, he walked over to him, took them, handed to the young man. Just didn't, I don't think he even appreciated or realized quite what he'd been the beneficiary of, but he will realize it a little bit later. He will have a pair of the gloves of Alain Prost, whether those are race gloves or testing gloves, doesn't matter. They are the gloves of a 4 times Formula One world champion.
Absolutely. And the fact that he made his debut in Formula One with you, John, and then he moved on to Renault, came so close to winning his first title when he was driving for the French-owned team as a French driver, but it just didn't quite come together in 1983, just losing out by those 2 points. But after that, of course, he then had the battle with Niki Lauda in 1984, and he lost by half a point, the closest it's ever been. But he did go on to take 4 titles. Let's go down and join Harry and Grace.
Yeah, the Formula One fever is certainly continuing down here at Goodwood House. I mean, Harry, firstly, we saw this morning that ultimate F1 grid to really set off the celebrations today. And of course, Alain Prost was a part of that.
Yeah, in his MP44, which was brilliant as well, because he was joined by his son Nico in the Renault, actually, the RS10 side by side going out onto the track. I mean, what a celebration of Formula One we are having. It really is the place to be for this weekend at the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed, and just to get this up close and personal to something that was so dominant, one of the most successful Formula One cars to have ever existed, piloted by such a formidable racer.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a special moment, like you say, with his son here, these crowds. We've got many fans surrounding us, so we'll see if we can get a word with a few of them. We've actually got a young fan down here who I believe is a massive Formula One fan. How are you finding this moment? It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, it's honestly amazing. Seeing Alain Prost pull up in a McLaren MP44 is just amazing. I've never seen anything like it before.
What is it that you love about Alain Prost and this special car? What makes you such a fan?
Like how he was massive rivals with Ayrton Senna, and how they were like clashing in like the 80s, 90s.
Some special racing.
Yeah.
Thank you for speaking to us. Well, we are just about ready now to speak to Karun, who is with the man himself. So take it away, Karun.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us for a very special afternoon. The guest we've got here today, as you can see from my T-shirt, which, by the way, I just went running to the Goodwood shop and bought because I am a super fan. He was my childhood hero. Four-time world champion, Alain Prost. Alain, lovely to have you here. We're just going to grab you a microphone. And first of all, how beautiful does it look here to have the MP44? You've been driving the earlier cars as well. You were in your 85 championship winning car. How special is it to be at Goodwood?
I mean, first of all, I must say that it's a nice weekend for me. It's very nice to be with you. Very nice to drive these cars, not only driving the car by itself, but having all the people around me, you know, like all my old mechanics, race engineers, and also the memories with all the drivers we had yesterday with the world champion, but not only them. It's really something, you know. It's really, I'm very proud, obviously, to be part of this family in a way, you know, because I used to talk a lot during the weekend with, like for example, John Barnard or Adrien Newey or my old teammates. We really share this passion of motor racing. Sometimes we go a little bit more deep into the technique or technology, whatever. But at the end, even if the cars are very different today, still the passion is there. What is also very impressive for me this weekend is to see this crowd, to see these numbers of fantastic cars, really fantastic cars coming from all around the world. And honestly, your country, you must be very happy about you know, having this event, having all this history about motor racing. It's a big economy for the country also. I mean, people forget that, and I'm sure you are not going to lose that. Today, yesterday, I've seen a lot of kids, you know, girls and boys, very young. Obviously, they are brought by the older generation, but they are there, they are passionate. It looks like they also understand what is motor racing. Honestly, it's perfect. Continue like they don't change anything.
I saw you made that young man very happy. You handed over your gloves. That's such a nice touch. Well done.
Yeah. I mean, I saw he had the McLaren T-shirt and my gloves. I'm sure he's going to be happy about that. It's not going to change my life, and you know, it's a nice souvenir. I mean, remember that when I was racing, winning races, I gave, I would say, 80% of my trophies to some young guys, young people, after the podium.
Amazing.
I've been, obviously, that was a problem with Ron Dennis at one stage. I had to make some copies also, but I really like to do that, yeah.
I want to ask you, you talked about how proud everyone here in the UK should be about the Festival of Speed. It's a magical event. We love coming here.
Yeah.
But I want to ask you, you won all 4 of your World Championships driving for British teams, for Williams and for McLaren. You went to Ferrari in between. You were at Renault before that. Were you at home racing with the British teams?
Yeah, for sure. I missed the championship at Renault for very little, 2 points, and Ferrari was very close also in 1990. That was a fantastic experience, so I do that like all. But, you know, it's one thing that I'm very proud about, and maybe not a lot of people know that, but I'm OBI, that means Official British Empire, where I am very proud because I won my 4 titles with British team. And it's a contribution I have done to the country, and you know, it's in your life. It's quite important to have received that from the Queen.
What do you order when you go to the pub? Are you a fish and chip? Do you enjoy fish and chips at the pub when you go down?
With the pub.
When you go to the pub, do you have a fish and chips?
I've been there, you know, but it's not the same.
I want to invite somebody special in a minute because, as you mentioned, you race for great teams with great engineers. Adrian Newey, Patrick Head, you work with Steve Nichols, Gordon Murray. But this afternoon we have a special guest. There's a bit of a surprise for you. Can I please ask you to put your hands together for John Barnard?
Thank you. Thank you. He's the designer of my first championship car, you know, 85 that I had here. Yeah.
John, you were at McLaren. You co-owned the team with Ron Dennis at the time. You guys had Niki Lauda there as the superstar driver. Alain came along as the young hotshot. What were your memories of the early days of Alain? And as you said, he guided you to the first 2 World Championships.
Well, he joined at the end of '83, and it was really almost overnight that he joined. I mean, he fell out with the Renault, and along came John Hogan from Marlborough and said, "Would you like Alain Prost driving?" And we said, "Oh yeah." Like tomorrow.
What was special that you can remember? You know, can you pick out a few things for our friends in the crowd about what made Alain special?
Well, special to me when I worked with him was he was fantastic with tyres. You know, he would know quite often. I'd see him start a race. We ran then. You know, we'd have full tanks. We didn't refuel, and he'd run the first 10 laps really easily. You know, we thought, oh, what's he doing? You know, he's cruising. And then slowly he'd just work it up. And while everybody else was wrecking their tyres, he's got perfect tyres at the end. So he was brilliant with tyres. And he could remember, the thing I recall about you is you remembered the setup on the car.
Even now.
Even now.
Even now, I remember some setup in 84, 85, exactly.
I could say to him, maybe we should go down on the front roll bar or something. And he'd go, oh, yes, we went to a number 3. That was 4 races back. He said, oh, yeah, I remember what it did. And I thought, well, that's pretty good.
Just want to ask you, Alain, because you've driven lots of great cars. By the way, I don't know how many of you know this, but in the decade between 1983 and 1993, in those 10 seasons, in 8 of them, this man finished either first or second in the World Championship. That is an incredible amount of consistency. Can you pick a favorite car out of your entire career?
You mean at McLaren or all my cars?
No, include your driving Formula 1 days. Do you have a favorite car?
I think the best, if I can, I mean, 84, 85, 88, and 1990 Ferrari. That's the best, yeah.
Can I ask you, John, just finally before I carry on with Alain, you had great drivers coming through your books. Niki Lauda, you know, great friend of both of yours, sadly not here today. What was the relationship like between having Niki and Alain Prost? 7 World Championships between them. That is a super team, isn't it?
It is a super team, but we managed to keep it pretty fair, I think. You know, we never favoured one driver. We always let them race. We always let them sort their own cars out. And I think it was, for me, the 84, 85, 86 were probably the best years in racing for me. Not just because we won, but because it was a good team. We used to have fun, you know, and we worked bloody hard. And yeah, it was a brilliant time for me.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Now, Alain, there's so many fans here today, and most of them will remember your time with Ayrton, that infamous rivalry, an intense time. But I think there was a healthy amount of respect at the end of it, wasn't it? And I think it's fantastic to have seen you guys. We're friends right at the end. How do you reflect on that time? Because it's a rare opportunity to have you here and you know, on a reflective mode, thinking about that period.
For me, it's always difficult to talk about Ayrton, obviously. But if I want to be, you know, clear in a way, I mean, I understood very much about Ayrton when I retired. The day I retired on the podium in Adelaide and until his accident, I understood everything from the past, you know, how he was before arriving in Formula 1, having myself as a goal, as an objective, and obviously being as a teammate. People don't remember maybe, but 88, for example, we had a fantastic season. We never had any problem. I won 7 races, he won 8. I got more points than him, but because of the regulation at the time, because he had one more win, he was the champion, but it was not a problem for me, because at the end, I really wanted, for all my career, I really wanted to be a contender for the championship. At the end, if you don't have it, it's not a problem, but motivation, the adrenaline is there. And coming back to Ayrton, obviously when I stopped, I understood that it was more than the normal rivalry, you know, with the two drivers. It was more than a respect. It was almost like an admiration, and I was very proud about it, you know. And it changed completely. He was a completely different person. And if I did not know this period, I would have had a different vision. But I really have a very nice feeling about the last 6 months of our relation, because you forget all the bad things. We had a few bad. In the press, it was a bit exaggerated, but we had a bit, you know, it was difficult. But, and you only keep the positive, and there is a lot of positive, because in life, when you have somebody, when you have the goal or the objective of somebody, you can only be proud. And at the end, we had not only the respect, but also the friendship.
And I remember at his final Grand Prix in Imola, at Ayrton's final Grand Prix at Imola, one of the last things on the warm-up he said is, "Hello to my friend Alain, we miss you at Formula One." He missed having you as a reference, it seems. We're going to get some noise from the Red Bull. He looks like he's having fun anyway. I just want to point people out to the wonderful documentary you made, because we've seen the Senna movie. I think everyone here in the crowd would have seen it. But the documentary you made a couple of years ago, it's now in the UK. I saw it, in fact, on the plane going to one of the Grand Prix. And it's wonderful to see you sharing your side of things as well. Finally, just for all the fans here, there's a lot of McLaren fans. I can see a lot of orange out in the crowd. Yep. We've talked about your rivalry at McLaren. How are you seeing this year's World Championship? We got 2 McLaren drivers, 1-2 in the championship. What do you think of it all? How do you see this playing out?
I think, first of all, I'm quite pleased to see the McLaren team, you know, coming back to the top. It's, as John said, it's a little bit, it's my family, because I started with McLaren. I had an unbelievable time at McLaren, even if I finished, you know, with difficult 89. But don't remember that I came back also for 2 years, 95, 96, you know, in a different role. So I'm always very close to this team. So I'm very happy for them. You know, the championship that is very difficult when 2 drivers are fighting for the title. But if they have enough advantage with the other teams and drivers, I mean, they are going to let them drive and fight, which is the best for the sport. If, you know, it's getting closer and one driver or team is much closer, then it's going to become more difficult. But it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. When we were fighting with Ayrton, we almost won all the races in 88. Honestly, we did not care at all about other drivers or other teams, you know. But when you are fighting, you remember 86. I won the championship in 86 because Nigel and Nelson, they were fighting, sharing points. And my car was really less competitive. But at the end, because of the work of the team, you know, the cohesion in the team, we had a fantastic year in 86. And that's my best championship and the best for the team, you know, all together. So that's to answer your question. At the moment, I don't think they will have this problem.
So you think Lando and Oscar, they look like they're friendly at the moment. I'm not going to ask you to pick a winner.
No, because
unless you want to.
No, because it's I know Oscar much better, because I was the one to push Renault to bring it in the academy a long time ago. They did not want to.
He's pretty special, isn't he, Oscar?
Because he's, you know, I saw him driving, you know, promotion, like Formula 3 or even before, and then Formula 2. I like the way he behaves, you know. A little bit like me thinking about when to do the right maneuver for overtaking and being a little bit more clever. I like him, you know. You never know what's going to happen, but this type of drivers normally they can make a progression, you know.
Yeah.
Some if it's only the driving skill, sometimes they are in a plateau, and I did not do a mistake. But I don't know Lando very much, but honestly, for this type of championship, the best should win, and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, may the best man win. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Alain Prost.
Thank you again. Thank you for the support. Enjoy the end of the day. See you soon.
And here come the French colours in tribute to you from the Red Arrows.
Thank you.
Well, what a fantastic opportunity to celebrate Alain Prost and to hear so much from him there, Alain, and the celebration as well above from the Red Arrows. So wonderful, and Alain Prost able to speak about so many aspects of Formula One so clearly. Really lovely to see him going up there in the McLaren. One of the cars that he absolutely loved competing in. And as he was saying there, John, the battle he had with Senna, particularly in 1988, they were fine together that year. It was all about winning the championship. And as he said, a bit like it is now between Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri.
Well, I don't know I can make that comparison, but certainly in 1988, between Alain and Ayrton, there was nothing left on the table by either driver. One was much more combative and aggressive. The other was a much more sublime. And absolutely, you never thought he was going quickly when you watched him.
I know. They had different styles, and it was Senna who just got it, but as Prost said, it was a great year. So wonderful to see Alain Prost being celebrated here, the four-time world champion, and a big smile on his face. And so many fans here, and it was lovely to see that reaction. And so many McLaren fans, of course, as we saw amongst them.
All ready to go. This is quite a thing. Wow, exciting to see it here.
It is.
Are
you ready to take it for a spin?
Yeah, it's going to be amazing seeing it in action at Festival Speed. I can't wait. But hey, let's see what it does. Let's see what it does now.
Let's do it.
Touch to 3 right. Straight for hairpin left. Yeah, it was pretty good, but hey, why don't we have another go?
Right on.
Well, there's been so much to enjoy throughout the course of this whole weekend, all 4 days here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And sometimes we're seeing some of the more modern machinery. The Alpine was heading up earlier on in batch 4. Alice, great to see.
Great to see Paul Aron behind wheel of that heading up, and then to some slightly older cars, and this is what you get only at Goodwood.
It is, and some of the classic Lotus cars that were setting the scene with great the way they've set the car up, and it was brilliant monocoque design that helped them go on to take so many race wins in the 1960s, and then of course more recent cars as well, and Patrick has been doing a great job with the Red Bull. The Ferraris, an era where sometimes they had great success. We were talking to Alain Prost just a little while ago, and that 1999 season with Ferrari was very, very special to him. So many great Formula One cars this weekend, as well as celebrating champions.
Dario, I'm not even sure what to ask when I saw your face when you got out of this car.
I'm not sure what I think right now. I accelerated off the line. I thought that was quite quick, and I realised I was at half travel on the throttle. So between the second corner past the house, I gave it some. It's a rocket, you forget. I drove an F1 car in about that period and some testing. You forget 600 kilos and that power, and it just keeps revving and pulling out. Whew, that's an experience.
I guess that's what this weekend is all about, isn't it? Getting you guys into some cars that from your history, but also something you've always wanted to drive.
Absolutely right, Ed. You know, I've been driving the T50S up the hill all weekend, which is blindingly quick. But I'm down there this morning queuing up, and I see Mario and his car, Alain Prost and his Emerson and his, and Nige in the Williams, Ricardo. You just everywhere you look is something that you just are speechless about. And as a race fan, it's phenomenal. I mean, look, there's the 95 McLaren, Le Mans winning McLaren getting blatted up the hill. Wonderful.
Well, I'll go let you calm down, have a glass of water.
Thanks, dude.
Now, you've been testing this car most of this year. It must be a huge thing to learn, just with all the systems and everything else that's going on in there.
Yeah, I mean, modern Formula One cars are not easy to operate, but they're a lot of fun to drive, and it's a pro and con topic, to be honest, bringing this car here, because the fact that it's a 23 car means that we use it for testing, as you said, and that means I need to take care of it. I cannot do any donuts. I need to make sure the car is safe, because this car is going to be testing soon again. But what I can do is push, and for example, this last run I went flat out, so yeah, it's a lot of fun driving here. I've had a lot of fun driving this car, and hopefully next year I can be back with a car that I can do donuts with.
It's quite a narrow hill climb in a car like this, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the run before, we were doing a start together with another car, and when we checked the video back, I think I was millimeters from the barriers. So yeah, it's definitely a wide car. You can't fit two of these together, and even one halfway through the run where it gets tight is not easy. But yeah, a lot of fun. I mean, Goodwood is a really cool event. I've met a lot of legends this weekend. Alain Prost, Nigel Mansell, I met Sir Jackie Stewart. Yeah, just having a lot of fun, and it's it's been very cool to be here.
Well, look, it's great seeing you push it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So much to enjoy this weekend, and what we are getting ready for now is the shootout, where the vehicles heading up the hill will be timed and we will end up with the winner. Let's take a look at how the shootout is set up.
The Sunday afternoon shootout is the pinnacle of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, as the fastest drivers in some of the most incredible cars compete against the clock for the honour and glory of posting the best time up the hill. Winding its way through the grounds of the Goodwood estate, the 1.16 mile course is the centre of the action. The track is narrow and features tight corners, blind rises and the landmark Flint Wall, all of which provide a thrilling and adrenaline-pumping spectacle when the stopwatch comes out. For the audience, it's a wonderful conclusion to the event, as the most spectacular cars and drivers push to the very limit. In 1999, Nick Heidfeld held the outright record of 41.60 seconds in Mika Häkkinen's championship-winning McLaren MP413, a record that stood for over 2 decades. But that was finally topped in 2022, when the outrageous McMurtry-Spearling electric fan car, at the hands of Max Chilton, broke the record in an astonishing 39.08 seconds. All timed competitors will run at the end of their respective batches each morning, and will also run in dedicated time sessions on Friday, Saturday and Sunday afternoon. This year, the shootout has been split into classes of vehicles: pre-war, GT racers, sports racers, modified specials, touring cars, rally cars and production road cars. Saturday afternoon's timed shootout will see each individual class winners crowned, while Sunday's shootout final will determine the biggest prize of all, the overall fastest time of the weekend. It's all to play for at this year's Festival of Speed.
So this is what we're looking for then. The pre-war winner. We saw this yesterday with Julian Mazoub doing a fantastic job taking that category. We have these different categories and they are all competing within them to try and take the top time. James Wallace won the GT Racers class yesterday. Great time, 47.69 seconds to the top of the hill. That was very, very impressive. And Alex Summers won the sports cars class with that Shadow. Again, he is a hill climb expert. The Ford Super Truck of Romain Dumas, though, that was the one that took the modified special and the fastest of all at 43.49, and that is the one that we are expecting to be really fighting for the top again. Romain Dumas, absolutely brilliant at the wheel, and he has so much experience at this hill climb. He's won it several times before, and we could see him taking yet another victory. Let's see what kind of time he can come down to. That's going to be interesting. Now, Jake Hill, he also did a great job. He won the touring car class with the Holden Commodore, and that was a lovely drive from Jake Hill, the current British touring car champion. In the rally class, we saw Danny Sordo. That time was set a little bit earlier, but Danny Sordo set the pace in the rally class, so to take that victory. And there we are, taking a look at the production road cars winner, and Marcus Lund did that with this Koenigsegg, which is a new version, a modified version, and yet it is a production road car, and it was third fastest of all the vehicles there at 47.14 seconds. So that is what we're looking at. Those were the fastest in their categories yesterday. Today, of course, it's really about the fastest of all to win the shootout here at Goodwood. Alice Powell is alongside me, and we're really looking forward to this, Alice.
We are, and so should everybody out looking out. It's packed outside, and we're having this final shootout slightly earlier because remember, Romain Dumas, when he was interviewed by Ed Jones at the top of the hill, said, actually, I struggled to see because of the dust and because of the sun. So we're earlier. You might be even faster, be able to go even faster than that 43.5.
Absolutely. So he was fastest there. You're looking at the time. Scott Speed was second in the Subaru Project Midnight. Very impressive. We saw Marcus Lund there with the Koenigsegg in third place. James Wallace winning his category, fourth overall. Jake Hill, fifth. Sarah Bovey did a good job. She had to slow down and go back down because somebody else had lost the bonnet of the car. Down in 10th place, Benoit Trelouillet with the Audi R8 LMS Ultra. And then further down, Greg Murphy with the Holden Monaro, Eddie Norfolk with the Ferrara Roma Coupe, Harry Barton. And you can see there were some lovely machines from the pre-war era. Julian Majoub was quickest, but to see Duncan Pittaway in that Fiat S76, that was lovely. And Kevin Neville was the slowest, but still lovely to see some of those very early vehicles heading up the hill. So what we're expecting is a very similar sort of time, because the conditions are very similar, aren't they? We've had this warm weather all weekend.
We have. There's still quite a bit of dust around, and if you are wandering around, you'll understand how dusty it is, and particularly at the top of the hill where the rally stage is. A lot of dust blows across the circuit. Roman mentioned that, like we've already said yesterday, but I spoke to a couple of the other teams, and they also said, yeah, the dust at the top of there made it quite tricky to gauge how much grip there was going to be. So we'll keep an eye out for that, but we'll still have a competitive time. And I actually believe, when I was having a little look at the times from earlier on, so we've already seen the Ford Super Truck go up, and he's already gone faster than he did yesterday, Ben.
Yeah, you're right. I saw that too. So earlier on when he did that run, maybe the vision was easier, but he certainly did go a bit quicker. But I've seen this often in the past, actually, that it is the final run, and it was a little bit like hearing from Paul Aaron just now talking to Ed Foster, how he was flat out for the first time in that Alpine going up the hill. The more runs you do up this in similar weather conditions, the more you learn where to be quick.
Exactly. The more you get used to it. Roman's done plenty of running up here. Same with Scott Speed, so we're expecting those to still be the two fastest. So they'll just get more confident. And of course, they've won their categories. We've sorted that battle out. It's now to the battle who is going to be fastest overall.
Just a reminder, it is a 1,890-metre track climb, climbing up 92 metres. The record currently held by Max Chilton in the Mercury Spearling at 39.08 seconds. That still is a remarkable record. Justin Law has been the most popular winner in a way, well, the most common winner. He's had 6 wins, but Romain Dumas is on target for his 4th victory. And when he won twice in 2018 and 2019, they were back-to-back with VW. I think there's every chance he's going to get another back-to-back with Ford, because he won it last year on a time of 43.98. Different Ford, that was the Super Van 4.2, which we did see earlier going out there today. But in the Super Truck as it is, he's been certainly looking as though he is the most likely to go fastest, and as I say, possibly become a 4-time winner of the Shootout. But there's so much to enjoy, and even seeing those pre-war machines going up. Julian Majoub did a great job yesterday, but Mark Gillies in the ERA was only a 0.3 slower. They were so close. I was surprised at how close they were to each other.
So was I, to be honest, because it always looked on Friday that Julian was going to be able to almost breeze the class. But as you said, he had a lot of strength he had to pull out in his final run. He, of course, went last. That was because he was fastest in practice. So that's the order they usually do it in. So the Ford Super Truck will go last because, of course, Roman was fastest up the hill yesterday.
It is so wonderful seeing the fans here for the Shootout, and I do hope you're all enjoying yourself. I know it's been very, very warm out there, which is lovely to a certain extent, but it can be very hot. And I do hope you're all enjoying this, but building up for what is the battle against the clock, to see who can be fastest up the hill and to see who's fastest in each of their groups as well. And when you see something like this, it's always interesting, of course, to see some of the older vehicles. And you've got the 1907 Mercedes 120 horsepower, and it's Archie Collins this time who's going to be doing the run, the son of Ben, who owns this machine. And Archie, who's done all sorts of bits and pieces at Goodwood, now that he's getting to the age where he can do whatever he likes. He actually was a winner in the class that they run at the Revival at the end of the season, the Setrington Cup, which is a great one for the kids to do. And now, of course, he's been getting competitive in some of the late cars that his father owns.
So he's been allowed to take the reins then of a slightly bigger machinery instead of a pedal car, and of course what a great opportunity. I believe we did see him as well out racing at Goodwood members meeting.
Yes.
No doubt we'll probably see him in something at Goodwood Revival, which is later on in the year as well. So away they go, the Mercedes 120 HP, the 13.5 litre 4-cylinder built in 1907.
Isn't it lovely to see something like this? And yes, it's not going to be the fastest of all, but he'll still be pushing on. And it's lovely that you have two on board, because it would have raced like this in the day with the mechanic having to be alongside. And you may well see a bit of work going on, because sometimes there is the work the mechanic has to do to keep it running as it goes up the hill. Archie Collins doing a good job here. We'll get the first of the sector time, so we can see the sectors as they head up the hill. 35.3 in the first sector. Of course, this won't be the fastest of all, but it is lovely to see a machine from so long ago. It was rebuilt, this machine, over the last 10 years or so. Version of the Mule used for testing by Mercedes in 1907. Then it went into racing, winning the French Grand Prix, a 1908 Dieppe race. They nearly used to race for nearly 7 hours. Can you imagine a Grand Prix of 7 hours? That's what they used to do.
No, I can't, but it certainly was one of the most advanced and powerful race cars, really, of its era. It's the eldest one that we're going to see be going up the hill, and I believe that's Ben, his father, alongside him. We can see leaning to the left-hand side. No seatbelts, so he's probably just hanging on, and of course he's going to be fastest of the first cars going up the hill.
77.9 seconds is what we see initially, and now we're going to see a vehicle that many of you will have seen, I'm sure. The Fiat S76. Duncan Pittaway is always at the Goodwood events enjoying this. The Beast of Turin, as it's known, and it is a machine that took the land speed record in 1911. It was built by Fiat, the only ever land speed record attempt by Fiat, and in fact it went faster in 1913. It got up to 132 miles per hour, but it wasn't able to repeat on the return leg, so it didn't officially get it to that speed. But it is amazing. 28-litre engine, only 4 cylinders. Imagine how big those cylinders are at 28 litres, but it is a remarkable thing to watch.
It is. We saw some slow-mos yesterday, didn't we? It was a flame spitter, of course, as well. You can just see it going through molten corn there. Chain-driven, produces around about 290, 300 brake horsepower, and Fiat actually built 2 of these cars. And this is the only surviving one that Duncan Pittaway, owner and driver at the moment. So it storms all the way up the hill. Let's just have a look at that dust. There doesn't seem to be too much at the top there troubling, but we've got a nice cloud at the top.
It's a great sound from this machine as well. It really is quite unique. They rev very low, of course, but it's just lovely to hear it. And he's coming up over the hill. So is it going to go quicker than the Mercedes or not? 77.9 is the time. And yes, he does go quicker. Well done. 75.5. Faster in each of the sectors, actually, as you can see from the graphic. That purple colour indicating faster in the sectors.
And his fastest run up the hill across all the other sessions that we've had over the weekend as well.
Good stuff. So we are likely to see improvements, further improvements. Now, Gareth Graham is next out in the Alfa Romeo P3 Tipo B. Again, this was an absolutely vital machine in its time in 1936, and it was part of the second series run by Scuderia Ferrari in 1934. This car was sold to Charlie Martin, who raced Grand Prix until 1937. The car went to Australia, came back to the UK, and it's been a winner in historic racing. Let's see how he gets on with this, because this obviously is a later vehicle than we saw from the previous two. You're into the 1930s now, so in theory, this should definitely be quicker. How's it going?
In theory, yeah. Looking at the sectors, Ben, they certainly seem better than Duncan's lap in the Beast of Turin in the Fiat. Charges up the hill, and yeah, it's going to certainly put Duncan's time to shame. No disrespect to Duncan, of course, but looks like the Alpha is going to jump up to the top of the times.
Yeah, it is going to go that little bit faster, so 75.4 to beat, and it's 65.9. So the difference between a machine that was, of course, built as a land speed record machine and therefore wasn't the fastest thing off the line, Duncan Pittaway getting in the 70-second region here, but into the 65.9. Now, this is definitely a contender in the pre-war category. This was second fastest yesterday. Mark Gillies, who is a very experienced racer, and he loves the ERA. This is the A-Type, so this is one of the first of the ERAs, because they had the different models over the few years in the 1930s. Works driver Raymond Mays was competing with it. It actually has a 2-litre supercharged Riley engine. They started with 1.5, but they went for the 2-litre for the hill climb, and it's fastest in the first sector already.
He's doing a good job. You can see by nearly over 3.5 seconds there, the ERA English Racing Automobiles. It was built in the mid-1930s, represents one of Britain's earliest and most successful attempts, I think it's correct in saying, in creating a competitive race car, and this is one of them that's going to be competitive in this batch as well.
Yeah, what was called the Voiturette class. They were dominant. Chassis designed by Reed Railton with that supercharged Riley engine, and across the line is definitely going to be an improvement for Mark Gillies. Let's have a look and see what it is. 61.29 seconds. Now that is 3 seconds faster than he did yesterday, isn't it?
So is that the track getting better, Ben, or is this these drivers saying it's the last shootout at the end of this weekend? So are they just pushing that little bit more? But now this is going to be its closest competition. We expect the Maserati Tipo 26M, Julien Majoub. He's well known here at Goodwood, especially if you've tuned into Revival, members meeting. And the M stands for Maggiore. That's probably not my good Italian. You can see Julian
wheel spin.
Style wheel spin also stands for major, and this was indicating that this was a larger, more powerful version of the earlier Tipo 26 models. And Julian, we always know, he's going to be putting it through its paces.
He was saying yesterday when he just managed to go faster than the ERA, he said, well, I do have more power, so I'm not surprised, but he does push hard. But look, he's down at the moment. He's not putting together the sector times that Mark Gillies has done. So I think this is going to be close. Now, he will have a bit more straight line speed up at the top end, and he's still throwing it around, but is he actually going to be faster? Effectively, he's won the pre-war class, because that was set from yesterday. But let's just see which of them is going to be fastest today on the final run of the shootout. Julien Majoub, who did win the class last year as well when he was driving the Bugatti, coming up over the line. He's not going to do it. He's 66.5. That's slower than he did yesterday, and for whatever reason, that means that Mark Gillies is the fastest of the pre-war cars this time.
Yeah, the Alphas even pipped him as well into second place. So third at the hill, at least in that class, for Julien Majoub today.
Now let's have a look at the TWR Supercar. This is a fact, and just listen. I almost want to go quiet so you can hear this. It has a wonderful sound, and it's a fantastic machine to watch. We'll have a keep an eye on the sector times. Actually, not the fastest in the first sector, but I think we are going to see a faster time here once we get up to the top.
Yes, we will. It's going to listen to it, popping and banging, of course, through Volcom corner. Tried to get in the throttle, had to back out a little bit. It tightens up quicker than you think round Volcom corner. Screeches, then you can see jumping on the brakes, slowing down for that flip wall. Look at that dust I was talking about from the rally track. It seems to be gathering across the top of the hill climb there, but that's going to be no problem for the Supercat. That will easily jump to the top of the time.
So it's a very special machine created, the Supercat. Let's just see. This is definitely going to be the fastest time so far. Yep, we're into the 50s now. 55.99. So well done to David Hornsey, who has now set the pace for everybody else to see what they can do with that wonderful machine. Now, the next one is the Nissan HR31 GTSR Skyline, and it's Stephen Richards who is taking this one up the hill, and we shall see how this goes. Stephen is the son of Jim, who raced with this in Australia back in the 1990s and won the Australian Touring Car Championship that year, winning 6 out of the 8 events that he did, and that was remarkable. So it is a rapid machine with good history, and he's going quick.
And it was a pivotal machine, this car, as particularly in the Queen Bay Touring Car area, especially in the Australian Touring Car Championship, the 2-litre straight 6 turbo. Going well so far. It was close in the first sector, but the Nissan stretched its legs a little bit more in the second.
Yeah, he beat a bunch of Ford Sierras that year, amazing, because the Sierra was becoming the touring car that was so strong, but he's looking as though he's going to set a new pace here. Let's just see, 55.9 is the time to beat. It's in the 50s, it's going to be very close, 55.73, but he does go fractionally fastest of anyone so far that we have seen. Now, the next one that's coming up is going to be the Lister Storm with Harry Barton driving this one. And this Lister, which had good success at its time in the category it was competing in. Let's see how it goes right now. And immediately that's a good start. Look, you can see that first sector already. We've got the purple coming up and trying to see if they can find a little bit more as they climb up the hill.
Yes, so this was a pivotal car in the British GT era, race car of the 1990s. On the brakes goes Harry into Malcolm Bend. He doesn't use as much inside grass than we've seen from others throughout the weekend, but it's looking good so far. He's over a second quicker combining the earlier sectors.
The Jaguar V12 engine sounding great. Won the British GT with Mike Jordan and David Warner. 7 wins that year.
He's lost a lot of time, Ben, in that third sector there, so he was slightly slow by the looks of it through Malcolm Bend there, so it's going to be very close.
It is. Let's have a look. Is it fast enough? It's 56.07 seconds, a fraction slower than what we saw from Steve Richards. So didn't quite get it. It was aspects that worked, but they just didn't quite come together.
Did lose quite a chunk of time in those final couple of sectors. We get a little bit more info on the timing screens here, but over now to a Ferrari Roma Coupe. We're starting a different class now. That, of course, we've just seen.
Yeah, we're into the production road car class here with the Ferrari Roma Coupe. And Edward Norfolk, the Duke of Norfolk, he is an experienced competitor here. It's his local land in a way. He lives nearby at Arundel Castle, and this is a 2023 version of the Ferrari Roma Coupe. Car originally launched in 2019. So first good sector, middle sector, so far not quite so quick. Let's see whether he's going to get down to the times, that 55.73, which is the target at this point. Whether he can go quicker than that, we shall find out as he comes up to the very top of the hill. And getting to the line, it's going to be fairly close. He's around that point into the 50 or 56, so he just misses out.
Oh, yeah, he was trying to use the best of his advantage, that 600 brake horsepower that the Ferrari Roma produces, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Not quite enough, but never mind. We'll see what Greg Murphy can do now. Now, Greg is a very experienced racer, 4-time winner of the Bathurst 1000. He's out in the Holden Monaro 427C. This was from 2003 with its 7-litre V8 Chevy engine and a winning car at Bathurst in the 24-hour race a couple of times. Let's go on board, and you can see the work going on the steering wheel as well. And that first sector, fastest already. So Greg Murphy's in good form here.
Yeah, riding on board, we've just seen there, he's going to hit the brakes into Malcolm Corner. How much dust is he using on the inside? A little bit less than we've seen others, all the way out to the right-hand side. Then he disappears up into the trees. Now the flip wall appearing just there on the left-hand side, tighter than it looks when you first head up the hill for the first time, but certainly going to easily go up to the top of the times, over 3 seconds clear so far.
Yeah, I think we're going to be definitely going quicker now. Greg Murphy, with all his race experience from some time ago in this machine, yeah, he's fastest, 50.37 seconds, and that is a very good effort in the Holden Monaro. That's in the touring car class, so we will be keeping a bit of an eye on the touring car class right now. And here's the Alpine A110R Alpine. So this is the production car class, because obviously this is a current production car, but it is rapid, and it's Laurent Heugen, the 52-year-old Frenchman who has very much been a part of Alpine, who knows them inside out.
Certainly does. He's been the Renault Sport and Alpine tester and developer since 2004, played a huge pivotal role really in chassis and performance calibration, so I'm sure he's been a big part of helping this on. He just used a little bit too much inside grass on the apex of Malcolm Corner, rear kicked out. He had to back out the throttle a little bit. It's a nippy little Alpine, carbon body, 1.8-litre turbo engine, 345 brake horsepower as it charges up. Target is a 50.3, Ben. It's going to be close.
It is.
I don't think it's going to be close enough for him.
Let's have a look as he comes over the line. Not quite, as you said. It is a 52.01. Obviously, that is still a good performance with the Alpine in the production car class, but yeah, he doesn't quite go for the fastest time overall this time. But we are going to see a few more heading up the hill that are going to be very, very rapid. Now, Dirk Müller is heading up in the Mustang now, and Dirk Müller from Germany, a winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours with BMW. He's taken all sorts of victories in his career. This Ford Mustang, rapid, off the line. Street version of the GT3 car, 5.2 litre supercharged V8. So you've got lots of horsepower here, which is going to help him. It would be a top speed, a machine like this, which it won't get to at the line. The fastest time across the line we saw yesterday was 150 miles an hour, by the way. A machine like this would be capable of getting up to 200 on a long straight line, but we're not that long. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, so we'll take a look. There's a little bit of a squiggle there. It's going to be close though, Ben, for challenging at least for the top of the production class. We'll have a look. That time there is for the overall, and he slots into second, and looking at the timing screen, that will be, of course, then fastest for the production cars so far.
Yeah, that is impressive, isn't it? For the production cars, that's a good time, there's no doubt about it. But now looking at Alex Summers in the Shadow Chevrolet. Alex, an experienced hill climber in this Shadow Chevrolet that was such a dominant force in Can-Am in its period in the early 1970s, and he knows this place so well, Alex. Let's see, he's fastest in that first sector already. He won the category yesterday, but I think he can really put together a good lap here that is likely to be fastest of anything we've seen so far.
I was struggling to hear you on my headphones there, Ben, as the 8.3 litre V8 engines goes through past our commentary box window, and in this particular chassis, Jackie Oliver won 4 out of 5 races, securing that title in 1974. So a lot of history in this car, and a successful one as well. And he is going to jump to the top of the times, and that is an impressive time. He's actually gone, let's have a look, 3 seconds quicker than the time that he did yesterday. So
right, yeah.
Very solid job by Alex.
That was very quick, 47.88, there's no doubt about it. Now, Sarah Bovey is out with the Porsche 911 GT3R. This is a rapid machine, and she's a very successful racer, knows it inside out. And yesterday, she did have to slow down when there was a bonnet that had fallen off another car, and she had to come back down and go again, but she's definitely going for it now.
I saw Sarah, and she's always got a big smile on her face, and when I saw her earlier on, that's exactly what I was greeted with, a big smile, loving being here at Goodwood, as she kicks up grass on the inside and the outside. The Iron Dames, an all-female endurance racing team founded in 2018 by Deborah Mayer. They competed in the World Endurance Championship, created history in the world in that championship with a win in Bahrain in 2023. Sarah has been a huge part of the success of that team. Let's have a little look where it's going to go across the line. 49.51 slots into second.
Yeah, so close, but not quite the pace that Alex Summers had. But of course, she's in the GT category, whereas that's a different category for Alex. Alex in the sports car category. But we are looking, of course, ultimately at the fastest time of the day. And Jake Hill is always a huge talent. Lovely to see Jake, the British Touring Car champion, current champion. And he's had wins already this year as well. But he loves being at Goodwood. Oh, look at that. He held that together so well.
Did, and the classic golden livery as well, the 6-speed sequential gearbox. We just saw a shot of Jake there going up through the gears. 5-litre V8 screams, kicks up dust, riding on board now. He's going to head up the hill. Produces around about 330 brake horsepower. Jake, of course, the 2024 BTCC champion, British Touring Car champion with 8 wins. He's half a second down in that final interval. Is he going to jump up to the top of the times? He's certainly going to challenge it.
Let's have a look then as he comes up across the line. It's close. It is 48.35. Not quite to what Alex Summers has done, but very rapid in that class, in the touring car class, of course, for Jake Hill. And 49.3 he did yesterday, 48.3 he's done today, so he's gained himself another second. Now, this is another one to really keep an eye on. James Wallace. He was very rapid here last year as well. Off the line, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, not quite as quick as some of the other machines that we have seen, but he is so impressive. He is racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup in the UK at the moment, and he is potentially a future champion in all sorts of levels. We'll see. He's only 19 years old at the moment. He's done well, and yeah, now fastest next sector.
As it bounces its way through Malcolm, a huge talent, and a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, hugely successful car. I thought he was getting a bit out of shape up to the front wall, but he's 7/10 of a second up at the moment. He's going to jump, I'm expecting, I'm not going to jinx it, to the top of the times, which is occupied by the Shadow and Alex Summers at the moment across the line then.
46.74, he does go fastest, absolutely right, James Wallace, and that is, again, it's about a second quicker than yesterday, isn't it? Let's just have a look at this moment.
Oh, look, he got some air there, didn't he?
He
His
did.
was bouncing around up the hill instead of driving its way around. But here we go, Scott Speed now in the Subaru. This is the challenger, I'd say. Only the real challenger that can challenge the Ford Super Truck. Scott Speed, been up the hill plenty of times over many of the festival speeds, making his final adjustments, as you can see in the cockpit there, waiting for that green light. He's going to get that launch. Absolutely spot on, I'm sure.
Here we go, right on board with Scott Speed as he heads up the hill. Let's see what he can do. Now, yesterday he did 45.46, which was just a couple of seconds off the fastest we ended up seeing, but he really cuts the corner trying to gain a little bit more. He is a brave racer, there's no doubt. Ex-Formula One, then into becoming an American rallycross champion with Subaru, and he's been a part of Subaru for a long time, and he did that great time last year. Let's see what he can do today.
I think he's having to cut the corners because he knows that he doesn't quite have the power compared to the Ford Super Truck, but it's looking pretty handy as he's going to hold his way. Look how relaxed, look how calm he looks as he charges out flat out to the line, keeping it nice and smooth. He's going to jump to the top of the times at 45.03, and that has blitzed his time by nearly 9/10 of a second compared to yesterday.
Yeah, that is great, but I wonder, is it going to be enough to hold off Romain Dumas, who is now getting all ready to go? We're looking at Romain Dumas, the two-time Le Mans winner of the 24 Hours of Spa at Nürburgring, the 12 Hours of Sebring, and then he's been a winner up at Pikes Peak as well. And this is a machine that was created for the Pikes Peak hill climb, a huge hill climb in comparison to this one. There is every chance that this is going to be the fastest vehicle of the day. This Supervan triple electric, here we go, on board with Romain Dumas.
And you blink and you miss it, and look at the launch is so close. We saw yesterday he didn't touch as much inside grass compared to Scott Speed, and it's the same again today, Ben.
Here we go, let's see how this goes. Keep an eye on him, if you could see him. He flashes past you so quickly wherever you're watching from. Now, can he keep it all clean? Can he get down to an even quicker time than he did yesterday? 43.49 was what he did yesterday, and we shall see, can he get another victory to add to his list? He loves this Goodwood hill climb. This is the opportunity for him to do it yet again. Having won last year at 43.98, across the line he goes. He is fastest, 43.23, the fastest of the whole weekend. Faster than he managed last year in the Ford Supervan. Well done to Romain Dumas. He takes his 4th win at the Hill Climb Shootout.
He jerked those triple electric motors on board that Ford Super Truck. Blitzed him all the way up the hill. Well done, Romain Dumas. Another fantastic display and performance by him and from the Ford Super Truck.
Wonderful, wonderful. We knew that it was going to be probably him again. We haven't got down to the all-time record, of course. That still sets at 39.08 seconds from a few years ago. Max Chilton did it in 2022 with that McMurtry Spearling. But nonetheless, that is one of the most rapid. It's quicker than last year, quicker than the year before as well. So this is one of the fastest. And the acceleration of that Super Truck off the line and then through the corners, just remarkable. And Romain Dumas, such a talent in so many different forms of motorsport, but this is very much his style as well. And that machine is very rapid going over the line. Actually, I noticed the line across the line yesterday it was at 151 miles an hour. This time it was at 157 miles an hour.
Yeah, wouldn't you love to be over that start line? But as you said, he's a French endurance racer and a hill climb specialist. Hugely adaptable, and of course he's won Pikes Peak 5 times overall winner, so used to going up hills fast, used to battling tricky conditions, and a worthy winner of our timed shootout.
And His Grace the Duke of Richmond handing over the champagne for him to celebrate. And we are looking forward to seeing Romain Dumas celebrate once again, taking the victory in the shootout. And maybe everyone just keeping a little bit of distance, otherwise you're going to get sprayed.
I hope he finds Ed up there. Go on, Ed, get stuck in now. Get it on, Ed. There we go. Our crew up there, as well as the Subaru, getting a little bit of a soaking. But round of applause, and great to see 2 fantastic drivers, hill climb specialists, adaptable drivers congratulating each other.
Yeah, and what another remarkable machine that Ford have produced with them. Let's go up to Ed and listen to Romain.
Romain, what a fantastic performance, 43.2.
Well, yes, I mean, it was a good run, let's say like that. Little bit, for sure, warmer than yesterday to extract everything in terms of grip. I think, yeah, we're missing a tiny bit. I was wanted to go below 43, so I'm a little bit somehow, you know, would like to do one more run. I think we stay one more day for tomorrow, right?
Well, look, this is your fourth win here. I think we can actually watch your run on the big screen. So look, just talk us through it, because it's a massive, great big thing to thread between all the bales. Here we go.
Well, yeah, you know, I mean, you are coming here. It's not easy corner one, because as you can see, suddenly it's sunny, so it's difficult to find the braking point. Corner two is very important to have a great exit. Unfortunately, it was some dust from the car before. Here you reach 250 km/h. Braking quite tricky, you know, because the car is quite heavy, but I mean, it was okay. Here again, some dust, you know, on the track that I was a little bit late on power. And here is the most difficult part. As you can see, you see nothing, you don't see the wall, so you're a little bit scary. Right, left, here you are flat, you know, and now arrives the fast place, let's say like that. The last corner is the most challenging corner, definitely. You know, with the off-road, I just drove the Raptor before on an off-road place, so now I understand why it's so much dust on the last corner, because all the guys like that are sliding around. But yeah, it was interesting.
Romain, it's been a fantastic performance all weekend. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and see you next year.
Yeah. Well, it's great that Romain Dumas saying see you next year, and maybe he's going to be going on for win number 5 of the shootout. He's done a great job, as ever. Let's have a look at the result. Romain Dumas, the winner, with the Ford Super Truck at 43.23 seconds, and a Scott Speed in the Subaru Project Midnight. James Wallace, as ever, very quick third with the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. Alex Summers in the Shadow Chevrolet, he was fourth fastest, ahead of Jake Hill. Sarah Bovey and Greg Murphy in 7th place. Dirk Muller was 8th, Laurent Herget in 9th in the Alpine, and Stephen Richards in the Nissan HR31 was 10th. Outside the top 10, we had David Hornsey, Eddie Norfolk and Harry Barton, and we had Gareth Graham down in 15th place, with Julian Majou setting another good pace once again, of course, but a wonderful, wonderful shootout all the way. Let's go back to Ed Foster.
Scott, that was a fantastic run. Yeah, I don't think you left much out there.
No, that's so cool. I was just talking about it. It's a really special event to come, because there's only one time that counts. So you kind of save your one like on the chip 100% lap for today, and it's a special place to do that. It's got a lot of unique, challenging characteristics to the track with the vision and the tight width. Super cool to go out there and push it to the limit.
And look, just tell us, how fine is that line between the speed and disaster?
Yeah, well, that's with how narrow it is and the conditions and the wall. It's a very not a lot of margin. So
the wall looks almost too narrow to fit through.
Yeah, and we got a wide baby here, so it doesn't clear it by much.
Scott, well driven.
Thank you.
Yeah, James, that was a cracking effort, really good drive. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, each year we come here looking at the competition, and I think there's obviously some stiff competition this year with the Subaru and the Ford Supervan. But I think this is the fastest I've been all weekend, if I'm correct. I think we got into a 46. So, yeah, very happy. It's been a great weekend. The fans have been brilliant, so shout out to them. The weather's been gorgeous, and yeah, I've really enjoyed my last run up at the hill, I think, this year. So, amazing.
James, well driven.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, they kept on.
Well, it was very entertaining, of course, to enjoy the shootout at Goodwood. We always see some wonderful displays, and I have to say, it was a clean time. It's always a little bit risky that somebody could make a mistake when you're trying to push that hard to win, whether it's your class or set the ultimate fastest time. But everyone was pretty well behaved. We did see one or two using the grass a bit too much, and then wheel spin there, that probably, I think that might have damaged the engine, actually, from what I've been hearing, so that might have affected the rest of the run.
That's a good point, because we saw Julian topping that pre-war class in the past couple of runs we've had over the weekend. The Ferrari Romer, super fast as always, and then we were over to our production touring cars. Close competition between the Holden Jake Hill, the Nissan Skyline as well, and of course Greg Murphy there. And then the Alpine, quite nippy at the hands of Laurent.
Yeah, and then look at this, Alex Summers, whose great-grandfather won at Chelsea Walsh before the war. Alex is still great in hill climbs. And Sarah Doby as well, she always does a great job. But Jake Hill, oh, that was exciting.
You can tell he's a touring car driver, can't you? Using all the grass on the inside. If there was a curb, he'd still be on the grass. But fantastic showing from all of our drivers here, Ben. It's great, as always, to see these cars flying as fast as they can up the hill, and a fantastic job by our overall winner, Romain Dumas, in the Ford Super Truck.
class shootouts have been happening across the weekend, but we've just witnessed the final battle for the fastest time this weekend. The shootout is always a highlight at the Festival of Speed, and I think it's brilliant to see all those different classes take part, David. We saw pre-war machines all the way through to that super truck, but I think we've got to give a quick mention to one of the late entries, which was that Supercar. Just phenomenal as it went off the line.
Absolutely. I mean, I love the final of the shootout. And as you saw, all these different cars, we've got land speed record cars. But that TWR Supercar, a late entry there, David Hornsey in this car. I think they brought this car, it's got straight pipes on this car. Obviously a reworking of a classic XJS Jaguar called the Supercar now in this new TWR guise of this retro classic. And it just was, when you heard it, I mean, we're quite away from the track and we could hear it here and it's just spine tingling. And I think, you know, as much as we're looking out for the fast times, we love a bit of a crowd pleaser. And seeing these cars in anger really going for it, it's so exciting.
It almost looked quite menacing as well as it went through the shadows and the dust, and that was something that a few of the drivers picked up on actually. They've had consistent weather conditions across the weekend competing for these times, but actually a few of them have said the dust is causing a bit of loss of traction, the shadows are making it a bit difficult to see at times, so although it may look like the perfect conditions, these drivers are really being put to the test.
100%. Take your hat off to these guys. I mean, it's a real test of bravery and skill out there because it gets dark, it gets light. And you're saying here in Roman Dumas, they're saying when you go into the dark, you can barely see the flint wall. So it was absolutely brilliant. And talking about Roman, I mean, it was his to lose. You know, that car's built for Pikes Peak, that's super truck. Over 2,000 horsepower. I mean, you see him fighting it all the way up there, but my goodness, that was quick.
Yeah, it was, and it clocked 157 miles per hour over the finish line. I mean, we see him come off the line here, and like you say, he's fighting that steering wheel. The colossal size of the thing as it turned up to the line. And he even commented as well on the brakes, the weight of that machine it is why he's fighting it as well.
Yeah, you got Scott Speed there in the Subaru going up, and then Roman, yes, in the super truck after that, just beating him to it. And yes, he said to you, he was like 157. It's almost like a funnel when you get to the top of that hill. And to do that sort of speed is quite phenomenal. And he's a worthy winner, as he always is when he comes to the Goodwood Hill car.
Certainly. And we did just see there, like you say, that Scott Speed's Project Midnight Subaru, he went quicker than yesterday. A few people had set a quicker time than they did over the last few days, so I think there'll be several smiles on people's faces. But just coming back to Roman Dumas, he did set the fastest time. He seemed pretty chuffed with that, and even to the point that he said he wants to come back tomorrow on Monday to set an even quicker time.
That's a test of a true champion there. He wasn't even happy with winning. He wanted to go faster. And you can see him really working that. Look at him working hard there behind the wheel. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
A worthy champion.
Yeah, words of a keen driver when they want to come back. Sometimes winning isn't enough. They want to win by an even bigger margin. So, yeah, brilliant scenes there for the shootout. We absolutely loved watching from down here. But for now, we'll get back to our commentary team to see what else is going on the hill.
Thank you very much, Grace and David. Yeah, the action continues up the hill as we get towards the end of what has been a fantastic 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed, and we're about to see a wide range of the best, the fastest, the most beautiful supercars heading up the hill. Changing the commentary box as well, Harry Benjamin alongside me is James Batchelor, and we're getting quite accustomed to seeing this at the front. It's the McLaren Solus GT.
Yes, and what a way for our final supercar run. This, the McLaren Solus GT. 5.2 litre V10, 829 brake horsepower. It revs beyond 10,000 RPM, and I can hear it at our commentary box already.
Yeah, this is as a central driving position, an F1 style steering wheel as it makes its way through Moulcombe Corner. Jack Barlow driving this. Just to give you an idea of the calibre of drivers we've got here up and down the grid. Jack Barlow, a McLaren factory driver, races all of their machinery, was even a consultant on the F1 movie for the last couple of years with Brad Pitt starring. So this man knows how to drive a car. He's been trusted to take the Solus all the way to the finish line in style.
Yeah, and we cut straight to the Pagani Huayra R Evo Roadster. Now, if you thought that V10 was noisy, check a load of this. This 6-litre AMG developed Pagani V12 engine absolutely singing past the Goodwood house.
Yeah, unveiled digitally last year, but this is making its dynamic debut here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The Pagani Huayra R Evo Roadster looking splendid. That long tail body with the active aero, the splitter and the stabilising fin as it dares to flirt with the flint wall. Seamlessly negotiates its way past. Huge stability provided by that rear wing and fin. Absolutely powerful machine from Pagani, and they're not done.
No, we've just gone from a track-only car to a car that you can buy, so I'm expecting everybody here to rush down to the local Pagani dealer, because this is the Utopia Roadster. Now, the Utopia succeeds the Huara. It's got more power than the Huara. There's a manual gearbox option as well, 7 speeds. It still utilises Pagani's trademark 6-litre twin-turbo V12 engine, pushing out here 864 brake horsepower.
I just love every angle of this Utopia Roadster, and also it's just so typical Pagani, isn't it? It looks like something out of the future, but it's got that analog interior as well. Makes it feel like you're in an old-school fighter pilot plane.
Yes, and talking about old school, we jump straight to the Porsche 911 Carrera Coupe reimagined by Singer, but I believe we might have a red flag.
Let's have a look. It slowed right down. We do. Red flag out there. So, unfortunately, the 911 Carrera Coupe reimagined by Singer has just had to come to a slow. Have we got a little bit of debris? Have we got a door mirror that may well have fallen foul of the straw bales?
Well, we are a curse. Whenever you and I are on the comms, a door mirror becomes a victim.
We are being reliably informed that it is just a stalled car at the finish line, so no door mirrors are being harmed yet in this final supercar run up the hill. Anyone can do it. I did it when I was learning to drive, and you can do it in a supercar as well.
What, knock a door mirror off?
No, stall.
Oh, stall. Oh, right.
Although I dare say these might be a little bit more complicated than my Ford Fiesta back in the day.
Well, yes. So, yeah, I can't remember the last time I stalled. That's the thing these days, isn't it? Manual gearbox. You just, everything's an automatic these days. You can't stall them, can you?
No, but having to just mosey then along up the hill, this beautiful car. Singer's 10th year here at the Festival of Speed. They're running 2 cars on the hill climb, have been all weekend long. 1 turbocharged, 1 naturally aspirated. This is the naturally aspirated one, the Porsche 911 Carrera Coupe, dynamic debut of the car here, based on that wide-body 911 Carrera of the 1980s. And talk about dynamic debuts. Wow. This catches the eye of everyone around the world. This is the brand new Ferrari F80.
Yes, it's just one of many celebrations here over the Goodwood Festival Speed weekend. Ferrari are celebrating 80 years in existence. Of course, they've created their own birthday present, the F8. This car's got some big weight on its shoulders, really, because of course it follows on from other celebratory models like the LaFerrari, the F50, and of course the F40. And on sheer looks alone, it really has got that show-stopping, crowd-pleasing look, which all of those previous models had.
Yeah, it is another stunning piece of work from Maranello. Active suspension and wing generates up to 1,000 kilograms of downforce at 250 kilometers an hour as the body just falls away at the rear, the air vents allowing the air to flow nicely over the car. Efficiency at front and center as well. And again, we're seeing more and more supercars in the modern day, because this is the way we've got to go. Immense power, but combined with electric motors as well, with a hybrid system here too.
Yeah, so the previous models, the LaFerrari, of course, the F50 utilised, multi-cylinder power, V12 power, but this uses a V6. Essentially, it's the same block that you'll find on the 296 GTS, which sitting just behind the F80, and also the 499P, the car which Ferrari have dominated World Sports Car Endurance Series and the Le Mans 24 Hours for the last 3 years running. So it's certainly got the pedigree. You would expect no less from Ferrari when it comes to really potent, illustrious engines.
It's a beautiful spaceship, really, isn't it? I mean, a lot of supercars are, but this is something with the beautiful classic Ferrari red, but almost with the black accents, or where the headlamps are as well. Just defines the angles to make it that mean supercar beast we know and love and can see right in front of us.
Yeah, I love the blocky kind of sides to it, and how the wheels kind of sort of just blend into the side bodywork, and that black panel. Of course, we've seen that on the 12, the Dodge di Cilindri, which is also here this weekend, but a little bit of a reference to the old 365 GTB4 from the 60s.
Yeah, this is the first Ferrari supercar as well, with boost optimization, adapt power delivery per corner using track mapping, and there was the power delivery. The long wait for the F80 to get going, and I think Raffaele De Simone was eager to get going. Keeps the car, saves it, and it continues on his way.
Well, that's what happens when you stamp on the loud paddle and you've got 858 brake horsepower underneath your right foot. Quite extraordinary as he negotiates Malcolm, kicking up a little bit of dust. This, of course, because it's an anniversary special, it doesn't come with a cheap price tag. I mean, you wouldn't expect it to, really, would you? But this car is worth around £4.6 million.
And you're getting a lot of bang for buck, though. You're getting things like butterfly doors, lightweight carbon monocoque, a cockpit designed to feel like you are a Formula One driver with everything within touching distance. This is a Ferrari technological summit, both interior and exterior.
Now, I mentioned this car just a moment ago and absolutely butchered my Italian, so I forgive any Italian listeners, but if you anglicise the name, this is the 12-cylindry. So this is now the range-topping Ferrari 12-cylinder GT car. Takes over from the 812 Superfast, and I absolutely adore this car's looks. Again, it's got that similar front-end styling to the Daytona 365 GTB from the 70s. Beautiful looking thing, and of course it's got a 6.5-litre V12 naturally aspirated engine. In my mind, Ferraris are better when they've got a V12.
Absolutely. This, the Daytona SP3 setting sail, though. You talk about V12s. This, the final mid-engine naturally aspirated V12 Icona from Maranello, really paying homage to the 1960s sports prototypes that Ferrari were producing in the modern day. Again, history coming back and influencing the design of today.
Yeah, and it's particularly at the rear. Those rear haunches are pure Ferrari P4 from the 60s. Beautiful looking car. This is the third of the Icona series of Ferrari models. The first two were the Monza SP1 and the SP2. They were really bespoke drop-top cars. This is a more of a mid-engine, like you say, a reference to those endurance P4 cars from the 60s. Fantastic piece of kit.
0 to 62 in 2.85 seconds as it makes its way up over the crest at the finish line towards the top of the hill. Now, we speak a lot about how manufacturers are having to adapt to the future, always pushing technology, and Alpine have done that. This is the debut of the Alpenglow. This is a next step in hydrogen-powered high performance. It's a concept car, 3.5-litre V6 internal combustion engine, but it's designed specifically for hydrogen, producing over 740 horsepower.
And that's the interesting thing, Harry, because when you say this car's powered by hydrogen, you expect it to be a hydrogen fuel cell, but not in this case. Like you say, 3.5-litre V6, it's got two pontoon hydrogen tanks beside the cockpit, feeding that hydrogen into that V6. Wonderful, wonderful car.
Well, we go from something that looks like a spaceship to a brand that exudes prestige and style and super performance. This is a Bentley of the modern era. Two-door, two-seat configuration revealed beneath a beautifully retractable roof, which is well and truly down due to the heat that we're experiencing. You've got that dramatic air bridge on the back, the Bentley Batur convertible.
I love the way none of the Bentley test drivers are hanging around. They've provided thrills on every single run, and it's amazing really, because this and the car on your screens, which is the Baccarat, these are two specials really showcasing Bentley Mulliner's bespoke coaching division, and these cars are limited run specials, incredibly desirable. Now this Baccarat, it is tour de force when it comes to craftsmanship. It's got rare materials in it. The wood accents inside the cabin from 5,000-year-old trees. It's just stunning.
epitomises everything that Bentley is. Handcrafted these to individual customer tastes. It's the Bentley way, and it continues to produce absolute elegance with that supercar performance. On the line now, the passenger is ready, arms in the air, as Marcus Lund sets off in the Koenigsegg Cedez Spear.
Now, do you want to know the story about the Cedez Spear name?
I would love to know the story.
So Christian von Koenigsegg's father, he liked horses, and his favourite horse was called Cedez Spear.
Well, there you go then, and it really is. Well, it was the final racehorse, I think, wasn't it? Ridden by Jesko von Koenigsegg. But this is what it has been creating: a 5-litre twin-turbo V8 delivering up to 1,625 horsepower with peak torque of 1,500 Newton meters. It is carbon fibre galore, incredibly lightweight as well, and to the top of the hill climb.
Yes, and waiting on the line now, we've got the latest from Ford. It is the Mustang GTD. Now, this looks like a racing car. Well, you'd be forgiven for thinking that, because this car really has been inspired by the GT3 racing cars Ford is deploying in various racing cities around the world, in particular at the Le Mans 24 Hours this year. Now, this car gets a 5.2-litre supercharged V8, 800 brake horsepower, and the man behind the wheel, he is the perfect pilot for this, because this car recently set a new lap record at the Nürburgring, set by this man here, Dirk Müller.
Sub 7 minutes, that record as well. This Ford Mustang GTD, street legal, track dominating super Mustang. It just comes to a stop, ready to put on a show. Its final run of this 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Limited production, that, with a 5.2-litre Predator V8 machine engine powering that one. Now we've got the Porsche, the Dua Lipa Rennstall GT3 RS, making its way up the hill, and well, you have to say it is looking rather beautiful in that livery.
Yeah, so that livery has been created by Dua Lipa herself. She contributed to that design, and I think she's got a future in livery design, really, because what with that popping green paintwork, it really does sing, doesn't it?
It really does. This unveiled at the 2025 Monaco Grand Prix. It is a unique custom design by the Grammy Award-winning singer Dua Lipa, who was here over the weekend getting a passenger ride up the hill, and certainly had a big smile on her face at the end of that. Even has a large DRS capable rear wing on it as well. Talking of nice rear wings, this from the Praga Bohema has just set off. This from the Czech company Praga, and actually sort of bases its roots inspired by the Praga R1 race car.
Yeah, Ben Collins at the wheel of this car. So yes, it is from a Czech firm, but the powertrain is pretty interesting here. It uses Nissan's 3.8-litre twin-turbo V6, which they used in the R35 GTR. It's also been tweaked by British engineering firm Litchfield, and consequently it pumps out 700 brake horsepower. But because this car weighs under 1 tonne, the 0 to 62 time is pretty staggering, 3.3 seconds.
Developed in a Formula 1 wind tunnel with F1 grade aerodynamics, that, and tested by the likes of Roman Grosjean, former Formula 1 driver. So that is a powerful machine. So too is this to Maserati, and the Trident makes a return to the hill climb in the Maserati MC Extrema.
And what a Maserati it is, because this is the most powerful Maserati ever made. MC20 derived. It's a track car, successor to the MC20. 62 cars, they've all been sold as you'd expect.
They certainly have, and one thing that is proving popular as well is this, the Grand Cabrio from Maserati. It's a typical high-performance sports car, but it's got that comfort and suitability for those long-distance driving distances that you would want to have from a Grand Cabrio. So Maserati really showcasing both sides of the coin there, from one extreme to the other. They cater for all.
Yeah, and you can have this Grand Cabrio in a couple of flavours. You can have it as a pure electric car, or like we've got here, the 3-litre V6 howling away, 490 horsepower. and it represents exactly what we love about Maserati's drop-top elegance with potent punch as well.
Yeah, this is the Porsche 911 GT3 out on the hill climb. This has got a redesigned front splitter, diffuser and aero bars as well. That rear wing retains, if you get a little closer look, it's got some swan neck mounts, helps improve the airflow and the stability of this machine.
Yeah, and cutting straight to the GT3 RS, we've got a whole plethora of fantastic GT3s. This one is a little bit special than a normal GT3 RS because it's got the Manthey kit. Now, Manthey is a legendary Porsche racing team, now officially partnering with Porsche after Porsche took a stake in the firm a few years ago. And if you want anyone to update, improve, refine and hone your 911, you talk to Manthey.
Makes its way nicely through Moulcombe Corner. We go to this. This looks like something Batman would keep in his underground car park. The Bugatti Bolide out there. This is a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, this is the ultimate Bugatti, track only, unsurprisingly. And yeah, it's the final kind of perfect embodiment of that wonderful Bugatti powertrain, which you can see in all the Veyrons that are lined up in the Cartier Style 8 looks. It is the fabulous 8-litre quad turbo W16 engine here, pushing out in its most potent form 1,850 horsepower and over 1,800 newton-meters of torque.
Delivered in partnership with Dallara, it has a carbon tub which meets Le Mans prototype racing standards. That is essentially a hypercar racing machine with incredible aerodynamics, keeping it sucked down onto the ground. Aston Martin out there as well with a couple of cars making their way up the hill. This, the Vanquish Volante.
Yes, yes, so Aston Martin are celebrating 60 years of their Volante, they drop-top models, and this Vanquish is a wonderful ode to those Volante models of old.
Well, we go to the Valhalla though, and this is really exciting. This is Aston Martin's first ever mid-engine plug-in hybrid electric supercar with hypercar performance, making its dynamic debut and very much inspired by the Valkyrie.
Yeah, and BTCC ace Tom Onslow Cole is behind the wheel and trying to put on a bit of a show for this final supercar run of the weekend. This is a pretty impressive piece of kit. At its heart is a 4-litre V8. There's also 3 electric motors in this car as well. All together, you combine all of that together, you get over 1,000 brake horsepower. And I believe there's an Aston Martin on the line, but I can't quite see.
I think it's the DB12 Volante, 4-litre twin-turbo V8, 671 horsepower being deployed as they light up the rear tyres, 0 to 62 in 3.6 seconds. This updated DB12, new intelligent adaptive dampers, improved ride precision as well. Essentially, stunning performance.
Yes, you can tell this is the last run of the day, can't you? Because those rear tyres are probably shot after all that showboating, and the passenger certainly is enjoying their passenger ride up the hill, and why wouldn't you? So yes, DB12, it is the successor to, you guessed it, the DB11. Highly updated from that model though.
Certainly are. The passenger in the Aston Martin having the time of their life. About to have the time of their lives, though, the two in this Lamborghini Temerario, the first super sports car in the history of the brand to be equipped with a V8 twin-turbo engine, an all-new twin-turbo V8 engine capable of reaching 10,000 RPM, combined with 3 electric motors.
Yes, this is the second hybrid that Lamborghini has launched in recent years. The first is the Revuelto, which will be following this car up the hill very shortly. So yes, this is the replacement for the Huracan, a total of 907 brake horsepower. And as I say that, the car, the Revuelto, comes into shot. This is Lamborghini's first plug-in hybrid, and I love the way Lamborghini do hybrids. They know the direction of pace. They know where the automotive industry is going. They've created their first plug-in hybrid, but at its base is a V12 engine.
Yeah, with a new V12 and 3 electric motors. It's got 13 drive modes available to the driver, including a fully electric all-wheel drive motor that you can deploy as it makes its way towards the finish line. Very much the Aventador replacement from 2023 that has been designed for. McLaren here with big celebrations, of course. We've been celebrating 75 years of Formula One. McLaren reigning Formula One Constructors World Champions and really enjoying their time out on the hill with this. Probably the most accessible McLaren on the market, the GTS.
Yes, I feel bad saying this, but it's the softest of all McLarens that you can buy. But that doesn't mean to say it's no shrinking violet. I mean, this car has got 612 brake horsepower from its 4-litre V8. Now, this car, the GTS, is a heavily updated version of the GT, which launched a few years ago. It's the more relaxed, the less extreme versions of McLarens. Talking about extreme versions, we've got the 600 LT Spider here, and what a fantastic car this is.
Yeah, this is celebrating 10 years of LT, long-tail design from McLaren, 3.8-litre twin-turbo V8 power. Beautiful. I'm going to go with a lime green. I'm sure there's an official colour, but McLaren will tell me that after this as well. But it's lightweight and a folding hard top too. It's one of those rare gems that also produces on-track performance. This is the car, though, that is celebrating McLaren's 2024 Formula One Constructors Championship. This is the McLaren Artura Coupe.
Yeah, and it's a plug-in hybrid, this. I mean, McLaren, no stranger to plug-in hybrids. The first, the P1 was a hybrid, so was the Speedtail, and the new W1, which is on the McLaren stand here, is a plug-in hybrid. But this is a car that you can go out and buy straight away. 3-litre V6 plus an electric motor, 690 brake horsepower.
Yeah, looking exceptional with those glints of papaya to pay homage to the Formula One team. Hear the sound of that heading up the hill from Pagani. They're back out there this time with the Huayra R, 6 litres of naturally aspirated V12 goodness.
Yes, this is the final version of the Huayra before it was replaced by the Utopia. And what a swan song to the Huayra. Yeah, naturally aspirated V12, Pagani's show-stopping engine, 850 horsepower. Unsurprisingly, it's track only.
It certainly is. Now, we're also seeing debuts of possibly some new brands that you might not have come across before. Like this, the Zenvo Aurora Tour, which is making its global dynamic debut. This is a prototype, expecting production to start in 2026. It's got a V12 quad-turbo, hand-built engine made in Denmark.
Yep, and we're getting our first glance at this. This is still a running prototype. The final version of the car hasn't been revealed yet, but what a powertrain this car has got. So at its heart is a 6.6-litre quad-turbo V12, but that would be enough for most manufacturers, but not for Zenvo, because they've also added 3 electric motors to give 1,850 brake horsepower.
Celebrating 60 years of the legendary designer Gordon Murray, huge Formula One success, a pioneer as well, an innovator with things like the Brabham fan car, engaging that fan on the back of a Formula One car to give you intense ground effect. Well, we've got a couple of his cars heading up the hill now, like this, the T33 AP4, a track-optimised version of a street-legal T33, 3.9-litre Cosworth V12 engine in this.
Yes, we've got the full lineup of Gordon Murray automotive models here at this weekend's Goodwood Festival Speed. Dare I say this is the entry-level model, but that doesn't mean it's a basic car at all. At its heart, 3.9-litre V12 engine, naturally aspirated, but it's being followed up by something way more extreme, Harry.
Yeah, it really is. This is the T50S XP2 Nicky Lauda edition with that nod to the Formula One design. The rear-mounted 40-centimetre fan on the back delivers intense ground effect, intense stability, that large delta wing, and the active front splitter sends it over the line with 3.9 litres of naturally aspirated V12 power an exceptional racing machine driven by an exceptional racing driver, Dario Franchitti.
Yes, Dario has also had a big hand in developing these cars as well, so that's a fantastic way to end what has been a wonderful supercar run.
It certainly has been. We're not quite finishing up the day here, though. More to come up the hill before we close things out. So this will be your reminder to still top up that sun cream. Make sure you've got plenty of water. You found some shade as well. It has been hot since Thursday, really, but what an intense and jam-packed 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed it has been. Looking back then at some of the latest, the greatest supercars in action, Pagani in action too, and dynamic debuts, the Ferrari F80, one of them.
Yeah, and we've had a full complement of engine sizes and power sources. We've had V6s, V8s, V10s, naturally aspirated V12s. We've had petrol. We've even had hydrogen combustion engines with the Alpine.
We certainly have brand new designs as well, and those that represent pure heritage. Bentley were out there on force, so too with Porsche, with a bit of stardust on top in the form of a Dua Lipa designed livery. The Trident returned to the hill as well. Maserati up there with the Grand Cabrio. Bugatti too, with one of the meanest super hypercars I've ever seen.
And kicking up the smoke was Aston Martin. Big celebrations this weekend. Lamborghini are showcasing their new hybrid models, really pushing the brand into the future. McLaren here with their full complement of models, GTS right up to the extreme LT models.
A big celebration for McLaren as well this year, with a nod to their 2024 Formula One Constructors World Championship. Up the hill, this was the one that paid tribute to it, the Artura Coupe with those glints of papaya. Brand new debuts as well, prototypes heading their way up the hill, expecting to come into production next year. It's an exciting time in the supercar world, and we've seen it all here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Power of dreams, how we move you.
Trophy, all three fighting. Atkinson up the inside, number one, but watch out!
It's what sets you apart in the moment of truth. It's the unstoppable force that carries you forward. It's the sharp focus that turns doubt into action. It's the inner voice, reminding you that you are designed to win. Tag Heuer.
The soul of BMW. Where will you find it?
Yes.
100% driving pleasure, 100% electric.
Well, welcome back. We've had the shootout on the hill, but we've not finished with shootouts. So let's head up to the top because the rally crews have got a shootout of their own. The action is certainly going to be fast, furious and very dusty. Let's see who wins.
Steve Ward across the line, and we look back just before, and Sam Mason going round Delta there, he was going quite wide. He hadn't quite got the pendulum swing going, but he might have just got away with that because with the times that he's set in the previous 3 shootouts, he is 4th overall, the man who's in the Junior British Rally Championship.
So still leading the stage right now with a 254.6, it is Warren Philliskirk. Has a great time on the board as we watch the leader of the shootouts, Tom Williams, just about to plunge in to the Forest Rally stage for the absolute decider here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed for the Forest Rally stage. Tom needs to keep it all together, but Sam Mason's doing a good job here.
Yeah, he's been very neat, very tidy, and as Tony was saying, probably very quick as well.
253.1 is the quickest time on the board so far.
Well done. That's a good performance by the 19-year-old.
That's Tom Williams away, so we are now waiting to see the last 2.
And Sam Mason, who told us earlier on that he met someone at the tennis club who had a Metro 6R4.
And that's what got him into rallying. You know, it's just a chance meeting, isn't it? I met somebody, they owned a Metro 6R4, and that's how the career kind of got underway and the want. And we've seen a great performance from Sam Mason, but also from this man, Gary Lakota, in the Toyota Celica GT4 this weekend, proving that his pace is super consistent. He's always been up there in the shootouts.
Absolutely.
Yeah, totally agree.
And he's been here over many years, and he's always been in the top 5, the top 6 with that car. It's not a purely economic driving style. It's a very fast, neat driving style. Tom Williams, who's really trying to reignite his career and get more consistency in his rallying. This will be great to be able to say, well, I won the shootout at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and the pictures of him with his cup in front of the Goodwood house, if he can do it, if he can get to the line, if.
Yeah, lots of big ifs. He has to make it through this stage, of course. We're just with David Wright here. He was second in the shootout, who again, another driver who's shown us confidence and commitment on what is a tricky and demanding stage. He was a little bit ragged earlier on. Let's take a look at this time, though. It is looking good. Time then we'll wait for. It'll flash up in just a few moments for us for David Wright, who's just completed. We go back into the dusty forest to find Tom Williams on the Delta Donut, drifting through it beautifully.
Nicely done. Almost similar to yesterday. That's David Wright, Jane Nicholl now, up to the loop back into the service park here at the top of the hill at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plenty of people still here, as you can see. Tom out over Flying Finn, so has a little bit of a margin in hand.
It is the fastest time through for David Wright so far, 2:35.3 on the board. That's the target time as to be set or beaten by Tom Williams. 2:36.1 is 0.8 of a second slower than that fastest time through. So second fastest to David Wright on what is the final run of the shootout for this weekend. It has been an incredible performance from Tom Williams across all 4 days of competition.
Well, we'll wait to see the aggregate across all the times, but I'm pretty sure with the margin that he had that Tom will be confirmed as the winner of the shootout. Is there anyone else?
There's the confirmation on the screen for you. Tom Williams then, with a total time of 10 minutes, 12.7 seconds, takes the ultimate win here at the shootout. These are now the final standings, with David Wright taking second, Gary Lacudo third, Sam Mason fourth, and Steve Ward completing the top 5 for us. And those are the completed times for the shootout here at the Forest Rally stage.
Tom Williams, you said to us up on the balcony there, yes, I can win this. And now you've won it. You've done it.
Yeah, it's always a bit dangerous saying that early on, and yeah, we kept it together. It's such a tricky stage. Like, Hannah Mikla designed this quite a while ago, and it's, yeah, off camber corners, on camber, and even when it's dry, you think it's better than wet, but it polishes up, and it's like an ice skating ring, bouncing off the banks. You might have seen I had a two-wheel moment earlier in the weekend, but yeah, it's great fun, and yeah, it's good to see all these cars out, and just, yeah, had a dollar bet with Travis, so we've got to see if I beat Travis, and then, yeah, it's been great.
You won every session.
Yeah, tried to be consistent. It's my first time driving this new Fabia Rally 2, so first day on Thursday I was trying to work out his launch control, and then it's just absolutely stunning car. Really suited me, gone so well, so hopefully that will pay dividends to what we do the rest of the season now.
Slightly difficult moment yesterday in the shootout because we saw you run wide, hit the bank, and then you hopped over another bank. That wasn't like you.
That may have happened. I had a few discussions with Bales on the exit there, hence a few scratch marks, but we made it. Cars in one piece, and yeah, couldn't be happier being at this great event.
Were you nervous at all today about going into the final?
I was just talking about it with my co-driver. When you get a bit out front, you're trying to keep it there without making a mistake. It's almost worse when you're driving flat out. You're on the right lines, the pace notes are coming, and you know exactly what to do, but when you bring it back a step, that's when you start making mistakes. So I was just trying to keep it tidy, and yeah, it was a great event and great stage, and yeah, great challenge.
What does this mean now? Because you're going to go down in front of the house, you're going to get the cup. You've won the Goodwood Festival of Speed Forest stage. Is that going to help your career?
Absolutely. This is the British Motor Show now, so all the manufacturers are here, a lot of the teams, a lot of the sponsors. We brought a lot of the sponsors to this event to initialize a season, to get going, to bring back into a European, World, British series. So we want to get some momentum after doing a couple seasons in the States. So yeah, couldn't be in a better event, and thanks for everyone for having me here.
Thanks to you for entertaining us. You've been brilliant. Well done, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Well, the sun still beats down, and congratulations to Tom Williams with that fantastic victory at the top of the hill. But so far today, as in all 4 days, the drifters have done us proud. Fans applauding their dexterity, the sheer amount of tyre smoke, the sounds they make, and just their showmanship. Absolutely part of the establishment now. They'd hate me to say that here at the Festival of Speed. And the tricolour flew out, the red arrows came over, a tribute to Alain Prost. And there he was, coming in front of the house. He was the star of the balcony moment in that exquisite McLaren MP44. It just looked right, and he was very touched indeed. All the affection that came up his way from the fans. The car still looking super crisp, designed, of course, by Gordon Murray, someone else we've been celebrating here. What a wonderful afternoon. So people still moving around to the various vantage points, and those wise ones sitting in the shade of those grandstands, looking across the track to the Jerry Judah sculpture, celebrating 60 years of Gordon Murray's inventive genius, and that's standing high in the sky, the Speedhead design right opposite Goodwood House. My name's Bruce Jones, and I have John Watson alongside me. 4 days are going down to the final few batches of cars up the hill, but we've still got Formula One cars to enjoy when they come up shortly.
Yeah, it's been an amazing 4 days. I mean, the crowds have been here, and there are tens of thousands. The weather's been fantastic, and you can see people just walking around, just getting the last of the activities that will take place at Goodwood for the 2025 Festival of Speed. And I mean, I can't remember a Festival of Speed where we've had such glorious days. I mean, it's just been absolutely magnificent. Goodwood always manages somehow or other to turn the weather on, but this year it's been exceptional.
No, it truly has, and so much to see. And don't forget, the main display was celebrating 75 years of the Formula One World Drivers' Championship, the largest ever assembly of Formula One cars. More than 100, and close to 120 came out. Not all were moving items, but people walking around the paddock able to get up close and look not just at the heroes but also those that took part. It's very easy to celebrate just the champions, John, but we had the underdogs here as well, who were very much part of the picture.
Well, you can have heroes, but you need people. If you're going to have a Grand Prix, you need to have more than maybe 4 or 6 cars in it, and those people that maybe at one point were an underdog. And I think back to the days, for example, when Jordan Grand Prix was formed, 1991, they were an underdog, and look what they achieved before the end of that decade. And Eddie Jordan's team, winner of 4 Grand Prix, absolutely amazing.
Now, there's one team that didn't look as though it was going to continue into 2009. Honda closed its team, but Ross Brawn found £1 in his pocket, and he created Brawn GP, and Karun Chandok, how prescient is this, is aboard a Brawn GP. This was the car that stormed the first half of the 2009 season and had enough points in the bank for Jenson Button and Rubens Barrichello to go on to take the title. It was an extraordinary season, but they were underdogs. Then, of course, at the end of the season, it was renamed again. The team moved on, but Ross saved that team, and what an extraordinary year. And we're going to take a little look at a video about Brawn GP. Underdogs very, very seldom will win world titles, but that's precisely what happened for Brawn GP, John. It was an extraordinary story.
Yes, it was. I mean, the team started off, it was very much on a shoestring budget. Ross Brawn managed to acquire the assets of the Honda team, got Mercedes-Benz engines, got Jenson Button and Rubens Barrichello, and they were rocking up at Grand Prix. I remember, I think it might have been even at the end of the season when they were racing in Abu Dhabi, the team were actually staying in Dubai because the accommodation there was more affordable, and they would drive in and out each day. But I mean, what Ross Brawn did, and particularly with the blown diffuser, which is what gave Brawn a massive advantage, and that's where all the points were scored. The first half of the season, they won virtually everything. It was a battle at the end, but nevertheless, they did win the Manufacturers and Drivers' Championship.
Right, the car's already on the hill. Another team that was definitely an underdog was the Hesketh team. They took one victory only. No one thought they'd even get that, but the stars aligned at Zandvoort, 1975, James Hunt. A few years later, the team was starting to struggle a little bit, but 308, good car, but it wasn't the pick of the bunch. And that moving on up the hill, Callum Lockie has got aboard that. Actually, different helmet, maybe it's not Callum, but anyhow, the 308E. The team would soon dwindle away, but white, no sponsorship, the red and blue stripes. This was the party team, John. What did you consider the Lord Hesketh's team when it hit the stage?
Well, they came to Monaco in 1973, and it was as if the characters out of Brideshead Revisited all rocked up in Monaco, except instead of being in the countryside, they were in the harbour at Monaco. And I mean, it was just take a London Society magazine, Vanity Fair or anything like that, you'd see all the names in that magazine appear. Oh, something's dropped off the back of the Hesketh. It's like a water bottle actually fell out. So all those characters were there in Monaco on boats, behaving outrageously, but wonderfully.
It couldn't happen now, it wouldn't happen now, but obviously that famous win just put a smile on the face of Alexander Hesketh and the gang. James Hunt went on to McLaren. Guess what? The following season in 76, he took the world title. Now, Ken Tyrrell, such a backbone of Formula One for so many years, but the days of Jackie Stewart moved on. The six-wheelers moved on, and then we had different shapes, but they never really had the glory again to the same extent.
I think the era for Jackie Stewart was the pivotal driver, both in Formula One, but in the Tyrrell team, was a particular period. It was the end of the 60s into the early 70s. Things were then moving forward, and eventually, as we got into the late 70s, of course, aerodynamics became the focal point of chassis design. And of course then Chapman introduced the Lotus 79, which was a game changer, not just for Lotus, but for Formula One in general.
Yeah, talking of Colin Chapman, at the start of the 1960s, he had an idea, and an idea was to make a monocoque chassis, and this is what came out the other end. The Lotus 25, absolutely exquisite, so much more rigidity than the space frame cars he'd had before. And in Jim Clark, he had a fantastic ally, and it led to the championship victory in 1963. But it was another case in which Colin Chapman and Lotus rewrote the history of Formula One technology.
Yeah, the Lotus 25, again, a game changer within Formula One. The majority, if not all, Formula One cars at that point had been a tubular frame construction. An aluminium and steel monocoque changed all that, gave more rigidity, and just made a car more, effectively a safer car for the driver. Likewise, but lightweight, stiffness, torsional rigidity, Lotus 25, Coventry Climax V8, Jim Clark, job done, Bosch.
Now, 1991, Benetton, there or thereabouts, and then they suddenly had a vacancy. Bertrand Gachot was indisposed after a little incident on Hyde Park corner with CS Gas and the taxi driver, but anyhow, he was disposed, and Michael Schumacher, who was plying his craft in Japan, suddenly was called into the team, arrived at the Belgian Grand Prix, slotted into a B191, and oh boy, that was the first step of a remarkable F1 career.
Well, Michael actually stepped into the Jordan in the Belgian Grand Prix.
Sorry, and then moved across at the following race.
And then a bit of Machiavellian wheeling and dealing went on, because one particular person spotted, here's a German driver who could be a world champion. And at the same time, the whole concept was, how do we get German television to come into Formula One and give us proper television coverage in Germany? So let's take Michael Schumacher out of the Jordan, put him into a competitive Formula One team, i.e. Benetton, and all of a sudden Michael Schumacher went from being a one-off driver in Jordan in the Belgian Grand Prix to a fully signed up Benetton driver in the Italian Grand Prix, and on it went up until the end of 95, and Michael then left to sign up for Ferrari for the 1960 season.
Yeah, sorry, complete heat in the commentary box got me wrong there about Jordan, but yes, that was the debut. Tyrrell, a few years later, in 1989, the first year of the 3.5-litre Formula One engine, and Harvey Postlethwaite. Don't forget, we've seen the Heskins a bit earlier. He used his design pen to create this 018 Tyrrell. The best result was Michele Alboreto, third in the Mexican Grand Prix. But at this stage, this was the time that McLaren was very much at the top of the tree, very much in its pomp, with Senna and Prost fighting together. But earlier in Tyrrell's life, their first car they produced out of their own was the 001. Adam Tyrrell, son of Ken, driving it now. They started the season with a March, like a lot of other people, customer cars from the fast expanding British constructor, but they needed one of their own. Derek Gardner produced this, and by the following season it looked slightly different. We went into the 02 and 03, and the success began to come for Tyrrell, and particularly for Jackie Stewart.
Yes, the first of the Tyrrells had that high nose on the front, then the later incarnations went for full nose width. And here's a car, again, it was always a very visually attractive car. The Shadow, sponsored by European American Petroleum Company, driven by Jackie Oliver, who went on with other members of the Shadow team to form the Arrows Formula One team. And of course, co-driver for Jackie Oliver was American. Can-Am, Trans-Am, whatever Am you like. George Fulmer, a great all-around American race driver.
Yeah, and this was penned by Tony Southgate, a long history with the team. Of course, he'd been with BRM before, British designer, but very, very clean design. And through the DN4, DN5 range through Formula One, they could have gone on to further wins. Tom Price looked like the likely man, and then in 1977, when things were starting to shape up, alas, he was killed at Kyalami. Now, whenever talking about the history of Formula One, one has to include Cooper, because the gang from Surbiton in Surrey were already imbued in having the engine behind the driver, sort of mid-engine in so many ways. But think about the Ferraris of the time, the great big long noses, the engine up front, the Aston Martin likewise. But the little Cooper Climax came out and showed how it could be done, small and nimble, but also light on its tyres, and that was the absolute reason that Stirling Moss achieved one of the outstanding wins in Formula One history.
Yes, 1958 Argentine Grand Prix. You place this little Cooper Climax alongside a Ferrari 246 or a Maserati 250F. It looks like a little toy racing car. And the paddock at that time was run by more autocratic team owners, and they looked down their noses at this car and thought, what are these British garagistas doing? And this car isn't a race car. It should be front engine. It should be traditional Formula One sort of layout. But this Rob Walker entered car won the race largely at the behest Stirling Moss, he looked after, as you pointed out, Bruce, he looked after his tyres, and at the end of the race, he basically had no rubber left. But all his principal competitors had to stop and change tyres, and that was part of the reason, if not the whole reason, why the face of Formula One changed as a result of that victory in 1958.
Now in the mid-1950s, the Maserati 250F hit the stage, 1954 effectively, but it was running competitively all the way, pretty much to the start of the 1960s. But in 1957, Juan Manuel Fangio took the 5th and final World Championship of his career in one of these. The car just looked neat, tidy, beautiful, sounds sensational, and an awful lot of them were run by privateer teams when the works team had moved them on. But John, to my eyes, still one of the absolutely outstanding Formula One shapes.
If you want a Formula One shape, the 250F Maserati is maybe the classic. Another one here, the Alfetta 158, both designed, manufactured, built in Italy. The 250F was at the end of the 50s era. This came at the beginning of the 50s era. Both in their own field were just magnificent. Straight 8 supercharged engine, 1.5 litres, about 420 horsepower. The Maserati, the 250F, less powerful, but a much more advanced chassis, much more sophisticated car, about 280 horsepower. But both, in their day, absolute classics.
Yeah, and whenever you look at photographs of that first ever World Championship round at Silverstone in 1950, the front row dominated by these Alfettas, and what you see is the cars are dark red, but they have the different kind of stripes around the nose, so they can tell which car is which. Some of the teams follow with that. Right now, Karun Chanduk, hungry for success, and he's going around the first couple of corners. We were talking, this is the underdogs class. It looked as though the Honda team, when it folded, would go no further, but it became Brawn, and what a start to the season. Blue skies over Goodwood, and Karun racing his way up the hill, but the car, it worked. A double diffuser, the others followed suit, but the lead built up after the first 6 Grand Prix in this most remarkable story of what took them to the title.
Indeed, so the double diffuser is an aerodynamic regulation that was looked through the regulations, find how you can make it work, and Ross Brawn did that with this car, dominated the first half of the season comfortably. Karun Chanduk doing a good run up the hill. This is probably the best one he's had all weekend. I know that because he hasn't had time to take his hand off the steering wheel to wave to his fans.
Holding it with his teeth, I'm sure. But anyhow, Karun up to the top of the hill, and Karun has driven a huge number of Formula One cars, and in that season he would have been lapping it all up, because it really was one of the outstanding stories. Now, one of the cars that just has so much elegance, pre-war car, Maserati 8CM, and James Wood drives this with real fluidity, and it's great to hear the engine notes. And I love at the Festival of Speed when you see people looking and listening to a car so long before their time, possibly even before their parents' time, and just going, wow, that sounds super, super cool.
Well, the Maserati represented probably the end of the 20s into the 30s, the classic style design of a Formula One car. Here is a car which is one of my all-time favourites, the Brabham BT44B. This was the third car Gordon Murray drive. There was an extension of the BT44, but little detail changes that made the car a serious championship contender. And look at the simplicity of the lines, the clean, sort of the visuals of the car, with the Martini stripes just over the nose. Bernie Eccleston, when he was running this team, wasn't terribly fond of having too much sponsorship imagery on his car, but the Martini blended into the sort of concepts of what Bernie and Gordon Murray had. I think it's one of the classic designs of all time in Formula One.
I think an awful lot of people concur with that, but what makes a car beautiful, of course, is success as well. 3 Grand Prix victories, where the BT44, the 44B, in the days of Carlos Reutemann and Carlos Pache, you know, great days there. But again, yes, you're quite right, those Martini flashes just make the car even more sleek in appearance. And in fact, any car you put the Martini stripes on doesn't look any slower than it was before they were applied.
Well, Patrick Freisacher I don't know how many sets of rear tyres he's gone through on this car. He's burned rubber. Let's sit here on Wednesday afternoon, Thursday morning. Continues to do donut upon donut upon donut. And in fact, there's Ingo Gelskill running. Actually, Freisacher was doing it earlier. This car has suffered. I would dread to think what the gearbox and transmission and drive shafts on this car will be like from the end of this weekend's event at Goodwood, because that is what really hammers those components. Donuts are for the public, they're great, but they come at a cost for a team.
certainly do, but that car's been saved for years, the RB7, to do precisely that. Patrick Friesacker, not the driver now, but he has been coming here to the Festival of Speed for years and always does it with great aplomb and a smile on his face. And that is the last car in the batch, and that means that is it for Formula One cars of the World Championship period here. It's been a phenomenal celebration. 75 years since that British Grand Prix, 1950 at Silverstone. So many stories have been knitted into all of that, but with the dust from the rally stage settling at the top of the hill, people moving around the grounds of the house, starting perhaps to go home. They would have had an outstanding day, 2, 3, or possibly even 4 days. So much to do at the Festival of Speed, and it's been a really, really special celebration this year.
I think it's been a magnificent Festival of Speed. I think the crowds have come in their tens of thousands, and it's just been, I mean, magic.
Well, let's take a look. This was the class that just covered all of Formula One, from a Hesketh to kick it off, to a Tyrrell, to a Benetton. That's the Schumacher PK car from 1991. And then Tyrrell very much in the mix with their later cars. This was the 018. But right back to the very first Tyrrell, this is the 001 with Mark Stewart driving it, son of Jackie. And then the first of the Shadow Formula One cars, the DN1. And great to see that out and about in its all black livery. But the car that changed the face of Formula One by putting the engine behind the shoulders, not up front like in the Alfettas and the 250S, was the little Cooper, and the rest was history. And history was also made by a man who spent £1, Ross Brawn. He bought the Honda team, became Brawn, and they took victory. But we've been celebrating Gordon Murray's genius this weekend, so it was only right we'd have one of his most beautiful cars, the BT44B. And to end the show in the Formula One batch, it was time to have some burnouts from Red Bull. Ingo Gerstel doing a fantastic job in front of the house. He was the final roar up the hill. It's been a fantastic display of cars and a moving history lesson, not just in terms of the appearance. It was getting the sounds, it was getting the colours, it was getting the drivers moving from car to car. It's been a very, very special celebration. 75 years at the Formula One World Drivers' Championship, and we saw so many cars. What a wonderful, wonderful occasion.
Sweet success, bitter failure. We've tasted it all. Honda will keep pushing limits to the extreme. This dream, now ours, will endure forever.
The power of dreams, how we move you.
You found it then?
Of course I did. Good boy.
With eBay Assured Fit, find the right parts for your car just by entering your reg. eBay, things people love.
Well, on the Honda stand at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, they've got like a live movie set theme here, which I think is very cool. And it's got a bit of a celebration of the old and new from Honda. Here you've got the Goldwing, obviously that iconic motorbike, celebrating 50 years now of that model. And that's getting a lot of attention here, as is all of the other Honda motorbikes here. And then, of course, we move on to the cars, and they've brought something back here with a name, the Prelude from Honda, a big name that's come back after, I think, 20 years. And Andrew's product expert here at Honda. Tell me about the new name. It's getting very...
Well, this is it. Yeah,
it's getting people excited. My producer's like, the little kid in me's just come out again.
The return of the legend, only this time it's a hybrid. So combining a little bit of tech and know-how from Type R, so same suspension, same dampers, same Brembo brakes, but this time the more everyday usability of that full hybrid powertrain.
And I hear we've got shifts.
Yeah, so it's got this unique S Plus shift system which simulates gear changes. So even though it's a hybrid, it feels like you're using a dual clutch transmission.
It looks great, and I think everybody's so excited here to see this name coming back, this famous name of Prelude.
I've been here all weekend, and there's so many people just thrilled to see a two-door coupe this good-looking back in the UK market.
Fantastic, and the set itself's really good. It's not just the Prelude. We've got the 0 Series SUV here, the concept. That's getting a lot of attention, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is the 0 Series. So this is Honda going back to the beginning from 0, and this is the first model from the 0 Series, the SUV prototype.
And the front has got a really interesting design.
Yeah, so this is our new H logo, so this will appear on all 0 Series models going forwards.
And what's the general theme? I mean, obviously it's about clean sheet of paper and designing the new chapter, if you like, for Honda's design language, but it seems to be all about the space as well.
Exactly that. If you look at the rear, you can just see this oversized rear end here. It's all about maximizing the interior space. This car was designed using the philosophy of being thin, light, and wise, and that's all about maximizing the interior space, both for the occupants and in the back.
It's really unusual looking.
It will get people talking, whether they like it or not, and that's exactly what we want to achieve with this car. We want people to have a feeling about this car.
Now, often concepts are sort of like ideas that we don't ever see on the road, but I hear this is going to be pretty true to what we'll see on the production line in a year or so?
I can't give too much away, but I would say this is very representative of what the production car will look like. So we're expecting this will arrive in America first next year, and then into Europe early in 2027.
And having fun on the Honda set here at the Festival of Speed?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. So many people have just come here and they're so excited to see both this and the Prelude. I love getting that feedback and that interaction. So
I've heard it's been described as the products of the props, and the guests here are the stars of the film.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
Well, enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well, I am now joined by the 1992 Formula One World Champ, Nigel Mansell. Thank you so much for taking the time, Nigel. I've been here since Wednesday, walking around. There is so much to see, but Mansell Mania is properly out in full force. I mean, how special is it to come back here?
It's incredibly special, and I said to His Grace, Lord March, I mean, most amazing job is done here. I mean, every year you come back, it gets bigger and better, and the fans make it for me, and there's so many fans here this year. It's incredible.
I mean, and Formula One is the talk of the town. Huge celebration, 75 years. How do you look back on it all?
Well, I mean, you have to pinch yourself, because when you get in these cars and, you know, you're frequented with the cars you raced, especially FW11B, one of my favourite cars, and FW14, you feel like you've transposed yourself back 35, 40 years, and you know, you're ready to go again, and then you realise how old you are, so perhaps not quite yet, but it's incredible.
What is it like, though, being reunited with those cars, the FW11, the FW14? Does it all come rushing back as soon as you're back in the cockpit?
It's memories, and the fans, and, you know, the memorabilia that they bring for you to sign, and their well-wishing, and it's just tremendous. And to see some of the other drivers, it's a joy. I mean, Riccardo Betresi is my teammate, and he was here and driving for Williams as well. So big thank you to Williams and Honda Japan. I mean, the cars are just mighty.
Yeah, they really are mighty, and nowhere does it quite like here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed to get so up close and personal, all the way from 1950, pre-war as well, but right up to the modern day. And you know, we're seeing obviously a great advance in technology and the way the cars work now, but how do you look at the modern day Formula One? Do you think there's anything we're missing, anything we can learn from the past?
I mean, the incredible thing is just how reliable the cars are. I mean, and the technical advancement from safety point of view, the driver's feet back from the front axle, and The track's the way they've evolved since obviously that terrible fateful day in '94 at Imola. Yeah, I mean, Formula One is really, really safe now, and it's a fantastic spectacle.
You obviously race with some prestigious teams, McLaren, Williams, huge achievements. Looking at how they are doing now, let's start with McLaren in 2025. I mean, what would you be doing if you were running McLaren now with two #1 drivers, Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris going for the title?
I'd jump in the third car and show them how to do it properly.
I heard you had a signed contract in your back pocket.
I offered Zach 80% of my salary, but he's thinking about it.
We'll wait for the winter break for that one. But also, you know, Williams, so much history, so much success, but it's been tough really the last decade overall for them, but it looks like they are back on the right track.
It's no reason that they shouldn't bounce back now. They got the funding and you know, the leadership's there. They've had a couple of bad races again, but they've got the turn of speed. It's just a question of being, you know, on it every weekend. It's a 24 race program and you can't make any slip-ups, and you know, it's so easy to make a mistake, and there's a few teams that do.
Absolutely. Well, we're really enjoying an amazing season. Do you think you were up for 24 races a year? Is that easy? No problem at all?
Well, we talked about this earlier today. We did not have simulators, so although we had 17, 18 races, we went around the world testing as well as racing. I'm not sure they do the same amount of travelling we used to do, because we used to do an incredible amount of testing pre-season all over the world, and then testing before we went to the races. So, yeah, smoke's good, isn't it?
Well, that's a characteristic of Goodwood. Smoke, dust, burning rubber in the air as well. What has been your overall highlight so far of this fantastic 2025 Festival of Speed?
I think the opportunity, as Grace gives everybody, to get together to do something special, and to include the fans, that they can touchy feel everything and get up close. That's been lost. You said, what's the one thing that's been lost? I raced in Formula One where, you know, the fans used to be in the pits with us and could touch the cars, and you know, you're talking to your engineer and they come and stand next to you. As difficult as that was, it was nice for them, and obviously there's no way that can ever be revisited, but it was extraordinary. And then some of the tracks years ago were incredibly dangerous, so you had to be very stupid and very brave to challenge the corners, and I'd like to see some of those corners come back with the safety, so that, you know, the barriers can be moved further back, but put a few more challenging corners out there with a small curb that you can't just run over and run back on the circuit with no penalty.
Yeah, it's come a long way, hasn't it, the safety, but it's an absolute pleasure to celebrate where Formula One has come from over the last 75 years, and to celebrate titans of the sport like yourself.
And I think it's got to be said as well, you know, congratulations for many years working hard with the FIA and all the manufacturers. Unparalleled progress with the safety cells and obviously the circuits and the organisational skills. I mean, all the manufacturers, the whole teams, the Formula One, whole circus, done a fabulous job. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Nigel Mansell, for taking the time to chat with me.
Thank you.
This is an event like no other. Welcome to Goodwood.
That is it from Goodwood. It's been amazing, hasn't it?
Wonderful time.
Goodwood Festival of Speed, 4 days have nearly come to a conclusion. I'll almost weep when we leave. We've had the most incredible celebration in stunning weather. My name's Bruce Jones and Ben Edwards alongside. Invictus on the lawn, planes in the skies, and so much to see. Don't just focus on the hill climb, there is so much more.
It seems amazing, you know, we're getting to the end of it because we've been here for 4 days and just soaking up so much from the machinery, the people here, the runs up the hills, and yet it's now coming to an end because we're getting ready for our final batch, which feels almost sad. You know, this is going to be our last run of machinery. It has been amazing.
And one of the real treats walking around the site in between commentary stints is seeing how people react to everything they're seeing. We commentate all around the world. We see vehicles all the time, but it's such a special mix and such variety here that it really is super, super special.
It is. No, it's absolutely stunning. And for those of you who've come along to Goodwood, I really hope you've enjoyed. It's been a very hot time, but some amazing views to enjoy and so many areas that you can go into and explore. And what also I've loved seeing is the number of family groups that are here over the course of the weekend. Little youngsters who are also absorbing, learning, seeing what this is all about. I love the sort of family attention into all of this.
And who was the luckiest boy of all? The one who was given Alain Prost gloves before the balcony moment. But, you know, again, looking down at the paddock, the fabulous Invictus, the Facel Vegas on the Cartier Style Lux lawn. It's been quite dusty, so a fair number of car care products were brought out to make the cars look super, super shiny down there just to the west side of Goodwood House. But the blue skies, yes, dust, but it's the dust of competition, that's what counts.
Oh yeah, absolutely, quite right. And we've been very lucky. I mean, it's been hot, but we've been incredibly lucky with the weather this weekend. No major problems. The rain hasn't caused delays. There hasn't been any. It's been amazing.
No, it's been outstanding and amazing road cars here to be enjoyed. But it's also, when you look at an event like this, you think the sheer logistical planning to get all the moving parts in the right places at the right times. And the cars we've seen, some of the supercars, I mean, their performance figures are not just off the clock, they're on another planet.
And this TWR special, I really enjoyed seeing that. It actually went up in the shootout earlier.
It did. A V12 supercharged engine. No one was complaining. One of the best sounds of the weekend. But going back to the early single-seaters, you have to find out where Formula One came from.
Yeah.
Grand Prix cars like from the 1930s, the ERAs, but the rally cars and the drift cars and every sort of car. That's what we come here for.
And just a quick note that all of these companies that restore these machines after so many years, that they've put them together in such a good way. I mean, well, touchwood, I haven't really seen anything break down going up the hill, and yet some of this machinery in its day would break down quite quickly if something went wrong. It's brilliant, the work that gets done.
It certainly would. The red arrows always adding colour and lustre and sound and genius to the display. And the big balcony moments have been fantastic too. On Saturday, 7 Formula One World Championships and Bernie Ecclestone, the man who made it happen for all of them out there. That was very, very special indeed. And it's just a fabulous occasion to come here and mix with like-minded people from all around the world. The languages you hear spoken as you move around. Huge.
It is. No, and Gordon Murray too. The Gordon Murray Automotive celebration that has been up throughout the whole 4 days has been wonderful. And just seeing his face and seeing him with family, it has been a very special weekend for Gordon Murray. Still producing some amazing road cars.
Yeah, it's quite a thought, isn't it? 60 and the celebration in front of the house, in front of the speedhead, Gordon Murray dedicated sculpture. It's something very, very special, but we're not finished yet. The sun is still shining and we have more cars to go up the hill. We hope everybody has enjoyed everything we've seen before. And coming up, the final batch.
Look at this. They're taking the Ford Super Truck up towards the balcony to celebrate having won the shootout.
Well, if you ever wondered how strong a rear wing would be, you can see it's strong enough to support 4 strapping gentlemen who are pretending they're rowing it in. But this is a car, what was the final time? 43.2 seconds, was it, up the hill? Faster than it was last year. This is the F-150 Lightning Super Truck from Ford, and the man who just doesn't matter how big a hill climb is, if you've got the right car, he's got the focus. Romain Dumas, victory again for him.
Yeah, no, it was wonderfully done by Romain. He's so 4th win for him up here, and that's impressive. In the past it was with VW, and now it's very much with Ford.
It is. It is a short hill, of course. A lot of his success comes in the giant hill climb, the mountain climb, if you will, Pikes Peak in the Rockies in Colorado in the States. But again, it doesn't matter how long the hill climb is, you've got to get it right from the very second you leave the start line. And of course, he had 2,000 horsepower to use of those 4 electric motors, 4-wheel drive, but he still needed to get it around the corners.
It is incredible. I mean, these modern electric motors and how fast they are off the line as well. That immense amount of torque from an electric vehicle, and they're just so rapid. But it's got to go through the corners as well, as you say, and he did it beautifully. It was very neat, very tidy, and he absolutely deserved the victory.
And again, the appreciation, the applause from the crowd, every car in the shootout, you know, people would look and know it was running in the class structure. If you're running a pre-war Grand Prix car, of course, you're not going to be challenging at the front, but you have your own battle. The battles were fought, the skill was appreciated. But what I loved through the last 3 days of the 4 was you had time practice, then you had the qualifying for the shootout, and you could see all the drivers just going a little bit closer to the straw bales at the top, a little bit deeper in the corners, but it's still one little slip up, your run would be over. But everyone kept it on the black stuff. For that we say thank you, and
absolutely.
So most certainly we weren't held up. But for the final time, James Hayden's just joined us in the commentary box, and sidecar racing. I know it's something that Ben Edwards probably doesn't want to do, but in your inside,
I've always been. I always loved it. I've never been on a sidecar, but I've always loved it.
James, sign him up.
I'm sure we could get you out on one, and you wouldn't get out on a better one than these guys. And it's been just lovely to see the variety of stuff that we've had coming up the hill. It's great to see the sidecars, and we've got the Formula 2 sidecar here of the one and only Ben Birchall with his passenger Paddy Rosney. You know, these guys have put a brilliant display on over the whole weekend on their Honda CBR 600 outfit. 4 times world champions, 14 TT wins, and yeah, they really know how to hustle, and they're really enjoying this final run. But this is behind Miss Maria Costello. Lovely to see Maria out on her thing, Maria MBE, and her passenger as well, Alice Smith, the 20-year-old, and they're also on one of the shorter LCR Honda 600 Formula 2 outfits, screaming up the hill. You can see the passenger really getting down and over, weighting it all up. So important as they get to these turns so it doesn't tip over. Very, very skilled. And again, lovely to see Maria, who's been a stalwart of Goodwood for many years.
Absolutely. And you know, when they went to the Goodwood circuit and they did those timed runs and stuff, I really enjoyed it.
That was great, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we've got some of the superbikes have been celebrating everything superbike here this weekend, and we've had a really lovely display. We're looking now at Marco Melandri's 2014 Ducati 1199. The array of Ducatis coming over these decades of superbikes since it started back in 1988 has been tremendous, and we've really. Well, we've seen some of the best, obviously, with Fogarty. We've seen, Melandri's bikes. We've got some MotoGP bikes as well. It's been a wonderful display. We've had some factory Kawasaki, factory Aprilia, numerous factory Ducatis. Obviously, we've had some factory Hondas and riders from all around the world. And talking of it, this is Tom Sykes on his 2010 Kawasaki's LX10R, and what a rider Tom has been over the years. Obviously, world champion as well. He won the World 2013 World Championship, and he was a super pole king as well. 51 poles. No one's had more poles in World Superbikes than Tom Sykes. He really could put a lap together when those tyres were fresh and sticky. He really could do it. And we were spoken about the MotoGP machine. It's lovely to get some of that variety, and this is exactly what we've got here. We've got Seti Gibernau's 2006 Ducati MotoGP bike, knocking out about 260 brake horsepower, weighing 162 kilos, rapid. They'll do 220 miles an hour, 0-60 in 1.9. Absolute animal. Needs a lot of electric. What's quite nice about this, you see the back in 06, see how pure it is. It's got none of the fins or the aerodynamics that have slowly, unfortunately, started creeping into our sport. That's just starting to have a bit of a negative effect on the closeness of racing and tyre temperature and all the things that we don't want. And there's a real purity now when you look back on these. It's not that old, obviously, 2006, and yet, you know, 19 years ago, it is old, but yet it looks so vastly different.
But it's the same, we're looking back over the history of Formula One, the cars from the very late 1980s, no barge balls, nothing. Again, really clean aerodynamics. I wouldn't complain if we went back that way.
Me too, because it allows close racing, and a lot of it doesn't have an exact effect of road cars, because no one's running a downforce tail like that, and no one's able to corner 180 miles an hour. And we understand how things progress, but certainly when it starts to affect the racing and affect closeness, then you know, it doesn't sit quite so well with me. And now we're going back in time. We're going back to 1981, and we're having a look at the Honda CB 750 AMA racer. We're talking about celebrating superbikes. This was the start of superbikes. This basically started off as a CB 750 Honda road bike, and then they heavily modified it, and they really lightened it up. They gave a lot of support for the chassis. They gave it dry sump, the flat slides, and put it up to about 90 brake horsepower. And Freddie Spencer, the famous Freddie Spencer, he finished second on that bike in the 1981 AMA Championship. And now we're going back to the early sort of noughties, and we're looking at, you know, he's been celebrating Carl Fogarty as a rider. He also did run the World Superbike team for Petronas, and this is one of the 150 road bikes that we used to homologate it. I rode for these guys for the first 2 years of that bike's development, so I was heavily involved in it in the early years. I got the first points in the world on it, actually. But it's
good for you.
Yeah. But it's a quite unusual sort of convention. The engine was actually designed by Sauber, and it was like a reverse cylinder triple. So he had a few. Unfortunately, the rules had kind of morphed a little bit by the time it kind of came into fruition, so it was never really truly competitive. But it's lovely to see them here and hear that scout. And what is very unusual is this is a one-off. This is the Norton Nemesis. It's got a 1.5 litre V8 in it.
1.5.
Yeah.
Someone's car is sitting without power.
Yeah, so it's got about 280 brake horsepower. It revs to 14,000 RPM, and this was released in the 1990s, trying to get some interest in Norton and their engineering prowess, but unfortunately it didn't really go much further. Now we're looking at the double Dakar champion, the American ace, Ricky Brabeck, and it's a nice little wheelie bang on cue. And you know, these guys, you know, what they do on the Dakar, you know, we've seen some of the Dakar type cars and trucks sort of running here, but these guys as well, you know, days end on end of, you know, rocks, mountains, dunes, rivers, whatever. These guys cross it, and as you can see, they're not just trials riders or stunt riders, or, you know, they've got to do a little bit of everything, and they do it beautifully well. He's obviously on the Honda CRF 450, which is a big liquid cooled, you know, single cylinder, double overhead cam. Fuel injection, you know, 6-speed, and it really is such a robust motorcycle. And after quite a long while being absent from the podium in this last 5-6 years, you know, Honda have really dominated it again, and they're very proud that this motorcycle has been a huge part of that.
It's a lovely display too. The way he's doing it is great, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just these little effortless wheelies.
Yeah.
You know, like waves to the crowd, and you know, it's actually not a bad bike to be going up on with the big wide bars on a day like today. The problem is the novelty tires aren't great on tarmac, but you know, it's actually quite a nice thing to dominate as you kind of come up through the hill. And obviously he's got a big peak on his head, so he can also, like, as he goes through the shade or the sun, he can actually control that probably a bit better than some of the guys just in your open face or your visor helmet. But yeah, a really good bike, and yeah, you know, a bike that's really top of the form right now.
But it's when you look at something like that, you have to think the purpose, the endurance, the physicality of doing something like the Dakar on this. It's one thing going up a hill for one a little bit miles here in West Sussex. However,
yeah, no, very much so. And this is going back to where it all started, the 1985 Dakar winning BMW, the R8 GS there that started the whole big trailer thing, and has caused, you know, it's taken a storm. We've seen the new one of these that they've launched here in first class this weekend. You know, we've been lucky enough, and we're also seeing the classic 1985 bike, which is sort of lovely to see. I mean, we just saw the Honda, which is obviously the latest. You can see the difference in you know, they obviously they've got you can still see the bloodline, as it were, but yeah, the big twin boxer that is just synonymous with BMW, but also how more sort of diminutive and smaller they have become. Obviously a lot more fuel efficient, and now we go to touring cars.
Yeah, celebrating touring cars, and Ben and I would very much be pounding around the British scene at the time when the British Touring Car Championship was unbelievably pugilistic. Cars like the Vauxhall Cavalier looked remarkably standard. Every one of the cars in the championship was standard, but with tip-top drivers. Nobody came home with door mirrors, numbers on their doors. It was absolutely pugilistic.
John Cleller, who we are representing here with this lovely machine, he was such a star.
He was, and I mean the post-race interviews used to be like someone had let the firecrackers off. It was everyone had something to say, but it was brilliant racing. And you know, we look today at the top stars like Simon Hill, Tom Ingram, Ash Sutton. You know, they want to try and reenact those days, but you don't have as many main players.
Yeah, well, Jake Hill's actually out in the next car too. He's out in the Shadow, the Chevrolet, which is fun to see. Yeah, there you are. You're just seeing it. And he's been out in this before, hasn't he? Because he did it at the Goodwood circuit. Look, he's obviously been told, you go and have a play. Jake Hill, British Touring Car Champion, he loves driving anything, but I know he really enjoyed this. And your feet have to be pretty much horizontal in that because it's so low at the front.
No, I tell you what they have to be. They have to be size 7 or under. His father Simon was telling me that the other day, because obviously trying to be aerodynamic, but I mean, how many cars in competition have had an engine sitting so high above?
Yeah.
The bodywork is so low, and then you've even got radiators mounted on the rear. We can see a bit of flame out there as he backed it off coming into the brick wall, but the flip wall. But with Jake, he loves historic racing. He brought up with car pictures all around the house. His father, Simon, a racer too, but he really has taken to it. And I think we'd be so super lucky if we could see these shadows.
Absolutely. He did a good job in the shootout earlier on today as well, of course, and it's lovely seeing him in this machine and doing that rotation. That's so clever. These Can-Am from Shadow, they were superb, and this was one of their first designs, very cleverly put together. Okay, it didn't dominate everything, but they learned a lot from it.
Don't get more exquisite shape than the old 904, do you?
Oh, this is a lovely shape. I was talking about that earlier, actually, and how it sort of set the scene for so many other modern supercars when you see this 904, and this was in the early 1960s.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but when it went competing at Le Mans, it was still very early days for Porsche, but, you know, they started picking off the lower engine capacity classes, but it's extraordinary, nearly sort of 60 years later, this still, to me, with its mid-engine design, looks contemporary. Yeah. And then fantastic design of the livery by Daniel Arsham, and Tetsuya Kuzawa's daughter Tetsu came and raced Formula 3 in the UK, came over from Japan, and there's the rising sun on the nose of that car, and then the wonderful straights of the sun sort of moving through its arc of the day on the side. But a lovely car. This is run by David Clark of Jota, and we had various people driving it up the hill. But of course, Jota then last year was running the works. Well, not they were running the privateers Porsches at the top level of the World Endurance Championship. This year, they're running the works entries for Cadillac. So full marks to the team that started life not that long ago, just running a standard class Honda Prelude. There you go.
Yeah, no, it is lovely to see. But wonderful to see this machine that won the Toga Florio in '64, effectively this tight. Anyway, and Class 1-2 at Le Mans, 7th and 8th overall, all very reliable. They won the Ream 64 as well. Class wins at lots of major events. As you say, it was class victories rather than the outright victories, but that's what Porsche then moved on to.
Yeah, and to explain, Targa Florio, not an event with us past the early 70s because it was getting too dangerous. These were public roads all around Sicily. Stone walls, drops off, you could drop down into an orchard. But people don't seem to care how close they go to the edge. That's seeming bravado because the expertise is extraordinary. And J-Rod, or Jarrod, if I like.
I like it.
He's here, he likes it, he's come to lick the lollipop again.
Hey, it's so sweet I got a cavity. James the Machine Dean here, crushing some Guinness after this, and we were ready to absolutely put a line across the G. That's right, we're talking about James Dean. He doesn't have a G in his name, but he's got G-forces around those turns. Look at that thing. That Mustang RTR Spec 5 FD. This is our swan song, our Irish wolfhound, bloodhound at that, because blood is in the water or on the track. Well, hopefully not. We got carbon Kevlar and some evidence. Call the cops because this gentleman is killing it out here on track. Past that flint wall, navigated like, again, a surgeon. He might have a PhD, he plays one on TV. Well, he's playing one right now. Again, multiple championships across the U.S. Formula Drift, he'll be in St. Louis next weekend. We're all catching a flight. We'll see you at the Gateway to the West. James the Machine Dean, the first ever 4-time champion. Now, Ryan Turk, not only did he hit that right back end of the 66 Toyota Stout, he's got the Rockstar energy drink lid on his hood, Mobile One, running through the veins of this vehicle. You can see him pulling the fever lever there, rocking a little 360 there, a donut. Yeah, we got breakfast for dinner, that's right, because we're going to be partying with the Duke of Richmond, giving out some champagne as well as some wreaths. You can see the Beltec suspension out back with that cantilever. Yeah, a 66 Stout with cantilever suspension out back. Look at this thing, shred it till we dead it. That's right. Again, I might be the Grim Reaper because, again, he is killing out there. He got some hay back in that right corner, not in the back, and then he smashed the back left side. And look at him past that flint wall in that cockpit. Look how tight that is. James, easy, relax. It's a family show, okay? I hear the moaning and groaning over here, and again, there's kids present, not including Bruce.
No, just whimpering from my side. So incredibly exciting. Etched on my mind is Ryan Turk's phenomenal run past the flint wall yesterday. Today, yeah, hip and shoulder, he got away with it, but yet again entertaining. 1966 Toyota, not going to do much, is it? No, not much at all.
Here's the thing. We could bring this to Revival. It's a 66. Yeah, I'll see you guys at Revival, baby! That's right. Thank you, Duke. I appreciate the invite. Lord March, Charlie, we'll see you there. Again, we have the button meter here as we party with Colin McRae and the vehicles. That was so cool, his daughter riding shotgun. I was leaving the booth here and heard that. I posted on my Instagram. Again, this is such an iconic collection of Subarus, and including that one Ford. But from the Subaru legacy, which, again, I love wagons, love the Subaru wagons, but these are just such iconic cars. Again, I know we got a few more drift cars here, but peppering in. I'll shut up. Go ahead and talk about Colin McRae and his vehicles there, Bruce.
Well, Colin McRae just launched the World Rally Championship to an even greater level than you could have imagined. Suddenly, we had a hero. Everyone had a hero. A man who would jump, a man who would yump. And he took Subaru to a level it had never been at before. And it was extraordinary. The world title was going to come, but he travelled the world, he took in minor events, he gathered more and more things, and then that title in 1995, super reward. And the video games that went with it, it spawned a whole culture that the World Rally Championship had never had before. And I had grown friends who even got up in the morning early so they could play Colin McRae Rally before going off to work in the morning.
Yeah, no, it was incredible. I think that absolute all action, give it all 100% that just Colin was renowned for. You know, he was proper fighter. He left nothing at home. He was an incredible driver.
Absolutely, it's so wonderful to have been celebrating Colin McRae over the course of this weekend with some of the machinery that he competed in. Subaru was very much the thing for him, of course. It really worked for him so brilliantly well, and getting together with the Subaru four-wheel drive, turbo power, and they made it work so well for him.
They did, and it was very transferable to the road car range, and you know, loads of people did their own engineering on them and made their car look like Colin. He was their hero. Hopefully they didn't jump as high as he did, because I always think of the great rallies. I think of the RAC rally as it was at the time, but particularly the 1,000 Lakes in Finland, where there was plenty of jumping. Now, Bagsy was just a boy when Colin McRae was taking his title 30 years ago, but he ain't a boy now.
He is Bagsy Boy. He is on Instagram as well. But yes, a boy becomes a man. He is, you know, I mean, look at him. He is just absolutely developed. He is like a caterpillar coming out of metamorphosis, easy for me to say, as he does a little bit of landscaping there in front of the Goodwood house, where we'll be popping champagne, cracking some beers. But Bagsy Boy, again, this is a vehicle that I really love. His party car with that LS7 under the hood, single turbo. Saw his family down in the driver's lounge right there as they exit turn 1. They're already cracking some beers and celebrating. Look at the smoke cloud. Yeah, there's a storm coming, and it's coming up the hill. Bagsy Boy ripping down in that Monster Energy vehicle, the Liberty Walk wide body kit, the R35. This gentleman he's been competing in drifting for quite some time. We've been partying at Gymkhana Grid, Sunoco, fuel running through the veins, as well as, again, he's just such a fun dude. Him and his lady Naomi, we've had such a great time this whole week, from the ball, drifting in front of the house on Thursday night. Everybody's in tuxedos, but they got dusted, looking like antique sculptures out there in the driveway. But Bagsy has put on one heck of a show, and he's been absolutely flawless, because, you know, here's Ryan Turk, gets into the wall. Yeah, he does it for the crowd. Bagsy, cars, I mean, shoot, doesn't even look like just scrubbed the tires. That's about it. No body damage. Wait, he's still got to hit the finish line. And we're okay. We got the checker flag.
No, he's still going to get the top paddock. There'll be some antics when he gets up there, certainly. But off to IKEA, you'll see a little sticker on the back window on the way to IKEA. Well, why not? Everyone loves the meatballs, but this Volvo is a Volvo with a bit of a difference.
Speaking of meatballs, Axel Turbo is sending it here with his JDM wheels on the corner. The Swedish chassis with the winkles under the hood. Talking about a rotor, you can see those scoops on the back windows, and that is because all the critical components, like the cooling system, is all out back. He chopped that thing out back. It's basically tube chassis, all carbon Kevlar under the hood. You can see the flames shooting out. This is something near and dear to Mad Mike's heart as well. So Axel Turbo, again, take a look at his other vehicles. He has a rotary Corvette just to really piss off those Americans. I'm not offended. I am absolutely here for it. I love the potpourri dish, all the smells, all the fragrances, and there he is cracking open the door because it looks like Cheech and Chong was riding shotgun with him. But Axel Turbo, he makes his way up the hill. A little slow pace here as he goes into Malcolm Corner. Catch my drift. I think everybody caught it. Would you agree?
I think this time, well, don't forget earlier his run this morning, he was bouncing across the grass coming out of Malcolm, so he's keeping that dog in the boot just tethered.
It's wonderfully done. I really enjoy seeing that Volvo that he's put together.
It's such a funky, fun car. He said he bought this thing for 1,500 pounds, and I just got in on Wednesday, and I said, pounds? This thing weighs, oh, money, my bad. Yes. I was thinking weight of the car. I was like, that thing weighs 1,500 pounds. Just such a really cool, charismatic guy. Him and his lovely wife. He has his kids out here. If you haven't seen the vehicles, it's too late. You're going to join us next year. Bruce, again, it's been absolutely fantastic as here we are. Have we seen Chris the Force Forsberg yet in the Ultimaniac and the FDRX7?
No, we got some up our sleeve, but no, we've got a Lancia Delta coming up next, so maybe they're holding them back, keeping the noise to the very tail of the pack. So we're flipping back to the world of Colin McRae. Of course, he's been competing against the Lancia Delta Integrale. And Ben, this is the sort of car that appeals to you.
It is, absolutely. The Lancia Delta was such a classic machine in its period, and it worked so well, didn't it? And it's lovely to see Emanuele Pirro. He loves driving just about everything, or riding bikes as well. We've seen him riding bikes, so now he's out in a rally car.
Yeah, it's not just Emanuele, some of the younger Pirros going as well, but, you know, he absolutely adores his historic racing and something different. And, hey, tell me a man from Rome is not going to like a car from northern Italy. And certainly when he was doing his Formula 3000, stepping up into Formula 1, he would have been keeping an eye on how the Martini Lancias were doing. Well, we all were. And just such a great, boxy little car.
Absolutely, no, it's a gorgeous little machine, and so the livery on it was so lovely too, and it's great to see it heading up the hill. And I think, yes, we're just going to see him come up right over to the top, but we are going to see another drift machine heading out in a moment. So Emanuele Pirro, take it a little bit more cautiously. He's not a drift man, but it's still a great rally car.
Well, he should go fast because the car behind him is a stealth car and it's got loads of power.
The silent assassin. You walk through the paddock now, just walking over the house, and you hear, whoa, whoa, you hear the gravel, as opposed, you know, again, our audio guy covered his ears earlier. I'm like, what? It's just the squealing of the tires. I would love to ask the fans, what is the most iconic livery? Is it Golf? Is it Martini? Is it John Player's Special? Something simple like black and gold? Is it now, most recently, Papaya? I mean, there's so many iconic liveries. Martini's near and dear to my heart. But again, even just like we said, the Colin McRae livery of the blue, the 555. But you know what kills it? Is there. That all stealth, the black, the carbon, the black tires. I mean, this thing sleeps in the night, but wakes up right now here on the hill. This Hyundai Ioniq 6 N-Drift. And from what I told from PR people, Hyundai likes Sunday, and that's where we're at. We are on Sunday, the final day of Goodwood Festival Speed 2025, and this is how we end it. Put an exclamation point on a fantastic, fantastic 4 days. I'm going golfing tomorrow, Bruce. You want to join me?
Why not?
All right, let's go.
Where is it? St. Louis?
At the Downs. No, we're not going to St. Louis, man. That is not. It's hot. It's actually hotter there in St. Louis. I'm not looking forward to the heat, but I am looking forward to, again, Formula Drift. And I'm looking forward to seeing what EV can bring to the stage of drifting. Again, no replacement for displacement, literage, all that. But again, let's get some volts going. Let's get some EV, a compliment. Just like the phones and the computers in our pocket, I think it's just a compliment, and to see where this is going to go. We talk about yesteryear, but, you know, like I say, make today a good old day. You know, we look back, oh man, I haven't been here since 2019, 2025. We'll look back at this, that was a good old day. Make today a good old day, baby.
Yeah, we're making building steps, building blocks going forward, but looking backwards at the same time. And in the case of drifters, looking out the sides as well. It's been a fantastic show.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, and ironically you say that, they do run Hans devices on their vehicle, but the development and advancement, they do have those because, I mean, the wheel speed might be 150. They might be going only 80, 90 miles per hour, 70. My buddy just did a 150 mile per hour entry in a 4-rotor all-new Toyota Supra. Over in the States. It was pretty sweet. So at an OMP in the States. But again, there it is, a silent assassin. This is an engineer, from what I understand. He drifts in Korea as well as China.
We have a red flag at the side, so it's not his fault. Mate, don't tell me it's more flaming straw bales.
Nah.
Yeah, the extinguishers are there, so...
And is it the EVs that always start it, which is so ironic, right? Like I said, just the silent assassin. Why not end with the bang?
Well, we had this a couple of mornings ago, just sparks off the under tray of a car when it was bottoming, and it's been hot and dry here, and a great spot from the marshals. This might be the final batch of cars on the final day of 4 at the Festival of Speed, but we need to know that's out.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to it very quickly this time, so they may well have been able to sort it out without having to replace the bales. That's what happened last time, isn't it?
Yeah, they have some spare bales tucked aside, but it's not the work of a moment to winch one out, put another one in. But again, all provisions, all the logistics you need to have at an event like this. Just such a multifunctional event. You know, it's myriad what you have to do.
Bruce and Ben, after this, for those that don't know, I have friends I just saw from Pacific Northwest, Michael and his son. What kind of festivities happen after this for those that don't know? I know we go in front of the house, they saw Pastrana rip by, the Peak Porsche, but what can people expect after we go off air? Because, you know, there's champagne, there's some Reese, the Duke speaks a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as the entirety of the Festival of Speed. Expect the unexpected, and it will be magnificent. You know, you never know what you're going to bump into, a bit of Brownian motion, you move around. It's the faces, and you pick them out, people you don't know, people you bump into, just walk around and soak it up. We don't have days like this very often.
It's been absolutely beautiful. I was just talking to our fellow peers up here in the box, and I know a couple of years ago, or even just as recent as last year, is a bit wet. So I'd rather be sweaty and ready versus wet and just grimy. So I think we've absolutely scored, because I think it's going to be a little bit wet even coming on Tuesday. So I think we dodged a bullet as far as weather-wise. Again, sweaty and ready.
Yeah, we take what comes our way, but it's been an absolute blessing today, and the last 3 days as well, and the memories will be seared into my mind, but particularly your pal, Ryan Turk. Once a decade, maybe something comes up and it just, bam, it's like a Polaroid comes out the camera, and it's there, it's encapsulated. His moves, his left, his right, past the wall. Oh my golly.
Yeah, I mean, he learns from the best. Mick Jagger was giving him driving lessons, right? Have you gone down and actually tried to fit in that car? Because we need to grease you up before you get in. It is a tiny little hatchback, man, and it is a very unique car. I'd love for you to come down in front of the house after this. We'll share a pint, and would love for you to check out the truck, because I really hope the Duke acknowledges that, because I know, you know, in years past, Ken Block, KB forever, of course, Colin McRae forever, but he's acknowledged that, and I really hope the Duke has his eyes and ears and heart has pitter-pattered for Ryan Turk.
I think it will. Alas, I go straight onto a radio show after this, so you may still be down there. You may be on your second drink by the time I've visited, but I'll go and take a look.
Hey, bro, you just do your thing, and I'll do mine, okay? Just kidding.
Oh, it's lovely stuff, guys. Really good stuff. But up at the top of the hill, one of the stars of this weekend, and always one of the stars, is Jake Hill, and Ed Foster's with him.
Jake, you've obviously been impressing in the shootout, but all weekend you've been driving this Can-Am car. I mean, is it as scary as it looks?
What do you think, Ed? Look at it. I mean, it's it's 850 horsepower, big block Chevy. The car weighs about 800 kilos, you know, and it's a real monster, but a privilege to drive, you know. So a huge thank you to Jim Bartell and, of course, Goodwood for allowing me to do this once again.
And look, we're nearing the end of the day on Sunday. How's the weekend been?
It's been amazing, Ed. You know, I mean, I've just loved it. It always makes me sad doing the last run, because you just don't want it to end. You know, it's such a privilege to do this, and you know, hopefully we'll put a good show on as always, and do my best, and we come back and we do it all again next year.
We look forward to it. Cheers, Jack.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, great to hear from Jake. He always loves being here, of course.
He absolutely gets it, and the more things he can drive, the better. But he's now starting to forge a career in GTs, but
yes,
he always wants a historic career alongside, because he simply loves it, and he's one of the stars of the revival. But let's go back to Ed Foster up in the top paddock, because he's been absolutely voracious.
Well, thanks, Bruce. Yes, it's all nice and calm up here. There's a few battle-scarred drift cars. James, I'll just come to you first. What a show you guys have put on. How was your weekend?
It's been absolutely unbelievable. It feels like we're not in England. It feels like we're in Spain, doing a hill climb in Spain. It's wild. The weather has been unbelievable. I feel like it's probably one of the busiest Goodwoods I've experienced. And feedback from the fans all weekend was just amazing. Driving a Ford Mustang RTR up the hill for the first time was a dream of mine, and to do it with such good lads with us, I feel like we had a really good group of drift drivers and cool cars here this year. It was sick.
Bagsy, drifting, I'll tell you what, I'll squeeze around here. It's Bagsy, drifting's come on a long way at Goodwood, but it must be amazing to see the reaction of the crowd and just how packed this top paddock is when you arrive up here.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. The response every time the drift cars go up the hill is mega, and we can hear it inside the cars, and we appreciate everyone who cheers us on going up the hill. You know, it's a tricky track for us. There's not a lot of tarmac, but we're trying to put on the best show we possibly can. And as James said, we've got a great bunch of drivers here. Over the last 4 days, we've had a mega time, and what an event it's been. It's been absolutely incredible.
Well, look, cheers for the show. Axel, I want to talk to you about Volvos.
Amazing car.
Amazing car. To this, I've been following this on social, and it looked very unfinished even a few weeks ago. And I thought, well, this must be delayed social post, but it wasn't. I mean, this was literally finished for the event.
Literally about 2 days before I set off to bring the car here, we finished it. We had it in bare chassis a week before I got here, and we pulled all-nighters to get it done. And yeah, it was going really well all throughout the weekend. It flies, and we did put a little bump on at the end of the wall run there, but I think James and Bagsy just fixed it for me, so I'm sure it'll go again.
It's nice to have such cheap mechanics. Yeah. Axel, thank you.
Thank you, guys. It's been awesome. Thank you.
Right, let's go back to the comments box.
Thank you very much, Ed, and it's a real treat to have one man of 6'7" speaking to another of exactly the same height up at the top of the hill. James Dean and Ed Foster, the tall men of the sport.
Well, looking at the Subaru just heading up yet again, another one of the Colin McRae machines from 1998 with the 2-litre flat 4 turbocharged, and this is a car he drove in the Ultra Tough Safari Rally in Kenya, where he reclaimed nearly all the time he'd lost through multiple punctures to be running second, when unfortunately the engine actually let down on that occasion. But it's great history of Colin.
Yeah, absolutely so, and actually engines failing on rally cars are quite rare. The list of retirement options are far greater, involving other approaches to the wall, the dust, the bumps, and of course in Kenya in the old days in the Safari Rally you had to get the right speed to run across the corrugated iron, the cotton soil as it was called. You had a special technique. Talking of special techniques, call a taxi.
This is the Ultimaniac, 4 seats, more smiles for more miles. He bashed in that front right corner, but put a little bit of bar across that arm. He welded it up. Thank you to one of the rally guys. He brought his welder, sat up there for Cam and Jackson. They welded it, no mask. That's how raw dog these guys are. So the Ultimaniac sans that front right fender. Again, this is all 3D printed body kit. This is one of one. Chris the Force Forsberg, XCOM Performance Tires, Optimum Patties, Provide the Spark, Dan the Tire Man watching on, Larry Chen Peeker in the corner. I know my boy Larry Chen and Lewis are out there shooting some photos. The content that Larry Chen and Lewis are creating is absolutely amazing. Saw him last night. He's like, Instagram needs more 100 photos. Look at this thing navigate. Again, he competes in an all-new Nissan Z. This car is 5 feet. 5 feet. I did not stutter longer than his comp car. And it's probably a 5 feet on top of the Stout. The Momo wheel goes around here. Again, Alistair McRae driving this, the 555 Subaru Impreza. Ben.
Oh, wonderful to see. But watching now, celebrating Colin McRae, it's lovely to see Alistair out there in one of his cars. Brother of Colin, son, of course, of the 5-time British champion Jimmy, all part of the family celebration. We do miss Colin, but it's so lovely to actually celebrate his career and what he managed to do.
Yeah, and such a lovely, lovely family. Jimmy, always so super friendly. Alistair getting stuck in. Gosh, we're just going back in time. I just remember the onboard shots looking back at Alistair back in period, but concentrating there. It doesn't want, this is a very special car.
Absolutely. Well, it is a special car for him to be out in, to represent Colin. For British rally fans, one of the most famous Subarus of them all. The effects with Colin McRae and Derek Ringer won the 1995 RAC rally. So that British key rally, holding off Carlos Sainz to secure that title. So it's just lovely to see Alistair out in that.
Well, he needed to get a move on because the Ford Supervan 4.2 was chasing him up the hill, don't forget. And now we're looking at Randy Pobst, Hyundai Ioniq 5, but the important bit is the N, and the extra important bit is the Pikes Peak. Silly hill, as the driver Martin Shanker called it long, long ago. And, oh, red flag up ahead, so back it off. So, hold on, what was the last one up? It was the Supervan 4.2. Did the 0.2 get to the top?
Ah, that's a good question. I wonder what's happened this time. So we've actually been quite lucky throughout the course of the weekend. But is it these high temperatures, little brush against the barrier? Is that what has done it?
Possibly on the right-hand side, quite hard to tell in that deep, deep shadow.
Yeah, whether that caused a problem, it's a difficult one to see right now, but clearly they've decided to stop anybody else going up there just yet. They want to check something out.
Well, it's been a remarkable 4 days. I mean, over the years, over the decades, we've had things clipping the straw bales and so on and so forth, but this weekend has been remarkable. I mean, literally got away with a couple of damaged bales. Down at the start line, we've got the Hertz Team Jota car. They're competing down in Sao Paulo this weekend, Interlagos, latest round of the World Endurance Championship, but this was the Action Express car from the Le Mans 24 Hours, rebadged for them. But again, someone just on the approach to the Flint wall, just probably going from sunshine into the deep shade. You were pointing out, Ben, earlier, the shade is much deeper in the afternoon because the trees are much thicker on the far side, whereas in the morning the light comes from the left-hand side of the screen there and gives them light. But
and I think that's
tricky.
all they're doing, actually. I think he's just kicked off a lot of the bale. But yeah, touching the, as you say, I think he just turned in a fraction too early, and it's kicked off a load of the bale. They're just brushing it out of the way so that so you don't get too much problem driving over it with the next car.
Yeah, you don't want to say, sorry, Hertz Team Jota, your car is now sort of slightly stripy on one side. But anyhow, the sensible thing to do, and American racer Ricky Taylor, one of the two racing sons of Wayne, sits aboard the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V Series R down on the start line. We're getting towards the end of the final batch. Almost makes me weep after 4 days, but importance of just having a track that's not going to be sort of booby-trapped for them.
Absolutely, and in fact it has been remarkably clean. Yes, we've had a couple of red flags in this particular session, but we've been fortunate throughout the year. But it's fun, actually. We've been celebrating on Formula One so much this weekend, but isn't it fun to look at Le Mans style cars as well, modern Le Mans cars, whether it's the Cadillac or whether it's the Aston Martin that's about to come out as well.
Well, it is. You can see the damage, minor damage to the front. A little bit of straw has come out from the wheel arch. It's obviously got shunted in, but a little bit of a rub. I think, will the car hire company notice that? I don't know. But anyhow, yeah, oh, it's gone the whole way down. But again, it was a kiss more than anything. Anything worse than that. But just going back to the World Endurance Championship, it's in the most astonishing phase of its rich history, with all the manufacturers coming in. Only recently it's been announced McLaren are coming to join the show as well. Ford will be there too. And it almost is not going to be enough space on the grid. But Aston Martin got their toe in the door, and they're going better by the round. And their V12 engine Valkyrie, it just sounds brilliant.
It does sound wonderful. And the organisation of Modern World Endurance Championship, where effectively they are run and told how they can run these cars so that they make them as even as possible across the grid.
Yeah, well, you know, we could go into the whys and wherefores of that, but that is the idea. And okay, Aston Martin are 3 years behind, or 2 years behind the Ferrari arrival, the return, etc., etc. The hill's about to be clear, but yeah, the whole idea is you have a fairly level playing field.
And it's great to have all these manufacturers, as you say.
Well, of course it is.
So many of them.
And also the deal is, if you enter the top class, you have to run a team in the junior class, which is GT3 as well. So it's driving the hand. Mind you, in fact, there are more manufacturers with GT3 cars ready to race and racing than there are spaces on the grid. But it's a fantastic time and ride.
Well, enjoy this. Enjoy seeing these brilliant current Le Mans style machinery. We've seen some of the older versions here at Goodwood this weekend, but to see the latest up the hill as well, and you might be being a little bit cautious, although no, he's going to spin up a little bit as well and give us some fun.
He certainly will, and for the Le Mans 24 Hours, which is the jewel in the crown of the World Endurance Championship, around 400,000 people go there across the day, and someone has called it for many years, it's a British race held in France. There are so many Brits that go down, and thank you very much for hosting it, but over a century old, the Le Mans 24 Hours, and the prize seems to be more and more valuable with every year. There have been times when it's been down low, but it's absolutely in the zenith. So this year, when Ferrari made it 3 on the bounce.
That's amazing, isn't it, that Ferrari have been so successful at Le Mans in recent years. It's just incredible, because they'd been out of racing Le Mans for so long and then came back, and they have done an amazing job there, I have to say.
Yeah, they have. Ironically, for the first 2 years, they took victory both times and didn't win a single other race, but this year they've been putting wins in before they got to Le Mans, and then the privateer car, the yellow one with the red stripe, as opposed to the red with the yellow, took victory, and I was particularly delighted for Robert Kubica, you know, whose Formula 1
Yes, I
was
was.
cut short, but he was the driver. Do you remember that Lewis Hamilton was asked, who do you fear most? And he went, Robert Kubica. They'd come up together in karts.
It really, it was heart-touching for me that he won for that Le Mans, because I'd seen him in Formula 1, talked about him, and to see him come back and win Le Mans was just so mega, absolutely fantastic. Well done to him. Now, you're just looking at the Aston Martin we're talking about, the Valkyrie hypercar, new to the scene this year, but it's, as you say, it's developing well. They've still got more to find and to move up the order, but it is just such a beautiful-looking machine and sounds wonderful. I hope if you're still here at the Festival of Speed, enjoying these last few moments, you're hearing a lovely machine.
Yeah, I certainly think the engine notes that a V12 make is something very special. In the road car and track-induced cars, the Pagani Huayra, that's got a V12. We had the TWR Supercar, made us both smile, looking like a sort of Jaguar on steroids from the mid-1980s. Yeah. But for this, and particularly in the night when it becomes a little quieter at Le Mans, for the Aston Martin fans, they just had to listen out for a few minutes. Yeah, our cars are still in the race. I think that's cool.
That is very cool, actually. That is lovely to hear. I remember when it was a Rotary with Johnny Herbert racing at Le Mans many years ago. The noise of that was so loud.
Yeah, and they used to race Rotary touring cars as well with a Dutch Cup pair of drivers, Van den Beek and Coronel, father of Tim and Tom. And actually, when you were staying up all night covering the Spa 24 Hours, you'd rather hoped it retired because it was head-splitting.
It was. So, talking about Le Mans success, of course, Porsche's success was with both the 956 and the 962. And it's lovely that Henry Pearman, who has this remarkable collection of these machines, he's been part of celebrating Derek Bell this weekend, because Derek, the multiple winner at Le Mans, this was one of the cars that he won Le Mans with.
It certainly was, and this was from the Group C period of sports car racing. It was a fuel formula by which you only allowed a maximum amount of fuel, and Derek hated it to start with because the performance was there for the Porsche 956, but he and Jackie Ickx had to get off the throttle, pussyfoot to save fuel, but then gradually it wound up, and Porsche sold loads of customer cars, and the 962 came through, and the wind started really flowing for Derek, and paired so many times with Jackie Ickx, 5 victories in all for Derek, and a local lad from just down the road, and I think that's all why he's so frequently here, and he really is part of the furniture in the nicest way possible. But to have his balcony moment on Thursday, that was very special.
It was very, very special, and lovely with his son Justin up there as well, and I raced against him as a youngster, but we both obviously had seen his dad do such an amazing job. Now, Johnny Herbert, I mentioned him a moment ago, he's driving a car that he's never raced, but he's in this Formula E car throughout the course of the weekend, and I think he's been enjoying himself. He enjoys anything he can get into and play with, and it's lovely to see Johnny going up in this Lola TW01. So it's they've been learning the Formula E way, but they're also going to go into other forms of motorsport with the Lola name under a new ownership into GT racing as well, I believe, aren't they?
Well, pressing on. I haven't had official confirmation of that, but Till Bechtelsheimer, a driver who loves his historic racing, he's taken over the company about 3 years ago, but you never know when it's taken over, where it's going to go, but he's really pressing hard. And if lots of Formula E cars are sold, Johnny will have a smile on his face because he's a Lola ambassador. But I think, anybody who knows Johnny, he's so full of enthusiasm. He's a great man to have around.
He is, absolutely. A great talent. And from his Formula 1 days, after he'd had a nasty injury, he was still able to do remarkable stuff. But that injury definitely did always affect him a little bit, but it's never stopped him trying just as hard and be so impressive. And Formula E was racing this weekend, of course, as well. But it's fun that we've been able to see one heading up the hill.
No, it is, because a lot of people haven't been to, say, the Berlin Tempelhof Airport circuit where they've been racing this weekend. But for Johnny, don't forget, yes, he had those awful injuries that restricted his Formula 1, but hey, 30 years ago at the British Grand Prix, who took victory for the first time? This man, Johnny Herbert with Benetton.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely brilliant what he achieved. And he was in Formula 1 for a good long period as well, major part of his career. And it's great to see him having some fun with the Lola Formula E car. Right, we've got the Chevy Camaro now, Mike Whitett in that car.
That's amazing, yeah, and you can see the Chevy Camaro, Mike Whitett. I mean, what a juxtaposition going from Rotary to All-American. And you get to actually see Zilich on the door. He is racing an Xfinity in Sonoma this weekend, and he actually won. So a vehicle that looks very similar to this across the pond at Sonoma. You know Sonoma. I mean, what an iconic track. They're in wine country, and they're drinking champagne, drinking a bit of the bubbly here this weekend. So again, that 87, that Trackhouse vehicle, Mad Mike got to drive this car in Austria Austria at the Red Bull Ring just last weekend. He put on a show in his drift car. It looked like a video game. Then they gave him the keys to this thing. He might have broke the transmission, but they gave him the keys back and said, go ahead, have a vlog at it and have some fun. But Mike, he can drive anything, man. He was over here, you know, obviously you can see he built the McLaren, the Mad Max, the rotary McLaren. He's built the drift Lambo. He's always building something unique, but I invite you now. Here's the official invite. Mad Mike Summer Bash, first weekend of December, just outside of Auckland. I'll be there. It's one heck of a show, and it's just fun. It's a track day. It's really kind of just a lot of fun celebrating the Kiwi culture. There's a lot of unique cars. Tony Quinn threw his arm over Mad Mike many years ago and said, hey, man, I love what you're doing. You, Tony, the kids. Lincoln, his son, is out there drifting. He's got a 6-rotor MX-5 over in Japan with TCP Magic. Again, Total Car Produce, but Mad Mike, can't wait to celebrate another Goodwood for him. And thank you again, guys. I don't think Mike's going to pull out his FDRX-7, but he surprised me before, so you never know. Wait, hold on. An FDRX-7's coming out of the trunk of the Chevy. Come here. I'm joking.
Oh, it's been great having you, telling us all about the drifting. It's been absolutely superb. Thank you so much for being with us.
My pleasure, like Chick-fil-A, closed on Sunday.
Thank you very much, Jared. And it's been fantastic having Jared here. He's really brought, well, sackloads of enthusiasm and you know, a truckload of knowledge, and he's got his hands full.
Well, let's just see Johnny Cecotto going up in one of the BMW M3, the DTM. The 3 Series BMWs, so much success in touring cars. This was from the German touring car series, the DTM, and, well, they were absolutely dominant at one stage. Johnny Cecotto was always impressive with it.
Yeah, he was super smooth, and I guess it was probably like he was on bikes. You know, he had so much success so young, and if it hadn't been for the leg injuries, who knows? He was far faster than a lot of people realised in Formula 1. Bear in mind, if your teammate is Ayrton Senna, well, you're not on a winner, are you?
Absolutely, absolutely. No, it was absolutely great to see him, Johnny Cecotto, heading up the hill with the BMW. And BMW is such a lovely part of this with the M3 Series. We're also going to be seeing Marino Franchitti heading up the hill with the great classic McLaren F1 GTR, the machine that won, well, the type that won the Le Mans in 1995.
You know, and if you ignore the racing side, the McLaren F1 still now is considered one of the ultimate, if not the ultimate road car. Bear in mind, it's 30 years old. That central driving position, the packaging, all sorted out between Gordon Murray, who we've been celebrating here this weekend, with the BMW unit in the back. Exquisite, and it doesn't look old even now. But then, of course, when it went racing, got the racing cues, got the big rear wing. You know, it went on. The teams were all around the world were trying to get their hands on this to go racing. This is one entered by Team Bigazzi. You know, ran for years touring cars in Italy and across Europe. But they were all tilting to see if they could get their hands on the Le Mans trophy in 1996. It didn't happen, but bear in mind that win in 1995 was done beating the best of the prototypes, and it was just the most extraordinary results, and certainly for JJ Leto, one of the hero drives in the history of Le Mans, running through that race 18 hours out of the 24 in driving rain. He was the star. Right, we go right back to the beginning of this year's Festival of
Yes.
Speed. 2 cars that you could hardly make out. Of course, with the camo livery, we could spot that it was a Toyota of 2 types, one with a wing, one without, and this is the GT concept, and it's been winning fans, but they have been super tight. We thought they'd have cracked by now and told us what's under the hood. We do not know, even now.
No, they're going to keep it quiet for us. They're not letting it know, but it is something that you can keep an eye on, watch to see what they do develop with this Toyota, because they have lots of potential plans. The GT concept and the GT racing concept, which is about to follow it up the hill. Tatsuya Catagiola is driving this one, and we've got Nayu Famu in the other one, and we will see them develop and no doubt race at a very high level.
Yeah, you feel sure, but it's interesting when we heard from Ollie Behrman and Esteban Ocon, who both had 2 runs, one in each of the cars. They were saying the quicker one is the non-race one at the moment, because the other one is restricted to race in GT3. So there's going to be oodles of power in the road car. And talking of power, you know, we've looked around the paddock, looked at the figures from all the supercars. You don't know where this is going to fit in, but it's going to be having just all the tricks in the trade under the bodywork.
It is, absolutely, and it's just so good to see what they are managing to achieve with all of this. The fact that we've got Nayu Famu driving this one at the moment, and he is part of the team that is driving these different machines over the course of the weekend. But how this goes with the GT racing in the future, we shall find out. It is all being developed based on the GT concept, and they're going to be then taking it into a form of motorsport, which could be very, very fascinating to see.
And it's not as though it's something they've done overnight. Hearing some of the engineers, development drivers, who still wouldn't give anything away, but they said this has been a project 4 years in the making. So you don't have to expect this to come in at the back and work its way forward. I reckon this is going to come in right at the front of the field.
So now we're into their rally scene, of course, and the Toyota WRC1 GR Yaris. This is the Rally 1 car built by Toyota Gazoo Racing WRT. It's been so successful in the World Rally Championship since 2022, and we've seen Kalle Rovanperä twice win the championship with it. Very impressive, and that's 3 times now that they've won the Manufacturers' Championship.
It is the World Rally Championship, such a difficult championship to win. I mean, every rally is more primed for failure than success. The terrain you have to go over. But then, Ben, we've talked about this a lot this weekend. The quality of the suspension technology is phenomenal. You think about the jumps they have to do, and just look how nimble this car is.
It is wonderful to see. And of course, Elfyn Evans, who leads by 9 points in the World Rally Championship at the moment, has started this season extremely well. His teammate Sébastien Ogier has gone well, so there's every chance they can go on for another title, but who knows, because there's still a long way to go. But look at the way that they could just, as you say, the balance it has is so immense, and they can just do whatever they like with it.
Yeah, they can, and when the camera crews are looking down to record a spin, they know it's going to almost stay in an area the length of the car. It's just the way they can balance it. Look how the nose goes down, get the turning in with that little flick. Oh God, they just make it look so easy.
But the rapidness of it as well. I mean, they don't have huge engines, and they're not hybrid anymore. That was part of the World Rally Championship, but they've changed that rule for this year. But they're not as super powerful as some of the electric cars we've seen going up the hill. But I'm so impressed with their acceleration and their speed.
Yeah, and I'm just incredibly impressed with the way they can change direction just so swiftly. Now we go down to the WRC2. But again, this seems almost as dynamic as the sister car, rallying in the slightly lower level, but still the World Rally Championship, but down goes the nose, corner turns in.
Yeah, it responds slightly differently. You can see the suspension setup is slightly different, but remember, it's more based on the production road car. It's not allowed to be as fully modified as the WRC1 that you've just been watching, but it's still doing a great job, this WRC2. 3 wins in the current series in Rally 2, and Oliver Solberg, who has been such a great one. He's the son, the Swedish man who's son of Petter Solberg, who won the WRC title back in 2003. But he's doing a really good job with this Toyota at the moment in the Rally 2 series. So we'll see how that goes for the rest of the year.
Yeah, the field in Rally 2 is just burgeoning.
Yeah, it is.
The ranks are huge, and you know, a few years ago there might have been X, and now it's almost 3X in terms of the number of competitors. And also, you know, the World Rally Championship supported by the European Championship a level below, but certainly with Jared Deander getting me very excited about the fact that the World Rally Championship will go to the United States, if next year, the year after. It's been too long to have been away.
And lovely to see now the DKR Hilux Evo heading arms on here. First and second at the Dakar Rally at the beginning of this year in January. That was amazing time. It's the 4th time the Hilux-based machine has taken the win at Dakar, and Yazid Al-Raji has taken the other 3 wins achieved before this year. But just amazing. Sorry, it was the 3-time winner was Nasser Al-Attiyah. He had the 3 wins, but Yazid Al-Raji took the win this year. And the competition with this machinery from 2016 and other titles like the World Rally Raid they've won with it. So it's an amazing machine to watch.
No, it really is. And of course, all the other competitors and people who've gone up the hill, whether on bikes or in cars, when they get to the top, they look at anything that's different. And this has been, like moths to a light bulb. Everyone's going to look at the extreme degrees of everything that's put on this car.
Yeah, it's got a big motor too, 3.4 litre V6 twin turbo, so it's got plenty to play with, and it delivers wonderfully on that off-road area. Now, we're going to be looking at something that, of course, is moving forward into the modern world. In a way, a similar style in that you've got this big, tall, 4-wheel drive machine, but this is hydrogen-powered. Now, this is the start of Extreme H, Extreme E has, as some of you have been no doubt watching the Extreme E series with the electric-powered off-road machines, but now they're going hydrogen-powered. We don't know the actual schedule of it yet, but this is a really great example. This is what they're going to be like, and Clara Anderson currently taking it up the hill and giving us a bit of an example.
Yeah, and you think that the World Rally Championship, that's on all surfaces. We've watched Extreme E, we've watched the Dakar Rally. These vehicles have to be able to go up absolutely incredibly steep incline, and the programme will tell you it's 52 degrees they can go up, but so clearly that's one element of these vehicles. But to me, the real interest is what they're going to be doing with their hydrogen cell technology, how they're going to go forward. The World Endurance Championship has definitely got its eye on it. A lot of motor manufacturers are looking at it. They were looking at it 30 years ago, but you need the technology around it to all be combined to get it to go forward. But I think we're very, very nearly at a breakthrough. So well done to the gang at Extreme H. Look to see how you develop in the years ahead.
Absolutely. I think this hydrogen-powered Extreme H is going to be fascinating, and they always combine men and women drivers, and they're doing a fantastic job together. It really is helping everybody develop in all sorts of ways. That was a fun slide too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. And the way they do the championship, you're quite right, with the male and female crews, they have a format no one else has thought of before, and it provides plenty of excitement. And there have been some really fantastic drivers, particularly actually drivers from Europe, but it's great to have people from all around the world making their mark, and we'll see if that can carry on when E turns to H.
Totally right. So more fun from the BMW 3 Series, which we've been watching throughout the course of this weekend. Dirk Adolf is in this 320i, and look at the aero side of it. It's fun when they get a great big rear wing on a saloon car, which still helps.
Yeah, well, the model that BMW shone with before was the very elegant but larger, longer BMW 3-litre CSL, those fantastic bashes, 73 and 74 against the Cologne Caprice, real warfare. But then when they decided that was too expensive, they looked around the product range, found the 320 and thought, well, look, hold on a second, what can we do? Big rear wing, yeah, turbo power, yep. Young drivers, hey, let's get some of those in. And that was the start of BMW having their young driver program that runs right through to even today. And they don't just teach them how to drive the car, it's how to behave, how to out the car. My dear late friend, Roland Ratsberger, he phoned me up and said, I've got to go and have a look. They may want to look at me. He said, how do I hold my knife and fork? He was far more cultured than that, but he wanted every detail to be known to see if he could get the drive. And you know what? He did.
Oh, amazing. God, he was an amazing guy. You're looking at another of the Colin McRae rally cars right now, the Ford Focus World Rally machine, built in 2001. And his success with Ford improved during the time with the team. He didn't manage to take a title with Ford, but he did get some very good results, taking 3 victories, and he only narrowly actually lost the title to Richard Burns that year with the Ford Focus. So it's lovely to see yet another of the Colin McRae machines heading up the hill.
Yeah, and it certainly was quite a time for British rally drivers in the World Championship to have 2 fighting for the title, when for so many years before it had been the Scandinavians fighting at the top, but not just Colin McRae but Richard Burns too. We missed them both enormously. But Thierry Neuville, a bit of a slow burner in so many ways, Ben, in the World Rally Championship. Always fast, but the results didn't always come his way, but it's actually just so heartwarming to find he's got there at last.
Absolutely, so nice that he won last year's World Rally Championship, and you've got him here, Thierry Neuville, the reigning champion effectively. The season hasn't gone quite so well for him yet this year, but to have taken the title, as you say, after being runner-up a number of times, actually was back as far as 2013 he was runner-up, having started in the year before in World Rally Championship, and yet it's taken him some 12 years of trying to get to the title, but he did it. I'm so pleased for him.
Yeah, and also pleased, you know, Hyundai just put so much effort into it. It's not just their World Rally Championship. They've stuck at it, but it's what we've seen here this weekend. Drift car version, something I thought I'd never see. And just all their competition vehicles and all their road vehicles, and they really are pushing, but I love the fact they have such a definitive performance arm with the powder blue livery that goes across the range. They've nailed their colours to that. It's a bit like Alpine have the metallic blue as their competition livery. You know, yellow for Renault, etc., etc. But Hyundai, they really have pushed, and last year they got their reward.
They did, absolutely, fully deserved. Wonderful to see, and really great, and well, so much to enjoy throughout the course. And just look, Ed Foster's about to head down, and look what he's in.
Well, I was told I couldn't fit in, but Ed, who's 3 inches taller than me, but then he's a farmer and he's determined to get some more pickups for the farm up in Scotland. Thumbs up. Will he still be smiling when he's come down past the Flint Wall? It's only because he's coming down to do the radio show. But Ryan Turk, Ed Foster, two of the stars of the Festival of Speed, and it's great to see that happen. But let's take a look back at the highlights of the final batch of day 4.
Yeah, we saw some classic Paris-Dakar bikes, and then John's lovely old touring car.
Yeah, absolutely. What a mixture. Seeing Jake Hill getting a bit carried away when he was in the Can-Am car, and then a beautiful Porsche from the 1960s.
James Dean can put it on a sixpence. This car's 6 weeks old, but stunning for RTR. But then the truck, the Toyota truck,
yeah.
The Toyota Stout, 1966, one of the stars of the show.
Oh, I'm so pleased for Ed that he's coming down in that one. I wonder if it's going to come down quite like that, because it was showing such demonstration. I love the drift cars being here at Goodwood, and it was great to hear from Jared about how they work and about the drivers, and he went to interview them all as well. It was really beautifully done. There's nothing quite like them. And this Volvo, I mean, great memories of these Volvo estates on the road. This is somewhat different to the ones that we saw on the road.
It certainly is, and they evolve all the time. We had them in the British Touring Car Championship long ago, but of course you can drift in all sorts of things. We have the Stars, the Hyundai electric one, but hydrogen powered cars, Extreme each. That's the one that's coming shortly, but the final batch, such diversity and entertaining us all the way through to the end of the action here on the Sunday afternoon, day 4 of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's been enormous fun.
Let's go back to some earlier conversations that Ed had.
That looked like just the lightest of kisses on the apex of the straw.
Yeah, unfortunately there was one hay bale more far out than it was before. So, and you know, during the corner you cannot change the line anymore. So I think somehow they moved it a bit forward and it was a bit out, but it can happen. It's not a big problem.
I mean, this thing is such a weapon, isn't it?
No, it's just incredible. It's so much fun to go up here, you know, to experience that in a commercial vehicle, basically, you know. It's just unbelievable. It's a van, you know.
I'm not sure how many deliveries you'd get done with this, though.
A lot of deliveries, but we need to have a fast charger as well, you know. But no, it's good fun, and you know, the passengers I have all the time, they enjoyed it very much, and yeah, it's how it is, yeah.
Fantastic, thank you.
You're welcome.
Johnny, you've now had a full weekend driving this Formula E car, and I have to say, I think the tyres might be finished.
Yes, I think. Oh, yes, they are. Sorry about that, Mr. Lola. Yeah, it's been wonderful. Again, the whole experience once again, the amount of crowds that we've had, fans of motorsport. I think I've had a wonderful weekend, and I've had a wonderful weekend as well. So, you know, we Lola cars, me, the Formula E car. First time I've driven one of these little electrical beasts. It's been a great experience, so I'll be back.
Now, celebrating very much Formula One this year, you spent your life around Formula One, in Formula One, winning races. Are we going to see anything like this again?
I think there is definitely a hunger for motorsport and Formula One especially, and I think, yes, I think there will be definitely a celebration down the line, because I think development will really change the face of Formula One, I'm sure, and that's where things will be entertaining. People will be talking about it, people will be wanting to see it, and I'll be wanting to see it, and events like this allow that to happen.
And lastly, just to double check, you don't pay for the tyres, do you?
Not that I'm aware of, but I must admit I didn't check the small print, so I've probably done myself in for that one.
Cheers, Johnny.
Thanks.
This is an event like no other. Welcome to Goodwood.
That is it from Goodwood. It's been amazing, hasn't it?
Wonderful time.
Wow, the 2025 Festival of Speed has simply been phenomenal. And there we see our Ed Foster, guys, giving us a wave from the top of the hill there where he's been all weekend. I'm sure you guys will agree, but this year's festival has just had that legendary feel to it. All of the array of iconic cars, machinery, names, exhibits, all kissed under this beautiful sunshine has just been brilliant, and it's actually encouraged many of our team to get out on the hill themselves. And David, you set that trend earlier in the weekend as you went out in that beautiful Aston Martin Valhalla.
Absolutely. Well, I think I set quite a high bar, and I can't believe Aston Martin let me do this. I'm still quite confused about that, but they let me in their brand new baby, the Aston Martin Valhalla, their first mid-engined production supercar. I mean, the only other person who's drove this is Fernando Alonso at the Monaco Grand Prix. So for me to be able to jump in that 850,000-pound car was both privileged, but also a little bit scary. But
yeah,
it's all in one piece.
You've got tight grip on the wheel there, David. You need to loosen your hands a little bit.
I'll give you some tips later on, Alice.
Well, Fernando Alonso.
They didn't let you up the hill.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
That's one for next year, though, Alice, isn't it? But you're now on the list of those iconic names that has driven that car now, David.
But I obviously wasn't the only one to go up the hill. Grace, you managed to get the leathers on?
Yes, but I was on 2 wheels, so you did set the trend, and I was very lucky to take one of Royal Enfield's shotgun 650 bikes up the hill. But this was a one-off bike, a fully customised bike by Icon Motorcycles. So they've had a play around with the appearance. Look how cool it is with that stars and stripes design. They're an American-based company, and they've had a play around with the geometry to make it a bit more of a drag-style bike. So it was definitely really cool to go flat out past the house.
You look like you got your head down. You look like you're trying there, Grace.
Yeah, I was trying to channel that drag style, you know. Speaking of cool, our Harry Benjamin went out in a car as well. There's been a few comments from the team, Harry, but we'll let you have your say.
Well, look, Grace, you look cool, but I think I looked a lot cooler. I got the chance to go up in the MG EX4 concept. I mean, look, if that doesn't make me look like the coolest guy going, I don't know what is. You almost don't see that I'm sat next to a British Touring Car Championship winner. I would like to add the glasses are not mine. They are there for recording purposes, but this is a cool car from MG. It pays homage to the 1980s Group B rally MG. This, though, is fast and furious, and Daniel Rowbottom was going probably, I think, the hardest that he had gone up the hill up to this point. Now, you may be wondering, what am I doing with my hands? And I'll tell you, you want to be in control when you're in the passenger seat, and that's where the steering wheel should be. And so I think next year I've got to come back and make the case to be in the driving seat, really. But look, Grace, you look cool, but some people are just a natural at it.
I thought you looked very cool, Harry.
Thanks,
I am slightly worried. The three of us went up the hill. Our Ed Foster is actually coming down the hill in that Drift Stout, and I still haven't seen him yet. So, oh, there he is.
Yeah, hopefully he's holding on tight to that as well. Look at his face. Well,
he's so tall, he's nearly sticking out the window.
Well, that'll be a memory for Ed that I'm sure will be on one of his highlights from this weekend as well. He's just outside the Goodwood house now. Oh, here he is.
He's fallen out of it. He's that dizzy from the donuts. He's fallen out of the Toyota.
Oh.
Give us a wave, Ed Foster. Come on, give us a wave.
I don't think he's quite noticed he's on the
5 stars to the Uber
but
driver there.
I love how he's just getting his bag out casually, like he's gone to work. But that's one way to get a lift anyway. But anyway, enough about us. We love to rave and shout about our experiences on the hill, but there's been plenty else that's been going on around the festival, including this central feature celebration, Alice, that we've had going on all weekend.
Yeah, celebrating 60 years of the Gordon Murray automotive design. I mean, what a man. Much cleverer than all of us stood here combined, I think. But that's just one of the most incredible celebrations, the fireworks, and we were pleasured with it every single day and seeing some of his iconic cars.
And then, of course, we had the balcony moments. And the first one on Thursday was very emotional. Derek Bell, the most successful British driver at Le Mans.
And then we moved over to 2 wheels. Carl Fogarty, 4-time World Superbike Championship. He took centre stage on Friday.
F1 champions galore as well, celebrating 75 years of Formula One, even Bernie Ecclestone there as well. And we finished things off today with Alain Prost, the 4-time world champion, being celebrated. What a moment.
Well, this year's Festival of Speed will certainly go down in the history books for many reasons. Thank you so much for joining us this year, whether it was on site or on screen, and we cannot wait to be back here at the Goodwood estate as we go back in time in September for the Goodwood Revival event. We cannot wait for that one, so we'll see you then, and goodbye.